Chapter 1. Born into the world of Naruto. In the 47th year of Konoha, the third great ninja war raged on. The forces of Konoha, the Rock Village, and the Cloud Village converged upon the battlefield, engaging in a brutal struggle for their respective interests. Entangled in hatred and driven by greed, the relentless machinery of war operated day and night, presenting a grim tableau of death and destruction. In the northwestern battlefield, deep within a dense forest merely a kilometer from the chaos, a bewildered boy, resembling a refugee, sat up from the ground, clutching his head in confusion. The boy, around 7 years old, was emaciated, as if a gust of wind could sweep him away. Land of Rice? That name sounds so familiar, I feel as though I have heard it somewhere before. He murmured, rubbing the back of his head and glancing around. He endeavored to sift through the chaotic fog of his mind for any memories related to Land of Rice, to ascertain his current location and seek help. However, he was abruptly interrupted. Without warning, a torrent of memories surged into him, overwhelming his mind and causing him to collapse to the ground, howling in agony. He felt as though his head might explode, his very soul being incessantly torn apart and reassembled, akin to the torturous pain of being flayed alive. Gradually, he lost his sense of self. 20 minutes later, I actually traversed into the fictional world of Naruto. This is utterly unbelievable. Does this mean I must now live as a part of this world? The boy, drenched as if he had just emerged from water, lay on the ground with squinted eyes, whispering. His name was Zhang Quanling. In his previous life, he had been a somewhat skilled designer, earning a modest income of 4,000 to 5,000 a month. He barely managed to survive in that cruel world, had a wife who specialized in dance, and a daughter whose family was relatively harmonious in content. Yet, alas, a tragic car accident shattered this peace, taking both his daughter and wife, leaving him at the tender age of 20. Naruto was one of his favorite anime in his past life, a passion that accompanied him through middle and high school, rewatching it time and again until he entered society. While he couldn't recount every detail, he was well-versed in the major events. The Battle of Kanabi Bridge, the Battle of the Orange Mountain, Orochimaru's betrayal, Tsunade's departure, the destruction plan of Konoha, the Third Great Ninja War. When he viewed these events in his previous life, he was merely a bystander. He never imagined that one day he would truly find himself in this world. This is a world where strength reigns supreme, where killing is done without a second thought. Can I truly survive here? Not to mention the terrifying existence of Madara. Even a mere genin could claim my life. Zhang Quanling leaned against a tree, gazing at the sky with a bitter smile. And then there are the likes of Danzo, Orochimaru, Uchiha Obito, and Kagaya, lurking in the shadows. I sincerely hope I, as a mere pawn, do not attract their attention otherwise. My days would indeed be numbered. The original owner's name was Higurashi Yuru, a nice name, but without power, it remains but a facade. Casting a glance at his frail self, he couldn't help but sigh. Well, since I am here, I might as well make the best of it. Now that I have entered this world, I shall strive to survive. From this moment forth, I am Higurashi Yuru. In my previous life, I was bound by too many constraints in this life. Perhaps I ought to venture forth and discover just how long a character like me can endure. Every boy harbors a dream of martial heroism, fantasizing about possessing unparalleled skills and upholding justice. Yuru was no exception, which was one of the reasons he adored watching the spirited anime Naruto. However, mere passion is insufficient. The world of Naruto places great emphasis on lineage. Possessing a strong bloodline equates to tenfold effort. Suddenly reminded of the bloodline-centric nature of the Naruto universe, Yuru shook his head in resignation. He possessed no bloodline whatsoever. Having watched Naruto, he was keenly aware of the paramount importance of a strong lineage in this world. Not everyone could ascend to greatness like the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze, Might Guy, or Rock Lee purely through hard work. After all, they each had exceptional mentors. In the Naruto world, lacking a bloodline might lead one to toil for a lifetime, remaining a mere extra. Sharingan, Byakugan, Tail Beast Power. Each of those who possessed such abilities were formidable, with at least elite Genin-level prowess. Not to mention the powers of wood release capable of pacifying chaos, and the terrifying Rinnegan and Tensegan that could annihilate worlds. Sigh, they say that traversers enjoy certain benefits. Why have I received none? At the very least, I could use some explosive tags or kunai for self-defense. Yura lamented after searching his body thoroughly. May I live past the age of 20. Otherwise, I might meet an early demise like the fourth Hokage. Yoru clasped his hands in prayer. Oh, I didn't expect to encounter a child of war here. Come with me, little one. At that moment, a chilling voice emerged from behind Yoru, deep and resonant, evoking a sensation akin to being preyed upon by a venomous serpent. Who goes there? Yoru felt as if a mountain were pressing down upon him, the air around this person thickening, the flow of it slowing. A terrifying aura, akin to crashing waves, bore down on him, making it difficult to breathe, his face turning crimson. An overwhelming sense of dread surged within Yoru, as if he were trapped in a dark abyss, deep and unfathomable. Who is this person to wield such a terrifying presence merely through aura? Is this what it means to be a strong individual in the world of Naruto? Yoru struggled to turn his head, but it felt as though his neck had frozen, rendering him immobile. Oh, you can still maintain such composure before me. You must be quite the interesting specimen. The owner of the voice stepped before Yoru, exuding an indescribable charisma, lifting his chin. Orochimaru. At last, Yoru discerned the figure before him, gasping in horror as he uttered 3 words. Long black hair billowed in the wind, a pale face adorned with sharp purple eyeliner, and yellow-brown serpent-like eyes that instilled fear. Dressed in a white kimono tied with a large knot and wearing wooden sandals, he bore the symbol of Konoha, emanating an icy, unsettling aura. Who but Orochimaru could it be? Ah, you know me, it seems you are no ordinary child, which makes you all the more intriguing. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru's eyes sparkled with interest as he licked his lips. Whoosh! Before Yoru could react, Orochimaru's neck elongated with lightning speed, sinking his fangs into Yoru's neck. Ah! In that instant of being bitten, Yoru felt a surge of energy coursing through him, icy yet soothing. But soon, this energy rampaged within him like a wild stallion, scorching him with a fiery intensity as if attempting to roast him alive. He fell to the ground once more, gritting his teeth in a wretched howl, veins bulging on his forehead, teeth grinding together with a clattering sound, even drawing blood. Ah! Orochimaru observed Yoru's reaction with keen interest, his eyes betraying no emotion. To him, Yoru was merely a laboratory mouse, and it was Yoru's honor to contribute to his experiment. With his power and status, he had the right to do so. The entire forest echoed with Yoru's anguished cries, a scene of unimaginable suffering. Yoru felt as though he were enduring a torturous execution, the excruciating pain causing his fingers to dig into the ground. His fingers broke through the earth, blood gushing forth, yet he felt no pain. Across Yoru's body, crimson markings slowly etched themselves, spreading throughout him, releasing scalding steam. Is it a failure? That is to be expected, considering it has only just been developed, and there are still many imperfections. As he witnessed Yoru succumbing to the cursed seal, a flicker of disappointment crossed Orochimaru's eyes, and he turned to leave. Yet, unbeknownst to Orochimaru, after his departure, a sudden flash of red light enveloped Yoru. The cursed markings began to slowly recede, transforming into a 3-demo pattern upon his neck. In the 47th year of Konoha, within an inconspicuous forest, the emergence of a boy would bring forth tumultuous changes to the turbulent ninja world. That year, many events transpired. For instance, Kakashi was promoted to Chunin at the age of 12. Gaara was born and became the host of the One Tail. The Battle of Kanabi Bridge concluded, and so on. After Orochimaru's departure, Yoru remained in a state of unconsciousness, when suddenly, a shadow appeared before him. This shadow wore a dog mask, adorned with red tattoos resembling tree roots on its arm, and bore a standard short blade on its back. It was none other than the infamous root organization of Konoha, commanded by the notorious Danzo Shimura, a terrifying force in the ninja world. The shadow placed a hand near Yoris' nose, confirming he still breathed, and then hoisted him onto its back, dashing into the depths of the forest, swiftly vanishing from sight. After several fierce battles, the Third Great Ninja War, which lasted 2 years, ultimately concluded with Konoha's victory. This grand conflict has rendered the name Golden Flash synonymous throughout the ninja world, transforming into a harbinger of dread. In an instant, it obliterated 100 elite rock ninjas. It vanquished the formidable A and B combination of the Cloud Village. It severed the supply lines of the rock ninjas. It steered the Third Great Ninja War towards triumph. Each of these feats ignites a fervent yearning within the heart. Moreover, the ascendance of the Golden Flash has alleviated the talent shortage in Konoha, a consequence of the mass exodus of the Sannin. Through this war, Konoha has once again affirmed its prowess, solidifying an unassailable position at the pinnacle. The Sharingan-wielding Kakashi, the Golden Flash Minato Namikaze, the legendary Sarutobi Hiruzen, the dark and sinister Danzo Shimura, the Ino Shikacho trio, the Uchiha clan, the Hyuga clan. In that moment, Konoha was indeed a flourishing hub of exceptional talent, with stars shining brightly. However, the man who once instilled fear throughout the ninja world, though he has been gone for over 7 years, continues to haunt the hearts of Konoha's inhabitants with profound regret. Konoha's white Funkakashi Hitaki. Alas, he fell at the hands of his own people. Konoha Orphanage. As Knight has spent a few months in the world of Hokage, he has come to realize just how utterly ordinary he truly is. Opportunities, hidden advantages, everything other traversers possess, he lacks, leaving him with a sense of discontent. How can I possibly survive in this world, being so utterly alone? Am I destined to be nothing more than cannon fodder for the rest of my life? Sitting on the steps, Knight murmured in dissatisfaction. He yearned not to play a mere supporting role. Just as these thoughts occupied his mind, a surge of crimson scripture erupted within his consciousness, forming 4 grand characters autonomously. It flooded his entire mind, as if threatening to burst his head apart, causing an unbearable pressure. Yet this time, Knight stifled his cries, gritting his teeth and silently enduring the agony. His teeth clicked rhythmically as he bit down, releasing low, beast-like growls, his pallor strikingly ghostly. The pain did not linger for long after 2 minutes. It dissipated, yet Knight was drenched in sweat, resembling someone pulled from the depths of a river. But he had no time to concern himself with the sweat that soaked his body. Is this the Nine Suns scripture? For he had uncovered a monumental secret. Upon reciting those 4 grand characters from his memories, his pupils constricted to pinpoints, and his face was alight with shock. His heart erupted with joyous laughter. Ha ha! The Nine Suns scripture, my hidden advantage, has finally arrived. He knew all too well the immense power of the Nine Suns scripture. Most crucially, the entire text of the Nine Suns scripture was inscribed in ancient Chinese characters, incomprehensible to the denizens of the Hokage world. Even if captured and subjected to soul-searching, it would be futile. Only he could cultivate its power. Chapter 2. Graduation after 3 years. Time gradually passed, extending over 3 years. During this span, several significant events transpired, and Knight's survival could be attributed to a blend of divine mercy and a fortunate coincidence. A tenfold of preparation coupled with a mere tenth of luck. Konoha, in the year 48. It was the 2nd year since Knight arrived in Konoha, and the 12 elite ninjas of Konoha were all born. Naturally, the chaos of the Nine Tails incident also unfolded as expected. The hero of the Third Great Ninja War, the Golden Flash Minato Namikaze, alongside his wife, Uzumaki Kushina, heroically perished, leaving behind their son, Naruto Uzumaki, who was met with disdain by the people of Konoha. The third Hokage, called back in a moment of crisis, resumed his duties, shouldering the weight of Konoha once more. He quelled the watchful eyes of various factions, reuniting Konoha under a singular banner. However, in the aftermath, Danzo Shimura seized a significant portion of authority within Konoha through the Root organization, clandestinely governing the village. On the night of the Nine Tails incident, Knight finally grasped the essence of strength and power. The seed of ambition was sown deep within him, becoming an inexhaustible source of motivation for his future endeavors. Knight came to understand a vital truth. In the ninja world, without strength, one faces only a dead end. The Nine Tails, famed as the strongest-tailed beast, earned that reputation for good reason. Even the full might of Konoha could not subdue it, ultimately resorting to sealing it away. As long as the 10 tails remained dormant, no tailed beast could rival him. Konoha in the year 50. Konoha entered an era of soaring development. Among its brightest stars was the prodigious Itachi Uchiha. Graduating from a ninja academy at the tender age of 7, he caused a sensation in Konoha, yet this also laid the groundwork for the tragic Uchiha clan massacre that would follow. Neither the third Hokage nor Danzo would ever permit the Uchiha clan to grow too powerful, lest it disrupt the balance of power within Konoha. Konoha, in the year 51, whether it was due to the benefits of being a traverser or the influence of the Nine Sun scripture, Knight's innate talent was gradually on the rise. Enrolling at the age of 8, it took him merely 3 years to surpass the ranks of a genin in terms of chakra capacity. During the graduation ceremony, he excelled in the shadow clone technique and shuriken throwing, successfully graduating. Knight's graduation day was rather unremarkable, akin to many others who had completed their studies in 3 short years. In Konoha, the village of ninjas, such individuals were abundant, hardly causing a stir. Ah, so this is graduation. Not an easy feat, I must say. Who would have thought I possessed such commendable ninja talent? Perhaps this is what they call the legendary benefits of a traverser. Knight mused while seated at the entrance of the Konoha orphanage, resting his chin on his palm. No one knew that on the night Hinata was abducted, he had been trailing behind, albeit hesitantly. For if he were discovered, his demise would be equally assured. He possessed the prudence to avoid a futile confrontation. To aspire to rescue a damsel required a commensurate capacity. Ultimately, the denouement remained the same. The demise of Hisashi Hyuga and the indelible mark of the caged bird curse upon Niji Hyuga. Elder brother Knight, your brilliance astounds. To graduate in merely 3 years is truly remarkable. Upon attaining maturity, I shall endeavor to emulate your achievements, to graduate within 3 years, to become a distinguished ninja, and to safeguard Konoha with my own strength. At that precise moment, a petite maiden of 5 or 6 years sprinted forth, nestling into Knight's embrace with the eagerness of a fledgling returning to its nest. Her plump little hands clutched at Knight's garments, as if fearing to fall, displaying an endearing clinginess. Ah, you have arrived once more. How oft have I entreated thee to refrain from vociferous exclamations, lest thou disturb the repose of others? Why dost thou persistently disregard my counsel? With a helpless countenance, he gently lifted the girl from his embrace, shaking his head in gentle exasperation. Hee, I simply longed for your company, dear ye. Is it possible that I have displeased you? She inquired. Upon hearing this, tears welled up in Wei's gem-like eyes, shimmering like morning dew. Her timid demeanor was so affecting that one could scarcely find it in their heart to reprove her. Despite her tender years, she possessed the allure of a nascent beauty, yet Yi, with the soul of a man twice her age, remained impervious to her charms. Alas, very well. I could never harbor ill feelings towards you. Here, my dear, a sweet treat for you. You relented with a sigh, producing a piece of candy from his pocket and placing it in her chubby little hand. This young girl, named Wei, was, like Yi, an orphan of war. Having once aided her in a moment of distress, she had become irrevocably attached to Yi, trailing after him like a shadow. Whenever Yi returned to the orphanage, she would invariably appear by his side. TCH, you've managed to monopolize Yi again, haven't you? How vexing. A youthful voice broke through the tender atmosphere. A young boy, with a slightly soiled appearance and a runny nose, stood before Yi, clutching a newly crafted wooden puppet. Esteemed Yi, congratulations on your promotion to genin. Please accept this humble gift as a token of my esteem. The boy extended the puppet with both hands, his voice tinged with nervousness. Hee, thank you, Ryugen. I am most delighted by your gift. Yi's heart warmed at the gesture, and he accepted the puppet with a smile. Haha, I am gladdened that it pleases you. Esteemed Yi, Ryugen responded, scratching his head with a naive grin. Now, if you'll excuse me, I must take my leave. I have to retrieve my genin forehead protector, a most prized possession. As Knight arose, he brushed off the non-existent dust from his hands and remarked, brother Yi, you are leaving already? I have yet to present you with your gift." At that moment, a voice resonated from around the corner as a child resembling a Maru approached, grumbling. "Hee. There is no need to rush, Minji. It is not too late for you to give it to me later. I shall not run away. And I will surely receive your gift." With a smile, Yi approached Minji, gently caressing his hair. These three children were all beneficiaries of his assistance, drawn to him by his magnetic personality. The reason for their allegiance to Yi likely stemmed from his penchant for laughter. Each smile he bestowed upon them enveloped their hearts in warmth and security, possibly elucidating the source of his remarkable rapport with others. Though Yi may not be the epitome of a striking figure, he undeniably possesses a handsome visage, silver eyes, a radiant smile, tousled hair, and a refined yet fair countenance complemented by a tall, statuesque frame. Adorned in the hanfu he had modified in his previous life, Yi resembled a cultured young gentleman, bearing no semblance to a ninja. Handsome individuals often receive certain privileges, do they not? However, dear brother Yi, do remember that my gift may surprise you. Upon hearing Ye's response, the child named Minji initially lowered his head in disappointment, only to quickly lift it again, declaring to Yi, "Indeed, I shall remember. After all, this is your gift. How could I possibly forget?" In response, Yi gave a thumbs up. The knight holds great renown in the orphanage, being the white knight in the hearts of many young girls. In his past life, he was a warm-hearted individual, radiant and humorous, endowed with a chivalrous spirit that compelled him to act for justice. In this present life, he remains unchanged. Nearly everyone in the orphanage has, in one way or another, benefited from his benevolence. Luan, Mingyi, and Wei are among those who exemplify this, having become his devoted companions. As you stepped outside, leaving the orphanage behind, Luan, Wei, and Mingyi gazed at his retreating figure, filled with admiration. "I hope you can forgive me. I truly did not wish to deceive you." A barely audible sigh escaped Yi, swiftly dissipating into the air. The knight deceived the three individuals. He was not on a quest to retrieve the forehead protector, as it would be delivered to him by a ninja, rendering his efforts unnecessary. Instead, his destination lay within the clandestine organization known as Root, concealed beneath the village of Konoha. The master of Root was someone Knight dreaded encountering Shimura Danzo, who lurked like a venomous serpent, ready to strike. One could never fathom the depths of his malevolence. He needed not lift a finger, as numerous subordinates would carry out a myriad of tasks on his behalf. As he revealed the mission order from his pocket, Knight let out a bitter smile. "Indeed, the third Hokage, you are but a hypocrite." The evaluation of the third Hokage by Yi is intricate. On one hand, as a leader who rescued Konoha from peril and facilitated its swift recovery after the Third Great Ninja War, he commands admiration, even in the face of the deceit orchestrated by the Hidden Cloud Village. Yi believes the third Hokage's decision to endure momentarily for the sake of long-term interests was indeed sagacious. Following the war, Konoha, as the ostensible foremost ninja village, undoubtedly possessed formidable strength. However, it had already succumbed to an internal crisis of emptiness. Despite the presence of the prominent Hyuga and Uchiha clans, they found themselves at a disadvantage compared to the Hidden Cloud. Engaging in battle with the Hidden Cloud at that juncture would have been unwise. With three powerful Kaga-level ninjas and a plethora of seasoned warriors, the Hidden Cloud's combat prowess was formidable. Even if Konoha managed to repel their assault through united efforts, it would merely result in a situation where the conflict between the clam and the snipe benefits the fishermen, ultimately favoring the other three major ninja villages. The third Hokage's choice to adopt a policy of restraint and conciliation, although inevitably branded as weakness by some, successfully preserved Konoha and afforded the beleaguered village a moment to recuperate. This strategic decision was advantageous for Konoha's development, and there would always be those who understood it. Conversely, Yi cannot condone the third Hokage's exclusion of Kakashi Hatake, the expulsion of Tsunade, and the orchestrated persecution of the Senju clan, as well as his tolerance of Danzo's growing influence. Furthermore, he was not the benevolent figure he appeared to be, at least. Individuals like he were certainly not within the ambit of his compassion. Ultimately, he could only extend his care to a select few. Otherwise, Danzo would never have been able to transfer him from a mere genin to the roots of the organization. This action severely challenged the dignity of the Hokage. Such a move could not have occurred without his endorsement. The third Hokage is a successful politician. Yi remarks on him. As the public leader, he must present himself as flawless, devoid of any blemish. All shadowy dealings were, of course, deflected onto Danzo, who was all too willing to take the blame. Ultimately, they were merely colluding partners. The third Hokage wielded cunning tactics, while Danzo's methods were excessively direct and dark, being sold out by the former, yet still counting the profits for him. This is precisely why the Hokage is Sarutobi Hiruzen and not Shimura Danzo. A Hokage must possess a degree of political acumen. I find myself genuinely curious about what aspect of myself attracted Danzo, compelling him to transfer me to the Roots. Knight arrived at the base of the Root organization, presenting his credentials before entering. Chapter 3. Joining the Root organization. The atmosphere was dark, damp, and oppressive. This was the initial impression Knight had of the Root organization. His second impression was one of meticulous order and strict discipline, which contributed to the stifling ambience. Master Danzo, I have come to report. Upon reaching his destination, Knight knelt on one knee, bowing his head respectfully. Before him sat a middle-aged man with a piercing gaze. His hair in disarray, clad in a white kimono. A cross-shaped scar adorned his chin, and he leaned on a cane, exuding a chilling aura reminiscent of a venomous serpent. Behind him stood two guards, one stout and the other slender, as still as the roots of a tree. This man was none other than Shimura Danzo, the enigmatic ruler of the dark underbelly of the ninja world, the shadow of Konoha. Ah, Knight, you have arrived. I have awaited your presence for 3 years. You have been allowed to languish for too long. It is time for you to focus. A slothful student like you needs to hone their skills within the Root, lest you fail to become a formidable pillar protecting Konoha, Danzo declared, his tone leaving no room for dissent. His voice echoed in the vast underground chamber, resonating like the tolling of a grand bell, striking fear into the hearts of those who heard it. However, your strength has indeed surprised me. You are nearly on par with the genius of the Uchiha clan. Excellent. Danzo's previously closed eyes suddenly opened, revealing a piercing glance that swept over Knight. Hiki, Master Danzo. You flatter me. I am merely a freshly graduated genin, and I cannot bear such praise, Knight replied, his body involuntarily trembling at the compliment, though his expression remained unchanged as he smiled up at Danzo. Inwardly, he thought, truly, this man, known as the Shadow of the Ninja World, possesses terrifying insight. Even without the transplant of Hashirama's cells or the Sharingan, he is formidable. What a frightening level of perception. Has my hidden strength been revealed? Where did I expose myself? It seems I must tread carefully. My secrets must remain undisclosed. Indeed, Knight was concealing his true abilities. Although he possessed only the chakra capacity of a genin, his power rivaled that of a chunin. He had always maintained a low profile, thus evading suspicion, but he never anticipated that Danzo would uncover his secret. How did this come to pass? This tale stems from a well-worn story. Upon discovering that his mind was inscribed with the 9 yang scripture, he attempted to cultivate it and succeeded on his first try. To his astonishment, he soon realized that the chakra density and purity generated by the 9 yang scripture was 3 times that of ordinary chakra. This meant that for the same ninjutsu, he could unleash 3-fold the power compared to others. This explained why, despite having the chakra of a genin, he wielded the strength of a chunin. The 9 yang scripture is divided into 5 tiers. With each breakthrough, his power escalated, and the increase grew more pronounced with each successive level. In terms of strength in the Naruto universe, Knight concluded that the first tier corresponded to chunin strength, and the second tier to jonin strength. Should he break through to the 5th tier, he estimated he would become a figure akin to Uchiha Madara. The chakra he wielded, roaring like an ocean, imbued him with the illusion of being able to pierce the heavens. Moreover, the curse mark placed on him by Orochimaru was suppressed and significantly weakened by the 9 yang scripture. Knight sensed that once he transcended to the 3rd tier, the curse mark would lose its potency entirely. The 9 yang scripture was indeed formidable. Very well, Yoon, escort him to the curse mark chamber. As for his codename, let it be Blue. He shall temporarily serve under the Hound and commence his tasks immediately. Blue, do not disappoint me, Danzo commanded, leaving Knight with no opportunity for resistance. Remember, Blue, as a member of the Root, you possess neither a past nor a future. You no longer exist in this world. Your only identity here is the title Blue. Everything about you belongs to the Root, and you shall heed only my commands. Not even the Hokage can sway you, understand? Danzo declared, releasing his full presence upon Knight, conveying the unmistakable message that refusal would result in immediate termination. Though Konoha may be at peace, Danzo stirs trouble. A sudden thought crept into Knight's mind, a phrase popularized by a fellow forum member in his previous life, circulating widely online. Yes, Master Danzo, though he yearned to refuse. The circumstances compelled Knight to comply for the time being. Yet, he vowed to remember this humiliation, for one day he would repay Danzo in kind. For now, he would bide his time, knowing that in the future, Danzo would be unworthy even to carry his shoes. Excellent. I am pleased to see you possess such a mindset. Danzo replied, a fleeting smile crossing his face. Let us proceed. The slightly plumper man to Danzo's right approached Knight, his voice icy as he instructed him to follow. Understanding who this was, Knight recognized Yamashiro Yun, a skilled member of the Yamashiro clan, well-versed in mind manipulation techniques, and a trusted aide of Danzo. Akin to the oil user Shirshin. As for Danzo's methods of controlling individuals, such as the curse of the root and the self-binding curse, Knight felt no trepidation. In the face of the Nine-Yang scripture, all was but a passing cloud. Even Orochimaru's curse mark could not touch him, let alone Danzo's. However, Knight remained vigilant. For he had just been intimidated by Danzo. He dared not let his guard down or underestimate anyone in this world. As expected, upon entering the curse mark chamber, after 2 marks were inscribed upon him, the earth curse mark within him activated, expelling the new marks and asserting his dominance. Yet, Knight refrained from fully purging the power of the 2 new marks, wary of exposing any vulnerabilities to Danzo, who would undoubtedly seize any opportunity to exploit them. The chakra attributes of the Knight are solely 2, lightning and fire. These 2 forces, both remarkably potent and pure, lead the Knight to suspect that this may stem from his cultivation of the 9-Sun scripture. However, upon discovering that his chakra attributes are indeed these 2, he cannot help but sigh. Are these not the very attributes of the second pillar? In the original narrative, the Uchiha heir, known as the second pillar, Uchiha Sasuke, embodies these same attributes. Speaking of which, while the root organization is characterized by its darkness and lack of human rights, the Knight does not entirely reject this place. For it harbors numerous esoteric techniques unattainable in the open, including many ninjutsu and the sealing arts that he yearns to master. Danzo, of course, is unperturbed by the prospect of the Knight acquiring the sealing arts to unbind cursed seals. In truth, cursed seals and sealing techniques are not particularly related, unless one possesses the profound skill akin to Kakashi's sealing of evil. However, it is evident that Danzo would never permit the Knight access to such advanced sealing techniques. Thus, following his graduation, the Knight became a member of Root. As the underground sovereign of Konoha, the organization's power is indeed extraordinary, though it cannot rival the Hokage's influence. It boasts a formidable force of 1,500 members. Among them, there are at least 300 to 400 elite Jonin, including special Jonin, a rank that lies between Jonin and Chunin. Furthermore, there are no fewer than 1,000 individuals with Chunin-level strength, which is the foundation of why Shimura Danzo is referred to as the darkness of the ninja world. Managing such an immense organization could not possibly rest on Danzo's shoulders alone. In fact, adhering to the methods of the Umbu, Shimura Danzo established a hierarchical system unique to Root after streamlining several positions. The hierarchy is as follows: head of Root, division head, team leader, and squad leader. Naturally, the head is held by Shimura Danzo himself. A squad leader possesses the authority to command 5 individuals. A team leader oversees 10 squad leaders, and a division head directs 15 team leaders, with the 2 division heads reporting directly to Danzo. As a new recruit in Root, the Knight is, of course, a mere ordinary member. Blue, your task today is to reach the eastern lands of fire and eliminate the bandits. Remember, leave not a single soul alive. Barked D. Cug, the cold squad leader, emanating an icy aura that repels all warmth and approach. Understood. In the realm of Night, one realizes that once one becomes a member of the Root organization, the only response one is permitted to utter is a resounding yes. This mirrors the adage from his past life in the military, where a soldier's foremost duty is to obey orders. In a state devoid of future and past, where even existence seems to fade, the sole endeavor he can pursue is to ceaselessly dedicate his strength to Danzo. Knight resolutely accepted the task, which elicited a surprised glance from the fighting dog, a glimmer of interest flashing in its eyes. The bandits of the Eastern Fire Country indeed had fallen into misfortune, having attracted the attention of Danzo. As Knight emerged from the designated exit of Konoha, he felt an exhilarating sense of freedom, akin to a fish leaping in vast seas or a bird soaring in the boundless sky. However, this sensation was fleeting. Knight understood that in this brutal and twisted world, where killing was done without a second thought, survival required a heart of iron. Even the sunlit Naruto of the original story bore the weight of lives lost. This was the fate of ninjas like Knight and his comrades. With a swift leap onto the trees crafted by Hashirama Senju, Knight marveled at the power of the god of shinobi. The sheer ability to reshape the geographical landscape was awe-inspiring, rendering one powerless in comparison. Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha, two fearsome figures. Knight sighed softly. Yet his form sliced through the air with remarkable speed, heading towards his destination. The entirety of Konoha was engulfed in a lush forest. And after a considerable walk of over 10 minutes, he finally reached the borders of the village. Adopting the posture of a ninja on the move, Knight felt a sense of absurdity wash over him, but he knew he must adapt to this new world. 3 days later, in a mountain stronghold in the eastern fire country, a wild feast was underway. The bandit leader, his second-in-command, and their third-in-command gathered together with a throng of ruthless bandits in the square, cheering and howling with fervor. Each face was adorned with a terrifying, grotesque smile, their eyes radiating an unapproachable green light, as insatiable greed permeated the atmosphere, lending an eerie quality to the celebration. At the center of the bonfire stood 2 stout iron poles, arranged in a gate-like formation, from which hung 7 or 8 children. Their faces, scorched by the searing flames, were cracked and bleeding, resembling ripe apples, as they struggled amidst tears and anguish. Not far from these children, a group of adults was similarly bound. They had become mere vessels for the bandits' violent outbursts, subjected to brutal beatings and torment, a grotesque display of cruelty. The anguished screams of men echoed, while the whimpers of children filled the air, their skin peeling from the flames. The soft sounds of girls weeping melded. The chest of the knight was instantly filled with rage, a fiery surge igniting within him, transforming his eyes into a vivid crimson. Veins of blood coursed through his gaze, reminiscent of the Uchiha clan, emanating an unimaginable malevolence that was utterly terrifying. He had never conceived that such darkness could exist in this world, a darkness so profound that it rendered him breathless, suffocating him with dizziness. The scene before him struck him profoundly. Despite his preparations to confront the harsh realities of this world, aware of the oppression, darkness, deceit, and turmoil it harbored, he found himself unable to withstand the weight of its authenticity when it unfolded before him. Everything he had envisioned, his worldview and philosophy of life, crumbled completely. You wretched beings, meet your demise. See, Wei, Shun, Hai Wuyin. Fire style, great fireball technique. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. With a flurry of hand gestures, he wove intricate seals at an astonishing pace, completing 8 in a mere 2 seconds. Instantly, an incandescent radiance illuminated the entire firmament, shattering the nocturnal tranquility with the unleashed fury of 1,000 thunderbolts. Chirp! The brigands were momentarily blinded by a searing flash, followed by an intense tingling sensation and excruciating pain. An acrid smell of burning flesh permeated the air as they succumbed to unconsciousness, collapsing to the ground. The brilliance was fleeting, but in that instant, at least 20 bandits were vanquished. The great fireball technique slammed into the ranks of the brigands, unleashing harrowing screams as the flames consumed them. The sizzling sound of burning flesh filling the air with a morbid aroma. The great fireball carved a path through the bandit ranks, unstoppable in its advance. Those who stood in its way were reduced to charred corpses by the terrifying heat. 2 ninjutsu techniques had instantly cleared a path, and Knight, like a demon of the dark, inspired fear in all who beheld him. Damn it! How did a ninja suddenly appear? The bandit leader, his face etched with apprehension, cursed under his breath as he eyed Knight warily. Charge! He's just one man. I refuse to believe he can stand against all of us. Despite the ninja's presence, the bandit leader, a hardened veteran accustomed to life on the edge, rallied his men. The Knight dares to strike against him, and he, in turn, dares to strike against the Night Cloud. To think he would dare to lay a hand upon me. Well, it seems you have yet to grasp the terror of a ninja. Since that is the case, let me demonstrate to you what true power entails. Upon witnessing this, the Knight let out a cold laugh, and with a powerful thrust of his foot, he shot forth like an arrow released from its bow, hurtling towards the mountain bandit. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code For 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. In recent years, Yu has diligently honed his ninjutsu skills while steadfastly maintaining his physical training. He profoundly comprehends the significance of possessing formidable physical prowess. Simultaneously, the Jiang Jinjing ceaselessly transforms his body, ensuring that his physical training remains on par with his ninjutsu practice. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Knight wove the hand seals once more, inhaling deeply as his abdomen swelled, a testament to the formidable energy coalescing within his chest. Fire style, fire torrent. He intoned silently. A deluge of flaming fists, each imbued with the force to dent steel, descended upon the brigands before him, engulfing a 10-meter radius. Boom, boom. The fiery onslaught hammered the bandits, sending them hurtling backward amidst the sickening crunch of fractured ribs. Injuries that would either prove fatal or leave them grievously wounded. Perish, the brigand chief, having stealthily positioned himself behind Knight, swung his greatsword in a devastating overhead arc clang. As the knight turned, it collided with a fierce intensity, igniting a flurry of sparks. As if the darkness behind possessed eyes, the crisp sound of metal clashing resonated in the ears of the bandit leader, filling him with dread. It seemed you have yet to truly grasp the essence of fear. Suddenly, a terrifying force erupted from my arm, sending the bandit leader hurtling away. I retreated swiftly, my long sword clenched in my mouth, my hands transforming into a chaotic blur. Meanwhile, chakra surged within me like a roaring tempest, a low rumble echoing that struck fear into the heart. The sequence of 13 seals, Zi, Hai, Wei, Mao, Chun, Wu, Si, Shun, Yu, Chun, Wu, Hai, Ren, was completed in a mere 3 seconds. The longer the seals, the greater the potency of the ninjutsu. This was the consensus among ninjas. Upon finishing the seals, my aura surged, rivaling that of a special jonin. Repent for your sins against the innocent, I declared coldly. Lightning release, furious thunder tiger. As the words left my lips, a torrent of electricity erupted from my being, coalescing into a thunderous tiger, its form enveloped in crackling lightning that illuminated the night sky. With a roar that echoed through the air, the thunder tiger charged with tremendous speed toward the bandits. Help! 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 The moment the thunder tiger crashed into the ranks of the bandits, a cacophony of agonizing screams erupted, as countless brigands were sent flying like charred remnants, lifeless. The night was overwhelmingly intense, instilling dread in the hearts of the brigands. They finally grasped the reality that they were no match for the night. Wishing they had more legs to escape. At that moment, neither treasures nor women mattered. Survival was their only desire. However, escape was not so easily attained. Lightning release, earth walk. Spiderweb-like lightning rapidly overtook the fleeing bandits, ensnaring their bodies and delivering the chilling call of death. To expose your backs to the enemy shows a profound lack of judgment, Knight uttered with disdain, as he unleashed a sword aura that felled 3 bandits. Thwack! This was a night of unrest. Within the confines of the bandit camp, a one-sided slaughter was underway, the perpetrator being a mere 10-year-old boy. The fallen amassed, their blood staining the earth crimson, forming rivers that carried the corpses of those who died with wide, horrified eyes. The pervasive stench of blood was nauseating. None managed to escape beyond the camp's entrance. They all succumbed within the camp, falling one by one with resentment and fear. In the stillness of the night, the individuals met their demise without a flicker of resistance, utterly paralyzed by the terror that enveloped them. Beneath the serene night sky, only the haunting laughter of the night remains, sending shivers down one's spine. Chapter 7. The Transformation After the Carnage. 1. Ultimately, the massacre concluded with the complete annihilation of the mountain bandits, and the night emerged as if it had risen from a pool of blood. A living embodiment of a blood-soaked azura, striking fear into the hearts of all. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. The knight suddenly collapsed to the ground, gasping for air, his complexion rapidly paling. And beads of sweat the size of mung beans emerged on his forehead, plopping onto the ground with a sound. Although he had grown formidable compared to his peers, in the grand tapestry of the ninja world, he remained painfully weak. To survive in this realm, such strength was woefully insufficient. Leaning on his body, he reflected. The night of the Ninetales incident had imparted a harsh truth about the cruelty of the ninja world. Without relentless effort, he could easily become a mere background character, sacrificed without a name, and should the third Hokage's eyes open, perhaps his name would be etched upon the Konoha memorial stone. But that was merely a possibility. He despised entrusting his fate to others. Destiny should lie firmly in his own hands. In the earlier stages, things were manageable. His combat prowess was relatively normal, with the rank of a Kage representing the pinnacle of this world. Even elite jonin like Kakashi could command respect. However, as the narrative progressed, increasingly formidable and even godlike ninjas emerged. The Rinnegan-wielding Nagato, the legendary Uchiha Obito, the infamous Madara Uchiha, and ultimately, the fearsome Kagaya Otsutsuki. Such apocalyptic strength was far beyond what an ordinary Kage could withstand. With his current abilities, he could only expect to serve as cannon fodder. The ever-advancing plot of the Naruto world loomed over him like the sword of Damocles, compelling him to strive relentlessly forward. To stagnate was to court death. According to the later power dynamics within the Naruto universe, he would need to attain at least the strength of the fourth Raikage or Jiraiya in Sage mode to ensure his own safety. Otherwise, his security was far from guaranteed. Did one not see how even Kakashi, with his Kage-level strength, could only bully weaklings in the Fourth Great Ninja War? When faced with a slightly stronger adversary, he was rendered ineffective. Every man possesses his own dignity, and Knight was no exception. He aspired to carve out a distinctive existence in this world. He refused to accept a future akin to those bandits or the oppressed civilians subjugated by them. That was all he desired. Ugh. The visage of the Knight underwent a sudden transformation as a tide of nausea surged within his stomach, culminating in a violent expulsion of bile-tinged vomit. The act of taking a life for the first time proved to be a visceral experience. Though initially suppressed by rage, the feeling of revulsion now overwhelmed him. Nevertheless, this act of violence had wrought a profound change within Knight Loud. If he had once been a dull blade, he was now a sharpened one, radiating a subtle but palpable aura of lethal intent, setting him apart from the common man. The notion that a first kill leaves one unchanged was clearly a fallacy. The overwhelming scent of blood triggered an involuntary upheaval in Knight's stomach. However, it was through such brutal acts that one could rapidly mature. Despite the shadowy nature of Root, its methods undeniably accelerated growth. Knight rose, retrieved a sealing scroll, and severed the heads of the three bandit leaders, sealing them within. This was an indispensable emblem of his mission's completion. Root. Mission Room. This is the scroll for the bandit extermination mission, Knight stated impassively, presenting the bloodstained scroll to a figure masked with a gray elephant visage. The figure acknowledged Knight with a nod before lapsing into silence. Knight turned to leave. For Root valued efficiency above all else. Lord Danzo, I have returned. Though Knight detested the formality, he was compelled to adhere to it, recognizing the power of protocol. Indeed. You completed the mission in merely 6 days. Excellent. Blue, my judgment has not failed me. Continue to strive, Danzo remarked with a subtle nod, his eyes emitting a chilling aura. As it should be, Knight responded, his tone even and devoid of emotion. Very well, take a day of respite. And resume your missions on the morrow, Danzo instructed. Understood. After a single sound of the night, he swiftly retreated. I've truly stumbled upon a gem in the form of Hoshigaki Yura. Saratobi, you could never have anticipated that I would acquire a talent rivaling that of Kakashi. The position of Hokage is as good as mine. Danzo's eyes gleamed with pride, laced with a hint of malice. Truly, it was impossible to perceive the warmth of sunlight in him. As long as I have control over Lu Wan, Wei, and Mingyi, Uru, I have no fear that you will not be of service to me, Danzo remarked with a sinister smile. Were Yura to learn of Danzo's previous comments, he would undoubtedly confront him immediately, for these three individuals comprised some of the few family members he had in this world. TCH, what a miserly old fox. After all this toil, he only grants me a mere 100 merit points. Yura thought, making his way to the ninjutsu room, unable to suppress his disdain. However, he consoled himself with the thought that he could finally learn a ninjutsu he had long coveted. Upon presenting his credentials, Yoru entered the ninjutsu room, navigating with ease to the lightning scroll section, ascending to the upper shelves. If his guess was correct, there should be a scaled-down version of a lightning release defensive technique from the Cloud Village. Once he mastered this ninjutsu, he was confident that his strength would ascend to new heights. Found you, lightning release armor. After a thorough search, a slightly damaged scroll came into view, and Yoru's heart leaped with joy as he quickly retrieved it. The advantage of being within Root was that merit points allowed access to ninjutsu. Unlike the public domain, where learning anything beyond the sealing scrolls techniques was exceedingly rare, even Kakashi faced similar challenges, or he wouldn't need to copy others' techniques. The reason for borrowing others' ninjutsu was that acquiring new techniques on his own was a daunting task. Lightning Release Armor, a D-rank ninjutsu. It forms a layer of electrical current around the user for protection, lacking offensive capability, costing 100 merit points. Upon unrolling the scroll, such text met Yoru's gaze. Yet, he had no intention of merely reading it. The reason he exchanged his hard-earned merit points for what appeared to be a rather useless ninjutsu was to glean insights from its mechanics. In terms of enhancing his strength, this ninjutsu offered him no advantage. Simultaneously, the fact that such a scroll required 100 merit points pained him, were it not for his need to reference it. He would never have been so reckless. After all, every bit counted. Chapter 9, Transformation After Slaughter. 3. A D-rank ninjutsu demands 100 merit points, let alone the preceding techniques. An A-rank ninjutsu requires at least 100,000 merit points, necessitating the elimination of numerous jonin or the completion of several S-rank missions to accumulate such points. Even jonin find this a challenging feat to ensure a one-hit kill. One must master 1 or 2 S-rank techniques, which implies undertaking hundreds of S-rank missions. The difficulty is formidable. Not everyone possesses the formidable record of Kakashi Hitaki in executing S-rank missions. The vast majority of jonin go their entire lives without mastering a single S-rank technique. Although Yora could not fathom the third Hokage's motives for withholding the sealing scroll or failing to teach common ninjutsu to the shinobi, he felt that this approach had its merits. Challenges breed pressure. In the struggle for survival, people strive fervently, continually climbing, enhancing their strength for the sake of ninjutsu. This, in turn, fortifies the village and fosters a culture of diligence. Yoru believed that Konoha was comparatively benevolent. Other villages withheld even the basic three-body technique from their lower-ranked shinobi. Come forth, my unique ninjutsu, lightning release armor, and shine with your own brilliance. In his private quarters, Yora laid down the scroll of lightning armor, and a spark ignited in his eyes as he formed a hand seal, enveloped entirely by crackling electricity. Surrounding him was an orange barrier, a soundproofing technique. A rather ordinary sealing ninjutsu. ZZZZT. The entire room illuminated, and Yoru felt akin to a scion transforming, his body completely enshrouded in lightning, his hair standing on end. Oh, what a comforting sensation. Is this the power of the modified lightning release armor? It feels quite remarkable. It seems my direction was not misguided. At this rate of chakra consumption, it should withstand the onslaught of a Chunin's techniques. Enveloped in the lightning release armor, Yoru experienced an unprecedented sense of security, his entire being tingling with exhilaration. Having long envied the fourth Reikage technique while watching anime, he finally achieved his wish, validating his 2 years of diligent research and effort. Exhaling in relief, Yoru removed the lightning armor. The road ahead is long, yet I have firmly taken my first step. Clenching his fist, confidence filled his gaze. However, in comparison to A's lightning release armor, his was undeniably inferior, capable of resisting the terrifying Susanoo of Sasuke, while his would likely shatter with a single blow. As Knight contemplated the formidable power wielded by the fourth Reikage, a chill swept over him, extinguishing the flicker of pride that had just ignited within. He reminded himself to persevere. The potential of lightning release armor was vast, and complacency was not an option. Onward, Higurashi Knight, he encouraged himself. With that, he settled cross-legged and began to circulate the 9-sun scripture, refining his chakra. For him, every moment was precious. There was no time to squander, and he must seize every opportunity for cultivation. After 6 days of arduous travel, he also needed to alleviate the fatigue in his body, and the 9-sun scripture was perfectly suited for this purpose. Thus, time flowed on as Knight immersed himself in his training for an entire day. Remarkably, he felt no weariness. Instead, he experienced a refreshing clarity, his spirit buoyant. What task will you assign me today, Danzo? He mused silently, reflecting on the thrill he had discovered in the aftermath of that night's slaughter. He was uncertain whether this inclination towards violence was a blessing or a curse. Yet he understood that as long as he maintained control, he would not be consumed by bloodlust. Lord Danzo, I have arrived, Knight announced softly, kneeling before Danzo. Very well. Danzo replied tersely, tossing a scroll to Knight. This is your mission for today. Chapter 10, Assassination Mission 1. Upon seeing the scroll, Knight promptly picked it up and unfurled it, only to be met with shock as he read the task detailed within, his eyes widening and breath quickening. Lon, do you have any objections to this mission? Danzo's expression darkened suddenly, his gaze piercing. No objections, Lord Danzo. I assure you I will complete the task. Understanding Danzo's nature, Knight responded respectfully, though inwardly, he clenched his teeth in trepidation. Knight understood that if he did not comply, he would likely be eliminated by Danzo. After all, Danzo sought only obedient subordinates, rather than those who might pose a threat to him. Shimura Danzo was precisely such a person, cold-blooded and ruthless. Well, I am quite pleased with your understanding. Off you go. Upon hearing this, Danzo immediately displayed a satisfied smile and waved Knight away, his expression shifting faster than turning a page. Your subordinate takes his leave. Knight clasped his fists in respect and vanished like a fleeting shadow. Eliminate the B-rank rogue ninja IRI. The scroll Danzo had given Knight bore only these few blood-red characters. It was no wonder that Knight felt overwhelmed. Such a task placed immense pressure upon him. He was merely a Jinin, and although he possessed the strength of a Chunin, that did not equate to the ability to contend with ninjas of the same rank. Chunin possessed greater experience, chakra reserves, and the potency of their jutsu far surpassed Knight's. Assigning such a mission to Knight was tantamount to sending him to his doom. Damn it, old fox, remember this. If I ever rise above, I will take you down. Knight cursed inwardly. With a decade remaining before the official storyline commenced, he had only 10 years to diligently enhance his abilities. Knight had meticulously charted his path for the next 10 years. By 15, he aimed to attain the rank of Jounin or possess Jounin-level strength. By 20, he aspired to surpass the level of a Kage and become a formidable force. And by 25, he envisioned himself as a master akin to the Fourth Raikage, capable of vanquishing Kage-level adversaries. In the original narrative, Naruto Uzumaki transformed from an inconsequential troublemaker to a superpower at the pinnacle of the ninja world in a mere 3 years. According to Knight's plan, by the time he reached the strength of a Kage, the story would already be nearing its climax. However, should he wish to attain the prowess of someone like the Fourth Raikage, the tale would likely have reached its conclusion. To possess the strength for self-preservation after the plot began, he needed to exert even greater effort, striving to reach the level of the Fourth Raikage by the age of 23. Consequently, Knight constantly felt immense pressure, unwilling to allow himself to slacken. He feared that if he became complacent, he would never regain his previous drive. In a mere 3 years, Naruto achieved what might take Knight 30 or 40 years, or perhaps even a lifetime, to accomplish. He would not concede defeat. IRI, a Chunin from Konoha, had defected in the 49th year of the Hidden Leaf and fled to the Land of Earth, currently operating in the northern region of the Land of Fire. He was proficient in water techniques and adept with the blade. The scroll contained scant information about IRI. After perusing it, Knight could only think, Danzo, you truly overestimate me. Yet there was no recourse. Words once spoken were as irretrievable as spilled water. Though the Knight may lack certainty, one must bravely forge ahead. Chapter 11. The Assassination Mission, 2. In the current predicament, it appears that I have no choice but to resort to some tactics. Yet, it pains me to part with the explosive tags I have painstakingly accumulated. After all this effort, I have only managed to gather a handful, and I hope they won't all be consumed. Knight clutched her chest, her delicate face contorted in anguish as she spoke. Meanwhile, at the Konoha orphanage, a rather trivial incident for Konoha proved intolerable for Knight. A group of affluent youths had the audacity to bully Minji, Luran, and Wei. They even attempted to harass Wei, but were thwarted by the combined efforts of Minji and Luran. However, the two inevitably faced a brutal beating from the crowd. As the director of the orphanage, Yukushi Nanoyu could not remain indifferent to such occurrences. Although her presence tempered the arrogance of these children, their verbal attacks did not wane. They continued to jeer, calling the orphans outsiders who knew neither gratitude nor decorum, and hurling insults about their parentless status. Some even threatened to instill fear in Wei, declaring that unless she remained confined within the orphanage's walls for life, such incidents would undoubtedly recur. Yukushi Nanoyu herself bore the brunt of the altercation, receiving several kicks and even a punch to the face. These misguided youths were oblivious to the sacrifices made by others that afforded them their comfortable lives. They would remain forever ungrateful, seeking validation only through the suffering of others. As privileged children of Konoha, they felt entitled to belittle Wei and her fellow orphans. What might seem a mere jest to them could leave lasting emotional scars on others. Unbeknownst to Knight, if he were to learn of the bullying faced by Wei, He would likely unleash a fury that would leave the perpetrators unrecognizable. In the northern region of the Fire Country, Lord Ely, we must depart. The Fire Country is fraught with danger. A youth spoke to Ely, who was seated beside a pile of firewood in a cave. Indeed, let us be on our way. Ely replied, extinguishing the fire before exiting the cave. Ely was a man in his 30s, standing at approximately 1.6 meters, with a somewhat stout build. 2 scars marred his right eye, which bore a sinister and vigilant gaze. His sparse hair hung behind him, and he wore a tattered garment with a forehead protector marked by a slash. A large knife hung at his waist, emanating a faint aura of menace. Not far from him, Knight hid cautiously, observing Ely through reconnaissance equipment. So this is Ely. He seems quite formidable. Knight refrained from staring too long at his adversary, aware that prolonged scrutiny might reveal his presence. This man was indeed a challenging opponent. Caution was paramount. Knight thought to himself, stealing another glance at Ely. Judging by his appearance, he seemed to be heading towards the land of rice. Could it be that he intends to defect to Orochimaru? If that is the case, the situation would be dire. The mere thought of Orochimaru, a formidable foe he felt utterly incapable of confronting, weighed heavily on Knight's mind. Chapter 12. The Assassination Mission 3. After all, it was Orochimaru who first thrust him into a life-and-death crisis. The sheer magnitude of Orochimaru's power was indeed overwhelming for Knight. It seems I must exercise even greater caution. Should he truly align himself with Orochimaru, the difficulty of this mission would escalate tremendously. If I fail, that old coot Danzo will not let me off easily. Knight resolved, knowing that neither Danzo nor Orochimaru were foes he could afford to provoke at this juncture. Danzo, you have certainly posed an intricate challenge for me. Knight cursed inwardly. What is this? It feels as though someone is watching me. Am I imagining things? Yet, why has my right eyelid been twitching since earlier? This is not a good omen. Ely suddenly halted, rubbing his eye. As the saying goes, the left eye signifies fortune, while the right foretells disaster. The twitching of his right eyelid was indeed an ominous sign, yet after discreetly surveying his surroundings, he found no cause for alarm. I hope it is merely my imagination. Ely was not a sensory-type ninja, and after several minutes of observing without noticing anything unusual, he ceased his vigilance. As for his defection from Konoha, it stemmed from his belief that the village failed to provide him with what he desired. His sacrifices were not met with commensurate rewards, freedom, strength, and jutsu, to name a few. Ely's aptitude was lacking, evidenced by the fact that he had only just attained the rank of Chunin in his 30s. What formidable jutsu could a Chunin possess? A few B-rank techniques at best, all requiring immense dedication and effort, qualities that Ely did not possess. Whoosh! In a sudden blink, Yi vanished from his original position, reappearing 10 meters away as he swiftly sprinted towards a specific location, having gathered all the necessary intelligence. To confront Ely, he required preparation. Although Ely was merely a Ch-Nin, he was nonetheless a formidable adversary. In the original narrative, Ch-Nin seemed inconsequential, much like mere fodder, lacking any noteworthy presence. However, this was only because they faced overwhelmingly powerful opponents, often on the level of Orochimaru. It would be absurd to categorize them as trifling. Yet, for Yi at this moment, a Ch-Nin represented a significant threat. After all, he was merely a genin possessing Ch-Nin level strength. Ely-sama, why do wars exist in this world? Why can't people simply sit down and converse? Asked Zhang Qilong, who had unexpectedly posed the question during their journey. It is merely a matter of unbalanced interests. Zhang Qilong, remember this. As long as there are people in this world, wars will never cease. Ninjas are but the offspring of conflict, which is precisely why the powerful can summon us at will and dismiss us just as easily. Ely remarked with a hint of self-mockery. Oh, so if one day someone could bring an end to this war, would that mean Ely-sama would no longer have to flee? Zhang Qilong lifted his head, gazing at Ely with hopeful eyes, eagerly awaiting his response. Zhang Qilong, rest assured, that day shall never come. Even the legendary sage of the Six Paths, Senju Hashirama, a figure of immense power, could not usher in peace for the ninja world. Where, pray tell, could one find a ninja mightier than he? Ely responded with hearty laughter, his words unmistakably indicating that Zhang Qilong's thoughts were nothing more than a fanciful dream. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qilong lowered his head in disappointment. His spirits dampened as he silently trailed behind Ely. Observing this, Ely shook his head and fell into silence, continuing their journey. Step, 2 steps, 3 steps. In the forest, you melded seamlessly with the surroundings, feeling a surge of anxiety as Ely approached a bend in the path, his fists instinctively clenching. It must hit. You silently prayed. However, he remained oblivious to the unusual glint in Zhang Shilong's eyes. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed, and a blinding light erupted from the forest, shaking the earth itself as a towering mushroom cloud ascended into the sky, fierce winds swirling and bending trees, creating a cacophony of sound. Frightened birds took flight, painting a breathtaking tableau. Did I succeed? He muttered to himself, grappling with an overwhelming sense of unreality. Chapter 13. The Grueling Conflict. 1. Whoosh. Suddenly, a shadow imbued with deadly intent pierced through the haze, hurtling towards Ye's head. I knew it wouldn't be that simple, Yi thought, the weight in his chest dissipating as he leapt to evade the attack. Indeed, it was impossible for a Nin-level warrior to be defeated by mere explosive tags. Throughout the dodging, you reflected on the original story where Nara Shikamaru, despite his Nin status, managed to vanquish Haiden, an elite jonin, solely due to Haiden's own recklessness and the protagonist's extraordinary abilities. In the presence of someone as intelligent as Nara Shikamaru, revealing one's skills entirely was tantamount to courting death. What enabled him to defeat Asuma was his bizarre abilities and his immortality. Yet, once Haiden's weaknesses were discerned by Nara Shikamaru, he was swiftly defeated. Of course, had another equally astute individual been pitted against Haiden, they would likely have met their demise before even capitalizing on Haiden's vulnerabilities. This was simply because Nara Shikamaru was one of the main characters, nothing more. Huh. That was quite a close call. I didn't expect you to be so young. As the smoke dissipated, Ely finally got a clear look at Yi, expressing his surprise with admiration. Huh. Age bears no relation to strength. Though I harbor no enmity towards you, I must claim your life. Yi was never one for verbosity, drawing his short blade and charging at Ely. This blade, fashioned in the style of a sword, was made of pure steel, perfectly straight, emanating a chilling gleam. A shallow groove ran along the blade's length, with the tip curving slightly upwards, inscribed with the words Night Moon. This was Ye's favorite blade model from his past life. A compact version of a tang sword, particularly suited for assassination while still possessing formidable capabilities in direct combat, and was simple to wield. Swish. The night sky collided with the kunai, producing a piercing roar as sparks flew. Water release. Water dragon bullet. Ely repelled the darkness, tossing the kunai skyward while rapidly forming hand seals. A vast amount of chakra surged frantically beneath him. Lightning release. Furious thunder tiger. Realizing Eli's capabilities, the knight summoned his most formidable lightning technique to counter. With a crackle, a fierce thunderous tiger materialized behind him, illuminating the shadowy forest. Simultaneously, Eli completed his hand seals, and a torrent of water the size of a large barrel appeared behind him. Numerous streams converged and compressed, forming the head of a small dragon. With a roar, the dragon surged forth like lightning, sending a chill down the spine of the knight. Let me witness how water release withstands lightning release. He commanded the Thunder Tiger to charge towards the imminent water dragon. With a resounding crash, the Thunder Tiger collided fiercely with the water dragon, triggering a violent shockwave, with sparks and water splattering everywhere. Yet, to the knight's astonishment, Eli's reflexes were remarkably swift. As the lightning coursed through the water dragon towards him, he vanished with a resounding pop, leaving behind only a smoking piece of wood. It was indeed one of the essential techniques taught in the Leaf Village, the body replacement technique. In a flash, sensing something amiss, the knight swiftly turned, brandishing a short blade defensively. Suddenly, Eli materialized before him, holding a kunai reversed in his grip, aimed directly at his head. Chapter 14. The Grueling Battle. 2. I didn't expect your reflexes to be this quick. Yet, it is a pity, had your experience been a tad more profound, I might have truly fallen to your prowess today. Eli's strength surged unexpectedly, forcing the knight into a disadvantageous position. Before he could react, a whip-like kick rapidly magnified in his vision and struck heavily against his chest, sending him flying through the air. The knight rushed forth like a sandbag, swiftly piercing the air before colliding violently with a tree, shattering its trunk, which was wide enough for a person to embrace. Cough. Phew. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Knight let out a pained cry, his complexion instantly paling. Although he had anticipated the disparity in experience between himself and Ely, he could never have imagined it would be so vast. Whoosh. Ely glided across the water's surface like a figure skater, swiftly advancing towards Knight. Ready to unleash another blade of water at any moment, the water sliced through the air. As expected, Knight had no time to react before Ely charged right in front of him, raising his leg to unleash a sharp blade of water. This very blade plunged Knight into a life-and-death crisis. Damn it, do not underestimate me. Lightning release, lightning armor. In this dire moment, Knight's potential surged forth, and his hands broke through the previous limitation of forming seals at a rate of 4 in a second. What once took 3 seconds to complete was now accomplished in a mere second, enveloping him in a tempest of violent lightning. Boom. Yet, Knight was still forcefully hurled away, unable to even activate his body flicker technique. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth and maintained the lightning armor, though the lightning armor did significantly reduce the damage he sustained. As it was one of his initial uses, the lightning coursing through him was wildly uncontrollable, surging across the ground like a net, ensnaring both combatants. Hiss. Ely, standing atop the water, suddenly cried out in pain as several sparks of electricity flickered across his body. He had been affected by Knight's lightning armor. Cursed be this guy. He is a lightning-type ninja, perfectly countering me, even if his power is inferior. I cannot underestimate him. Realizing this, Ely hastily dispelled his jutsu and retreated swiftly. Cough, cough. Huh. Now, this is the pressure one expects from a ch-nin-level ninja. It feels overwhelmingly intense, yet I relish this sense of challenge. Knight rose from the ground, gasping for breath, his eyes locked onto Ely, brimming with fighting spirit. Whoosh. In the state of lightning armor, Knight's offensive power and speed received a terrifying augmentation. His body flicker technique was now at least 3 to 4 times faster than usual. Lightning release, false darkness. Suddenly, Night Cloud appeared above Ely, and with hands already forming seals, opened his mouth to unleash a bolt of lightning with astonishing speed. Damn, Ely dared not counter with seals. He could only resort to the body flicker technique to evade. Chapter 15, The Difficult Battle. 3. In an instant, the tide of battle shifted. Just moments ago, Ely had managed to put Knight in such a precarious position due to his superior experience. However, now, because of the elemental disadvantage, he was reluctant to confront Knight directly. This effectively leveled the playing field between them. Alas, what could he do? He possessed only water-type chakra and had not mastered any other elemental ninjutsu. Lightning release, Earth Walk. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The Knight did not miss the opportunity. With swift hands, it formed seals and unleashed a bolt of lightning that sent Ely flying. Ha. However, after executing these 2 ninjutsu, the Knight found itself gasping for breath, supporting its weight on its knees, the pallor of exhaustion evident on its face. Beads of sweat cascading down like raindrops. Only 40% of chakra remained. It must be conserved. The Knight murmured after inspecting its chakra levels. Influenced by the 9 Yang true scriptures, its chakra volume was thrice that of an average ch-nin, infinitely approaching that of a j-nin, which was the foundation for its audacity to unleash the Thunder Tiger. With the hand seals of Earth walking, the Knight resumed its stance. Who? Meanwhile, Ely rose from the ground, equally gasping for air, sweat pouring down as if he had just emerged from water. Lightning release, Earth walking. Observing the situation, the Knight swiftly formed seals once more, pressing heavily onto the ground. The electric current surged across the surface of the water, racing toward Ely, offering him no chance to evade. Crash. Yet, when the lightning struck Ely, he astonishingly transformed into a pool of water, dissipating into the air. What? The Knight widened its eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, Water release, water-piercing spear. At that moment, Ely's voice suddenly echoed behind the Knight, accompanied by an intense sense of danger. A water-blue spear hurtled through the air, striking the Knight and sending it flying. Thud. It felt as though it had been struck by a hammer. The immense force left it feeling suffocated, and it coughed up a mouthful of blood. Moreover, the lightning armor enveloping its body vanished due to the overwhelming power. When exactly did this happen? Knight gritted his teeth, halting his retreat and carving a long trench into the earth, a sight both alarming and formidable. Indeed. It was the moment you were struck that I activated my technique. As a water-type ninja, any place with water transforms into my battlefield. You have been rather careless. Ely exhaled deeply and chuckled. Whoosh. Therefore, I bid you farewell. A person like you must not be allowed to thrive, for should you grow, you would undoubtedly become a nightmare for the ninja world. Ely activated his body flicker technique, appearing before Knight and unleashing 2 fiery projectiles. It goes without saying that there is only one item capable of producing such an effect, an explosive tag. What a joke. Upon realizing this, Knight's eyes widened in terror. Yet he had no time to evade. Whoosh. As flames erupted from the ground, Illy transformed into an illusion and vanished from sight. With his chakra reserves, he could only utilize the body flicker technique a limited number of times. Boom. A thunderous roar resonated throughout the forest, a blinding light surged upward, rapidly evaporating the water on the ground, while the terrifying heat scorched the leaves, turning them a sickly yellow. Even the nearby trees were uprooted and sent flying. The earth itself was blasted into a gigantic crater, and trees further away bent low, their leaves trembling and rustling in fear. Who? Illy reappeared 50 meters from the explosion site, suddenly collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath, his complexion as pale as death. Chapter 16. Successful Kill 1. In such a violent explosion, that little brat must have been reduced to ashes. Even a Janine could not withstand such a horrific detonation. Illy muttered to himself, yet he remained vigilant. In a ninja battle, victory or defeat can be determined in an instant. One must never let down their guard until the enemy's demise is unequivocally confirmed. Nevertheless, it is quite unfortunate for Kenshiro to have met his end in such a manner. I had intended for you to become a gift for my allegiance to Orochimaru, but it seems I must seek another. Illy gazed at the lifeless body of Shichiro, whose eyes were wide with disbelief, revealing no trace of sorrow within his own. However, even if that boy survived, he would likely be grievously injured. Best to proceed with caution first. Illy cautiously approached the center of the explosion, and what met his eyes was a gruesome scene of severed limbs and blood, instantly easing his tension. After further investigation, he could confidently ascertain that Knight had indeed perished. I must admit, you were the most gifted youth I have encountered. Had you matured, you would have undoubtedly become a pillar of Konoha. Alas, you never had the chance to grow. Illy could not help but acknowledge Knight's remarkable combat aptitude, witnessing his progress with each passing second. However, a genius who has not matured poses no real threat. Whoosh. Illy propelled himself forcefully into the branches, landing on one before leaping to another tree, swiftly covering a distance of over 10 meters. Yet, just as he took his 5th step, a colossal fireball, 5 meters in diameter, shot towards him from below, emanating a terrifying heat that warped the very air, causing leaves to wither and hiss as they evaporated. The timing of this fireball was impeccable, striking just as he had leapt, leaving him without leverage to escape. Who could it be? Faced with this sudden assault, Illy reacted without hesitation, swiftly forming seals and inhaling deeply before unleashing a torrent of water that collided violently with the fireball. Sizzle! Water and fire clashed, producing a fierce reaction that erupted into a blinding steam, enveloping the two in an unbearable heat, the air thick with discomfort. Who on earth is attacking me? That little brat should have perished. Under such an explosion, survival was beyond possibility. Illy analyzed, but just as this thought crossed his mind, a pure white light suddenly pierced through the steam, illuminating his vision. Lightning release, earth walk. A voice emerged from the mist, radiating an aura of lethal intent. This is bad. The instant Illy heard that voice, his expression shifted dramatically. He inwardly cursed, attempting to retreat, only to find the lightning already upon him. Too late to evade. The dense bolts of lightning enveloped him like a spider's web, the powerful electricity coursing through his body, wreaking havoc on his meridians and gradually robbing him of his mobility. Even with Illy's resolute spirit, he could not suppress a cry of pain. The violent strikes of lightning generated immense heat, causing his body to emit a foul, charred odor, the acrid scent overwhelming, while singed scars marred his skin, rendering him akin to a wounded deer. Damn it! Illy gritted his teeth and cursed loudly, yet he was powerless to move, forced to watch as a figure, not even half his height, approached him with alarming speed. Chapter 17. Successful Kill 2. Farewell, Illy. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Without a moment's hesitation, Knight swiftly drew his short blade across Eli's neck, severing his head and sealing it within a specialized scroll of the root. Exhausted, Knight collapsed to the ground, limbs splayed, gasping for air as his vision blurred. What an arduous battle, he muttered, his voice strained. Only 30% of my chakra remains, and my body feels as though it's about to disintegrate. 3 ribs are fractured. I'll likely be bedridden for days. He grimaced, gingerly touching the dent in his chest. Even the slightest pressure sent lances of pain through him. Knight was acutely aware of the sheer luck involved in eliminating Eli. Had Eli not been deceived by his illusion and disguise techniques, had Eli not been so eager to join Orochimaru that he neglected thorough reconnaissance, had Eli known about his mastery of lightning release, and had the mist not obscured the battlefield, he would have been the one to perish. It was a confluence of fortunate circumstances that allowed him to vanquish Eli and successfully complete his mission. However, as the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. Or in this case, those with Knight's luck. Silence once again enveloped the forest, with only the remnants on the ground bearing witness to the events that had transpired. 5 days later, within the Roots organization's recuperation chamber, lying on the bed, Knight was wrapped in bandages, his complexion gradually regaining some color. He had returned 2 days prior. And at the moment of task handover, he distinctly observed the astonishment in his squad leader's eyes. Akin to a fighting dog, surprised that he could actually defeat an adversary of Eli's caliber. The commendation bestowed upon him by Danzo was simply not bad. While this might not sound like an extravagant praise, it is noteworthy that Danzo seldom offers compliments lightly. Thus, not bad is indeed a significant accolade. Regardless of others' beliefs, the nearly fatal injuries Knight endured were undeniable. Consequently, he was granted 5 days of medical leave, which naturally incited envy among his peers. It is well known that in the Root organization, vacations are a rarity, only granted with special approval from Danzo. Had it not been for my famed maneuver, diverting his attention with a fire technique, it is likely I would not have so easily vanquished him. Lying on the hospital bed, Knight reflected on the battle with Eli. The realization that his victory was largely due to luck diminished his joy. Indeed, intelligence is paramount, and retaining a few hidden techniques is crucial. One must possess some trump cards in this world. Knight shielded his eyes from the slightly blinding candlelight and couldn't help but remark. Perhaps it was due to joining Root, but he found himself growing fond of the dark, quiet environment within. Perhaps I am inherently a shadowy individual, he mused, able to remain so calm during my first kill. Knight couldn't suppress a self-deprecating thought. Chapter 18. Successful Kill 3. However, it is undeniable that life and death battles are the greatest catalyst for growth. There is no other avenue quite like it. Merely engaging in combat with Eli has deepened my understanding of lightning techniques and enriched my experience. I believe that once I recover, my strength will significantly increase. Nevertheless, my physical conditioning remains insufficient, and I must continue to enhance my training. After all, the body is the foundation. A robust physique allows for greater chakra and pure chakra. Knight reminded himself. Upon discharge, I shall persist in honing both ninjutsu and taijutsu, and I cannot neglect jinjutsu either, for Root is replete with masters of illusion. Knight was acutely aware of the importance of the 3 combat styles of ninjas: ninjutsu, jinjutsu, and taijutsu. As a competent ninja, one must master 2 of these, while achieving proficiency in the 3rd. Neglecting any aspect could result in a fatal weakness. He certainly did not wish to end up like Might Guy from the original story, a taijutsu expert yet a fool in jinjutsu, or like Orochimaru, a master of ninjutsu but weak in jinjutsu. However, I believe I possess some aptitude in jinjutsu, after all. My mental strength exceeds that of an average chunin. A jinjutsu cast by a chunin could never ensnare me, Knight confidently asserted in his mind. His mental prowess surpassed that of a chunin, not merely due to his status as a transmigrator, but more so because of the tempering effect of the 9 yang true scripture on his mental faculties. With the 9 yang true scripture at his disposal, he need not learn an abundance of jinjutsu. He merely needs to continuously enhance his mental strength and learn a few hand seals to dispel jinjutsu. After all, jinjutsu is not as unpredictable as combat. It fundamentally relies on the strength of one's mental energy, which directly correlates with one's proficiency in jinjutsu or resistance to it. The reason Knight does not delve deeply into the art of illusion is that his primary focus lies in the realms of ninjutsu and taijutsu. If one were to weigh the significance of these 3 disciplines, it would be in the ratio of 5 to 4 to 1 in favor of ninjutsu. With the 9 yang manual in his possession, he need not worry about the strength of his physique. Rather, he must continuously hone his skills through combat. Hence, although it may appear that Knight is striving to balance the 3 disciplines of ninjutsu, taijutsu, and illusion, the majority of his time is predominantly devoted to ninjutsu. After all, ninjutsu is the only discipline that cannot be cultivated through the 9 yang manual. 2 days later, at the 7th training ground of Konoha, lightning release, Thunder Tiger. In the night, both hands transformed entirely into phantoms, forming seals in mere seconds. The raging lightning enveloped the night, coalescing into a fierce and menacing Thunder Tiger, which charged ferociously towards a gigantic 2-meter boulder before it. Boom! The Thunder Tiger morphed into a white specter, colliding violently with the boulder. After a resounding explosion, the boulder shattered into countless fragments, while the Thunder Tiger, relentless, continued its onslaught towards the stones behind. Bang! 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 The Thunder Tiger relentlessly obliterated 3 more massive stones before finally exhausting its power, vanishing into thin air, leaving the ground in utter disarray. Fire release. Fire ring. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. With a deep inhalation, Ye's abdomen expanded dramatically as a torrent of fire attribute chakra surged up his throat. Leaning forward, he unleashed a colossal fireball, towering at 7 meters from his mouth. Upon striking the ground, it erupted with a resounding roar, rolling outward like a balloon infused with the sun's heat, emanating an intense temperature that distorted the very air, rendering the surroundings a hazy blur. The searing heat was so overwhelming that it deterred even the bravest from opening their eyes, as if they were confronted by a miniature sun. Every stone along its path was scorched to dust, while the practice targets were incinerated into charred remnants, radiating a crimson glow. Even the earth itself was transformed into a crystalline form, faintly glowing with a brownish-red hue. This was the Great Fireball technique, the most formidable fire release ninjutsu that Yi had mastered thus far. Chapter 19. Daily Training. 1. It may sound astonishing, yet it is the truth. With all the merit points he currently possessed, he could only grasp this limited number of ninjutsu. Creating a self-developed B-rank ninjutsu was an impressive feat, especially considering he was still a genin. Only those who truly inhabit this world can comprehend the arduousness of acquiring a ninjutsu. Even a C-rank ninjutsu is not easily obtained. To wield techniques of C-rank or higher, akin to the protagonists, may exist solely in the realm of fantasy. Flying Swallow Slash. After a brief respite, Yi drew forth the short blade from his ankle and commenced practicing his swordsmanship. For Yi, swordsmanship was his form of physical combat. With a swift motion, he sprang into action, his arm slicing through the air with remarkable speed as a dazzling glint of cold light flashed by, filling the atmosphere with a palpable sense of lethal intent. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The knight began to leap incessantly, employing various evasive maneuvers akin to a nimble monkey. Strikes, slashes, thrusts, and cuts, though merely fundamental techniques, unfurl the distinctive aura in the hands of the knight. Each move was fierce and lethal, as the air resonated with piercing howls, and a chilling brilliance emanated, evoking a sense of dread. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. In the stillness of the night, he felt as though a pair of guiding hands were teaching him. He became acutely aware of which movements were erroneous, which required refinement, and which were superfluous. His swordsmanship began to simplify, yet its potency surged ever higher. Should any practitioner of swordplay witness this scene unfold, they would undoubtedly exclaim in astonishment, the state of self-forgetfulness. The state of self-forgetfulness signifies a harmonious union of man and nature, wherein the practitioner, at a singular moment, awakens the latent potential deep within their mind, transcending their current level of mastery. This state is a coveted realm pursued by every practitioner, for once immersed, each fleeting second becomes invaluable. And the longer one remains in this state, the greater the enhancement to their prowess. As night fell, his training transcended the mere mastery of swordsmanship. With his chakra nearly depleted, he astonishingly began to form hand seals with remarkable speed, unleashing an array of formidable ninjutsu from his fingertips. Lightning release, earth walk. Fire release, great fireball technique. Lightning release, false darkness. Fire release, fire ring. Lightning release, thunder strike armor. Lightning release, raging thunder tiger. The knight appeared to be under some unseen influence, as his hands continuously formed intricate seals, unable to cease their motion. Before him, the stone mountain pulsated with a mesmerizing display of red and blue light, trembling and erupting with a thunderous roar, enveloped in a swirling cloud of dust. The magnitude of the spectacle was such that even the third Hokage was stirred. In the Hokage office, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, gazed through his telescopic technique, his eyes wide with astonishment at the unfolding scene. This child, he mused, if I recall correctly, was brought back by Root 3 years ago. I never anticipated that in such a short span, he would grow to this degree. It seems the Will of Fire has found a worthy successor. He lamented how he had overlooked this promising talent, allowing Danzo to seize him. I must be growing old. My discernment is waning, he thought, shaking his head in self-deprecation. Though a glimmer of satisfaction crossed his aged face. As the elder generation gradually faded, the youth emerged as the new bearers of the Will of Fire. A smooth transition between the old and young was ideal. Otherwise, it would pose a grave threat to Konoha. Every formidable faction values its legacy to grow and prosper. Succession is indispensable. Yet, he reassured himself, he is still just a child. There is still a chance for redemption. The third Hokage exhaled a plume of smoke, his murky eyes sparkling with wisdom. Allowing Danzo to control Root was a deliberate concession on his part, yet he would not permit Danzo to expand his influence. Just as Kakashi and Yamato had been, so too must Knight align with his perspective. The authority of the Hokage must remain unchallenged. The nocturnal cultivation stirred not only the 3 generations, but nearly the entire upper echelon of Konoha since the overwhelming force emanating from the Night-Ash training. Almost simultaneously, they dispatched their subordinates to investigate the source of this disturbance. Among them, naturally, was Danzo. Though reluctant to exit this state, Knight found himself devoid of chakra, feeling utterly drained and incapable of exerting any strength. Remarkably, just a few minutes of practice yielded results equivalent to weeks of effort. Such a state was truly extraordinary. As Knight lay upon the ground, gasping for breath, a satisfied smile graced his face. Cultivation is akin to rowing upstream. If one does not advance, they inevitably regress. Such a splendid opportunity must not be squandered. Knight struggled to rise from the ground. Folding his legs into a meditative posture and forming a mudra with his hands, he began to refine his chakra. However, unbeknownst to others, he was drawing upon the principles of the 9-yang scripture for this process. The chakra refined through the pathways of the 9-yang scripture possesses an unparalleled purity and strength, and the techniques of lightning and fire ninjutsu share similar attributes, allowing for a mutual enhancement between the two. Thus, the ninjutsu he wielded, fueled by his unique chakra, would exhibit a potency far surpassing that of an ordinary nin. Yet, from an external perspective, nothing appeared amiss. Knight was undoubtedly aware of the third Hokage's penchant for observing the village. Therefore, the very fact that he dared to present himself beneath the watchful gaze of the third Hokage indicated that he had adequately prepared for this moment. As it stands, everything unfolded precisely as Knight had anticipated, without revealing the slightest hint of a flaw. His intention was merely to convey to the third Hokage that he had misjudged the situation all those years ago. Originally, he could have comfortably graduated, becoming a genin, and subsequently joined a team under the guidance of a nin, gradually accumulating experience, evolving into a nin, and eventually ascending to the rank of nin, thus becoming a guardian of Konoha. The Knight had no intention of undertaking anything earth-shattering. After all, he was not particularly diligent or ambitious. Much like Nara Shikamaru from the original narrative, he was rather indolent, even lacking grand aspirations. However, this complacency was shattered by the nod of the third Hokage, compelling him to join the perilous organization known as Root, thus commencing a life of relentless toil. In Chapter 21, titled Daily Training 3, he initially harbored a modicum of affection for Konoha, yet now, he felt utterly detached from this place. Third Hokage, you have ultimately grown old. Losing the keen insight of your youth, he mused, perceiving that the village exuded a palpable air of decline. Aspirants were deprived of platforms to showcase their talents. Were it not for Orochimaru's assault, Konoha might have truly faced annihilation, he reflected. The leadership was weak and ineffectual, akin to the 2 elderly figures, Mito Minion and TDK Haru, who, despite lacking capability, monopolized substantial resources. Lacking foresight, they meddled in every affair, preoccupied solely with power struggles, rendering Konoha a murky mess. Without the support of the third Hokage and Shimura Danzo, Konoha might have perished long ago. Of course, such thoughts remained unvoiced in his heart. Now, he was concurrently pursuing the paths of ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu, yet the most captivating among them was undoubtedly the summoning technique. This was a skill he needed to master, for it would alleviate the burdens of travel and provide an ally in battle. However, summoning beasts were evidently not easily found. He pondered, what will my future summoning beast look like? Having read the original work, he understood that summoning beasts were notoriously elusive, and most lacked formidable strength. Unless they were like the legendary beasts of the three great sage regions or the specialized summoning creatures of the Sarutobi clan. The majority offered only auxiliary benefits with little combat prowess. Yet, having anything was preferable to having nothing. But Knight desired a summoning beast of considerable combat strength. It seemed that he would need to seek out more information regarding summoning beasts upon his return. Furthermore, he needed to master the hand seals for dispelling ninjutsu. This was imperative. With that, Knight opened his eyes, exhaled deeply, and rose from the ground. The sun dipped below the horizon. The night had lingered for 2 hours. And excluding the practice time, it took Knight over 10 minutes to refine his chakra. Indeed, the quantity and quality of the chakra had significantly increased. Feeling the somewhat feeble sense of power coursing through his body, Knight could not help but close his eyes, reveling in this sensation. However, in comparison to the formidable third Hokage, he was still far too weak and needed to strive harder. The thought of the third Hokage's terrifying prowess extinguished Knight's excitement. With just 1 day left, it would be good to return and check on Raimaru and the others, who should still be at play. At this moment, Knight was dressed in casual attire, eschewing his usual root organization uniform. Since it was a holiday, he felt it necessary to adopt a more relaxed appearance. Knight had never been fond of the tight-fitting combat clothing of the root organization. In the Konoha orphanage, Raimaru, who was on Knight's mind, found himself surrounded and beaten by a group of brash children. Meanwhile, Wei and Minji were pinned to the ground, unable to move. Their eyes filled with rage as they watched helplessly. "You wretched strays. Konoha took you in with kindness, yet you repay us with such ingratitude, ignoring us completely. Let me tell you, if you three do not provide me with an explanation today, I will make your lives in Konoha unbearable." The leader of this gang, a brazen 9-year-old boy, boasted like a tyrant, threatening the entire orphanage without fear of retaliation. Standing at the entrance, Yakushi Nanoyu wore a pained expression. As the former head of the Konoha Medical Institute and a high-ranking member of the Root Organization, she was not permitted to intervene in the affairs of these children. Yet, witnessing her child being so brutally mistreated left her heart feeling as though it were being torn apart. All human beings are equal. Why should I bow to you? And what gives you the right to feel superior? But Raimaru did not dwell on such thoughts. Despite being mercilessly kicked and beaten, he remained defiant. "Stop. Don't hit him anymore. He'll die. Please, just stop." Wei, helplessly pinned aside, cried out, pleading with the boy to cease his assault. "Director, please say something. Raimaru is going to die." Wei turned her hopeful gaze toward Yakushi Nanoyu. It's useless to plead with anyone. If you dare resist, keep hitting him hard. I don't believe this stray dares to talk back." The arrogant boy API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. As Knight descended, the figure crouched down, seizing the neck of the arrogant youth and lifting him effortlessly. Without a visible gesture, a flash of electricity coursed through him, causing all the youth's henchmen to suddenly collapse, their eyes glazing over in unconsciousness. "Release me. Do you know who I am? How dare you treat me this way?" The haughty youth exclaimed, his voice laced with bravado. "I am the grandson of the esteemed Mizukichi. If you let me down now, there may still be room for negotiation. Otherwise, I'll ensure you can no longer roam the village hidden in the leaves." Even as his breath was constricted, the arrogant youth continued to issue threats, undeterred. "Knight, please let him go. We can't afford this trouble," urged Yakushi Nanoyu, her expression filled with concern as she watched Knight intently. The arrogant youth's spirits lifted at her words, anticipating that Knight would heed her plea. However, Knight coldly refused, a murderous glint in his eyes. "Director, do not interfere. This matter must reach a conclusion. Anyone who dares to harm my family will pay double the price." His eyes glowed a menacing red, veins pulsating ominously, instilling fear. The arrogant youth involuntarily shivered, unable to meet his gaze, for Knight's expression resembled that of a wild beast, devoid of humanity. He had never witnessed such a countenance on another. "So what if you are the grandson of Mizukichi? Does that grant you the right to bully others? It seems you are oblivious to my temperament." Knight sneered at the arrogant youth, a devilish smile curling his lips. With a swift motion, Knight's hand clamped down on the youth's arm like a vice, and a crisp sound echoed as bones shattered. "Ah!" The youth shrieked in agony, his face contorted in pain, fear flashing in his eyes. Just moments ago, these very hands had tormented the trio of Minji. "Is this too much for you? It appears you are but a hollow shell, daring to insult a ninja who has risked their life for the village. Without her silent sacrifices, where would you be today? You think you can intimidate others here?" Knight released the youth's limp arm only to seize his other one, Another crack resounded, and the youth howled once more, his cry sharp and piercing. A glint of cold light flashed, revealing a bloodied fingernail that fell to the ground as he wailed like a wounded animal, desperately attempting to retract his hand. Yet Knight's grip remained unyielding. The surrounding crowd continued to spectate the spectacle, none daring to intervene, for they were inherently heartless. "How about I remove your third leg?" Knight whispered menacingly in the arrogant youth's ear, as chilling as the winter wind. "No, no, you cannot do this." The youth erupted, his voice rising in panic. "What kind of joke is this? Without my third leg, what meaning is left in life? What of the orphanage? They are human, just as you are. What difference is there between you? Do you think the village hidden in the leaves belongs to you?" Even the grandson of the third Hokage would not dare to act with such arrogance. "I know your audacity stems from the overbearing nature of your grandfather." Knight pressed a finger against the youth's chest, infusing him with chakra. "Ah." The arrogant youth jerked violently, crying out as veins bulged on his forehead. Yet, suspended by Knight, he twisted in agony, resembling a writhing caterpillar. Remarkably, he did not succumb to unconsciousness despite the excruciating pain. What Knight had just employed was not a ninjutsu, but rather a pressure point technique from the ninjutsu scripture, unique to him alone. The point he struck was located above the death gate, amplifying sensory perception tenfold. And with a mere infusion of chakra, he could directly invade the heart. Should he desire, the arrogant youth could perish in an instant from a ruptured heart. This was merely a contingency Knight had retained, for Mizuki's influence was immense, and possessing a hostage would undoubtedly afford him certain leverage. "Stop, you audacious fiend. Release him at once." A frantic voice suddenly interjected as Knight prepared to cast another spell upon the arrogant youth. One need not even glance to discern the arrival of a certain individual. Who else could it be but the infamous Mito Gaiden? As anticipated, the first to approach was indeed this venerable figure, issuing commands to the Knight with an air of authority, as if Knight were obliged to comply the moment he spoke. "I have encountered the third Hokage, Lord Danzo, and the two esteemed advisors." Suddenly, Yakushi Nanoyu bowed slightly, addressing those behind Knight. Upon hearing this, Knight offered a faint smile. Clearly recognizing the magnitude of the gathering, he halted, turning to face the four eminent figures before him, a devilish grin curling at the corners of his lips. "Lord Danzo, your presence is most welcome," Knight remarked, inclining his head slightly as a greeting. "What is this? When Ryumaru faced oppression, you were nowhere to be seen. Yet the moment this fellow suffers my wrath, you arrive with such alacrity. Quite the swift response, I must say. Hokage, esteemed advisors." His tone dripped with sarcasm, harboring a deep well of indignation within. It was astonishing that Sarutobi Hiruzen, in his capacity as Hokage, had not rushed to the scene to intervene. Yet he appeared the instant the arrogant youth was wronged. What had happened to the professed ideals of compassion and balance? Little did he know. The third Hokage was preoccupied with mitigating the fallout from the ruckus Knight had just created, aiming to avert any potential chaos, which had delayed his arrival. Misunderstandings often sprout from such circumstances, and Knight remained blissfully unaware of this truth. Yakushi Nanoyu knelt beside Ryumaru, tending to his wounds. As the former head of the medical department, her skills were undoubtedly proficient, and with her assistance, Knight felt assured that Ryumaru would not suffer lasting damage. However, the severity of his injuries suggested that recovery would not be a trivial matter. With that thought in mind, Knight's expression remained impassive as he tightened his grip, causing the arrogant youth to emit a series of agonizing shrieks, reminiscent of a slaughtered pig. If left untreated, that arm was on the verge of being rendered useless. Do you comprehend the gravity of your actions, Hashimura Knight? Are you intent on shouldering the blame for harming your own kin? Release the child at once. Perhaps we can negotiate. Otherwise, the laws of Konoha shall not spare you. Mito Gaiden's voice rang with menacing authority. Should I release him? It as Knight clapped his hands together, he raised them in surrender, completely offering no resistance to the control of the Umbu. However, after witnessing the series of events that transpired, Sarutobi Hiruzen could no longer regard him as just an ordinary child. Behind him gathered members from various clans of Konoha, most of whom were familiar to Knight. Notable figures included Hyuga Hayashi, Nara Shikaku, Akimichi Choza, Yamanaka Inoichi, Inazuka Hana, and members of the Aburame clan, such as Aburame Shibi, alongside youths like Kakashi, Gai, Asuma, and Kurenai. "Tuka, what do you think we should do with him?" Hiruzen inquired of Danzo, who was a member of Root. It must be said, the third Hokage was indeed a cunning old fox. Although he posed the question to Danzo, he deftly shifted the responsibility onto him. If Danzo's response was unfavorable, Hiruzen could show mercy, thereby winning the hearts of the people and earning Knight's gratitude, all while sowing discontent towards Danzo. Conversely, if Danzo remained silent and Hiruzen showed leniency, Knight would still be deeply appreciative. This game of passing the buck was a tactic Knight had to admit he could neither learn nor replicate. As a member of Root, once he made his move, a decision should have been made in his heart, should it not? Of course, Danzo was no simple character. After casting a glance at Knight, he spoke with a nonchalant tone, as if indifferent to how Hiruzen would handle the matter. Their conversation was filled with meaningless platitudes, lacking any concrete decisions. Ultimately, the question of how to deal with Knight circled back to the third Hokage, leaving Hiruzen feeling quite frustrated, for he had not achieved the desired outcome. However, before I deal with this, Hokage-sama, shouldn't you express something? Who knows, another advisor's grandchild might come to our orphanage and cause a scene. Knight smiled, revealing his pearly white teeth. What are you saying, Knight? We are all children of Konoha. How could I stand by and let my own children be bullied? Hiruzen shot a stern glance at Knight, dismissing the issue. Yoru, your actions today have indeed constituted serious intentional harm. However, considering your loyalty to the village and your quiet contributions, I shall not hold it against you. But I am assigning you these tasks classified as B rank. I trust in your capabilities to complete them, as it will serve as a test from the village and as high-ranking officials. The time frame is 1 year. If you fulfill these tasks within that period, today's incident will be erased. However, should you fail, all your previous achievements will be nullified, and you will start anew from the Ninja Academy. What say you? Suddenly, Mito gate and spoke up, his eyes gleaming with vengeful delight, tossing a scroll towards Knight. Advisor. He is still just a child. A B-rank task may be too much for him. Should anything unfortunate occur, it could lead to a life-threatening situation. Are you truly sending him to his doom? Yao Shi-Yena exclaimed, unable to contain his urgency. Having once been an elite assassin of Konoha, he was well aware of the darkness that plagued the village's upper echelons. Enough, Yena. It is settled. The moment he joined Root, his life was entrusted to Konoha. Being a ninja is a profession that dances on the edge of a blade, is it not? Moreover, I trust he is mentally prepared for this. Danzo interrupted Yena with an unyielding tone that left no room for rebuttal. His gaze towards Knight was tinged with malice, leaving Knight perplexed as to how he had offended him. Little did he know, Danzo had taken him as a scapegoat. Had he realized this, he might have been compelled to choke Danzo out of frustration. Yena, you are in charge of comforting these children. I trust you will satisfy me. Mito Gaiden commanded, casting a haughty glance at Yena before smugly approaching the third Hokage, his demeanor exuding arrogance that made Yena yearn to strike him. Ah, Knight, this is not without merit. Allowing you to venture out for training is also a good thing. However, if you find it unbearable, do return. Konoha will always be your home. Hiruzen began to play the emotional card, adopting a facade of the benevolent elder. Had Knight not been a time traveler, you might have genuinely been swayed by his words. This man could be said to be the most cunning and capable among the 7 Hokages, a true old fox. The downfall of the Senja clan, Tsunade's departure, and the death of Shikaku were all events intertwined with him. This elder was hardly a paragon of mercy. Yes, Hokage-sama, I will. Knight replied, feigning deep gratitude, almost moved to tears. Very well, let this matter be settled. Do you have any objections? Hiruzen turned to Mito Gate-in, feigning a request for his opinion. You handled it well. I have no objections. Mito Gate-in nodded, satisfied with the outcome. In his heart, he had already deemed Knight as a dead man. He had initially intended for a seasoned jonin to undertake this task, but fate had dealt Knight a cruel hand. By the way, advisor, if your grandson suddenly experiences chest pain accompanied by a nosebleed, it is certainly no coincidence. He might be ill. Knight interjected with a kind reminder. Furthermore, if upon my return I find any of them in distress, it will not be as simple as chest pains and nosebleeds. A glint of cold light flashed in Knight's eyes as he smiled at Mito Gate-in. Without granting Mito Gate-in a moment to react, he leapt forth, vanishing into the night to undertake the so-called task. Damn that guy! Mito Gate-in seethed, clenching his fists, his eyes ablaze with fury. You should keep an eye on your grandson. If such incidents recur, do not blame me for disregarding our camaraderie. Hiruzen warned Mito Gate-in sternly after Knight's departure. Rest assured, I will dispatch medical ninjas to attend to Hoya. He is merely a child. What formidable skills could he possess? Hiruzen understood the principle of rewards and punishments, delivering a blow to Mito Gate-in before immediately offering him a carrot, ensuring he could not complain. Well then, I shall leave this in your hands. Mito Gate-in opened his mouth to protest, but found no words, ultimately letting out a complex sigh. Humph. Nevertheless, Danzo let out an unsatisfied snort. flicking his sleeves as he turned to leave. "All right, everyone disperse," Horizon commanded, casting a regal gaze over the crowd to disperse the onlookers. "Let us go." Witnessing this, the crowd quickly paired off and vacated the scene. Medical room. Have there been any findings? Outside the medical room, the third Hokage and Mitarashi Anko stood anxiously as the medical ninja emerged. They immediately inquired about the condition of the injured. A formidable chakra was entwined around the patient's heart, relentlessly attacking and assimilating with it over time. This chakra, nourished by the patient's essence, was steadily growing within him. Given their current medical capabilities, it was exceedingly difficult to completely eradicate it. The only recourse lay in either summoning Lady Tsunade or allowing the caster to dispel it themselves. Otherwise, the patient faced grave peril. The medical ninja's response left both men in astonishment. "What? Such a terrifying situation," Anko exclaimed passionately. "Are there similar cases in Konoha?" The third Hokage, maintaining a semblance of composure, posed a more measured inquiry. "This chakra is unlike anything we have encountered before. It is 3 to 4 times more potent than ordinary chakra and possesses a searing quality akin to flames. It also has the ability to consume and assimilate the patient's own chakra. Should this chakra fully integrate with the patient's, he may spontaneously combust due to an inability to resist it." The medical ninja relayed their deductions, causing both men to gasp in horror. "Is there any way to suppress this chakra? We cannot allow it to continue growing within the patient." The third Hokage ventured tentatively. "There is indeed a method, though it would only delay the inevitable for a year at most. If treatment is not administered within a year and a half, the patient will succumb to organ failure. Even if Lady Tsunade were to return, it would be of no avail. Moreover, should the caster perish, this chakra would erupt instantaneously, claiming the patient's life." The gravity of the situation rendered both men speechless. How tyrannical! They had not anticipated such severity, particularly the third Hokage, who had not foreseen the ruthlessness of the knight's methods. He had assumed the knight's confidence stemmed from youthful bravado, not realizing it was a calculated assurance. The thought that his grandson's fate rested in the hands of Knight made Anko feel as though she had swallowed a fly. If Knight were to perish, so too would her grandson. The deadly mission she had dispatched to Knight felt like a curse upon her own lineage. Anko could only pray for Knight's good fortune, hoping a benefactor would watch over him and that he would return safely in a year's time. Otherwise, Konoha would struggle to find anyone capable of treating her grandson. Such depth and skill. This maturity is uncharacteristic of an 11-year-old. He is indeed a formidable youth. Is his existence a blessing or a curse for Konoha? The third Hokage gazed out at the village through the glass, his heart heavy with concern. The allegiance of the knight became his foremost concern. If Knight could inherit the will of fire, it would be a fortuitous turn for Konoha. Under the support of such a talented individual, the village would undoubtedly flourish. Conversely, if Knight failed to embody the will of fire and instead became akin to Orochimaru, then the matter of how to approach Knight in the future would necessitate serious contemplation. Threats must be eradicated in their infancy. Konoha can no longer afford the repercussions of another Orochimaru. Chapter 28. On strategies for infiltrating the hidden Miss Sarutobi. The existence of Higurashi Knight must not be allowed to linger within the village any longer. Otherwise, no one could predict who his next target might be. This individual is capricious, acting solely according to his whims. Incidents like the one concerning Boya must not recur, for the sake of Konoha. Higurashi Knight and those associated with him must be restrained. Mito Gate Inn, under the guise of concern for Konoha, harbored ulterior motives as he spoke. Your perspective holds merit. Yet I find it somewhat rash to make such arbitrary decisions. His words struck a chord with the third Hokage's thoughts, but he was not Danzo, and thus feigned hesitation. Sarutobi, your compassion is misplaced. When action is required, one must act decisively. If it is inconvenient for you, then allow me to collaborate with Danzo. I am confident he will acquiesce. Mito Gate Inn, dissatisfied, let out a cold snort, thinking to himself, what is there to hesitate about? Isn't this what you secretly wish to do? You may deceive others, but not me. Very well, but you must not overstep. Provoking his ire once more would be unwise. For that boy is not one to be easily manipulated. After a moment of contemplation, the third Hokage acquiesced, simultaneously issuing a caution. However, he remained unaware that the power of hatred could often drive an individual to madness, and Mito Gaiden might not heed his warnings. As for Danzo, he had always been a ruthless individual, perceiving the world solely through the lens of those who could be eliminated and those who could not. Even his kin would fall victim to his merciless blade should they obstruct his schemes. I hope my decision proves to be wise, otherwise I shall be deemed the great sinner of Konoha. Observing the departing Mito Gate in, the third Hokage exhaled a long sigh, his brow furrowed with worry. He could sense the violent aura emanating from Mito Gate in. The knight remained oblivious to the repercussions of his departure, which only served to further incite Mito Gate's ire, particularly under the relentless advance of the medical ninjas. He overestimated his own capabilities while grossly underestimating his adversary. Little did he anticipate that the third Hokage would acquiesce to Mito Gate's demands. Ultimately, it was a matter of strength and influence. Had he possessed either, he would not find himself in his current predicament, yet alas, he was devoid of both prowess and power. Mito Gate, you seem to wish for my demise. Assigning tasks that rival those of A-rank missions, while disingenuously declaring them to be mere B-rank. The first task is to infiltrate the hidden mist village to ascertain their true condition. How flattering. As he unrolled the scroll, Knight could not suppress a derisive chuckle. He was merely a lowly genin, though he possessed the strength of a chunin. Yet, sneaking into the hidden mist village appeared nearly impossible. Should he be discovered, he would face the wrath of the entire village. Mito Gate, await my return. When I emerge alive, I shall make you pay. After stowing the scroll, Knight swore vehemently. To infiltrate Mist, he must devise a meticulous plan, for it is one of the 5 great shinobi countries, a formidable power, and currently under the governance of the 4th Mizukage, Yagura. He is the architect of the Bloody Mist, a ruthless individual. Under his rule, the hidden Mist village has become an isolated entity, closed off from the outside world, making infiltration exceedingly arduous. After all, he lacked the prowess of Uchiha Itachi, who could incapacitate Yagura with a single Amaterasu. Though Yagura's strength is considered average among the Kage, he remains a formidable opponent, one that Knight can only look up to. Moreover, the remnants of the 7 ninja swordsmen and formidable figures like Terumi, Mei, and Ao still linger. Knight must exercise utmost caution. After much contemplation, he finally conceived a somewhat viable strategy, yet when the time came to implement it, uncertainty began to gnaw at him. The border of the land of water awaits. Under the guise of a destitute child, he disguised himself as a beggar, wandering the streets all day. Since a direct infiltration was unfeasible, he resolved to adopt an indirect approach. He recalled that in the original narrative, certain ninjas from the hidden mist village would select a few promising homeless children, bringing them back to the village. There, they would inscribe upon them indelible sealing techniques, training them to become their loyal aides in battle. Chapter 29, Entwined with Mei Lin. Under the veil of night, he resolved to embark upon this endeavor, contemplating alternative methods to infiltrate the hidden mist village during the waiting period. Unbeknownst to him, from the very moment he set foot in the village, he had already caught the attention of Obito. However, Obito did not perceive Knight as a significant threat, thus disregarding him. To Obito, as long as Knight's presence did not impede his plans, what difference did it make? What storm could an insignificant ant stir? Yet, Knight's spirits dwindled as he waited an entire week without a single ninja from the hidden mist emerging to recruit talent. Doubts began to cloud his mind, leading him to question the wisdom of his own scheme. Just as he contemplated abandoning his pursuit, a mesmerizing figure appeared, instantly dispelling his despair. This was a young woman, strikingly beautiful, clad in a purple cheapao that flirtatiously ascended to her thighs. With each graceful step, swathes of alabaster skin were revealed, exuding an enchanting fragrance reminiscent of orchids. Her chestnut-colored hair was styled into a heart shape, and her languid gaze held an irresistible allure. Upon her arrival, beggars abandoned their feigned misery, merchants ceased their haggling, and even the disputing parties fell silent, entranced by her presence. Diners inadvertently stabbed their utensils into the hands of others, oblivious to the discomfort. All eyes were fixated upon her, their gazes unabashedly roving over her form, wishing they could capture this moment in time forever. This woman was none other than the future 5th Mizukage, Kagaya Mei. What could have brought her here? While others were captivated by her, Knight discreetly averted his gaze. Lowering his head, this woman was not to be trifled with. If possible, he wished to remain unnoticed by her. He feared that prolonged interaction might compromise his undercover identity. Yet, the thought of sharing space with such a stunning beauty stirred an undeniable excitement within him, causing his resolve to waver for the first time. Little did he realize the stark contrast he presented as Kagaya Mei approached the street. Her eyes fell upon him, standing apart from the crowd, and she made her way towards him. "Little boy, come with me. If you do, there will be plenty of delicious food, and you shall no longer have to wander the streets in hunger." Kagaya Mei's words were straightforward, leaving Knight momentarily speechless. This Kagaya Mei was somewhat different from the character in the original tale. Nonetheless, as the future 5th Mizukage, she already possessed the strength of a jonin. and it was evident that she was faring well in the hidden mist village. "What's wrong, little boy? Is the prospect of food not enticing enough for you?" Noticing his indifferent demeanor, Kagayame's frustration grew, and she stamped her foot in exasperation. Around them, the crowd collectively swallowed hard, their breathing quickening, their gazes unwavering. Had it not been for Kagayame's formidable presence, they might have surged forward like ravenous beasts. At her words, Knight jolted back to reality, initially intending to decline her offer. However, upon raising his eyes and catching sight of Kagayame, he found himself entranced, unable to look away, and involuntarily replied, "All right. I accept." That is more like it. Come, let me buy you some clothes, and then we can return for a bath. Who knows? You might emerge as quite the handsome fellow. Kagayame grasped Knight's small hand, disregarding the grime that marred it. A warm current unexpectedly coursed through Ye's heart, a feeling of being cherished rising once more within him. How long had it been since he had experienced such a sensation? Since he arrived in this world? It had eluded him. Wuyin Village, Terumi Mei, it seems rather delightful. Yi mused to himself. Suddenly, he felt that visiting Wuyin Village might not be such a bad idea after all. Chapter 30. An encounter with the watermelon mountain pufferfish demon at your age. Why are you still crying like a child? Terumi Mei teased, noticing the tears in Ye's bloodshot eyes as droplets fell onto his hands. Who was crying? It's merely sand that got into my eyes. Yi retorted stubbornly, turning his head away. Haha, you are truly amusing. Terumi Mei laughed heartily, her voice ringing out like a melodious aureole, echoing far and wide, as if the very air had become lighter. Under Terumi Mei's guidance, Yi entered Wuyin Village without facing any scrutiny. Judging by the respectful demeanor of the ninjas at the entrance towards Terumi Mei, it seemed her status in Wuyin Village was quite esteemed. In stark contrast to the brightness and openness of Konoha, Wuyin Village was perpetually shrouded in mist. Visibility hardly exceeding 10 meters, with sunlight never gracing its lands. Thus, upon entering the village, Yi was met with a faint scent of mildew and the pervasive aroma of moisture. The architectural style of Wuyin bore a resemblance to that of Konoha, consisting of various buildings. However, unlike Konoha's flat-roof structures, Wuyin predominantly featured pointed towers designed for efficient drainage. Yet, to Yi, in such an environment, these designs seemed rather futile. Knight meticulously scrutinized all the buildings along the way, committing them to memory, for this was to be his abode for the coming year. Observing Knight's unwavering focus on the architecture, Kazumian chose to remain silent, instead guiding him along quietly. Throughout their journey, numerous fog-dwelling ninjas greeted Kazumian, further affirming Knight's suspicions regarding her esteemed status. Kazumian, it is rather rare to see you bring someone from outside, one remarked. This lad is quite handsome. I must say, could it be that you have taken a liking to him? At that moment, a formidable aura of chakra surged forth, jolting Knight from his contemplative state. Upon recognizing the visage of the approaching individual, his pupils involuntarily contracted. The newcomer was none other than the current wielder of the legendary sword, the Kubikirib Ch. One of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, Kisame Hashigaki. Accompanying him was the shark-faced ninja, Itachi, the next in line to wield the Kubikirib Ch. A future powerhouse among the ranks of the shadows, renowned for his immense chakra capable of altering the landscape, dubbed the beast without a tail. Kisame-senpai, you flatter me. How could I possibly have feelings for him? He is merely 11, while I am already 18. Such a gap is inconceivable. Kazumian chuckled nonchalantly in response. Not necessarily so. There is a saying, when love strikes, no one can stand in its way. A 7-year difference is trivial. Others have bridged even greater gaps. Kisame found himself entangled in this discourse. Kisame Hashigaki, a towering figure exceeding 2 meters in height, sported long hair fashioned into 2 buns, secured with a black hair roller in the center. His piercing eyes radiated a fierce intensity, and his mouth was filled with shark-like teeth. Clad in the distinctive garb of the 7 ninja swordsmen, he bore the Kubikirib Ch prominently across his chest. Yet, it was not Kisame that made Knight wary, but rather the menacing presence of Itachi lurking behind him. The Knight could distinctly perceive the tumultuous and terrifying chakra surging within him, akin to an ocean, evoking a sense of dread. Even the current Terumi Mei does not possess a chakra aura as formidable as his. As for the Watermelon Mountain, the pufferfish demon, without the benefits of the Hashigaki clan's unique abilities, he is merely slightly stronger than an average jonin, with Terumi Mei surpassing him in strength. Regarding this character from the original narrative, who met his demise at the hands of Kisame Hashigaki, the Knight harbors little sentiment. Although he is not an adversary that Knight could contend with at present, he is aware that the pufferfish demon's days are numbered. It is likely around the year 57 of the Leaf Village that Kisame will eliminate him and abscond with the sword, while Terumi May will orchestrate a coup, slaying the 4th Mizukage, Yagura, and successfully ascending to the position of 5th Mizukage. For someone with merely 6 years left to live, Knight can only advise him to cherish the remaining time. Chapter 31. The King Kisame Hashigaki. He certainly would not offer a sympathetic reminder to the Watermelon Mountain pufferfish demon. The Knight, after all, had infiltrated silently, and it was best to avoid drawing attention. He did not wish for anyone to discern his flaws and leave him without a grave. At this moment, Zabuza Momochi was likely still hidden within the mists, but alas. In 5 years, the assassination of the Mizukage, which would shock the ninja world, would unfold. Knight pondered. During the Third Great Ninja War, 5 of the 7 ninja swordsmen were extinguished by Guy's father, Might Due, yet only Kisame Hashigaki and Zetsukuro remained unscathed. However, in a few years, Kisame would also defect, plunging the Mist Village into an unprecedented abyss. Naturally, none of this pertained to Knight. Among the current inhabitants of the Mist, only a handful warranted his attention. The 4th Mizukage and the clandestine Abido Uchiha, Kisame Hashigaki, Zabuza Momochi, Kisame, and the enigmatic Terumi May, who held Knight's hand. What you say, senior, does seem to carry some weight. I find myself intrigued. Terumi May's eyes darted playfully, as if a revelation had dawned upon her, her tongue tracing her upper lip. This should have painted a scene rife with allure, yet Knight felt a genuine chill. Even Kisame Hashigaki instinctively recoiled a few steps. Very well, senior, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. This child has just arrived. I must escort him to the sealing chamber, Terumi May declared. Bidding farewell to Kisame Hashigaki, and without awaiting a response, she led Knight further into the Mist Village. Such an interesting lad. I hope you can emerge alive from the mist. A voice, unheard by anyone, escaped from Kisame's lips. As he glanced in the direction Knight had departed, a faint, elusive smile gracing his shark-like face. Enough, they have left. What else is there to see? Let us go. Upon noticing Kisame's gaze directed at Terumi May, Hashigaki became visibly irritated and bellowed at him. Yes, my lord. At this command, the smile vanished from Kisame's face, and he promptly followed Hashigaki out. The mist certainly boasts its share of formidable warriors. No wonder it stands among the 5 great ninja villages. However, with the defection of figures such as Kisame Hashigaki, Zabuza Momochi, and others, alongside the demise of Yagura, the village's strength would dwindle to its nadir, akin to that of Konoha in its time of fragility. Terumi May. Oh, Terumi May, just how potent is your influence that you can resurrect such a beleaguered mist? Knight observed her retreating figure, his gaze tinged with complexity. If circumstances permitted, he would prefer not to find himself at odds with Terumi May, yet reality is often unforgiving. Knight belongs to Konoha, while Terumi May is of the Mist Village, 2 entities forever at odds. The Knight was unimaginable. One could only ponder the expression on Terumi May's face upon discovering that she was a spy for Konoha. After winding through numerous twists and turns, the two arrived at the sealing chamber. Following a thorough examination of Knight's origins and confirming there were no issues, he was marked with the unique sealing technique of the Mist Village, officially becoming one of their own. Given the traumatic injury he had sustained, Terumi May carried the Pale Knight to her residence, where he inexplicably fell asleep on her back. He had exhausted an immense amount of mental energy. While concealing his mental space, he had to ensure no flaws were exposed, all the while operating the 9 Suns True Cannon to fend off the assault of the sealing technique. Even with his profound mastery of mental energy, he felt a profound weariness. Chapter 32. Shopping is indeed a woman's innate talent. Upon arriving home, Terumi May realized that Knight had already drifted into slumber on her back. She could not help but smile in resignation as she gently placed him on the bed and covered him with a blanket before retreating to the shower. As dusk fell, lights began to flicker into existence throughout the Mist Village, casting an uneven, warm glow. The curling smoke from chimneys finally infused a semblance of life into the village. When Knight awoke, 3 hours had elapsed. Terumi May was busy preparing dinner, bustling about the kitchen in an apron, the clatter of pots and pans resonating in the air. At that moment, Knight was momentarily transported to the image of his wife from a past life, and he found himself entranced, tears streaming down his face, a lump forming in his throat. However, he quickly wiped away the tears, not wishing to become a source of amusement for Terumi May. Oh, you're awake. Come. It's time to eat. Upon turning around and seeing that Knight had roused, Terumi May flashed a radiant smile and beckoned him. I'm coming. Knight softly responded, slipping on his shoes before stepping into the shower. He splashed a handful of cold water on his face, concealing the traces of his past tears. Although the scene before him was warm, it was predicated on the fact that May had yet to uncover his true identity. Should his identity be revealed, the only fate awaiting him would be to be dissolved into blood by May. Knight was acutely aware of the formidable power of May's dissolution and boiling techniques, capable of breaching even the terrifying defenses of the Susanoo, a powerful bloodline limit. He could not afford to gamble with his life. Yet, how curious it was that he found himself growing fond of this cozy atmosphere. Gazing at his reflection in the mirror, he suddenly realized he truly relished this ambience. Dinner is ready. Why are you dawdling? May's voice called out. Coming. Knight responded softly, quickly spitting out the water in his mouth and drying his face before stepping outside. Here's your meal. Upon reaching the dining table, he found that May had already served the food and presented it to him. This attentive gesture made Knight feel somewhat uneasy, as it had been a long time since he had experienced such care. He had been preoccupied with enhancing his strength, neglecting the quality of life. Living in a daze until now, when he finally felt like he was truly living. Thank you, he said, accepting the bowl with both hands, a smile gracing his face. Kiki, how adorable. May couldn't help but pause for a moment at his words, then affectionately ruffled his hair. Yet, within her heart, a warm current flowed. It had been ages since anyone had expressed gratitude to her. Eat up. Afterward, we'll buy you some clothes, take a shower, and then go shopping together, May suggested to Knight. Knight nodded in response, bowing his head to focus on his meal. What a detached child, May thought, shaking her head helplessly before also immersing herself quietly in the delicious food. 30 minutes later, having finished their meal, Knight conscientiously cleaned the table and washed the dishes, placing them in their respective spots. Not bad, quite responsible, May remarked, patting Knight's head with a satisfied smile. However, this earned him an eye roll from Knight, who, at 30 years of age across both lives, felt somewhat vexed being praised by a woman 12 years his junior. All right, let us go. It's a rare moment of leisure. Let us go shopping for clothes, May declared, taking Knight by the hand and heading outside without seeking his opinion. Knight felt as though his palms were enveloped in soft, warm silk, an indescribable comfort. It was hard to fathom that these were the hands of a killer. The streets of the Hidden Mist village were certainly not as exquisite as those in the Hidden Leaf, yet the foot traffic was considerable, with an array of goods that dazzled the eye. Chapter 33, The Bargaining Prodigy, Higurashi Knight. Having experienced life in a previous existence, Knight found himself disoriented upon arriving at the bustling marketplace of the Hidden Mist after being accustomed to towering skyscrapers and vibrant neon lights, feeling as if he had stepped into a quaint village clothing store. However, Knight was intrigued to see small red signs hanging above each shop, declaring, "Business license granted." Furthermore, a group of individuals, appearing rather unsavory, roamed among the shops. Who are they? Knight tugged at Kirigaya May's hand, gesturing towards the group. Just the Elder Council's lackeys. She replied coldly. Their job is to collect protection fees from each shop, thriving on the council's protection while terrorizing ordinary citizens. Knight nodded, realizing that wherever one may go, protection rackets were a constant. During the reign of the Fourth Mizukage, the Hidden Mist village had implemented a policy of complete isolation. Yet this did not mean that trade was non-existent. Occasionally, merchants from outside would appear. However, all shops were owned by the villagers of the Hidden Mist. As this was the fundamental rule set by the current leader, Yagura, strictly forbidding outsiders from establishing businesses in the village. Thus, while the marketplace may not rival the opulence of the Land of Fire, the unique essence of the Hidden Mist style was certainly worthy of appreciation. What do you think of this outfit? It would look lovely on you. Kirigaya May suddenly handed Knight a garment. Not to my taste, he replied softly, declining her kindness. And what about this one? She produced another shirt adorned with a white cow motif. Let me choose for myself. I trust my own judgment, Knight said, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, lamenting Kirigaya May's questionable taste. After all, he possessed the soul of a 30-year-old adult. It was implausible for him to fancy such juvenile attire. Seeing her suggestion dismissed once more, Kirigaya May pouted, her cheeks puffed in indignation. Unfazed, Knight walked directly into a shop and stopped before a black casual fohanfu. Owner, I'll take this one, he announced, pointing at the garment. Ah, Lady Kirigaya, your brother has an eye for quality. This is the last piece from our latest collection, selling like hotcakes. The shopkeeper exclaimed, his face beaming with joy. With your brother's excellent taste, he will undoubtedly look even more charming in this outfit. The owner spoke with such eloquence that it was impossible not to feel compelled to make a purchase. However, Knight was uninterested in further flattery and interrupted. How much? 3,500 yen. This is made from pure, handcrafted materials, soft, comfortable, and durable. The unique texture justifies the price, the owner said, nervously rubbing his hands together. Eagerly awaiting Knight's response. 2,005, that is my final offer. Knight countered firmly, slashing 1,000 from the price. Ah, that is simply unacceptable. This is handcrafted. Guaranteed to be comfortable with no allergic reactions. Missing out on this is a loss you won't recover from. The shopkeeper pleaded, desperately grabbing Knight's hand. Sister, let us move on to the next shop. Knight declared, determined not to be swayed by the owner's antics, turning away. Fine, 2,005 it is. I simply can't go lower. As Knight prepared to exit, the shopkeeper finally relented, accepting his price. Chapter 34. Interruptions while shopping. All right. Owner, you're a straightforward man. Here's 2,005, you can keep the change, Knight said, exchanging money for the garment as Kirigaya-Mei paid. Afterward, Knight entered the fitting room to change out of his somewhat tattered clothing. Wow, you look adorable. Upon stepping out, Knight was instantly enveloped in a warm embrace. Let go. I can't breathe, Knight exclaimed, rolling his eyes, his cheeks flushed with embarrassment. For reasons unknown, he felt completely at ease in Kirigaya-Mei's presence, without the burden of feigning a false smile. Apologies. I didn't expect you to be this handsome. Kirigaya-Mei released him, though her eyes remained wide with astonishment. With his short hair, a fair and smooth complexion, sharp brows, and piercing eyes, his well-proportioned yet not overly muscular frame exuded an air of refinement, enhanced further by the attire he wore. What a charming young lad. Is it really that surprising? Knight said, feeling a bit flustered, beads of sweat forming on his brow. An hour later, the knight has finally come to understand the true essence of suffering. Accompanying a woman on a shopping spree is undoubtedly more exhausting than battling an adversary. As Knight felt utterly exhausted, his spirit waning, Kozakura-Mei remained vibrant and full of life, flitting about, glancing here and there. Ah, this must be the unique talent for shopping that women possess. Knight couldn't help but smile wryly while secretly gathering information about the hidden mist village from the villagers' conversations. Fortunately, Mito Gaiden had not gone mad enough to compel Knight to steal the village's sealing book. Otherwise, he feared he might succumb to despair. Just then, a shadow suddenly appeared, blocking Kozakura-Mei's path, causing Knight to breathe a sigh of relief. Kozakura-Mei, there are intruders on the outskirts of the village. Please render immediate assistance. The shadow knelt before her and reported. Upon hearing this news, Knight's heart leaped with joy. Witnessing the strength of the mist ninjas in battle was undoubtedly the best way to gauge their prowess. Fine, I'll be there at once, Kozakura-Mei replied, a hint of displeasure flashing across her face as she spoke with a touch of irritation. Knight, you should return. I will be back shortly. In an instant, Kozakura-Mei transformed, radiating an aura of strength, her every movement imbued with a commanding presence. However, Knight's response surprised her. Sister, could you please take me along to watch? I promise to keep my distance and will not interfere with your battle. Oh, are you certain? Kozakura-Mei's gaze turned skeptical as she leaned closer to Knight, her expression serious as she inquired. The inquiries of the knight are indeed rather peculiar. After all, a typical child would never pose such questions. As an assistant to my sister, if I lack the courage to face the battlefield, how can I be of any assistance to her? I refuse to live a life solely dedicated to serving her tea and running errands. While I may not possess the formidable strength of my sister, it is essential that I can still offer her support. Though I am still young, I am, at the very least, a man. Being overly delicate simply will not suffice. Knight gazed directly into the intense eyes of Terumi-Mei, her gaze clear and her will resolute. Very well. You truly are someone I, Terumi-Mei, have chosen. You are far superior to your contemporaries. You will undoubtedly become a powerful ninja. Upon hearing this, Terumi-Mei's stern expression transformed into a beaming smile as she affectionately ruffled Knight's hair. Be safe. Do not let anything happen to you, Terumi-Mei admonished as she hoisted Knight onto her back. Rest assured, sister, I will survive. Nothing will happen to me, Knight replied confidently, momentarily taken aback before breaking into a smile. To conceal his presence, he had cast over a dozen sealing techniques upon himself, leaving only half of his mental energy available for use. Thus, as long as Knight did not voluntarily reveal himself, Even Terumi May would be unable to discern any flaws. Chapter 35. Optimal Output. Kisame Hashigaki at the border of the Mist Village. The ground trembled as the Earth Ninjutsu was unleashed. Earth Style, Earth Spike. Earth Style, Earth Spear. Earth Style, Earth Dragon Bullet Technique. Water Style, Water Dragon Bullet Technique. Water Style, Water Whip. Water Style, Water Chaos Wave. Water Style, Water Vortex Assault. Suddenly, ninjas from the Rock Village appeared at the outskirts of the Mist Village, intent on invasion. Naturally, the Mist Ninjas were not inclined to converse, seeing their enemies. They unleashed their might without restraint, the air filled with dazzling clashes of jutsu. The fierce waves surged forth, radiating unimaginable terror, sending ripples across the water's surface. Earth, what brings you here? Are you seeking to reignite the conflict between the Mist Village and the Rock Village? Suigetsu, the pufferfish, stood at the forefront of his team, sternly questioning the burly middle-aged man across from him. Yet, in response, he was met with a colossal boulder, descending from the heavens. It bore down upon the Mist Ninjas without mercy. Earth, a vital pillar of the Rock Village, served as the right hand to the third Suchikage. Similar in status to Kakashi in the Leaf Village, Earth had no intention of disclosing his motives. His unannounced presence at another village's border could only signify ill intentions. This level of jutsu is beyond our capacity to counter. Scatter. The Ch-Nin, fearing the impending doom of the giant stone, quickly evaded to avoid casualties. Water Style, Great Waterfall Technique. Just as Suigetsu was set to act, a figure moved faster than he, unleashing a massive wave of water over 30 meters high, violently crashing into the boulder. The stone shattered upon impact, unable to withstand the force of the waterfall, which continued undeterred, surging towards the Rock Ninjas. Some managed to evade in time, but the majority were engulfed by the torrent, with several succumbing to the overwhelming force, blood seeping from their orifices. Kisame Hashigaki, who permitted you to act? According to the rules of engagement, I could execute you on the spot. Do you believe me? Suigetsu spun around, his intent to kill palpable as he glared at Kisame. Losing face before his subordinates was intolerable for Suigetsu. His earlier words were not mere bluster. He truly harbored murderous intent towards Kisame. The boulder posed a threat to the Mist Village. Someone had to take action. That was all there was to it. Unfazed, Kisame replied expressionlessly, showing no fear of Suigetsu. Faced with humiliation before the crowd by his adversaries, he, who held pride in high regard, could scarcely endure it. Only bloodshed could quell his wrath. Water Release. Water Vortex Assault. The entire lake surged violently, as a massive whirlpool, spanning over 10 meters, erupted beneath the feet of the Rock Ninjas, its formidable turbulence instilling terror. The Rock Ninjas gasped in unison, ensnared by despair, utterly unaware of how to evade this onslaught. Earth Release. Earth Split Palm. Yellow earth manifested at the whirlpool's edge, crashing heavily upon the water's surface. Boom. The entire lake trembled violently, and two colossal stone peaks erupted from the whirlpool, as if the very lake had been overturned, lifting all the Rock Ninjas in a display of unyielding defiance against destruction. Everyone retreat to a safe zone. This technique cannot be sustained for long. Yet, before the Rock Ninjas could breathe a sigh of relief, Yellow Earth, with a grave expression, bellowed at them, as though he could barely maintain control. Indeed, the stone peaks were swiftly eroded by the whirlpool, already sinking into a half-arc of despair. How fortunate you are to be guests in the land of water. Allow me to extend my hospitality. A chilling voice sliced through the air, reaching the ears of every combatant on the battlefield, exuding an air of aloof superiority. Chapter 37. A fight that begins and ends abruptly. Lava Release. Dissolution Technique. The unseen assailant made their presence known through their attack. A scalding stream of yellow-brown liquid cascaded towards the Rock Ninjas in a parabolic arc, warping the very air and saturating the surroundings with oppressive heat. Is this a Kekii Genkai? Yellow Earth reacted swiftly, deftly avoiding the assault, yet his countenance remained grave, devoid of any hint of carelessness. Earth Release. Earth Flow Wall. A Rock Ninja attempted to counter with ninjutsu, but the Earth Flow Wall was instantly reduced to sludge. That unfortunate ninja, delayed by mere moments, found half of his body devoured as if by a beast, vanishing in a horrific, sizzling sound. Realizing his fate was sealed, he chose to end his suffering upon the blade of a comrade. Such terrifying power. Yellow Earth could not help but gasp, his skin prickling with fear. Boiling Release. Misty Art. However, the newcomer showed no intention of sparing the Rock Ninjas, unleashing another technique, A dense cloud of white mist rapidly spread across the water's surface. Be cautious. Although unaware of the full extent of this technique's power, Yellow Earth understood the importance of vigilance. Sizzling. Just as Yellow Earth had surmised. Anything that came into contact with the mist was instantaneously corroded, leaving no time for a reaction. Though Terumi may had not yet reached the level capable of eroding Susanoo as depicted in the original work, she was still a formidable threat to these nin. Dodge. Yellow Earth cried, activating the body flicker technique to retreat hastily, avoiding a direct confrontation. Terumi May, you've arrived. Suigetsu Zuki regarded her with a nonchalant expression. Having exchanged greetings. This is untenable, we must withdraw. In the distance, witnessing Terumi May's arrival, Yellow Earth, with a darkened expression, restrained the eager nin who wished to advance, issuing a retreat order. He then turned and swiftly departed the battlefield, leaving no time for Terumi May and her companions to react. Enough, do not pursue the retreating enemy, simply repel them. Let Lord Mizukage deal with the rest. Suigetsu Zuki halted the pursuing mist ninjas, a glint of inscrutable intent flickering in his eyes. No one would suspect that the rock ninja's appearance at the border of the land of water was closely tied to him. He conspired with the rock village, prompting Noki to send Yellow Earth to retrieve the intelligence he had sold regarding the mist village. This battle was merely a performance orchestrated by Suigetsu Zuki to conceal his true motives. TCH, what a cowardly lot. They fled. Terumi May could not restrain her frustration, stamping her foot in discontent. All right, the rest of you maintain vigilance. Some will clean the battlefield. Karen, May, follow me to report. As the highest-ranking officer present, Suigetsu's words were commands. Yes. The group responded in unison, dispersing into their respective tasks. Some focused on restoring the lake's clarity, while others scouted for any further assaults. The rock ninja's sudden appearance was indeed puzzling. They seemed to have no apparent objective. Terumi May furrowed her brow in contemplation. Who knows? Perhaps they were simply bored. Suigetsu Zuki replied with a dismissive scoff. Perhaps, Karen mused, a glimmer of enigmatic insight flickering in her eyes. A dangerous smile curling at her lips. She had begun to suspect Suigetsu's actions, though lacking the evidence to confront him. Meanwhile, hundreds of meters away, Yoru lay concealed in a tree, observing the battlefield through binoculars. What a fearsome confrontation. Is this truly the power of the Mist Village? No wonder it is one of the 5 great shinobi villages. He marveled at the spectacle of battle, which had profoundly shaken him, intensifying his desire for strength. Chapter 38. Plans disrupted yet. This was merely a confrontation among nin, devoid of any involvement from Kaga-level powerhouses. What spectacle might ensue from a clash of such titans? Indeed, the scenes of nin being swiftly vanquished in the original work were merely anomalies. It was implausible that nin could be so feeble. Yura scoffed inwardly, recalling how, in the original tale, Niji Hyuga, despite his formidable prowess, was absurdly defeated in a single strike by a Ten-Tails clone, a testament to the narrative's overwhelming strength. Nonetheless, he was acutely aware that in subsequent events, nin were not substantially more powerful. After all, the adversaries introduced later were predominantly Kaga-level figures. Not to mention the existence of godlike entities such as Uchiha Madara. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. G. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted if he wishes to avoid an untimely demise. He must elevate his abilities to the level of Kakashi within the remaining 13 years. However, this singular objective weighs heavily upon him. It is essential to acknowledge that in the original narrative, most ninjas attained their formidable strength only after the age of 20. Apart from members of the Akatsuki, only a few, namely the protagonists Naruto, Sasuke, Minato, and Shisui, have achieved such prowess. All these individuals possess extraordinary talent. Thus, the burden is even greater for Yi, who does not exhibit such exceptional gifts. Although the Jyoyong scripture is continuously enhancing his physique and augmenting his innate capabilities, aspiring to rival Kakashi's might from the 4th Great Ninja War by the age of 24 is undoubtedly a daunting endeavor. He has relinquished his earlier ambitions. At 15, he aimed to become a Jonin or possess Jonin-level strength. At 20, to break through to the level of a Kage, and by 25, to attain the prowess of the 4th Raikage, capable of defeating Kage-level opponents. Such aspirations were overly presumptuous and misaligned with his current circumstances. His new plan has transformed into to become a Jonin by 15, strive for elite Jonin status by 20, and to surpass Kage level by 24. thus escaping the fate of being mere cannon fodder that lasts only 2 seconds. Calculating this, his time is far from sufficient. In fact, it seems rather inadequate. Moreover, plans are perpetually outpaced by unforeseen changes, and he is uncertain whether he can achieve his goals as intended. Despite his rapid evolution from a defenseless youth to a formidable Chunin-level fighter within just 4 years, the timeline remains relatively slow. It took him 4 years to reach Chunin, whereas Itachi achieved such strength in less than a year, and Naruto, shortly after becoming a genin, also demonstrated similar abilities. The comparison is indeed disheartening. If he wishes to transcend the Chunin threshold and attain Jonin-level strength, he will require at least 7 more years. Unfortunately, talent remains a bitter reality. After all, even disregarding the 9 tails, Naruto Uzumaki is undeniably a prodigy in ninjutsu, as evidenced by his rapid mastery of the Rasengan and the perfecting of Sage Mode. He is, after all, a descendant of the genius Hokage Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki. Despite minor genetic differences, he is not significantly inferior. Thus, relentless effort is imperative. He encourages himself internally while swiftly jotting down his training insights in a notebook, a compilation of his experiences. After hastily recording his latest reflections, he promptly stows the notebook into his ninja tool pouch, adjusts his attire, and rises from the ground. Surprised, are we? Terumi May approaches gracefully, kneeling before Yi, cradling his pale face in her hands, and inquires with genuine concern. Indeed, it is remarkable. I shall strive to become a powerful ninja like you, sister, so that I can fight alongside you. The pallor on Ye's face was undoubtedly feigned, though he was astonished by the intensity of the battle. It was not enough to pale his features. However, it must be said that his youthful visage was indeed quite deceptive. And Koji May would never suspect that the child standing before her was a covert agent from Konoha. Well, it seems my sister did not misjudge you. Such courage is commendable, but to become a ninja as formidable as I am, you must endure a lengthy period of diligent effort. Upon hearing this, Koji May broke into a radiant smile, gently ruffling Ye's hair, leaving it in disarray. What a predicament! In response, he could only sigh inwardly, knowing he could not escape her mischievous grasp. All right, let us return. Those individuals will not be returning. Since you possess such ambition, I shall present you with a surprise. If you can refine your chakra within 3 days, I will teach you a practical ninjutsu. What do you say? Koji May leaned closer, her voice laced with temptation as she enticed Yi. All right, it's a deal. Just wait and see, sister. I will surely accomplish it. It was as if he had been bewitched by Koji May's words. After a brief struggle, he made his decision and called out to her with newfound determination, a stark contrast to his usual tranquil demeanor. Hee, I shall await the outcome. Koji May chuckled, her skepticism evident. She harbored doubts about Ye's capability. Refining chakra was no simple feat. It had taken her 3 days to achieve it, despite her considerable talent. Just wait and be astonished. As the knight lowered its gaze and smiled, it seemed to embody the essence of a cunning strategy. For someone like him, possessing the strength of a Chunin, the refinement of chakra was an exceedingly simple task. However, he understood the necessity of concealing his true capabilities. Otherwise, Terumi May would be the first to sense the anomaly, and he would ultimately suffer the consequences. Upon returning home, he immediately inquired about chakra, eager to learn without delay. This eagerness truly fit the persona of a competitive child. As a ninja of the Hidden Mist Village, Terumi May was capable of imparting all ninjutsu below grade C to him, while techniques of grade C and above required the approval of the Mizukage. Yet, this was merely a formality, as those who could pass the examination in the sealing chamber typically posed no significant threat. In her capacity as a J-nin, and not just any J-nin, Terumi May could indeed teach him all ninjutsu below grade A without issue. After all, the dissemination of techniques below grade A would not incite considerable turmoil. And as long as one did not master techniques of grade A or above, the Hidden Mist Village would remain relatively unthreatened. To safeguard against the theft of confidential information, the regulation necessitating Mizukage approval for teaching techniques of grade C and above was instituted. Observing Knight S' fervor, Terumi May could not dampen his enthusiasm. So she knelt and began to explain. Chakra consists of 2 types of energy, spiritual and physical, which are extracted from the body's 200 million cells. Due to their differing attributes, they are categorized into several types: wind, lightning, water, fire, earth, yin, and yang. The physical energy is determined by the strength of the body. The stronger the body, the greater the amount and purity of the physical energy that can be extracted. In contrast, spiritual energy increases with experience and cannot be significantly amplified. Chapter 40. The potential for bloodline limits. Chakra of differing attributes can undergo transformations through combination. 2 types result in a bloodline limit, while 3 lead to bloodline elimination. For instance, wind and water create ice release. Fire and lightning yield flame release. Water and lightning result in storm release. Water and fire produce boiling release. Earth and fire create melting release. Lightning and earth form hardness release. Wind and fire lead to scorching release. Wind and lightning produce swift release. And wind, fire, and earth culminate in dust release. Water, fire, and earth together create dissolution release. My sister possesses 2 bloodline limits, dissolution and boiling, which means her chakra attributes encompass water, fire, and earth. Impressive, isn't it? Terumi may boast it tonight. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Terumi may appear particularly youthful and girlish in Knight's presence, lacking the imposing demeanor expected of AJ Neen. Oh, I see. Knight feigned enlightenment, yet within, he remained unfazed, possessing knowledge far beyond her explanations. For instance, the unification of the 7 attributes results in the bloodline net. Upon acquiring the bloodline net, one ascends to the level of a 6 paths being, as only those of such caliber can endure such power. Moreover, what release is a synthesis of water, earth, and yang attributes, while phasing release is derived from the mutation of wind and yin chakra. Magnet release is formed through the combination of lightning and earth. Given Knight's chakra attributes, he too could potentially possess a bloodline limit flame release. This was one of Knight's aspirations, for having witnessed the prowess of this particular combination in his previous life. He understood its formidable potential. In this world, a bloodline limit was something he desperately needed. Furthermore, he had an inkling that the power of his synthesized flame release might surpass that depicted in the original narrative. As the 9 yang true scripture continuously enhanced the purity of both lightning and fire chakra. Consider the original work, where the magnet release ninja, Troy, was merely a chunin yet enjoyed the privileges typically accorded to AJ Neen. The undeniable truth is that bloodline limit ninjas generally possess strength that exceeds that of their peers. Keep it up, I believe in you. With that, Terumi May gave Knight a thumbs up, encouraging him. I am ready to begin. Knight disregarded Terumi May's encouragement, swiftly closing his eyes and crossing his legs to begin the extraction of chakra. What an impatient little rascal. It's truly unbearable. Observing this, Terumi May could not help but shake her head, turning to stride towards the exit. As one of the more pivotal jonin of the mist, she could not afford to appear as leisurely as she seemed. Numerous responsibilities awaited her attention. After establishing a barrier that no chunin could breach, she made her way towards the Mizukage building. Unbeknownst to her, as she turned to leave, Knight's eyes suddenly fluttered open, and he smiled slightly before rapidly forming hand seals. After suppressing his chakra for so long, he mused, this should allow him to extract a significant amount of chakra. The 9 yang scripture, as the martial arts manual from his previous life, possessed abilities that transcended merely enhancing the quality of his chakra to thrice that of an ordinary person. It also fortified the resilience and width of his meridians, surpassing that of a typical chunin, thereby augmenting his physical constitution. Consequently, Knight could endure a more vigorous and tumultuous flow of chakra. Thus, the potency of the jutsu he released was considerably stronger than that of his peers, and his recovery speed was notably accelerated. If one were to believe that this encapsulated the entirety of the 9 yang scripture's capabilities, they would be gravely underestimating it. The final aspect of the 9 yang scripture was one Knight yearned for and was unexpectedly delighted by. It possessed the ability to create caverns, a term he uniquely coined to denote reservoirs of chakra. Individuals in this world typically possessed a single cavern, while he possessed 3. Aside from his dantian, the other 2 caverns were located in his heart, termed the Spirit Sea, and in his head, referred to as the Divine Platform. This effectively meant Knight had 3 fuel tanks. Even after exhausting the chakra in his dantian, he would still retain ample combat power. This fact could serve as a trump card, catching adversaries off guard and ensuring victory. After all, no one would anticipate that Knight possessed 3 reservoirs of chakra. This was strikingly similar to Tsunade's sealing technique in the original work, which also allowed for the storage of excess chakra and the subsequent release of vast amounts for combat when one's chakra was depleted. Under such circumstances, one could surmise that his final chakra reserves could rival the tailless beast, Kisame. However, this might be beneficial, as chakra represented the essence of life in this world. Unless one was a ninja specializing in physical techniques, depleting chakra would render even a shadow-level powerhouse like Knight rather ineffective in combat. Since infiltrating the mist, he had been suppressing the flow of chakra within him. Though merely a day had passed, the chakra he had accumulated was sufficient for a jonin to recover from 0 to about 40%. Thanks to the nourishment from the 9-yang scripture, Knight's physical energy was exceptionally robust. Consequently, the chakra he refined was quite substantial, equating to the consumption of several B-rank jutsu. I should learn some medical ninjutsu as well, he mused, so that I can manage simple injuries myself and avoid exacerbating minor wounds. As he refined his chakra, he contemplated his desire to master medical ninjutsu, perhaps stemming from an inexplicable passion for medicine in his past life. Moreover, if he acquired some medical techniques, he could tend to non-lethal injuries himself, preventing minor wounds from worsening. However, given his current predicament, it was still too early to pursue this, at least until he returned to Konoha. If Danzo were to learn of my interest in medical ninjutsu, he would likely welcome me into the medical division, as he had long coveted it. Furthermore, he would certainly require medical ninjas to execute the transplant of Sharingan and would release cells, and this medical ninja would be a loyal subordinate, leaving no reason for him to refuse. Knight was acutely aware of Danzo's character, greedy yet cautious, imbued with ambitions that belied his strength. The 9-yang scripture was indeed fearsome. The chakra extracted in a single day had filled half of his dantian, and another session tomorrow would nearly top it off. Within Knight's being, 200 million cells ceaselessly emanate chakra, a gentle stream coalescing into a surging river that inundates his dantian, eliciting a contented sigh. To possess such a divine technique is indeed advantageous, surpassing the arduous efforts of others. As a transmigrator, his existence is not without its merits. A smile graces Knight's countenance as he contemplates this. Here, he finds that which his previous world could not offer: slaughter, cultivation, and more. He dares to refine chakra so openly within Mei Terumi's chambers for 2 reasons. Firstly, he knows that she will be absent for at least an hour. Secondly, he has erected a sensory barrier around the dwelling. Should Mei Terumi approach, Knight will be instantly alerted, allowing him to assume a guise. Furthermore, his appearance is exceedingly deceptive. Provided he emits no unusual sounds, even the Umbu would detect nothing amiss. As a recent addition to the Hidden Mist Village, surveillance by the Umbu is inevitable. However, they dare not intrude upon Mei Terumi's residence lightly, for they cannot bear the consequences. Chapter 42. Knight's astonishing chakra reserves. Once I have fully mastered the lightning and fire release ninjutsu currently within my grasp, I should commence the cultivation of nature transformation. While it is not impossible now, for the sake of the greater scheme, I shall exercise patience. The Knight possesses a clear blueprint for his own existence. As one who embodies the essence of a 30-year-old soul, he is acutely aware of when to act and when to refrain. It feels as though his body is brimming with vitality, as if he could rend anything asunder. This is the enchanting power of chakra, rising from his repose. He felt the abundant chakra coursing through his body as he comfortably reclined upon the opulent couch. Yet, in comparison to the individuals he encountered today, he recognized his own insignificance. When would he ascend to their heights? Resolute, he decided to persist in his efforts. The memory of the astonishing ninjutsu displayed by the elite ninjas earlier extinguished the burgeoning ambition within him, leaving no trace behind. He turned over and sat up once more. Continuing to refine his chakra, he endeavored to fill his dantian, subsequently directing the energy towards his spiritual sea and divine platform. In contrast to the dantian, the storage capacity of these 2 locations was undeniably more expansive, with space increasing as one ascended. The chakra capacity of the divine platform was twice that of the dantian. Should his dantian be filled with chakra, you would be capable of executing 1 A-rank ninjutsu, 2 B-rank ninjutsu, 2 C-rank ninjutsu, and simultaneously employing the body flicker technique 3 times. This was merely the extent of his chakra as a genin, and upon his advancement to chunin, these figures would rise further. With each level he transcended, his chakra reserves would expand. It was foreseeable that, when he eventually reached the rank of Kage, his chakra volume would likely rival that of formidable figures such as Hashirama Senju. In that eventuality, you would truly become a fearsome beast, akin to the likes of Kisame. I possess considerable potential. The prospect of the heights he might one day attain uplifted his spirits significantly. Nevertheless, the future remained an uncertain realm. Thus, it was prudent to remain grounded, advancing step by step. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status: resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message: resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status: resource exhausted. As night fell, he calculated the passage of time and sealed himself once more. It was nearly time for Kaguya to return, thus, he prepared himself diligently to avoid any potential slip-ups that might betray him upon her arrival. Seated in a cross-legged position, Knight maintained his focus on refining his chakra, his demeanor unchanged, yet lacking a certain vibrancy. 5 minutes later, Mei Terumi entered the room, her gaze widening in surprise at the sight of Knight, drenched in sweat. Diligently working. How intriguing, she mused with a smile, stepping into the inner chambers, clearly preparing to venture out. Little one, we have 3 days' worth of provisions at home. I will be out for a day, and you must remain here without venturing anywhere. I would prefer not to return to find a lifeless body. Mei Terumi admonished him firmly, clad in her combat attire. Without waiting for his response, she exited through the door. Understood, Knight replied, though whether Mei heard him was uncertain. The fact that someone of her stature was undertaking a mission indicated that something significant had transpired in the Land of Mist, he surmised. Chapter 43. A battle unrecorded by the original text. Indeed, Knight's speculation was correct. The Hidden Mist Village had encountered a grave situation. The catalyst was the recent confrontation between the Rock and Mist ninjas. Although the Mist Village had adopted a policy of isolation, it did not mean they were to be easily trifled with. The intrusion by the Rock ninjas, resulting in numerous casualties among the Mist forces and the theft of sensitive information regarding their borders, was a matter that could not be overlooked. Yagura found this intolerable and reprimanded the likes of the pufferfish demon of Watermelon Mountain, sending him to the Rock Village to demand an explanation from Inoki, the third Tsuchikage. In truth, this operation was orchestrated by Uchiha Obito, manipulating Yagura to deepen the animosity between the Rock and Mist villages, thus creating turmoil in the world. This chaos would provide an opportunity for the Akatsuki organization to grow and facilitate the swift execution of his Moon Eye plan. However, one must commend Inoki's exceptional diplomatic skills. Despite lacking other talents, his ability to mediate was quite impressive. After negotiations, Yagura's outrage ultimately led to hostilities erupting between the Mist and Rock villages. Upon hearing this news, the Cloud and Sand villages immediately began to prepare for potential conflict. The atmosphere within the ninja world grew tense, with even the Leaf village silently bolstering their defenses in anticipation of war. Smaller ninja villages remained vigilant, closely monitoring the actions of these powerful factions, fearful of becoming collateral damage in the impending conflict. Was it possible that my mere presence had triggered a butterfly effect? It seemed improbable, for I had done nothing to warrant such upheaval. Knight learned about this matter from the mouth of a passing ninja from the Kirigakure and was taken aback. However, upon further reflection, he quickly dismissed this assumption. Was he not being overly presumptuous? As a low-profile traveler, he had not caused a stir like other transmigrators, who began making waves at the tender age of 5 or 6, gained renown in the shinobi world by 11 or 12, and by 13 or 14, were capable of overpowering elite jonin, wooing maidens, and exhibiting extraordinary prowess. Thus, this was likely an undocumented war, which, according to the original narrative, should not have lasted long. Knight contemplated this in his heart. Yet, unbeknownst to him, while this conflict may have had little impact on other ninja villages, it held significant meaning for Kirigakure. The likes of Kisame Hashigaki and Zabuza Momochi were beginning to attract attention from other factions, gradually making their mark. However, that is a tale for another time. Let's not dwell on it now. On the battlefield of the Land of Earth, smoke billowed thickly. The forces of Kirigakure and Iwagakure had been at a standoff for quite some time, with their leaders positioned at the forefront of both groups. Iwagakure was represented by the third Tsuchikage, Inoki, a seasoned ninja who had survived since the era of Uchiha Madara, possessing formidable strength and standing alongside the third Hokage. On the side of Kirigakure stood the fourth Mizukage, Yagura, clad in green coral attire, leaning on a coral staff, and appearing remarkably youthful. Behind Inoki were his aides, Akatsuchi and Kuratsuchi. Akatsuchi was a portly man in his 20s, perpetually wearing a smile reminiscent of the Methriya Buddha. Kuratsuchi, a robust figure with a daughter destined to become the fourth Tsuchikage, had a comical appearance with a large chin and a mouth that seemed capable of engulfing his entire face. Additionally, there was the explosive genius Deidara, known for his prowess and explosive techniques, bolstering their ranks. Yagura's side was equally impressive, flanked by formidable figures such as Mei Terumi, Suigetsu Hozuki, and others, creating an overwhelming presence. Inoki, realizing that words could not resolve the issue, declared that they would resort to force to settle the conflict. Yagura, lacking patience for further dialogue, issued the command to attack. When words prove ineffective, one must resort to violence. As a Jinchuriki of the Three Tails, Yagura was never short of chakra, thus unleashing a terrifying waterfall technique without restraint. The Awagakure forces, evidently unwilling to remain passive, initiated a monumental battle. In this confrontation, both sides suffered devastating losses, with Inoki wounded and Yagura gravely injured. The battlefield lay in ruins, soaked in blood, creating a nauseating atmosphere. Yet, from this clash emerged a few names that would begin to resonate throughout the shinobi world. Kisame Hashigaki and Zabuza Momochi from Kirigakure, alongside Deidara and others from Awagakure. In recent years, Kirigakure had adopted a closed-off blood mist policy, making intelligence gathering increasingly challenging for the other four major ninja villages, an intolerable situation for them. Thus, the purpose of this battle was to assess the true strength of Kirigakure, allowing the other four villages to recalibrate their strategies accordingly. During this conflict, Kirigakure did not exhibit exceptional prowess, yet neither did they perform poorly. The entire shinobi world gained a clearer understanding of this power among the 5 great ninja villages, not to be trifled with. This conclusion resonated with the smaller ninja villages as well. Who could have imagined that, after the calamity of the 7 ninja swordsmen's decline, Kirigakure could maintain such formidable strength? It can only be said that Kirigakure, as one of the 5 great ninja villages, possessed profound roots, and barring a catastrophic event, would remain within that esteemed tier. Konoha, Awagakure, and Sunagakure were all somewhat astonished by Kirigakure's strength, while Kumogakure, seeing the situation was unmanageable, ceased its provocations. Thus, the shinobi world returned to a semblance of calm. Numerous factions, which had been anxiously watching from the shadows, could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Among them was the Sound Village, established by Orochimaru in the Land of Rice. Were they to emerge from this conflict with both sides severely weakened? Such a legacy of over 50 years from Kirigakure is indeed commendable. However, I am curious how you will handle the treacherous Kagaya clan, Yagura. Orochimaru mused with a sinister smile, tinged with anticipation. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office in Konoha, 3 formidable pillars had unexpectedly arisen. Indeed, Kirigakure should not be underestimated. The 3rd Hokage, Pipe in Mouth, stood by the window, letting out a soft sigh. His furrowed brow clearly indicated he was troubled by pressing matters. Similarly, the leaders of Kumogakure and Sunagakure exhibited a comparable reaction, as Kirigakure's resurgence was truly unexpected. What was once perceived as a fading line now appeared to be a slumbering beast. Regardless of which faction it was, caution was warranted before making any reckless moves. Stealing a chicken only to lose a rice grain is a sight no one wishes to behold. Yet, upon hearing this news, Yoru's focus was drawn elsewhere. He suddenly recalled that one of the 2 great clans of the Hidden Mist, the Kagaya clan, had seemingly betrayed during this period. Although this rebellion was ultimately crushed with brutal force by Yagura, the Kagaya clan suffered devastating losses, with all but the surviving Korea being slaughtered, regardless of age or gender. However, this suppression left the Hidden Mist village reeling from unprecedented damage, intensifying the atmosphere of fear among the already anxious clans. This turmoil subsequently sparked the later rebellion of the Mizuno Kuni clan, the defection of Kisame Hashigaki, Zabuza Momochi, and the betrayal of Kazashi Tenzo, alongside the tragic death of the pufferfish of Suigetsu. A relentless series of blows nearly caused the Hidden Mist village to fall from its esteemed position among the 5 great shinobi villages, plunging its strength to an all-time low, akin to the state of Konoha after the demise of the Uchiha clan. Yet at that time, Konoha still had the support of clans such as the Hyuga, Inazuka, Akimichi, Yamanaka, Waihai, and Nara. In contrast, the Hidden Mist had no formidable clan to rely upon, depending solely on the singular strength of Terumi-mei, who had attained the rank of Kage, much like Sunagakure, which, after the loss of the 5th Kazekage Gaara, had to rely on an alliance with Konoha to maintain its status among the 5 great shinobi villages. During this era in the original narrative, the Hidden Mist was referred to by a distinct term, the period of harsh winter. Chapter 45. Concealment born of identity. Though Yoru yearned to confide in Terumi-mei regarding this matter, he recognized his limited influence. Moreover, revealing his identity as a spy would lead to his demise, making the decision to bury this knowledge deep within his heart the wisest course of action. For situations that are predetermined and offer him no benefit, it is best to refrain from excessive interference. After all, The decline of the Hidden Mist village would be advantageous for Konoha. He also believed that Terumi Mei's strength was sufficient to uphold the great vessel of the Hidden Mist. Unbeknownst to him, a sense of discomfort gnawed at Yoru, as if his conscience were being reprimanded. However, following the incident with Mitokage, he had come to fully appreciate the significance of power. Therefore, upon successfully withdrawing from the Hidden Mist village, he resolved to seek a position of authority within Konoha. It was impossible to do so under Danzo's command, as the positions there were merely nominal, with everyone ultimately obeying Danzo alone. The Umbu, however, presented a different opportunity. If Yoru were willing to exert effort, he could easily secure a position of influence. His ambition to cultivate his own power could thus be realized. Nevertheless, he must tread carefully, ensuring he does not overstep the boundaries set by the third Hokage, lest this cunning old fox turn ruthless. When Terumi Mei returned home, her face etched with exhaustion, despite having her wounds treated and bandaged, the blood still seeped through, staining her garments. "Sister, what happened? How did you sustain such severe injuries? Come, lie down and rest. Let me help you with your bandaging." Night feigned a look of astonishment and heartache as she assisted Kirigakure Mei onto the bed. After tucking her under the covers, she turned and made her way to the shower, fetching a basin of water to cleanse Mei's bloodied visage. The sight of her face, marred by the remnants of battle, stirred a sensation of unease within Night. It was evident that the ferocity of the conflict had been such that a woman so enamored with beauty had neglected even the most rudimentary act of self-care. "Oh, it appears that bringing you here was indeed a prudent decision. Individuals of your caliber, who take charge so early on, are a rarity." Kirigakure Mei, observing Night emerge from the shower with the basin, could not help but muster a faint smile upon her pallid features. "Sister, you provide me with food and shelter, and treat me with such kindness. What I do pales in comparison." Taken aback for a moment, Night then chuckled, although surprised that Mei had not remained at the hospital. She understood that some inquiries were best left unvoiced. "Are you wondering why I chose to return home instead of staying in the hospital?" Mei remarked, having caught a fleeting look of curiosity on Night's face. "That was your own assertion, not a question I intended to pose." Night shrugged in response. "How amusing." Mei laughed, her spirits lifted by Night's antics. After regaining her composure, she continued, "Unlike the other 4 great ninja villages, the medical ninjas in Kirigakure are exceedingly scarce, rendering us incapable of accommodating a multitude of patients. Thus, all of us ninja have learned some medical techniques. We generally treat minor injuries ourselves, reserving the medical facilities for only the most severe cases. Does that clarify things for you?" While Mei spoke with ease, Night could sense a current of discontent and yearning beneath her words. Why does Kirigakure lack what other ninja villages possess? In truth, there was an unspoken thought lingering. That was in the past. The present Kirigakure is no longer the same. My reluctance to visit the hospital is merely due to my discomfort with the pungent atmosphere there. "Oh, I see." Night nodded, a look of enlightenment dawning upon her. "By the way, how goes your chakra refinement? Do you feel any progress?" Mei inquired suddenly. "Oh, don't mention it. I feel absolutely nothing. But do not worry, sister. I shall succeed." Night shook her head in frustration, her face momentarily clouded with disappointment, yet soon replaced by a surge of confidence. "Oh, is that so? I shall eagerly await the results." Mei replied, unconvinced that Night would achieve success so easily. Then she closed her eyes, relishing the cleansing service Night was providing. Chapter 46. Finding firm ground in the CHNIN exams. In an instant, fatigue washed over her like a tide, and she succumbed to slumber. After a fierce battle, she required ample rest to recuperate. 3 days passed quietly. During this time, Night astonishingly succeeded in refining her chakra. "Huh, I truly stumbled upon a treasure. I never expected you to possess such prowess." Mei exclaimed in amazement, her injuries nearly healed. "Given this, you must fulfill your promise and teach me a jutsu." With a visage as tranquil as a still pond, he cast a sidelong glance at Kumiai and spoke, though the joy dancing in his eyes was impossible to suppress. "Very well. If that is the case, then prepare to witness. I shall demonstrate only thrice. Whether you can master it will depend on your diligence." Kumiai retrieved a gray scroll from her bosom and tossed it to Yi. Then, weaving hand signs to channel her chakra, she transformed with a resounding pop into a wooden figure. "What do you think, little brat? Impressive, isn't it? You have 7 days. If you can grasp this jutsu, I shall teach you another." Kumiai reappeared before Yi with another crack, towering over him as she provocatively declared, "No problem. Isn't it just a substitution technique? Watch me." The genius Yi, create a miracle before your eyes. Knight patted his chest confidently, exuding an air of assuredness. However, Koyomi may harbored doubts about Knight's capabilities. After all, she had devoted 4.5 days to mastering the technique herself, and that was under the condition of possessing sufficient chakra to utilize the substitution technique. Learning ninjutsu is far from as straightforward as refining chakra. Yet, Knight had merely just begun to grasp chakra refinement. How could he possibly learn the substitution technique within a mere week? I shall await the outcome, Koyomi May remarked, gently ruffling Knight's hair. Although she did not believe he could succeed, encouragement was still warranted. Yet, reality delivered a surprising blow to Koyomi May. Knight astonishingly mastered the substitution technique within the 7 days. I must admit, your aptitude for ninjutsu is remarkable. Given this, why not attempt to learn these 2 additional techniques? Koyomi May expressed her astonishment, finding Knight increasingly agreeable. As she spoke, she handed Knight 2 scrolls. As Knight anticipated, they contained the techniques for the shadow clone and stealth techniques. The body flicker technique, classified as a C-rank ninjutsu, seemed beyond Knight's current qualifications in Koyomi May's eyes. You have half a month. Should you master these 3 techniques, congratulations, you will have become a distinguished genin ninja, she declared with a cheerful demeanor. Yet, Knight could sense a mischievous undertone beneath her smile. However, with the 2 techniques being so familiar to him, he faced no difficulty. In fact, having observed distinctly different training methods in the Mist Village compared to Konoha, Knight found himself mastering these 3 techniques with greater proficiency. A month later, even with Koyomi May discreetly monitoring Knight's every move, she discovered no flaws whatsoever. Knight was entirely replicating the actions of his initial training in the 3 ninjutsu techniques. And Terumi May could sense something amiss. A month had elapsed since Knight mastered these 3 techniques. During Terumi May's absence, Knight had secretly refined his chakra several times, saturating his dantian, spiritual sea, and divine platform. He felt as though his body was akin to an inflated balloon, brimming with power, with excess chakra having nowhere to reside. Knight employed the 9 Suns divine art to nourish his body and mend previous injuries. Following this, Knight's stature increased significantly, and his physical prowess reached the true level of a nin, signifying that he had firmly established his footing within this rank. Chapter 47. The 3 controlled by the curse seal. With each successful completion of a mission, Knight received a new reward, and this time, Terumi May imparted to him the method of chakra refinement from the hidden mist. To become a formidable ninja, mastering the correct chakra extraction technique is indispensable. Given Knight's extraordinary talent, Terumi May developed a fondness for him, aspiring to cultivate him as her trusted confidant to better transform the future of the hidden Mist Village. To become a powerful ninja, an ample supply of chakra is essential. Kakashi Hitaki is merely an exception. Therefore, Terumi May began teaching Knight the chakra refinement methods, aiming for his chakra levels to swiftly reach the genin tier, thus enabling her to take him on missions and facilitate his growth through combat. This time, Terumi May refrained from wagering with Knight, as she was confident in his abilities. Half a month later, we shall commence our missions. Prepare yourself mentally, and do not be alarmed by the sight of blood. With this parting remark, Terumi May disregarded Knight and strode out of the room. She did not impose a specific chakra target upon him, as she was eager to witness the limits of his potential. Once Terumi May departed, Knight rose from the ground and approached the bed, gazing in the direction she had taken. Confirming her true departure, he retrieved a small piece of paper from his pocket. After forming the seal, a majestic eagle suddenly appeared, diving down to perch upon Knight's shoulder. This served as his conduit for transmitting information to the outside world. A temporary summoning technique bestowed by Mido-Gaiden. Go forth and deliver this information to Mido-Gaiden and the 3rd Hokage. Knight gently caressed the head of the falcon, rolled up the note, and tucked it into the messenger tube attached to the eagle's leg before casting the majestic bird into the air. With a resounding thud, the eagle vanished from the room, as if it had never been there at all. For a month, Knight had not solely devoted himself to training. During the stillness of the night, he also meticulously compiled and analyzed the intelligence he had gathered. There was no choice. Having placed his bet, he was determined to see it through to the end, regardless of the cost. Mizutomo-in, you must be seething with resentment towards me now, huh? Humph, apart from myself, no one can alleviate the threat looming over your grandson. Therefore, it would be wise for you to refrain from any unnecessary actions. Otherwise, do not blame me for turning against you. Knight clenched his fists and spoke coldly. The Konoha orphanage was his sole anchor in this world. if they were to be harmed, Knight could not predict the extent of the madness he might unleash. Unbeknownst to Knight, on the very day he departed from Konoha, Maya, Wei, and Ryumin had mysteriously vanished from the orphanage for a brief span of minutes. The duration was short, and they exhibited no peculiar behavior upon their return, which led the caretaker, Yakushina Noyu, to dismiss the incident. However, following that day, Maya and her companions frequently disappeared for a few minutes at a time, leaving no trace behind in the orphanage. Once known for their gentle dispositions, they had grown increasingly shadowy, causing others to shy away from them. Yakushina Noyu had initially contemplated investigating the matter. Yet she was cautioned by Shimura Danzo to focus on her own responsibilities and not meddle in affairs beyond her concern. Intimidated by Danzo's authority, she reluctantly abandoned her inquiry. Despite her myriad of questions, she could only keep them to herself and diligently perform her duties. Yet, she was acutely aware that any association with Danzo would yield no favorable outcomes, for he had never been one to act for the greater good. It was not that she was unwilling to intervene. Rather, she found herself powerless to do so. If she were to involve herself, it would likely provoke Danzo's retaliation. For the sake of the orphanage, she had to make compromises. Nevertheless, even without conducting an investigation, she could surmise certain details. She firmly believed that the trio had indeed been cursed. Yakushina Noyu was correct in her suspicions. Maya and her companions had indeed been marked by a curse. Under the control of Mizutomo In and Shimura Danzo, given their close ties with Knight, they were not concerned that he would not comply. Thus, Mizutomo In eagerly awaited Knight's return. Once Knight released the chakra from his grandson's body, he would be met with unending. The Knight has perished, and with it, the life of his grandson hangs in the balance. Mito Minyan fervently wishes for the safe return of Yi. The more obedient puppets he possesses, the greater the strength of Konoha. It is a mutually beneficial arrangement, and furthermore, it would ensure the preservation of his grandson's life. However, one can easily imagine that should Yi return unscathed, he would be met with an endless barrage of torment from Mito Minyan. Mito has never been a man of broad-mindedness, and the humiliation he suffered at Ye's hands that day is a bitter pill for him to swallow. Upon learning of this matter, the third Hokage merely sighed, stating that for the stability of Konoha, occasional sacrifices are inevitable. In truth, Mito Minyan merely offered him corresponding benefits. Otherwise, how could the third ever relent? If Yi were to discover this, he would likely explode with rage and storm into the Hokage's office. Unfortunately, Yi remains oblivious to this situation. After dispatching the intelligence, you couldn't help but sigh in relief, only to feel an even greater weight upon his shoulders. He had only completed a mere tenth of his task, and he remained utterly ignorant of the specifics regarding the Mist Village. He believed that Mito Minyan, with his inherently greedy temperament, would undoubtedly command Yi to gather even more information. Yi had long prepared himself mentally for this. As a subordinate of Terumi Mei, he had taken a small step forward. Henceforth, he would accompany Terumi Mei on missions, significantly increasing his chances of appearing in the Mist Village. The more frequently he appeared, the less likely anyone would suspect his true identity. He could then seize the opportunity to ascertain the terrain and troop distributions of the Mist Village. Simultaneously, through the conversations of the Mist Ninjas, he could glean further information, thereby gaining a clearer understanding of the village. Half a month slipped away like water through fingers. Terumi Mei arrived as promised, task list in hand, leading Yi out through the gates of the Mist Village. Your mission today is to eliminate a petty bandit leader from the Land of Water. Remember, hesitation is not an option. Today, it's either your life or his. Do you understand? As they walked, Terumi Mei deliberately slowed her pace, allowing you to keep up while imparting her instructions. In that moment, she exuded the aura of an authority figure, imbued with an air of dignity and a chilling aura of menace, a stark contrast to her usual girlish demeanor. I understand. I certainly will not falter. I detest bandits. My family was slain by such scoundrels. Yi replied, feigning a grimace, his eyes ablaze with vengeful fire. His words held truth. Before he inhabited this body, its original owner had lost his family to mountain bandits. Excellent. I am pleased to see you possess such resolve. In that case, let us observe your performance. Terumi Mei responded, a flicker of surprise crossing her face, her lips curving into a smile. Internally, she mused, whether you are a dragon or a worm, prove it to me. If you truly are a dragon, I, Terumi Mei, would not mind allowing you to soar across the heavens. The knight, of course, was unaware of Kirishima's inner monologue, yet he understood that to earn her enduring trust, he must demonstrate his worth. In this ruthless world, No one would be inclined to adopt a seemingly useless individual, regardless of the closeness shared with Kirishima. An hour later, they arrived at their destination. Kirishima unleashed a water-style ninjutsu to force open the village gate, then concealed herself, leaving the knight to grapple with the chaos alone. Truly, this is characteristic of your approach. Observing this, the knight could not help but shake his head in resignation. He then retrieved a kunai from his ninja tool pouch, gripping it tightly as he charged forward. As a novice on the battlefield, he could not afford to appear overly adept, for such a fade would surely reveal his vulnerabilities to Kirishima. The stakes were high. Failure to maintain his cover could very well cost him his life. It was essential to remember that Kirishima's prowess ranked highly even among elite Jonin, placing him just a step away from the distinguished echelon. He was no match for Kirishima. Chapter 49. The First Battle of the Hidden Mist Village. Under the cover of darkness, he adeptly disguised himself as a novice on the battlefield, pausing at the entrance of the bandit camp, awaiting the arrival of the marauders. However, one could hardly categorize Yi as a seasoned warrior, for he had only personally experienced 2 battles prior, with no prior history of taking a life. This marked his third encounter with combat. Upon seeing that the incoming assailant was merely an 11-year-old child, the bandit leader was momentarily taken aback, only to erupt into a sinister laugh. Although the means by which he had breached the gate remained a mystery, the leader felt no trepidation, confident that a solitary opponent posed no threat. Even if he were a ninja, in the leader's eyes, he was merely a freshly graduated genin. The leader doubted his ability to defeat an adult genin, yet he could not fathom that a child, barely half his height, could stand as a rival. Haha, boss. You've completely underestimated him. Kill him, and we'll feast on human flesh hot pot tonight. One of the bandits eagerly incited, clearly relishing the chaos. No one believed the bandit leader would suffer defeat. Upon hearing this, the leader licked his lips, his eyes ablaze with a terrifying fire, the raw essence of desire that sent a chill down Ye's spine. Hey, my orientation is perfectly normal, Yi thought to himself. The bandit leader approached Yi with deliberate steps, a malevolent grin plastered across his face. Though I know not where Unite extracted 3 kunai from his ninja pouch, launching them towards the brigands while simultaneously advancing upon their leader with swiftness. Mere trinkets, devoid of any substantial force. The brigand chief merely deflected the projectiles with a flick of his blade, continuing his assault on Knight. Faced with the descending katana, Knight remained motionless, seemingly paralyzed by fear. Little whelp, is that all you've got? Pathetic. In that case, your life is mine. The brigand leader sneered, cleaving Knight in 2. Poof. Before the brigand chief could revel in his victory, the bisected Knight dissolved into a cloud of smoke, revealing 2 severed locks. Impossible. His eyes widened in disbelief, a cry escaping his lips. Just as he was about to evade, a sharp pain pierced his back, accompanied by a spurt of blood. Thwack! Ignoring the pain, the brigand leader spun around, his katana sweeping through the air, bisecting Knight before he could retreat. The brigand chief saw the resentment, shock, and fear of death in Knight's eyes, convincing him that this was the real Knight. A clone wouldn't have such an expression. Poof! Again, he was mistaken. This Knight dissipated into smoke, merely another clone. Chapter 50. Life Beyond Mere Existence. A torrent of blood. This kid is using both the clone technique and the body replacement technique simultaneously. And even I didn't notice when he used the clone technique. Is he really just a novice with the 3 basic techniques? To devise such a brilliant tactic on his first try. He's a prodigy. Concealed by her invisibility technique, Mei Terumi marveled inwardly. It had taken her a year after mastering the 3 basic techniques to achieve the same feat. It seems I've stumbled upon a treasure. Having passed through the sealing chamber's detection, he's unlikely to be a spy from another village. I can nurture him properly. He'll undoubtedly become a pillar of Kirigakure in the future. Mei Terumi mused. Suddenly, Knight appeared at the brigand leader's feet. With a flash of his kunai, he severed the brigand leader's femoral artery, causing blood to gush out like a fountain. Ark! The brigand leader cried out in agony, his right leg losing sensation, his mind growing hazy. Is this really his first time killing someone? How can he be so precise? He's like a natural-born assassin. Mei Terumi exclaimed in astonishment. You little brat, I'll kill you. The brigand leader, completely unhinged, swung his katana at Knight, determined to take him down with him. Whoosh! Knight retaliated by launching 2 kunai at the brigand chief, compelling him to parry and thus allowing Knight to break free. It was an ingenious tactic, arguably the best course of action for someone unversed in offensive ninjutsu. Thwack! However, the brigand chief's defensive maneuver presented an opening. Knight lunged toward the chief's left leg, aiming a swift kunai strike at his femoral artery. "Watch out, boss!" The observing brigands cried out, but their warning came too late. Thwack! The sound of tearing flesh echoed once more, accompanied by a gush of blood and the brigand chief's agonized scream. "Fall? Oaf!" Knight exclaimed, capitalizing on his success by launching a flying kick at the chief's right leg, shattering the joint and sending the brigand chief crashing to his knees. Arc! The brigand chief howled in pain, utterly overwhelmed by Knight's rapid sequence of attacks. "Damn brat, die!" Roaring like a wounded beast. The brigand chief abandoned his greatsword and lunged at Knight with his bare hands. Bang! Knight, channeling his chakra, executed a substitution jutsu to evade the attack. The disparity between one who wields chakra and one who does not is insurmountable, akin to the difference between a bare-handed child and an armed adult. "It's over, oaf," Knight declared, reappearing behind the brigand chief and drawing the kunai across his neck. Thwack! A geyser of blood erupted, staining the earth crimson. Having completed the task, Knight abruptly sensed a presence and swiftly retreated. Whoosh! The brigand chief's fist crashed into the space Knight had just vacated, creating a gust of wind. Had Knight not evaded, he would have surely been struck down. Chapter 51. 3 chakra affinities. With the battle concluded, Knight feigned a pallid complexion and collapsed to his knees, pretending to vomit. He trusted that the remaining brigands would not dare to act rashly, as Mei Terumi had revealed herself, radiating an aura of formidable power. The brigands stared at Mei Terumi in awe, none daring to provoke her. "Well, how was your first experience with taking a life?" Mei Terumi inquired, kneeling beside Knight and patting his back. "Not bad," Knight replied, his face still pale. "Survival in this world necessitates such actions." Knight continued the facade. "Indeed. You possess the necessary resolve. I was not mistaken in my judgment of you," Mei Terumi exclaimed, nodding approvingly. "In that case, perhaps you could instruct me in an offensive ninjutsu," Knight suggested, seizing the opportunity. "I cannot rely solely on desperate escapes in every battle." "You are quite the opportunist." Mei Terumi chuckled. "Very well. Given your commendable performance today, we shall assess your chakra affinity upon our return and then instruct you in a suitable ninjutsu." "Excellent. Let us return immediately. I am eager to begin," Knight exclaimed, feigning impatience, his earlier feebleness seemingly forgotten. "However, I must forewarn you that if your chakra affinities are wind and lightning, I will be unable to instruct you," Mei Terumi cautioned, adopting a serious tone. "You will have to rely on your own devices. Let us hope that your affinities are water, fire, or earth. Otherwise, no one in Kirigakure will be able to guide you. Rest assured, I shall master ninjutsu," Knight declared confidently, as if already aware of his chakra affinities. Knight was certainly aware of his chakra attributes, which were fire and lightning. However, he could only learn the fire element. Nevertheless, this sufficed, as many had made a name for themselves relying on a single ninjutsu, such as fire release practitioners like Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Madara, earth release expert Deidara, water release users like Senju Tobarama and Kisame Hashigaki, wind release wielder Naruto Uzumaki, and the various reikage representing lightning release. Even the legendary wood release master Senju Hashirama was a testament to the power of specialization. Relying solely on fire release would be more than adequate for Knight to carve out his own reputation before reaching the level of a Kage. Upon returning to the Hidden Mist village and completing his mission, Knight eagerly pulled Terumi Mei towards her home, exhibiting an impetuous demeanor. "Now, let us commence the test. Take this piece of paper and infuse it with your chakra. Each chakra attribute will elicit a corresponding reaction. Water will moisten, fire will ignite, lightning will shatter, wind will cleave, and earth will crumple. Come now, let me witness your chakra attributes." Terumi Mei handed Knight a brownish-yellow piece of paper, her expression brimming with anticipation. "Hee. This is sure to surprise you. It might even reveal all 5 attributes." After receiving the chakra paper, Knight confidently proclaimed. With that, he focused his energy and infused his chakra into the paper. However, the outcome was somewhat unexpected for both Knight and Terumi Mei. The chakra attributes of the Knight astonishingly encompass water, fire, and lightning. Among these, the lightning attribute reacts with the utmost intensity, causing the chakra paper to disintegrate into fragments within a mere second, subsequently igniting and gradually becoming somewhat damp. Chapter 52. The pancake painted by Terumi Mei. How amusing it is that your chakra attributes possess such multifaceted qualities. Water conquers fire. While water and lightning can merge to form the powerful wind release, and lightning and fire can combine into the inferno release. Water and fire can even yield the boiling release. Observing this, Terumi May could not help but jest. It is worth noting that most individuals, prior to reaching the rank of Jonin, typically possess only 1 or 2 chakra attributes. It is rare for a Chunin to wield 3 chakra attributes simultaneously. Of course, the fusion of bloodline limits is no simple feat. Only those with abundant chakra, resolute hearts, strong manipulation capabilities, and a degree of fortuity can achieve such a synthesis. Otherwise, the ninja world would have long since been ablaze with bloodline limits. Thus, it implies that my sister can impart ninjutsu to me. The existence of the water attribute took Yi by surprise. However, the addition of a water attribute would undoubtedly prove beneficial. With determination, he could potentially harness 3 bloodline limits, significantly enhancing his strength. Very well, if that is the case, I shall teach you 2 fundamental water and fire ninjutsu. If you apply yourself diligently, I may even teach you the boiling release. Terumi May instilled great hope in Yi. It is known that countless individuals yearn for the training methods of Terumi May's boiling release, and now, with effort, he could obtain a formidable bloodline limit at no cost. What could be more advantageous? Is that truly the case? You felt a harsh sensation in his throat. Tightly gripping Terumi May's pant leg, momentarily losing his composure as he inquired. Indeed, as long as you strive to reach Jonin level, I can bestow the boiling release upon you. Does that not seem like a worthwhile endeavor? A smile graced Terumi May's lips, reminiscent of the cunning wolf in fairy tales. All right, it's a deal. The thought of potentially mastering the boiling release in the future left you feeling a dryness in his throat. Should he master the boiling release? Combined with his formidable chakra reserves, his prowess would undoubtedly increase exponentially. Consider the original narrative, where only a Jonin-level Naruto Uzumaki dispatched an Akatsuki-level opponent with a single Raisin Shuriken. The ninjutsu derived from bloodline limits possesses power that far surpasses single-attribute ninjutsu. Reflect upon the 4th Raikage, who, despite his efforts, could not shatter the tortoise shell. Only for Terumi May to dissolve it effortlessly with a clever mist technique. While the aspiration to learn the boiling release is commendable, it is regrettable that with your current strength, it remains unattainable. You should first focus on mastering the foundational ninjutsu. Terumi May aptly reminded Yi, ensuring he did not become lost in his own delusions. Ah, indeed. Come, sister, what foundational ninjutsu will you teach me? Upon hearing this, Yi was jolted from his reverie. Terumi May was correct. Regardless of how splendidly he envisioned the future, imagination alone would not suffice. One must be grounded in reality. One cannot run before learning to walk. Watch closely. Mastering these 2 ninjutsu will significantly enhance your capabilities. With that, Terumi May commenced forming hand seals. As she was teaching Yi, her speed was deliberately slow. Tiger, snake, tiger, snake, tiger, snake. 6 seals, 6 seconds. Water release, water barrier. Terumi May forcefully struck the ground as she proclaimed. And a water wall over 4 meters long rose from the earth, standing before her. Next came the fire release. Terumi May declared, and her hands began forming seals anew. Snake, horse, monkey, boar, horse, tiger. Again 6 seals. Once more, 6 seconds. Upon completing the seals, Terumi May's cheeks puffed dramatically, her chakra converging terrifyingly in her throat. Fire release, great fireball technique. A colossal fireball, over 7 meters in diameter, erupted from Terumi May's mouth, crashing to the ground and instantly dispersing the mist in the air, illuminating the entire room. The knight felt as though he had entered the fiery depths of a blazing mountain, the searing heat waves assaulting him with excruciating pain, rendering his eyes nearly impossible to open. The ground bore wide scars from the rolling fireballs, scorched and transformed into crystalline structures that shimmered brilliantly under the sun's rays. Chapter 53. The Knight of Great Expectations Impressive, Knight exclaimed, clapping his hands with exaggerated astonishment. In truth, he was genuinely surprised. Koyami May, though not a specialist in fire techniques, was still capable of unleashing such terrifying fire ninjutsu, a testament to her mastery over chakra. While many J-nin could utilize elemental jutsu outside their specialty, few could replicate the sensation of elevating a C-rank technique to an A-rank level as Koyami May had done. If you put in the effort, perhaps you too could reach the level of your sister. Keep it up, Koyami May said, affectionately ruffling Knight's hair. Everyone appreciates kind words of praise, regardless of who they are. Yes, I will. I am determined to reach your level in the future, Knight proclaimed, clenching his fists in resolute determination. Then focus on your training. Once you have honed your skills, join me on missions. Only those who grow through battle can be considered true talents. Koyami May gazed into Knight's eyes, filled with high hopes for him. Indeed, Knight wholeheartedly agreed with Koyami May's sentiments. It is only through the crucible of combat that one can truly stand alone. Here, these are the specific training methods for the two jutsu we discussed earlier. Ponder them well. Given your talent, they should not pose much difficulty for you. Koyami May retrieved 2 scrolls, one red and one blue, from her bosom and handed them to Knight. Hee, sister, with such trust in me. Are you not concerned that I might be a spy sent by another ninja village? Knight teased playfully, testing the waters. Upon hearing this, Koyami May squinted her eyes and chuckled. Humph, if you were a spy, I would be the first to deal with you. I would ensure you understand the might of boil release and dissolution release. There would be nothing left of you. My scorching red lips are not mere embellishments. As she spoke, Koyami May slightly parted her crimson lips, her alluring tongue gliding over her upper lip, exuding an irresistible allure. Yet Knight understood that she was not jesting. Should his true identity be revealed, Koyami May would not hesitate to uphold justice, even at the cost of familial ties. As a member of the Umbu from the Hidden Mist Village, particularly during its peak era, she was cold-blooded and decisive, far from the seemingly gentle demeanor she projected. Why do you suddenly ask such questions? Is there something about your identity that warrants concern? Koyami Ma's night fell, the air suddenly felt heavy, and the atmosphere became oppressive. No, of course not. How could I possibly be a spy? Just look at me. I am certainly not cut out for such a role. Besides, even if I were a spy, I would undoubtedly be swayed by the charms of a beautiful sister. Wouldn't I? Knight waved his hand, chuckling as he offered his flattery, utterly servile in demeanor. Humph, such a smooth talker. Upon hearing this, Koizumi couldn't help but huff in mock anger, though the corners of her mouth betrayed a hint of amusement, clearly pleased by Knight's compliments. All right, practice diligently. If a month passes and I do not witness your mastery of these 2 ninjutsu techniques, you will be well aware of the consequences. Koizumi suddenly leaned closer to Knight's face, speaking in a chilling tone. Knight felt a shiver run down his spine, as if a cold wind had swept over him. Hee. I will definitely succeed. I assure you I will complete the task. Knight declared confidently, thumping his chest with a resounding thud. Then we shall await the fruits of your labor. Should you fail, humph, you shall be grounded for a month. Even if you manage to succeed, you shall remain confined. Do not question my reasons. With that, Koizumi turned and departed. As one of the most prominent figures among the elite jonin of the Hidden Mist, she had numerous responsibilities to attend to daily. Furthermore, given the recent unrest in the village, her days were filled with relentless toil. Chapter 54. A scheme to take advantage of the turmoil. There was no avoiding it. With great power comes great responsibility. The Suki clan, known for their arrogance and defiance, was once again stirring up trouble, this time conspiring for the position of Mizukage. This was intolerable for Yagura. The dignity of the Mizukage could not be challenged. If the Suki clan succeeded, he would undoubtedly become the subject of ridicule. Yagura's stance on their treasonous plot was one of resolute suppression, a sentiment echoed by the village's higher-ups and most of the elite jonin. In politics, there is never a clear right or wrong, only the clash of interests. Knight understood that in the forthcoming month, the entire village of Mist would descend into chaos. Yagura's focus would be entirely directed towards the Kagaya clan, leading to a decline in surveillance in other areas, presenting him with an opportune moment to gather intelligence and hone his ninjutsu. He certainly would not heed Terumi May's counsel, with his prowess. As long as he did not draw too much attention, no one would suspect anything amiss. After all, he had firmly established himself among the Nin ranks. And should he successfully cultivate changes in attributes in nature, his power would surge once more. If he could also successfully merge his bloodline limit, he felt confident in his ability to confront a Kaga-level opponent. Moreover, Knight was aware that this day was not far off. He was assured that within 2 years, he would master nature transformation and attain the strength of Nin. With Terumi May's guidance, he harbored no doubts about the feasibility of his plans, and he could even expedite his ascent to Kaga-level strength. Achieving Kage status by the age of 17 should not be deemed exceedingly rare. As for surpassing the Kage level, Knight had no illusions. That echelon was not within reach of the ordinary. What does beyond Kage truly signify? It is, quite literally, an elevation above Kage status. A realm that even Kage-level individuals must shy away from. Figures such as Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobarama, and Six Paths Pain belong to this exclusive tier. Aspiring to attain Nin strength within 2 years, while possessing a bloodline limit, constitutes a commendable shortcut. He intends to adopt boil release as his inaugural bloodline limit. The reasoning behind selecting boil release as the first choice may stem from its relatively moderate power and ease of mastery compared to the other two bloodline limits. Furthermore, he will benefit from the guidance of the esteemed Kagaya-Mei, which will significantly expedite his acquisition of boil release. As for flame release, he will not be able to embark on mastering it until he attains the rank of Jonin, and its success remains uncertain. After all, it is a formidable bloodline limit derived from the fusion of two of the most volatile elements. However, it is essential to note that this flame release bears no correlation to the one wielded by Uchiha Sasuke in the original narrative, where he manipulates Amaterasu with the Sharingan. They cannot be compared. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. As the night sky darkened, he formed hand seals with both hands, causing the chakra within him to surge forth. He then brought his palms together, inhaled sharply, and his cheeks inflated like those of a frog, before unleashing a torrent of water that cascaded forth in a curtain over 4 meters long, shielding him from view. It seems I possess quite the aptitude for ninjutsu, he mused to himself, pleased with the impressive result of his first attempt. The sudden emergence of water-based chakra took him by surprise. Typically, once an individual extracts chakra, its attributes become fixed, and the likelihood of developing new attributes later is exceedingly slim. Chapter 55. The psychological shadow left by Orochimaru. He had not intentionally trained for this, yet he found himself endowed with water chakra, an unexpected delight indeed. Moreover, it posed no adverse effects, so why not embrace it? The advent of water attributes would significantly hasten his journey towards becoming a formidable warrior. Why is it that ninjas with Kekkai Jinkai receive such special attention? It is precisely because they wield extraordinary combat prowess. One could assert that possessing a Kekkai Jinkai is a coveted dream for every ninja. Yet acquiring one is far from simple. This is evident from the scant number of Kekkai Jinkai ninjas depicted in the original work. Additionally, the majority of these abilities are innate, with only a select few, such as Uchiha Madara, Terumi-Mei, Inoki, Biryu, and Troy, having acquired them through synthesis. The methods for synthesizing a Kekkai Jinkai are not only intricate, but also fraught with significant risks, shrouded in secrecy, and rarely disclosed to outsiders. Consequently, even though many may meet the conditions for synthesis, only a handful achieve success. In just a few days, the annihilation of the Kagaya clan is set to unfold. If my memory serves me right, that man should also make an appearance in the hidden mist village at that time, in the depths of the night. The visage of that man, exuding a chilling aura, resurfaced in his mind. Upon his arrival in this world, he had yet to comprehend the unfolding events when he was bitten by this man, plunging him into a perilous crisis. Although, due to the 9-sun scripture, he ultimately evaded the curse's erosion, his physique was, in fact, enhanced. Nonetheless, if given a choice, he would prefer never to experience that sense of despair and helplessness again. This man could only be Orochimaru. No one else could instill such a psychological shadow upon him. It would be prudent to exercise caution when venturing out. Should he encounter that individual, he might not even have the chance to flee. Night furrowed his brows. Only through first-hand experience could one truly grasp Orochimaru's strength. Although he had been bested by Uchiha Itachi's Manjiki Sharingan, due to his somewhat lacking Jinjutsu talent, it remained undeniable that he was a formidable adversary. Among the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya, having mastered Sage Mode, stood as the strongest, followed by Orochimaru, who developed the White Phosphorus Serpent technique, with Tsunade, who commanded the Een Sealing and 100 Healings techniques. Trailing behind, the former two were indeed peak-level shinobi. Was Orochimaru's prowess truly so limited during the original Konoha collapse plan? Such an assertion would be rather biased. To afford the third Hokage a dignified demise, he deliberately concealed a portion of his strength. Ultimately, he was caught off guard by the third's Reaper Death Seal, leading to a disheartening conclusion. Otherwise, had he unleashed his full might, whether the third could triumph remained a pressing question. After all, the 8-headed serpent technique possessed the power of infinite regeneration. With Orochimaru's abundant chakra, he could outlast the third in a war of attrition. It is undeniable that the third once exhibited peak-level strength, having a master of extraordinary caliber, yet that was a feat achieved when he was nearly 50. By the time of the Konoha collapse plan, he was already 68. Having endured 18 years of decline, how much strength could he possibly retain? The title of the strongest Hokage seems rather misplaced. Not to mention the god of shinobi, Hashirama Senju, who kept the shinobi world in check, and even the third's master, Tobarama Senju, known as the Water God, possessed far superior strength. Each mention of the third's title as the strongest Hokage elicits a sense of awkwardness. However, this cannot serve as a justification for my hesitance to investigate. Fortune favors the bold. Without a modicum of courage, how could one aspire to the path of strength? Knight clenched his fists and exhaled softly. Chapter 56. The hidden dragon emerges from the abyss. A fortnight passed quietly, and the shocking rebellion of the Kagaya clan in the shinobi world unfolded as anticipated. If circumstances permitted, the Kagaya clan would prefer not to revolt. However, Yagura's oppression was simply intolerable. Not only did he continuously diminish their resources, but he also deliberately suppressed and harassed members of the Kagaya clan, rendering their lives increasingly arduous. Ultimately, spurred on by the higher-ups, even ordinary shinobi dared to bully them. How could they endure such indignities? The Kagaya clan was inherently a warlike clan, known for their volatile tempers, and could not abide such humiliation. Following a brief yet effective scheme, they conspired to rebel. On that fateful day, all residents of the Hidden Mist Village received an edict from the Mizukage to lock their doors and remain indoors without his command. An ominous atmosphere enveloped the air, a palpable sense of murderous intent that chilled the bones. Meanwhile, Knight remained quietly immersed in his training. In addition to practicing 2 new jutsu, he did not neglect the refinement of other techniques: Fire Rain, Raging Thunder Tiger, Pseudo Darkness, and Earth Walk, as well as the Lightning Release Binding Technique, 12-Pillar Wall Prison, which he had yet to utilize. By now, he had mastered 7 jutsu, a considerable feat for a nin, as most would only command 3 or 4. His dedication to training had been relentless, and now the time for action had arrived. Knight opened his eyes and murmured. Having spent more than a month in the Hidden Mist Village, he had primarily focused on honing his skills, with little opportunity for practical combat. Today, however, chaos erupted in the village, a chance too precious to squander. Knight's restless spirit could no longer be contained. He yearned to step out and engage, whether for a mission or to quell his restless heart. This opportunity was not to be missed. Before venturing forth, however, it was essential to alter his identity. After all, he could not operate under his true persona. Gazing at his diminutive stature of merely 1 meter and 3, Knight rose. Transformation technique. Change. Knight formed the hand seals and intoned. The transformation technique, one of the most fundamental jutsu, is not particularly difficult to master, though it requires the user to have a precise image of the desired transformation in their mind. Otherwise, it would fail. Knight chose to assume the likeness of a comedic star from his past life, sporting a rogue visage and an unremarkable height, coupled with a mask. It was likely that even Mei Terumi would fail to recognize him. Knight produced a fox mask from an unknown source and donned it, inwardly reflecting, "From this moment forth, I am the fox, no longer Hibiya Knight." His voice transformed, acquiring a deeper timbre while retaining a unique sharpness. Today shall be a day of slaughter. However, it would be wise to remain inconspicuous. Drawing attention might compromise my identity. Moreover, may I be spared an encounter with that Orochimaru fellow. I wish to avoid him at all costs. Knight mused. He understood that this venture would inevitably lead him to cross paths with either Mist Shinobi or members of the Kagaya clan. However, regardless of the faction, should he reveal his jutsu, he would be exposed. For in the Hidden Mist Village, there were no shinobi who could unleash lightning release without wielding a ninja blade. Nor would one find a male ninja capable of performing fire release. It was well known that only Mei Terumi possessed mastery over fire release within the village, and it was evident that she would remain with them, unable to roam freely. Thus, Knight had to exercise utmost caution, ensuring no slip would betray his true identity. Yet, he should express gratitude for Yagura's decree, as all residents had secured their doors, rendering the streets deserted, which greatly facilitated Knight's reconnaissance. Chapter 57. A blind cat catches a dead mouse after 2 hours of surveying. Knight had sketched the majority of the terrain of the Hidden Mist Village, though it did not encompass Mei Terumi's residence, and the routes he charted were not necessarily accurate. He certainly would not be foolish enough to complete the map in one go. Doing so would only reveal his lack of political acumen. Furthermore, when it comes to mapping terrain, some discrepancies are entirely normal. Even Mito Minion would find no fault. Once the route map was completed, Knight made a duplicate for his own records, and then, in a concealed location, summoned a Konoha ninja hawk to dispatch the intelligence. However, just as Knight sent the message aloft, an overwhelming sense of danger surged from behind him, causing him to shiver involuntarily. He swiftly drew the short blade at his waist and slashed horizontally. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Knight appeared behind the man, swiftly forming hand seals. An A-rank ninjutsu, consisting of 13 seals, was completed in a mere 2 seconds. A feat that had previously required 3. Roar. A colossal thunder tiger, roaring with fury, surged forth, leaving no opportunity for the man to cry out before it violently hurled him away. Blood scattered through the air, and he crashed heavily against a tree, large enough for 5 people to embrace, his fate uncertain. Is this truly the extent of my current strength? Knight mused, reflecting on the profound understanding of ninjutsu gained through mere life-and-death battles. Indeed, only those who have faced the brink of death can be deemed worthy ninjas. Just 3 skirmishes have deepened my comprehension so significantly. He clenched his fists, marveling at his growth. However, esteemed one, having observed for so long, it is time for you to reveal yourself. Knight suddenly tightened his grip on his dagger and pivoted abruptly, calling out to the woods behind him. Yet, no response came. Choosing silence, are we? It seems I must compel you to act. With that, Knight chuckled softly, and once again, brilliant lightning crackled in his hand, illuminating the vicinity for several meters. Lightning release, landwalk. The knight fell heavily upon the ground, reverberating with a powerful shout. Boom. Under the formidable onslaught of thunder and lightning, the flora along the path withered and decayed, illuminated by the flickering light of lightning. The tree, which concealed the target Knight had aimed at, erupted with a resounding blast, its bark fracturing as if it had been struck by a mighty fist. Whoosh. A shadow finally burst forth from behind the tree, standing defiantly against Knight. How did you discover me? I thought I was well hidden, and I emitted no presence. The shadow, with piercing eyes, inquired, gazing at Knight in confusion. Hee. Even if you have concealed your aura and hidden well, can you alter the fact that you are but a mortal? As long as you draw breath, you possess warmth, a heartbeat, a pulse. These elements, perhaps unnoticed by you, resonate within my senses like a thunderous roar. Ignoring them is simply impossible. To me, you shine like a 1,000,000-watt bulb. Do you truly believe I could overlook your existence? Knight chuckled, observing the bewilderment etched on the figure's face. Chapter 58. The belligerent and wounded knight. Now I understand. What a remarkable ability for reconnaissance you possess. Given this, I cannot allow you to escape. A person of your caliber, should you grow stronger, would pose an immense threat to us of the mist. It is best to eliminate you right here. If you have no further tricks up your sleeve, your journey ends here. You are rather unfortunate to have crossed paths with me. I take great pleasure in slaying, especially those with exceptional talents. With that declaration, the figure unsheathed a long blade from their back, chakra erupting beneath their feet as they swiftly approached Knight. Missed assassination technique, the assailant declared, their blade shimmering with a cold, deadly glint, inching perilously close to Knight's neck. Even Knight could not suppress a surge of astonishment. Realizing that such with a single hand, Knight grasped the short blade and struck upward towards the long sword. The collision ignited a shower of sparks, forcing Knight to retreat several steps. He felt an overwhelming force emanating from the young man's hand, causing his arm to tingle. Recognizing his disadvantage and strength, Knight quickly formed a seal, enveloping himself in a blinding tempest of lightning. The young man, naturally, withdrew at once, fully aware of the formidable power of Knight's lightning release. However, after the recent release of that A-rank jutsu, how much chakra did he have left? How long could he maintain this state? The young man spoke to Knight, exuding an air of confidence as if everything was under his control. You need not worry about that. I'm certain I can last until the moment I eliminate you. Knight replied, feeling somewhat out of practice after such a long time without combat. Nevertheless, he welcomed the challenge of facing a powerful opponent, his body yearning for battle. Knight had never faltered in his physical prowess. His training had primarily focused on swordsmanship, rendering his technique quite formidable. The short blade, crackling with electricity and radiating a wild aura, collided with the dark-clad youth, erupting in a fierce display of sparks. Humph! The young man grunted with some effort, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. He had not anticipated Knight's sudden surge in power. Surprised, are you? Knight chuckled, lifting his leg to deliver a powerful kick to the youth's chest. Should this blow connect, the young man would either be severely injured or significantly impacted. Water release, water surge. The dark-clad youth rapidly formed seals, but his speed paled in comparison to Knight's. A torrent of water, imbued with slicing force, surged towards Knight, compelling him to abandon his attack and evade. Whoosh! As Knight narrowly escaped the onslaught, the young man charged at him once more, aiming the long sword directly at Knight's head. Clang! Sparks erupted as Knight could not suppress a muffled groan. His form trembling slightly as a gash appeared on his right arm, the long sword mere inches from his cheek. Bang! Seizing the opportunity, the young man delivered a kick directly to Knight's chest, propelling him violently backward. Gush! The impact felt as though it carried the weight of 100 pounds, causing Knight's chest to seethe with heat, blood surging violently in his throat. And he spat a mouthful of blood as he was forcibly expelled from the protective embrace of his lightning armor. Chapter 59. Desperate struggle for survival. Water release. Water bullets. After sending Knight flying, the dark-clad youth continued forming seals, though a distinct burn mark marred his right leg, a remnant of the lightning strike during their earlier exchange. At that moment, Knight sensed a terrifying wave of danger beneath him, his pupils narrowing into pinpricks. The ground below him suddenly transformed into a vast expanse of water, rippling ominously as fist-sized spheres of water coalesced, hurtling towards Knight. Water release. Water barrier. Without hesitation, Knight formed seals, crafting a protective barrier atop the water's surface to shield himself from the impending assault. Yet, the sense of peril remained unrelieved, prompting Knight to deploy his lightning armor once more, cocooning himself within its protective embrace. Bang! Knight's instincts proved correct. The moment he was shielded by the lightning armor, a powerful force struck his side, sending him reeling once again. Even the lightning armor trembled violently, indenting significantly, showing signs of imminent fracture. Whoosh! Yet Knight's ordeal was far from over. The dark-clad youth surged forward, descending with his longsword, offering Knight no chance for a counterattack. Clang! In the darkness of the night, he deftly parried the strike with a short blade. However, suspended in midair, there was no means to leverage his weight, and he was once more sent hurtling like a mere sandbag, crashing heavily against the ground. The youth clad in black drove his long knife into the earth and swiftly began forming hand seals with both hands. Only the shadow of his hands could be discerned, alongside an increasingly formidable aura that was nothing short of alarming. Water release. Water dragon bullet. In the original tale, it was this very technique that Kakashi employed to vanquish Zabuza, yet the number of seals required was staggering, marking it as the most intricate among all Hokage techniques. A total of 44 seals were needed, even if Uchiha Itachi were to attempt it. With his remarkable speed of 6 seals per second, it would take him over 7 seconds. For the youth in black, the duration was even longer, though his speed was not insignificant at 4 seals per second. He could still surpass the majority. After all, not everyone possesses the abnormality of Uchiha Itachi. Most can only manage 3 seals per second, much like the third Hokage. To unleash this jutsu, the black-clad youth required a full 14 seconds. Although he was unaware of the thoughts swirling in the mind of this individual, perhaps he believed his chances of resistance were dwindling. There was no doubt that this marked the inception of a desperate counterattack, for his ceiling speed was bound to eclipse that of the youth in black by an immeasurable degree. Moreover, none of his jutsu required more than 15 seals. Since you have afforded me this opportunity, I shall graciously accept. From the moment of being struck to rising and stabilizing himself to form seals took him 11 seconds, leaving just 3 seconds remaining. Yet for him, that was ample time. He dared not underestimate the water dragon bullet. Thus, he resolved to confront it with his most potent jutsu. Meanwhile, the black-clad youth was on the precipice of unleashing his own technique. Lightning release. Thunder Tiger. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The Knight revealed the astonishment in the eyes of the young man clad in black, as if he were bewildered by his own ability to unleash such a formidable jutsu, the Thunder Tiger. In response, you chuckled and remarked, "Is this how you intend to defeat me? You must be underestimating the prowess of Haifeng. I may not excel in many areas, but I possess remarkable resilience and an abundance of chakra." Surprised, are we? Chapter 60. The Cataclysmic Explosion. Humph. Enough with the idle chatter. The young man in black snorted coldly, his gaze flickering as the water dragon behind him surged through the air, rendering the atmosphere significantly heavier. The Knight could not afford to be negligent as the Thunder Tiger roared ahead. Boom. Water met thunder. Although these two ninjutsu techniques were not inherently adversarial, the outcome was decidedly one-sided. The The water dragon was swiftly electrolyzed, weakening and dissipating into visible translucent gas that spread across the battlefield. Meanwhile, the Thunder Tiger suffered little damage, its lightning bolts surging forward relentlessly in pursuit of the cloaked youth. The young man felt as if a multitude of alpacas were racing through his mind. When did a nin possess such terrifying chakra capable of unleashing 2A-rank ninjutsu with such ease? It was utterly unscientific. He had assumed that Knight could no longer deploy formidable ninjutsu, which is why he had chosen the powerful water dragon bullet in hopes of defeating Knight in one fell swoop. However, reality had proven to be shockingly contrary. Once the water dragon bullet was unleashed, he found himself instantly at a disadvantage. What? You can't believe it? I can see that your strength surpasses mine, but it seems you lack experience in battle. Yet this factor holds decisive importance in a confrontation of equal ranks. To unleash your ultimate ninjutsu without gauging your opponent's remaining strength, how naively charming of you. In a desperate bid to evade the relentless pursuit of the Thunder Tiger, the cloaked youth gritted his teeth and dispelled the water dragon, fleeing in disarray. Haha, have you heard? When water encounters thunder, a fearsome reaction occurs, comparable in power to dozens of explosive tags. Knight remarked with a smirk as he observed the youth's frantic escape beneath the Thunder Tiger's wrath. Speak quickly. Yet, all he received was the youth's indifferent retort. Having successfully evaded the Thunder Tiger's assault, he perched atop a towering tree, surveying Knight from a position of dominance. The Thunder Tiger, with a thunderous crash, barreled into the forest, uprooting 3 large trees before exploding spectacularly. In light of this, it seems necessary for you to comprehend the power of knowledge. Hearing this, Knight's lips curled into an anticipatory smile. Fire release, fire ring. Without further ado, Knight formed hand seals and launched a basic fire ninjutsu towards the cloaked youth. If that was all you had to say, then I can only express my disappointment. The youth skillfully dodged the onslaught of fire rain, his expression devoid of emotion as he addressed Knight. Yet he failed to notice that the temperature of the fire rain was far below that of typical flames, ascending towards the canopy of the forest. Is that truly the case? However, upon hearing this, Knight merely chuckled lightly before turning to flee. Let it explode, hydrogen-oxygen mixed bomb. Knight thought to himself. Having already sentenced the cloaked youth to death, do not even think about escaping? The youth shouted, intent on pursuing. Boom. However, before he could make a move, a terrifying roar of thunder reverberated in his ears, as if echoing from the depths of his soul. A searing wave of heat surged forth, instantly turning his garments to ashes and relentlessly scorching his skin. It felt as though he had been cast into a molten hell, unable to suppress a heart-wrenching scream. The agony was unbearable. Yet, the terrifying temperature was only one aspect. More fearsome was the shockwave generated by the explosion, possessing a might rivaling that of explosive tags. Boulders overthrew the Knight, leaning on a branch, staggered to the edge of the pit. After surveying the surroundings, he found no trace of the black-clad youth's corpse and let out a sigh. The residual energy was already terrifying. One could only imagine the fate of the youth who faced such a blow directly. It was time to leave. Lingering here could be perilous should he encounter the mist village's Umbu. Knight dared not tarry, dragging his wounded body away. Despite his injuries, intelligence gathering remained imperative. At the Kagaya clan's stronghold, the 4th Mizukage unleashed a formidable water release technique, expelling a massive water sphere over 20 meters in size, possessing a hardness akin to steel. Surging forward, yet, his adversary, the clan leader of the Kagaya, was no pushover. With a commanding shout, he conjured the dance of the dry ferns, summoning an endless expanse of white-bone forest that abruptly pierced the water sphere, halting its advance and subsequently shattering it. However, the water sphere was merely a distraction employed by Yagura. Once the Kagaya clan leader dispelled it, he discovered that Yagura had already amassed a devastating attack in his tailed beast form. What? Upon witnessing the void dog cannon, the clan leader's eyes widened in horror. His mind momentarily blank, filled with dread. He understood the nature of the void dog cannon and its terrifying capacity. Few could withstand its onslaught head-on. Although the void dog cannons may not rival that of the tailed beast ball, it was far beyond the means of an ordinary ninja to confront directly. Even among the current 5 Kage, only the 4th Reikage and the ancient Inoki would dare to claim they could withstand it. Within the confines of the Mist Village, Yagura might have exercised caution to avoid excessive destruction. However, within the Kagaya stronghold, he felt no such restraint. The rebels no longer belonged to the Mist Village. Thus, there was no need for mercy. With a thunderous boom, the clan leader had no time to evade. A purplish-red light rapidly expanded in his vision, and he felt as if engulfed in molten lava, his entire being ablaze with pain, his side instantly obliterated. The bone spikes rising from the ground proved utterly ineffective, disintegrating into dust under the might of the void dog cannon. Once unassailable defenses were rendered shockingly fragile. A heart-wrenching scream escaped the clan leader's lips, yet he remained immobile, slowly consumed and disassembled by the void dog cannon, vanishing forever from the ninja world. The entire Kagaya stronghold was illuminated in a fiery crimson, a ferocious energy surging wildly, shaking the very earth beneath. Those Kagaya clansmen caught in the aftermath of the void dog cannon were reduced to charred remnants, strewn lifelessly across the ground. Clan leader. The remaining clan members, witnessing this horrific scene, cried out in anguish, yet all their efforts were futile against the overwhelming force of the void dog cannon. Their leader, possessing strength near that of a Kage, had been effortlessly slain by Yagura. His death is of no consequence. Did he truly believe himself formidable? Yagura scoffed, shifting his gaze to the other Kagaya clansmen. The death of the clan leader was not a feat to boast about. It was merely a routine accomplishment. The audacity of the Kagaya clansmen to rebel stemmed from their own reasons. Figures such as Suigetsu, Kisame, Zabuza, and Meitarumi had encountered opponents of equal strength. But that was the extent of it. The clan leader's demise shattered their cohesion. The remaining members stood no chance against the entire village. In the original narrative, the fourth Mizukage appeared weak, having been grievously injured by Itachi's Amaterasu. However, this was due to the Uchiha clan's Sharingan possessing a natural advantage over tailed beasts, which led to Yagura being ensnared in Jinjutsu, unable to evade the attack. Even formidable figures like Orochimaru fell victim to the Sharingan's illusions, illustrating its terrifying nature. Yet, this did not mean Yagura was weak. In fact, as the Jinchuriki of the Three Tails, his prowess was considerable, even among the five Kage. His self-created technique, Coral Palm, was notoriously difficult to escape, even for shadow-level shinobi. Moreover, his water release techniques were so formidable that even the Suigetsu of a decade later would concede inferiority. Otherwise, why would Meitarumi dare to instigate a coup when Yagura was gravely injured years later? This indirectly highlighted Yagura's formidable strength. Water release, water dragon bullet. Yagura, with the agility of a child, swiftly formed seals, summoning a ferocious dragon the thickness of a water barrel, hurtling towards the remaining Kagaya clansmen. It swept through them mercilessly. No one could withstand it, blood spraying as many were knocked aside, never to rise again. Run. Flee quickly. We are defeated. Do not look back. Run as far as you can. Protect the children. The men of the Kagaya clan shouted to their women and children, their eyes filled with resolute determination. They sought to carve a path of survival for their families with their own bodies. Think you can escape without consulting me? Yagura sneered, forming seals once more. I shall not allow you to succeed. The dance of the pine, the dance of the iron flower, the 10-finger transmission, the dance of the early dawn. The dance of the willow, the dance of the camellia. Upon witnessing this, the Kagaya men charged at Yagura in a frenzy, desperate to interrupt his seals. However, as a battle-hardened warrior, Yagura would not permit their interference. In his tailed beast form, his tail shot forth automatically, deflecting all incoming attacks. Even assaults from below could not breach his defenses. When faced with insurmountable techniques, Yagura would retreat, yet his hand seals never faltered. The aura emanating from him grew increasingly terrifying. What purpose did feudal resistance serve? In the presence of a true powerhouse, all opposition was in vain. Suddenly, Yagura shifted from a defensive posture, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. His three tails ceased to defend and simultaneously launched forward, sending the Kagaya men sprawling. Water release, great waterfall technique. Upon completing the seals, a massive torrent surged forth from behind Yagura, sweeping away everyone in its path. Whether fleeing women and children or men prepared to confront Yagura, they all became inconsequential parts of the deluge. The waterfall roared ferociously, shattering and sweeping away all structures in its path, transforming half of the Kagaya stronghold into a shimmering lake. Coral Palm, however, gazing at the multitude gathered by the lake, Shikura displayed not a trace of compassion on his countenance. With hands forming intricate seals, he forcefully pressed down upon the water's surface. A crackling sound resonated as a thick layer of coral abruptly sprouted from the bodies of those submerged, rapidly assimilating them into the coral, akin to mushrooms flourishing beside decaying wood. This was Shikura's renowned technique, Coral Palm, transforming human bodies entirely into coral, leaving no trace behind. Water release, water shockwave. Shikura executed 2 additional seals, and a wave of pulsating power erupted from his fist, crashing down upon the water's surface. The sound of shattering filled the air as the bodies of the Kagaya clan, now turned to coral, cracked open like shattered glass, a sight both horrifying and vivid. Humph. Futile resistance. Having completed his grim task, Shikura turned away, continuing his ruthless pursuit of the remaining members of the Kagaya clan. Water release. Water dragon bullet. Shikura unleashed his ninjutsu with abandon, wreaking havoc throughout the Kagaya clan's territory, transforming what was once a vibrant locale into ruins. All those defenseless children, women, and the elderly fell victim to Shikura's merciless slaughter. It seemed as though he harbored no understanding of mercy. Wherever he passed, not a blade of grass remained. The anguished cries of women and children, coupled with the innocent sobs of the Y in the depths of night. Aware that within the obscurity of the mist-hidden village he lacked the protection of Kagaya, one could inadvertently become exposed. Thus, he endeavored to minimize his speech, for he understood the adage that excess words often lead to folly. Fortunately, when Kagaya introduced him, she had already mentioned his taciturn nature, which precluded any suspicion from others. Moreover, he was diligent, frequently volunteering at the mist-hidden hospital. Occasionally, gathering intelligence did not necessitate probing the upper echelons. Insights from lower-tier individuals could yield unexpected rewards, much like what he was currently engaged in. With the wisdom of his past life, he recognized the significance of the populace. Consequently, although he was unfamiliar with the renowned ninjas of the village, he had developed a certain familiarity with many ordinary citizens and seasoned caregivers. Particularly, he would often visit the elderly residents of the hospital, engaging them in conversation to alleviate their solitude. Why converse with these elders? Because from their words, he could glean invaluable information unattainable elsewhere. Unbeknownst to them, they believed he was merely keeping them company out of concern for their boredom. Each visit brought them joy that lingered long after he departed. Daily, he meticulously cataloged the information he acquired, organizing it for future reference, eagerly awaiting the conclusion of a year to escape this perilous environment. A controlled Mizukage and the clandestine machinations of Obito had deprived him of restful slumber since his arrival in the village, particularly after Kagayame's departure. To avoid drawing suspicion, he subsequently reduced his frequency of hospital visits. The rationale was clear. Any deviation from the norm arouses suspicion. It was peculiar for an 11-year-old to spend entire days at a hospital. His age dictated a life of play and leisure. Although it was normal for him to engage in training diligently, his habitual presence in the hospital was decidedly abnormal. Thus, he revised his strategy, dedicating Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays to intelligence gathering, while reserving Tuesdays, Thursdays, Saturdays, and Sundays for practicing ninjutsu and recreation. After a month of this regimen, Yagura gradually relaxed his vigilance over him. Yagura, burdened with the aftermath of the Kagaya clan's downfall, was preoccupied with the equitable distribution of resources to maintain stability in the mist-hidden village, leaving him little energy to monitor a mere 11-year-old. The miracle was that he had managed to keep an eye on him for an entire month. Time flowed silently, and 5 months slipped away just like that. As the night descended upon the hidden mist village, a full 7 months had elapsed, with only 5 months remaining before night could finally depart. In due time, Kagaya returned from the front lines, having fulfilled her mission by successfully repelling the attacks from the Cloud Village. Through this conflict, the name Kagaya resonated throughout the entire ninja world. With the combined efforts of Kagaya, Suigetsu of the Watermelon Mountain, Kisame Hashigaki, and Tenzo, alongside the steadfast presence of the fourth Mizukage, the hidden mist village navigated the perils posed by the downfall of the Kagaya clan without significant calamity. This was largely due to the reluctance of the other 4 great ninja villages to ignite another ninja world war in such a short span of time. The 4 great villages maintained a tentative approach, showing no genuine intent to assault the hidden mist, thus deploying only half their forces compared to wartime. However, this was sufficient to annihilate any ninja village outside the 5 great ones, prompting the latter to remain on high alert. Which is why Kagayame's success against the Cloud Village became legendary in the ninja world. Furthermore, this was intrinsically linked to the Hidden Mist Village's long-standing policy of isolation. Prior to this, the Cloud Village's understanding of Kagaya was limited to her involvement in the battle against the Rock Village. The Hidden Mist's seclusion meant that the Cloud Ninja were unaware of the village's true nature and Kagaya herself, naturally leading to their hesitance to act recklessly. The previous conflict with the Rock Village had not assuaged the other 3 great villages' concerns regarding the Hidden Mist. Consequently, the incursion from the Cloud Village transpired. After all, None of the other ninja villages could find a talent like Knight, capable of evading the hidden mist surveillance and infiltrating undetected. Even if they possessed someone like Knight, the other villages would never dispatch such a rare talent on a perilous mission. Such individuals are invaluable and would not be treated lightly, unlike someone like Mido Gate. However, using warfare to gather intelligence was considerably simpler, albeit not something just anyone could initiate. So, have you missed your sister? Upon her return, Kagayame enveloped Knight in a warm embrace. After 5 months apart, Kagayame appeared even more alluring, her figure more voluptuous, and her aura increasingly formidable. Well, it's only been a few months. Is such enthusiasm truly necessary? As he was enveloped by her embrace, Knight felt his blood surge, his face flushing crimson as if he might burst with embarrassment. Chapter 66. Assessing Knight's progress. He, still bashful, just a little kid thinking what? Observing his reaction, Kagayame chuckled and released Knight, gently ruffling his hair while playfully admonishing him. Humph, can you blame me? Any boy would react this way. Knight rolled his eyes in exasperation after being playfully tapped. All right, enough of this. Let me see if you've slacked off during my absence. Come, unleash your full strength upon me. I wish to gauge your current prowess. Kagayame's expression shifted to one of seriousness as she retreated 5 meters away, gesturing at Knight to commence. Very well, I shall not hold back. Prepare to be astonished. A glimmer of sunshine danced across Knight's face as he charged toward Kagayame. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Under the vigilant gaze of the 4th Mizukage, Knight had only been permitted to practice the 2 ninjutsu techniques that Kagayame had taught him. Therefore, throughout the past 5 months, he had diligently practiced the fireball jutsu and water barrier, leaving his training ground in disarray from the marks of his efforts. Knight had mastered the fireball jutsu and water barrier to the point of effortless execution. In but a second, he completed the hand signs. His chest expanding, his chakra surged toward his throat, transforming into a fireball over 7 meters in diameter, which he launched toward Kagayame, creating a wide trench in the earth. Well done. It appears you have not been idle. However, if that is all you have, it is still insufficient. Faced with the searing fireball, a flicker of surprise crossed Kagayame's eyes as she deftly evaded to the side. That is certainly not enough. Swift moon slash. After unleashing this technique, Knight's body became enveloped in lightning, and with a powerful leap, he transformed into a fleeting shadow, rushing toward Kagayame with kunai poised for a swift strike. Indeed surprising. I did not expect you to reach such a level. It seems you have been diligently honing your skills during my absence. Just as Knight was about to strike Kagayame, she dissipated into a puddle of water, reappearing behind him with kunai pressed against his neck. The entire exchange unfolded so swiftly that Knight could hardly comprehend it. The battle appeared to have concluded. Yet, was the battle truly over? No, it could not be. After 5 months of preparation, Knight could finally unleash half of his current strength, which, compared to 5 months prior, equated to 70% of his capability, akin to a Ch9 level. Having made an impression as a talented individual, he was naturally expected to possess commensurate gifts. Sister, one must not be too careless. Fire style, fireball jutsu. The Knight, held at kunai point, suddenly erupted into a cloud of smoke, vanishing from Kagayame's sight, while his voice resonated from behind her, accompanied by an approaching fireball. Impressive, you managed to conceal your hand signs even from me. You continue to astonish. Facing the imminent fireball, Kagayame remained unfazed, first commenting before forming her hand signs and unleashing a torrent of water to collide with the fireball, extinguishing it instantly. Water style, great wave flow. Kagayame formed hand signs once more, flooding the entire courtyard with water that rapidly morphed into towering waves, sweeping outward in all directions. Chapter 67. Identity Revelation. Boom. In a fleeting moment, Yi was hurled away by the overwhelming force, as if struck by a colossal boulder, rendering him utterly incapable of resistance. Well, I suppose it's time for you to concede, my stubborn little brother. As he rose from the ground, Komi placed a kunai against his neck with a playful smile. Sigh, I concede. Having fallen to such depths, you could only relent, rubbing his chest and gasping for breath. Splendid. I never imagined that in just 5 months you would have made such progress. Given a few more years, you might even surpass your elder sister. Komi scrutinized Yi, causing him to feel a shiver down his spine. That's impossible. To reach your level, it would take me at least several decades. Besides, what does my progress matter? I still cannot rival you, can I? Yi humbly chuckled, patting his head as he flattered her quietly. Komi huffed. At least you possess some self-awareness. Come, let me treat you to a feast. And after you pass the Jinin exam, you'll accompany me on missions. Suddenly, her demeanor shifted, and she fixed her gaze upon Yi. Once you become a Chunin, I will begin teaching you the transformations of water and fire, followed by the art of boiling release. In this way, you should be able to grow into one of the pillars of Kirigakure within a decade. Ah, sister, you truly hold me in high regard. My lifelong dream has merely been to survive. Becoming a ninja never even crossed my mind. If not for my desire not to disappoint you, I might not even possess my current abilities. And now you wish to cultivate me into a talent for the Hidden Mist Village? Please, spare me, for I cannot meet your expectations. You replied with a bitter smile, portraying a sense of dejection. Yet, this was merely an act. He intended to elicit a response from Komi-ai, knowing her personality would not allow her to see him languish. Thus, she would surely adopt a more responsible attitude towards his training, driving him to become stronger. With 5 months remaining, he was uncertain of how much he could achieve. But he understood the necessity of acquiring as much knowledge as possible. That way, in the distant future, he would possess more means of survival. Humph. Do not think of escaping. Now that you are my brother, it is my obligation to help you grow, Komi-ai declared, her fists cracking ominously. Very well. Since you've made your decision, I shall acquiesce, hoping your training will not be excessively tedious. Ideally, I would learn boiling release sooner rather than later. I've been coveting that powerful bloodline limit for months. He feigned helplessness, though his eyes burned with an intense fighting spirit, astonishing in its fervor. Then let us set forth. Be prepared, Komi-ai instructed. In the ensuing months, life would be akin to hell if you did not become a Chunin before turning 13. She would rescind her promise to teach him boiling release. Do your best, young man. Komi-ai threatened with a playful demeanor. Yes, I will prepare. Yi inhaled deeply before responding. In that case, let's go. With you ready, Komi-ai directed him towards the Mizukage office. How did the performance of those in the hospital go? Did they reveal any flaws? Surely, he did not suspect anything amiss. In the Mizukage's office, Yagura sat expressionless in the Mizukage seat, addressing the air beside him. There were no flaws revealed. And he detected nothing unusual, still foolishly gathering information from those elders. A figure concealed in a black bodysuit mimed a throat-cutting gesture towards Yagura. Chapter 68. The Seeds of Doubt in Komi-ai's Heart. No need for that. Let him enjoy himself for a while. I am curious to see how much information he can gather about Konoha. Yagura replied, a sly smile creeping upon his lips, his gaze icy. His ability to suppress the curse mark from the ceiling class and successfully infiltrate is indeed surprising. He is quite a talent. The title of Konoha's Genius Village is not without merit. Alas, he will ultimately meet a dead end if he cannot be of use to me. Had it not been for the unforeseen interception of the shinobi eagle, Yagura would have remained unaware that Konoha harbored a spy within the Hidden Mist Village. I do not regret the 5-month-long illusion I cast upon you. Heh, what an intriguing little mouse. Yagura mused to himself, a hint of admiration lacing his tone. The knight remained oblivious to the fact that he had been exposed. However, he noticed a peculiar phenomenon. The elderly, once so familiar to him, suddenly seemed transformed, treating him with indifference and chilling aloofness. Even those who shared the same roof with him, individuals he had known intimately, appeared to suffer from amnesia. Failing to recognize him entirely, Kamiyumi observed the bewildered exchanges between him and the villagers with a look of astonishment in her eyes. It was important to note that since the implementation of the blood mist policy by Yagura, the entire village had adopted this demeanor. The residents had grown exceedingly cold, rarely engaging in conversation unless during shopping excursions. This was the norm in the Hidden Mist Village. What could have transpired? Had he truly become so familiar with them over the past 5 months? Unable to suppress her curiosity, Kamiyumi inquired, glancing at the despondent knight. Indeed, during your absence of 5 months, they had been quite warm and kind to me. Yet today, I cannot fathom the reason for their sudden chill. As though they had transformed entirely, Knight replied, bewildered. Unaware of his exposure, he could not comprehend the cause of such a shift. Oh, perhaps they are simply in a foul mood. This is quite commonplace in the Hidden Mist Village. Maybe things will improve in a few days, Kamiyumi remarked, her brow furrowing slightly, while a tempest of thoughts surged within her. Growing up in the Hidden Mist Village, she possessed an acute understanding of the residents' temperament. Aside from a few who retained their normalcy, the majority exhibited a stark emotional distance, making such a scenario implausible. No one could forge such intimacy with them in just 5 months. This was an impossibility. Kamiyumi had previously attempted this herself, spending an entire year without any notable progress. Yet, Knight claimed he had achieved familiarity with them in a mere 5 months, and while everything had seemed normal before, today they abruptly reverted to their former indifference. This inconsistency caused Kamiyumi to harbor suspicions regarding Knight's identity. The villagers would not engage with him unless he had fallen under some enchantment. As a significant figure within the hidden mist village, Yagura would not conceal matters from her unless they were of utmost confidentiality. Yet, presently, she had heard no whispers of anything amiss. However, if Knight were an undercover ninja, then his rapid mastery of techniques such as the body flicker technique and the great fireball technique would be entirely plausible. Should you be an undercover agent? I shall not let you escape. Kamiyumi narrowed her eyes at Knight for a moment, silently resolving within herself. The Knight remains oblivious, merely revealing itself due to a single utterance. Now, Terumi May has begun to regard Yi with caution, and one can only imagine the trials he will face in the days to come. What's wrong, sister? Why have you suddenly fallen silent? Yi inquired, a hint of perplexity in his voice. Higi, it's nothing, just lost in thought. Come, let us head to the Mizukage Tower to register. Upon hearing this, Terumi May cast Yi a peculiar glance, her previous enthusiasm noticeably diminished. Chapter 69. Yagura's response. He found this change unsettling. He pondered whether he had inadvertently offended Terumi May, causing her sudden aloofness. Once I consult the Mizukage, all will be revealed. What I can perceive, Lord Mizukage must also discern. Yi, you had better not be an undercover agent. Otherwise, I shall take it upon myself to end your life. As he walked ahead, an inexplicable chill crept along his spine, as if he were being enveloped by an unseen menace, causing his body to tense involuntarily. In a short while, Terumi May arrived outside the Mizukage's office and gently knocked on the door, asking, "Excuse me, is Lord Mizukage in? Please enter," came Yagura's clear voice from within. Although youthful in tone, it bore an unmistakable authority, commanding and distinct from the ordinary. "Ah, Terumi May, what brings you here?" Upon noticing Yi behind Terumi May, Yagura seemed to grasp the situation but feigned ignorance as he inquired further. Terumi May set aside her suspicions and shifted the conversation to Yi's CH9 exam. "It is thus, Lord Mizukage, I wish for Yi to participate in the CH9 examination. A talent such as his should not be obscured, so I seek your approval." "Indeed, you have a point. Very well, let it be so. 3 days hence, at the previous examination site, he must defeat the CH9 I appoint from the Mist Village to pass. How does that sound?" After a moment of contemplation, Yagura provided his response. "Thank you, Lord Mizukage. Yi, you may step outside. I need to report the task to Lord Mizukage." Terumi May expressed her gratitude to Yagura before instructing Yi to wait outside. "Oh, I shall wait for you out here," Yi replied without sensing anything amiss, turning to exit. "Lord Mizukage, you must have realized by now. I wonder if this matter is truly as it seems." Terumi May asked affirmatively. "Indeed, it is true. I initially thought it would take you a few more days to notice. Yet here you are, having discerned his oddities so swiftly," Yagura remarked, examining the information gathered, noting its thoroughness. "What piques my curiosity, however, is the absence of any information regarding you. Could this truly be mere coincidence?" Yagura's eyes glimmered with intrigue. "Coincidence or not, it does not alter the fact that he is an undercover agent. If we allow him to continue gathering intelligence, it might lead to unforeseen complications." Terumi May questioned. "Hiki, are you so eager?" "Patience, let us wait 2 more months. I am quite curious to see what further antics he might devise." Yagura's gaze bore into Terumi May. A look of skepticism etched upon his features. "Humph, Lord Mizukage, do you suspect me? Am I to collude with a mere child? What tangible benefit could he possibly offer me?" Terumi May retorted with a cold laugh. "Hee, not necessarily you. In any case, maintain your previous demeanor and do not let him catch wind of anything." Yagura adopted a dismissive posture, ceasing further discourse. Observing this, Terumi May turned and exited. "Remember, the examination is in 3 days. Do not forget." She ruffled Ye's hair, her expression a complex tapestry of emotions as she gazed at him. Upon realizing that all information concerning her was absent from Ye's reports, she understood this to be a deliberate act on his part. As for his motives, she remained uncertain. Nevertheless, she recognized that this turn of events was undoubtedly fortuitous for her. The knight remained blissfully unaware that the intelligence he had gathered over the past 5 months was entirely fabricated, still believing that he had concealed himself expertly without detection. Chapter 70. The CH9 exam of the Mist Village. Rest assured, I shall not forget. I am determined to master your boil release, Knight proclaimed, feigning a competitive spirit. However, now that Koizumi-Mei was aware of his true allegiance, she would never impart the secrets of boil release to him again. Her trust in Knight had been profound. Yet discovering his undercover status pierced her heart like a dagger. You have only 2 months left. Make the most of this time. Koizumi-Mei mused inwardly. Her warmth towards Knight noticeably diminished. Knight, on the other hand, attributed her change in demeanor to her difficulties with the Mizukage, dismissing any deeper implications. 3 fleeting days passed. Koizumi-Mei escorted Knight to the examination venue, where 3 mist ninjas awaited their arrival. Very well, let us commence, the chief examiner declared upon Knight's arrival, issuing the command to begin. Hibiki Yoru, should you defeat this genin, you will officially become a member of our mist village. However, should you fail, there will be no escape. I trust you are mentally prepared. The examiner's expression was devoid of emotion, yet Knight felt an overwhelming sense of impending danger. I understand, Knight responded in a low voice, noticing that Koizumi-Mei mirrored the examiner's indifference. A sense of unease began to infiltrate his thoughts. Given Koizumi-Mei's temperament, he expected her displeasure to last only a day at most, not this prolonged silence. Yet, he did not consider the implications of his exposure. He merely assumed he had inadvertently displeased her. Prepare, begin. As Knight pondered, the examiner had already given the signal to start. Water release, water shuriken. The genin swiftly formed seals, causing a torrent of water to erupt beneath him, from which a water blade over a meter long surged toward Knight. However, in the realm of ninjutsu, Knight feared no one. Even a nin clad in black could not match his prowess, let alone this mere genin. Naturally, he also refrained from showcasing his full capabilities to avoid drawing undue attention. Fire release, great fireball technique. Since the rules dictated that one must eliminate the opponent, Knight felt no trepidation. He formed seals and unleashed a fireball over 4 meters in diameter, deliberately holding back his full potential to prevent catastrophic destruction. Nevertheless, even at half strength, the water blade was effortlessly evaporated before the advancing inferno. The genin felt an abrupt surge of heat and realized his water blade had been obliterated. As the fireball approached with alarming speed, boom, the genin, left with no choice, resorted to a substitution technique to evade the attack. Yet, the confines of the arena offered little escape. The fireball occupied nearly half the space, forcing him to dash behind Knight. Swish! Without question, as the genin lunged forward, Knight expertly intercepted the strike from behind with his kunai, creating a dazzling display of sparks. The genin was taken aback by the immense force that reverberated through Knight's blade, tearing through his grip as if it were paper, a feat unimaginable for a mere 11-year-old child. Boom! After withstanding the blow, Knight swiftly lifted his foot, aiming a kick toward the genin's chest, targeting a critical area with remarkable speed. The genin, fearing the impact, hastily retreated to avoid the strike. However, the onlookers in the stands could only shake their heads in dismay, recognizing that the genin had already tread upon the precipice of death. As Knight raised his hand, 4 sharp phantoms shot forth, targeting the mouth, throat, heart, and lungs. Clang! Faced with such an onslaught, the lower ninja was taken aback, hastily wielding his kunai to deflect the incoming assault. Chapter 71. Passing the lower ninja examination. Whoosh! Seizing the moment, Knight lunged forward, with kunai glinting menacingly as it lunged towards the lower ninja. The latter, startled and caught off guard, instinctively shifted slightly to the right, narrowly escaping death. Once he regained his composure, he realized that his right arm had been slashed, blood seeping from the wound. Damn it! I aspire to become a higher ninja. I cannot be defeated here. The lower ninja glared fiercely, akin to an enraged lion, and bellowed at Knight. Bang! At that moment, a kunai that had fallen behind him suddenly erupted with a loud bang, and another knight emerged from the smoke, transforming into a shadow. Knight struck the lower ninja's back with a single, swift blow. This strike was executed with astonishing speed. Not only the lower ninja but even the proctoring ninjas were taken aback, shocked by Knight's ingenuity. Thud! After landing a successful hit, Knight immediately retreated. Not lingering for a moment, the lower ninja had no time to ponder. He felt an excruciating pain in his back, his strength rapidly waning, before he stumbled and collapsed into a pool of his own blood. How could this be? When did this happen? The lower ninja's eyes widened in disbelief as he murmured. He watched as the knight he had been fighting against suddenly vanished in a puff of smoke, revealing it to be a mere shadow clone. The one who delivered the fatal blow was indeed the real body, a fact established from the very beginning. The shadow clone technique is not merely a fundamental skill of ninjas, it is one of the most practical jutsu. Surely, you must have known this? Knight chuckled softly and turned to leave. What a joke, perish. Yet, in the instant he turned away, the lower ninja, who had been lying on the ground, suddenly sprang to his feet. He charged at Knight with a fierce expression, exclaiming, "Since I cannot survive, dragging someone down with me would suffice." Haha, worth it. The lower ninja thrust his kunai deep into Knight's back, his face alight with vengeance. Oh, really? You genuinely believe this is my true form? I'm afraid not. This too is merely a clone. Knight's expression remained one of anticipation as he spoke, and the impaled Nai, to what extent has Ye's strength reached? It is approximately equivalent to that of a special Jonin, stronger than a Chunin, yet not quite at the level of a Jonin. Defeating a Jinin would be a trivial matter for him. However, he refrains from revealing his full prowess, lest he be perceived as excessively formidable and attract suspicion. The power he has displayed thus far is merely at the Jinin level, not even surpassing that of a Chunin. What an exhilarating battle it was. Congratulations. From this moment forth, you are a member of the Mist Village. Here is your forehead protector. If you apply yourself diligently, who knows? Perhaps a seat among the higher echelons of the Mist Village will be yours in the future. Best of luck, young man. The proctor, with an expression of admiration, handed the forehead protector to Yi, his gaze intense, causing Yi to feel a shiver run down his spine. He wished to linger not a moment longer. It was as though he stood before him utterly exposed, with not a single secret to conceal. Chapter 71. The familiar leading Jonin at last. I have become a Genin. What do you think, sister? Am I impressive? Yi could not resist flaunting his achievement to Terumi Mei. Hee. What? Are you feeling a bit too cheeky again? It seems my sister must bestow upon you a fiery kiss. Terumi Mei replied with a playful smile directed at Yi. In the moonlit night, one could distinctly observe the emergence of a pair of diminutive devilish horns atop Terumi Mei's head, accompanied by small wings sprouting from her back. Haha. No. You've misunderstood, dear sister. Knight hastily waved his hands in a gesture of surrender. For he had no desire to experience the burning kiss of those fiery red lips. After all, a single encounter could prove fatal. Enough with the frivolities. Take this day to rest well. Tomorrow, I shall take you to meet the guiding Jonin. From this moment forth, you shall become a proud Genin of the Mist Village. And remember, when you ascend to the rank of Chunin, I will impart to you the art of boil release. Understood? Terumi Mei suddenly spoke with a seriousness that commanded attention. Be sure to collaborate harmoniously with your teammates. She added, affectionately ruffling Knight's hair, though a fleeting complexity in her gaze betrayed her true feelings. However, this brief expression passed unnoticed by Knight. Yes, I will. Rest assured, sister. Knight replied with a bright smile, embodying the image of an obedient child. Yet, he couldn't help but wish for his sister to be his guiding Jonin, as that would afford him more opportunities to undertake missions. Sister, I truly wish for you to be my guiding Jonin, he exclaimed, lifting his gaze to Terumi Mei. Humph, how delightful that would be, but alas, it is not possible. However, fret not, your guiding Jonin is a friend of mine, and he will certainly take special care of you. Terumi Mei responded with a playful huff, rising to her feet in a manner that radiated grace, captivating the hearts of those around her. Even Knight found himself momentarily entranced, yet he was aware that such prolonged gazes were deemed impolite. Nonetheless, he surmised that the friend Terumi Mei mentioned was likely one of her subordinates, considering that her influence in the Mist Village rivaled that of Yagura's, with her being the vice minister of the Umbu and one of the elders. This granted her a significant portion of power within the village, second only to Yagura's faction. The following day, as Knight followed Terumi Mei's directions to report to his guiding Jonin, he truly experienced what it meant to receive special attention. Much like Konoha, the Mist Village operated in teams of 3. However, unlike Konoha, a single guiding Jonin was responsible for 2 teams of 6. Thus, the ability to manage the temperaments and cooperation of 6 individuals relied heavily on the Jonin's skill. Knight's guiding Jonin was none other than Ao, Terumi Mei's right-hand man, who had received the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. Knight was unsure about Ao's true strength, but from the original narrative, it could be deduced that his prowess was somewhat lacking, likely placing him at a standard Jonin level. At this point, Ao had yet to reach the formidable heights he would later achieve, having only ascended to Jonin status a mere 2 or 3 years prior. However, being Terumi Mei's right-hand man was no small feat among his 5 teammates. Knight recognized a familiar face, Chojuro, the future 6th Mizukichi. Yet, The current Chojuro lacked the commanding presence he would later exude, appearing merely as an insecure young boy. Chojuro was quite young, around 6.5 years old. Nearing 7, which astonished Knight, as 6-year-old ninjas were rather commonplace. Nevertheless, among the group, Chojuro stood out for his unassuming demeanor, positioned at the rear of the team. Easily overlooked by those not paying close attention, it was difficult to imagine that this seemingly inconspicuous boy possessed formidable strength. However, Knight understood that as the heir to the sword of the 7 ninja swordsmen, the Kubikirib Chojuro must possess a considerable innate talent. Even if he was not yet powerful in his own right, the legendary swords were traditionally bestowed upon the strong, and Knight found it hard to believe that the higher-ups of the Mist Village would be so blind as to entrust a weakling with such a weapon. To be Terumi Mei's right hand and later serve as the 6th Mizukage after the 4th Great Ninja War spoke volumes of Chojuro's latent potential. Chapter 73. The insecure teammate. From Knight's observations, he discerned that if Chojuro were to unleash his full power, he would only be a few degrees beneath Knight's maximum effort. As for the other 4 teammates, Knight held little interest in them. 2 were merely at the Genin level, while the other 2 were on the cusp of reaching Chunin status. With such meager abilities, he felt no inclination towards camaraderie with them. Thus, he approached Chojuro and stood beside him, for one must always align with strength. "Hello, I'm Higurashi Knight, and I shall be your teammate henceforth. It is a pleasure to meet you." Upon noticing Knight standing next to him, Chojuro couldn't help but steal a curious glance at him before quickly averting his gaze, feigning ignorance. Although surprised by Knight's choice to stand beside him, Chojuro, with his naturally calm demeanor, did not dwell on it. However, when Knight unexpectedly greeted him, it left him momentarily flustered. "Hello, I am Chojuro," he stammered, extending his hand to shake Knight's. "Haha, you are quite endearing. Now, lift your head and look at me. As a man, you must exude confidence. Bowing your head like that is quite disrespectful." Knight leaned closer to Chojuro's face, adopting an intimidating demeanor. I'm sorry," Chojuro exclaimed, as if pricked by a needle, quickly raising his head to meet Knight's gaze, hurriedly apologizing. "Haha, that's right. A man should always hold his head high and walk with pride. Why bow your head?" Knight chuckled heartily, playfully patting Chojuro on the shoulder. "Haha, look at that fool standing next to the shy one. A perfect match." At that moment, an unpleasant voice interrupted their banter, causing Knight's brow to furrow in annoyance. "Hey, you dare to speak so boldly, you fool?" Knight strolled towards the source of the taunt with a darkened expression, a sinister smile adorning his face. "Hey, what do you think you're doing? I warn you, don't get too reckless. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." The individual, sensing Knight's murderous intent, began to feel a twinge of panic. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. With a swift motion, Yi unleashed a powerful punch that struck the man squarely in the eye, sending him crashing to the ground. In an instant, he mounted the fallen figure, raining down blows like a tempest. "Fool. How dare you call me a fool? Do you still dare to insult me?" Before the dazed Qing could react, this man had endured a barrage of Ye's fists, his face a canvas of bruises and blood. Establishing his dominance was paramount. The identity of the victim mattered little. "Cease this, Yi. Enough." It was only when Qing intervened that Yi relented, halting the savage assault. "Humph, consider yourself fortunate. If you dare to utter such words again, I shall strike you every time we meet. You are simply asking for a beating." Yi stood over the man, his words dripping with contempt, deliberately projecting the image of a reckless and impetuous youth. "Curse you. I will kill you." The man seethed with hatred. Humiliated in front of so many, how could he possibly hold his head high after this? As a low-ranking shinobi from the hidden Mist Village, he had taken lives before, even that of his comrades, and thus he felt little resistance towards the prospect of killing again. Water release, water bullet technique. He swiftly formed hand seals, his abdomen swelling rapidly as he expelled a water sphere over 2 meters in diameter, hurling it towards the unsuspecting Yi. However, before Yi could react, Qing had already interposed himself, forming a thick water barrier behind Yi for protection. Water release, water barrier. Qing bellowed, with a resounding crash. The water bullet unleashed by the low-ranking shinobi was effortlessly intercepted by Qing's barrier. Yi, wearing an expression of nonchalance, returned to stand beside Nagajiro, observing the unfolding scene with indifference. "Mind yourself. This is not a battlefield, and you should know the consequences of killing a comrade," Qing warned the shinobi, his demeanor forbidding. Chapter 74. Inhu Yuliang, why is it that you, teacher, show such bias? He has left me in this state, and you think that is acceptable? No, I absolutely refuse to accept this. The low-ranking shinobi, Jinai, bellowed in outrage at Qing's partiality towards Yi. Enough, Jinai. Speak less. Let this matter rest. Qing's brow furrowed at Jinai's outburst, and as he prepared to respond, another voice interjected, calm yet authoritative. From behind Jinai emerged a boy of merely 11 years. Though his features were unremarkable, his eyes sparkled with an unusual brilliance, fierce and determined. Dressed in loose brown garments above and black baggy trousers below, he exuded an air of contemporary flair. But, Yuyang. Jinai halted at this, visibly obeying Yuyang's command, though resentment still lingered on his face. Let it go. Jinai, you provoked him first. Your defeat merely signifies your inferiority. Train diligently, and perhaps one day you shall redeem yourself, Yuyang remarked, merely glancing at Yi before turning back to pat Jinai's shoulder, his tone unwavering and composed. Yet, the mere weight of his words hinted at a shrewd intellect. Interesting. But know this, it is not only you who can conceal your true strength. It is unwise to provoke a lion, even if it appears to be but a cub. If you leave me undisturbed, all will be well. Otherwise, you will regret your very existence in this world. Feel free to test me. Knight exchanged a glance with Yuyang, a subtle smile gracing his lips, while a chilling aura of menace brewed within his heart. TCH, how disappointing. A splendid performance has been abruptly snuffed out. Yuyang, you truly possess an exceptional talent for mediating disputes. Throughout my life, there has never been a quarrel you couldn't quell. One of the two girls interjected, her expression rife with discontent. I merely wish to prevent any harm to our camaraderie. After all, we all hail from the same village. It wouldn't bode well to let our relationships grow too strained, Yuyang replied, touching his nose and smiling innocently. Upon hearing this, the other girl immediately chimed in, believing you would be a grave mistake. Who doesn't he know your name? The cunning fox, Yuyang? When it comes to ruthlessness, few in our generation can rival you. Clearly, she was well acquainted with Yuyang, and only two types of people would dare to describe him as ruthless, foes and friends. This girl, without a doubt, belonged to the latter category, for the former could never infiltrate the misty hideaway. Very well, since you have already formed your respective teams, let us begin with self-introductions. Qing interjected at the opportune moment, drawing everyone's attention. Following the earlier episode, the collective assessment of Knight among the attendees remained consistent. Despite appearing enigmatic and deep, his temperament was impulsive and fiery, posing little concern. Let us start with you. Qing directed towards Knight. Surprised to be the first chosen, Knight cast a sidelong glance at Qing before stepping forward. I am Hichimura Knight. You may call me Knight or Hichimura. This surname is likely rare. My aspirations are quite simple. I merely wish to survive in this world. The self-introduction of Yi was succinct, lasting merely a few seconds, yet brimming with individuality. Chapter 75. The malicious scheme of diverting calamity. Next is you. Atoi pointed at Nagajuro. I am Nagajuro. Pleased to make your acquaintance. Upon being singled out, Nagajuro's cheeks flushed crimson, and after a moment's hesitation, he stood up, burying his face and managing to utter those few words. I am Yu Liang, and my aspiration is to become a formidable warrior like Lord Shuing, mastering my own fate. Following Nagajuro was Yu Liang, whose introduction was relatively standard. I am Jino, an aficionado of ironworks, and I find silence unsettling. My dream is to vanquish all opponents and become the mightiest. Next came Jino. I am Myling, and this is my sister, Mayuki. We are twins. I am the elder, and she is the younger. Our dream is to find a good man and live as blissful women. The final pair were two young women, twins, and thus they introduced themselves simultaneously. Well, now that you are somewhat familiar with each other, I shall commence with the task introduction. Considering that you are all novices in executing assassination missions and may lack experience, the difficulty has been reduced. Your task is to eliminate the bandits in the northern region of the Water Nation. After everyone had introduced themselves, Aoi retrieved 6 scrolls from his ninja tool pouch. The mission requirements are inscribed upon these scrolls. Please take a look. Aoi distributed the 6 scrolls among the 3 individuals. Is everyone clear on the mission's requirements? After a moment of waiting, Aoi inquired. In unison, the 6 responded, understood. Then let us depart. Upon hearing this, Aoi nodded and leaped towards the outskirts of the village. Let us go, Yi said to Nagajuro. Nagajuro nodded lightly in response, trailing behind Yi as they rushed forth. In the northern region of the Water Nation, 7 individuals concealed themselves within a thicket. Aoi, seated on the right, surveyed the surroundings and declared, "This is your mission location. Remember, the objective is to annihilate the enemy. Therefore, not a single survivor must be left, understood?" "Understood," the group murmured softly. After hearing this, Aoi nodded and assigned the tasks. "In that case, you and Nagajiro shall head north. Yuliang and Jino will go south. The Mayuki sisters will proceed east, while I will observe the situation from the 3 directions. Is that clear?" "Understood," the 6 replied in unison. "Move out," Aoi commanded, and the 6 dispersed towards their designated paths. "Jino, the time for your vengeance is upon you. Be sure to seize this opportunity." During their advance, Yuliang suddenly grasped Jino's arm, leaning in to whisper, "You must do it this way. Even if he suspects our involvement, we will be implicated, and he won't have 1,000 tongues to clarify." "Haha, splendid. Truly, Yuliang, this plan is excellent. Hehe. If yi, I shall relish witnessing your demise." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of vengeful determination shone in Jino's eyes, as if she had already envisioned you meeting a grim fate. Thus, with ulterior motives, the 2 initiated combat before Yi and Nagajiro arrived at their destination. Moreover, as the battle commenced, they swiftly retreated, drawing the majority of their assigned forces towards Yi. "Do not attempt to flee. Halt. Hiki, little brat. Do not think you can escape." When Yi and Nagajiro reached their destination, they concealed themselves within the grass to strategize their attack. However, they suddenly heard a cacophony of battle cries not far behind, accompanied by a billowing cloud of dust, an awe-inspiring sight. Chapter 76. The true power of Yi. As Night cautiously peered out, he was met with the sight of Yuliang and Janae, their faces adorned with vindictive smirks, pursued relentlessly by a band of marauders. Damn, these 2 scoundrels resorting to such despicable tactics. In that instant, Night comprehended their intentions, his countenance darkening with foreboding. As anticipated, just as Yuliang and Janae neared him, they suddenly cried out, "Save me, Night, please save me," and dashed directly into the cover of the 2 marauders, forcefully exposing them and compelling them to reveal themselves. The moment they emerged, Night realized there would be no absolution, for even if he claimed no affiliation with Janae, the brigands at his back would remain unconvinced. Furthermore, the advancing marauders had certainly drawn the attention of the brigands stationed in the north, effectively sandwiching the 2 between 2 forces. "It's up to you now," Yuliang exclaimed, gripping Knight's hands with fervor. While feigning gratitude for Knight's sudden appearance, he was, in truth, detaining him, preventing a timely escape. Similarly, Janae employed the same tactic to restrain Jur. Once the marauders had successfully encircled them, to Knight's astonishment, the 2 suddenly plunged into the throng of brigands, vanishing like smoke. Shadow clone technique. Very well, given this turn of events, I no longer need to hold back. Knight clenched his teeth, muttering under his breath. In a nearby thicket, Yuliang and Jai looked on with vengeful glee as Knight and Jur found themselves encircled by hundreds of marauders. Bang! The night suddenly split, creating a doppelganger that left Yuliang and the others feeling somewhat perplexed. Jur, cover me for just 10 seconds. Knight suddenly instructed. No problem. Although I am not very confident, if it is Knight's request, I will certainly do my utmost. Jur replied, lifting his head with a resolute expression. Well then, I trust you with my back. Knight nodded, confidently entrusting his safety to Jur, whose strength he believed in. He first needed to ascertain a crucial matter before deciding whether to conceal his true abilities. Of course, Yoshino and Yuliang must perish. Only the dead can keep secrets. Lightning release, sensory wave. Knight swiftly formed hand seals, completing 6 in a mere second. This was a ninjutsu of his own invention, designed to sense his adversaries. Mastering this technique transformed Knight into a sensor-type ninja. Acutely aware that the 2 would undoubtedly be observing him as he faced challenges, Knight felt no concern about locating them. Indeed, his sensory perception revealed that they were not far off, engrossed in the spectacle. The absence of qing in his sensing brought him solace, allowing him to engage in battle with full force. Since you initiated the harm, prepare to witness true power. Knight murmured, his hands racing to form the seals. Fire style, fireball jutsu. In the depths of the night, a sudden surge of power caused the chest cavity to expand dramatically, as an overwhelming concentration of chakra gathered at the throat, culminating in the expulsion of a searing fireball, exceeding 7 meters in diameter. The ground trembled as if burdened by a colossal weight, the fiery projectile rolling toward the band of thieves, carving a broad trench into the earth. Damn. This individual possesses extraordinary strength. This is hardly the prowess of a mere jin, and with such a jutsu, one must be of at least chunin caliber. Chapter 77. A failed attempt at subterfuge. As the fireball hurtled towards them, Young felt an unbearable stinging sensation on his skin, as if it were splitting open and bleeding. The heat threatening to roast him alive, rendering him unable to even open his eyes. Scatter. This single command consumed Youyang's thoughts. He realized that this was a jutsu far beyond his capacity to contend with. For the two of them to evade the impending strike, they had no choice but to reveal themselves. The moment they appeared, the gaze of the marauding thieves was immediately diverted. The fireball continued its relentless advance until its chakra was exhausted, leaving behind an extensive crystalline trench over 10 meters long in the earth. Oh, there are accomplices. Attack. Upon witnessing this, one of the bandits shouted, charging toward Youyang and his companion. Water style, water barrier. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. As he directed a low reprimand at Nagasawa, he swiftly retreated into the forest, vanishing without a trace. Damned. They have escaped. Nevertheless, these two individuals shall not be spared. Onward. Let them understand our might. What can mere ninjas do? They are but two insignificant children. After the water barrier fell, both he and Nagasawa had disappeared from sight. A bandit leader, appearing to be the chief, stomped his foot in frustration, redirecting his full attention to Youyang and Gina. Damned. This fellow has turned the tables on us. Haifeng Yi, I shall remember you. As the band of brigands closed in, Youyang's countenance darkened ominously, brimming with murderous intent. Retribution arrives with such swiftness. It is aptly said that one cannot rob a hen without suffering loss. Heh, little brats, since you have delivered yourselves to my doorstep, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Attack and eliminate them. As hundreds of bandits encircled the two, the leader cackled maniacally, a wave of bloodlust surging forth. Kill. With the command issued, the bloodthirsty bandits surged forward like ravenous wolves, their eyes glinting with a sinister green light, a truly chilling sight. Youyang, what shall we do now? Gina inquired, fear evident in her voice as the bandits lunged toward them. Upon hearing this, Youyang grimaced, replying, What else can we do? We fight. As the weakest among a group of 6, facing such overwhelming adversaries instilled a sense of panic within him. Not everyone possesses the vast array of ninjutsu like Yi. Having recently graduated from the Mist Hidden School, Youyang had only mastered the shadow clone technique, the body replacement technique, and the water barrier technique. Yet, none of these jutsu would prove particularly effective in the current predicament. In the face of an ocean of foes, lacking a lethal jutsu is perilous. Youyang's strength relied on his physical prowess. Yet as a practitioner of martial arts, he feared group attacks the most. This grudge shall not go unavenged. Haifeng Yi, you had best pray that I perish in this mission. Otherwise, even if you hide to the ends of the earth, I will ensure your life is fraught with misery. Youyang's eyes radiated a venomous resentment, his voice echoing with a chilling malevolence, as he had always been the one to scheme against others, never contemplating that he might fall prey to someone else's machinations. Meanwhile, what was he doing at this very moment? Assaulting the northern stronghold. The forces lured out did not comprise their entire strength, for 20% remained to defend the camp, and given the mission's objective of total annihilation, a direct assault was a viable option. Of course, this was contingent upon Ye's formidable strength. Do you have any good plans, Yi? During their advance, Nagasawa inquired. At this juncture, intricate strategies were unnecessary. Nagasawa, we shall split into 2 teams. You will proceed to the other exit of the bandit camp, annihilate the brigands there, and coordinate with me to jointly eradicate all remaining foes. The 2 individuals who drew our enemy's attention have inadvertently prepared the bandits within the camp. Therefore, to prevent being flanked once they dispose of those 2, we must act swiftly. Those 2 can last at most 4 or 5 minutes, leaving us with less than 5 minutes to eliminate the remaining brigands. Once my battle concludes, I shall release a great fireball into the sky as a signal. At that moment, regardless of whether you have completely vanquished the enemy, you must hasten over. I cannot contend with so many foes alone. I am counting on you. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The stakes of the night are undeniably high, for no one can guarantee that Nagajiro will act as he claims. Should even the slightest complication arise, Knight would face an untimely demise without a grave. Understood, then proceed with caution. After hearing this, Nagajiro nodded, uttering a word of caution to Knight before leaping towards another exit. Now, nothing can impede my advance, yet to avoid attracting the attention of that fellow Qing, it would be prudent not to reveal my full strength. Knight unsheathed the dagger at his waist, contemplating within. Just moments ago, he had sensed Qing's chakra presence, compelling him to abandon the notion of unleashing his full power. Thus, let us begin with a splendid display of fireworks. Knight dashed towards the bandits' camp, moving with the agility of a spirit monkey, and, under the astonished gazes of the robbers, ascended the city gates. Fire release, great fireball technique. Upon reaching the ramparts, Knight swiftly formed hand seals, inhaling deeply before unleashing a scorching fireball exceeding 7 meters in diameter, which rolled towards the bandits. The crimson light instantaneously illuminated the fortress. Many bandits, caught off guard, were engulfed by the great fireball, instantly transforming into fiery specters, their anguished cries echoing through the air. Tailwind slash. Following the release of the fireball, Knight executed a powerful leap, plunging into the midst of the bandits, commencing a frenzied slaughter. Not far off, in the forest, Qing maintained a meditative posture, his forehead marred by prominent veins, observing Knight's every move with his Byakugan. So this is the brother of Kagayame. Indeed, formidable and decisively capable. He is truly a talent worthy of cultivation. But why has Kagayame instructed me to monitor him? What transpired? Qing gazed at Knight, rampaging through the bandits, with a mixture of astonishment and confusion in his eyes. On the battlefield, virtually none among the bandits could withstand a single blow from Knight. Yet their sheer numbers overwhelmed him, drowning him in a sea of foes, forcing him to fight with relentless fervor. However, compared to the previous extermination mission in the Land of Fire, the challenge this time was substantially greater. The numbers were secondary. A more profound reason lay in the fact that some of the bandits had mastered cooperative techniques, significantly escalating the pressure on Knight. Even Knight, relying solely on taijutsu without exerting his full strength, could not guarantee his own safety, and thus, within less than half an hour of battle, he bore over a dozen crimson wounds upon his body. Chapter 79. The Desensitization to Killing. As Knight felled yet another bandit and swiftly evaded an attack, a furious roar erupted from behind him. Brat, die? Following this came a stark sense of impending danger, a chilling aura causing the hairs on Knight's neck to stand on end. After such a prolonged conflict, Knight finally encountered a formidable foe, the chief of the bandits. The chief was a hulking figure, a one-eyed brute standing at 2 meters 1, with 2 vicious scars across his chest and wielding a fearsome, oversized blade. His visage was shadowy and menacing, instilling fear in all who beheld him. Yet Knight had long been wary of this bandit leader, prepared for his approach, and thus, when faced with the sudden assault, he did not display undue alarm, raising his hand to block the strike. However, NI-API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted under the cloak of Knight. He swiftly wove intricate hand seals, and then unleashed a colossal fireball upon the brigands below, descending like a fiery meteor into their midst. Alas, not survived where the fiery sphere traversed. The surrounding bandits could not elude their grim fate, and their anguished cries echoed through the air. Fire release, grand fireball technique. Lacking the synergy of lightning release, Knight's taijutsu was somewhat constrained, and moreover, being in a foreign land, he couldn't unleash his full potential. Thus, despite possessing the strength of a special jonin, he was relegated to combat as if a mere genin, stifling his true abilities. Yet, even so, Knight, ceaselessly spewing forth fireballs, continued to rout the assembled brigands, leaving them in utter disarray, with scant means to resist. Against the might of ninjutsu, the art of coordinated tactics seemed paltry and insignificant. The acrid stench of burning flesh mingled with the sanguine aroma, permeating the air, nauseating all who breathed it. But Knight, with an unperturbed countenance, pressed on with his grim task. Half an hour elapsed. Throughout the bandit camp, only a score of brigands remained, amidst a landscape littered with charred corpses. Fire release, grand fireball technique. Knight vanquished the chief again, and in his retreat, completed the hand seals for the grand fireball technique. Instantly, a scorching fireball, akin to a volcanic eruption, illuminated the chief's face, before completely engulfing him. The chief, inevitably, emitted a harrowing scream, his body sizzling and crackling as it was consumed by the flames, writhing on the ground in agony. But soon, he ceased his struggles, reduced to a charred corpse upon the earth. Having eliminated the chief, Knight turned his attention to the remaining brigands, his gaze frigid, brimming with murderous intent. Every few minutes, he unleashed a fireball, and none could withstand him, nor even impede his advance. Ultimately, Knight, his eyes bloodshot with carnage, ceased his assault only upon discovering the absence of any remaining foes. And thus, the northern encampment had fallen into Knight's possession. Chapter 80. Swordsmanship Maestro Chujiro. 3 minutes had elapsed. Yurio and his companion were likely deceased beyond any measure. What lay ahead was a formidable battle. While he could dispatch them without regard for consequence, the assistance of Chojuro would be advantageous, sparing him considerable effort. As the knight exhaled a breath, he formed hand seals once more, unleashing a colossal fireball into the sky. "Jur here," he exclaimed. "Ah, that must be a signal from Yi. It seems he has swiftly resolved the battle. Truly impressive, as expected of Yi." Jur gazed upward, witnessing the crimson orb soaring through the heavens, instantly invigorating him as he soared towards the encampment. Meanwhile, the ground where he had just stood was drenched in a pool of blood, littered with the cold, lifeless bodies of at least several dozen. In that direction, danger loomed for the chief, as Jur observed. The bandits who had just slain Wairi and Kinjirai also caught sight of the spectacle above, their eyes widening in shock as they shouted in alarm. Had they arrived too late after all? When the bandits reached the encampment, they were greeted only by a sea of flames and the figures of Yi and Jur standing in the clearing beneath the burning sky. "You've arrived 2 minutes later than I anticipated. It seems those two caused you quite a bit of trouble," Yi remarked with a grin as the panting bandits surged forward. "It was you." A bandit who appeared to be a minor leader shouted, his eyes filled with fury. "If there are no other ninjas here, then I suppose it must be me," Yi replied without hesitation. "Enough of this chatter. It's time to eliminate you swiftly to avoid further complications. Jur, let us move. After this, we have the eastern encampment to attend to," Yi declared, brandishing his short blade as he charged forth. Fire release, great fireball technique. Knight unleashed another grand fireball, which surged into the throng of brigands, producing sizzling sounds and instantly clearing a large area, followed by the acrid smell of burning flesh. "Knight, you are indeed formidable. In that case, I cannot afford to lag behind. I cannot let you down." Seeing this, Chojuro also drew his twin blades from his back, a pair of short swords resembling the Hiram Karii. Thwack. If Knight was an exponent of ninjutsu output, then Chojuro was an exponent of swordsmanship output. His swordsmanship was many times more powerful than Knight's. Even Knight could only perceive a blur of phantasms, the flashing of blades. Accompanied by the spattering of fresh blood, Chojuro seemed to have transformed into a different person, even more cold-blooded than a cold-blooded assassin, each strike aimed at the throat. In just 5 seconds, more than a dozen brigands had already perished at Chojuro's hands. This terrifying efficiency was no less than Knight's. "Haha, Chojuro, you are indeed impressive. Well then, I must also strive harder." Seeing this, Knight marveled and accelerated the pace of slaughter. The two were like a pair of lances, cleaving open 2 paths in the throng of brigands, all the way through. All the brigands were like lambs to the slaughter, without the slightest power to resist. Left to be butchered by the two, the knight had made a decision. Once this mission was completed, he would seek to study swordsmanship under Jur. In Konohagakure, he had no access to such masters of the blade. The only swordsmanship expert, Hatake Sakomo, had passed away many years ago, and the future sword master, Yakumo, was merely a youth at this point. Thus, he could not allow such an opportunity to slip away. Missing this village would mean losing this chance forever. Chapter 81. Night. Unlacking in milk, Ao quietly observed as the two engaged in the slaughter of bandits, his gaze as calm as a still pond. He had a fair understanding of Jur's capabilities, so he was not particularly surprised. However, Knight's prowess truly astonished him. Based on what he knew, this individual had been a frail child just 5 months prior, yet now he wielded such terrifying strength. It was unfathomable to consider what heights he might reach in just a few more years. This individual's talent was indeed remarkable, leaving Ao feeling a sense of inadequacy. Sitting in the grass, Ao sighed. Moreover, how much chakra did this person possess? He had unleashed dozens of great fireball jutsu already. Even a special Jainin should have exhausted most of their energy by now, yet he was merely a genin. If Knight could hear his thoughts, he would probably respond that he still had a long way to go. His chakra reservoir in the Dantian was indeed depleted, but that in his spiritual sea had only been half consumed. Not to mention, he had a divine stage that held double the capacity of his Dantian. Even if he released another 20 great fireballs, he would not falter from chakra exhaustion. After a while, Knight began to consciously reduce his use of ninjutsu, opting instead to hone his taijutsu through life and death combat. The strength of this band of thieves was inferior to that of the previous ones, and they fought individually without any semblance of teamwork, significantly easing Knight's burden. Since there was an opportunity for training, Knight was eager to seize it. Someone once said that to progress, one must confront those stronger than oneself. Surrounding oneself only with equals leads to stagnation or blind arrogance. Though these opponents did not exert enough pressure to truly challenge Knight, it was certainly preferable to having none at all. Knight, like a sponge, absorbed experiences voraciously, continually enriching himself. No amount of practice could compare to the reality of battle. When true combat arrived, the enemy would not grant you a moment's respite. They would relentlessly force you to improve, lest you find yourself facing inevitable demise. Currently, Knight was in such a state, though his body was battered. He grew bolder with each encounter. The greater the pressure he faced, the more formidable his counterattacks became. Ha! No wonder the original work emphasizes the importance of the master-student relationship. It is evident that without the guidance of a good mentor, progress is exceedingly difficult. Knight burst forth from the encirclement of bandits, panting heavily as he reflected. In the original tale, the relationships between Uzumaki Naruto, Kakashi, Namikaze Minato, Jiraiya, the third Hokage, and the second Hokage were interwoven, representing both a bond and a source of strength. A powerful teacher could spare you from numerous detours and provide greater opportunities. What prevented Hatake Tsukumo from becoming Hokage? Was it a lack of leadership ability? Not at all. It was simply that he did not belong to the Hokage lineage. Yet, such a singular reason led to the demise of the formidable Hatake Tsukumo, who was feared throughout the ninja world, ultimately succumbing to suicide. Individuals like myself may find themselves perpetually working for others. After all, I have no mentor-student relationship with anyone. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. As the night deepened, he inhaled deeply, channeling chakra to his throat. He then expelled a blazing fireball of about 8 meters in diameter, causing the air to crackle and boil. Before it thundered into the bandit horde. The brigands possessed no defense against this inferno. A chorus of anguished cries arose, punctuated by sizzling sounds. Wherever the grand fireball traversed, charred corpses fell like harvested wheat, emitting a pungent odor. Shatter! Chojuro roared, slamming his twin blades upon his adversaries, sending both man and weapon hurtling through the air. The sheer force pulverized the enemy's bones upon impact, extinguishing their life. The advantage of ninjutsu, such as the grand fireball technique, lies in its swiftness. But it demands ample chakra. Fortunately, Knight possessed an abundance of chakra. However, he dared not deplete his reserves entirely, as the eastern sector awaited his attention. Each fireball he unleashed claimed a dozen lives. Combined with Chojuro's rapid slaughter, the battlefield was transformed into a scorched, crystalline landscape within minutes. Riddled with ravines due to Knight's destructive power, a glance revealed at least 700 corpses forever entombed on the battlefield. Yet, Knight and Chojuro spared them no further thought. Turning towards the eastern sector, where another battle awaited. An hour later, Knight and Chojuro, bearing the weariness of battle, arrived at the rendezvous point, where Mirai and Miyuki had already completed their mission and awaited them. The eastern sector proved less easily subdued than its northern counterpart. Upon the return of the 200 reinforcements to the northern sector, the 100-strong force in the east had already resumed their posts. The duo was greeted by a tempest of razor-sharp arrows upon their arrival. Forced to evade the initial barrage, they eventually breached the city gates with a grand fireball technique, initiating a protracted siege. Unsurprisingly, the well-prepared eastern sector proved far more resilient than the northern one. Even Knight and Chojuro narrowly escaped, bearing gruesome and perilous wounds. You have performed admirably. Rest for 2 days, then return to report. Understood? Ao, who had been idly leaning against a tree, nodded slightly upon their successful return, then surveyed the four with a commanding gaze. Yes, they responded in unison. As for Yura and Yoshino, who had not returned, they were presumed dead, a heartless but standard practice in Kirigakure. Although everyone present knew that Yura and Yoshino were unlikely to return, Ao had witnessed Knight's calculated manipulation firsthand, but had refrained from intervening, believing that the weak did not deserve to exist in Kirigakure. Mirai and Miyuki, too, had gleaned the truth from the battle in the eastern sector. The fact that Knight and Chojuro had executed the mission in the eastern sector, which was originally assigned to Yoshino and Yura, spoke volumes. And so, 2 days elapsed. The recovery of Yi was remarkably swift. Just 2 days prior, he appeared to be on the verge of death, yet in the brief span of time, he had nearly regained his vitality, much to the astonishment of the sisters. Myling and Miyuki, most of his mobility had returned. However, Nagajuro remained incapacitated, unable to move. Thus, to continue their journey, someone had to carry Nagajuro, a responsibility that naturally fell upon Yi due to their relationship. Chapter 83, The Anticipation of Yagura the Water Shadow Tower. What are your thoughts on the performance of Hifumura Yi? Yagura inquired coldly, his gaze fixed on Ao. If one were to describe him, the term anomaly would suffice. Such a person must either remain loyal to the mist or be eliminated without delay, Ao contemplated before responding. Humph, everyone who has interacted with him speaks highly of him. It seems this fellow indeed possesses a peculiar charm. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of concealed crimson light flickered in Yagura's eyes as he let out a low, sinister chuckle. Very well, you may leave for now, Yagura gestured dismissively to Ao. Yes, I shall take my leave. Ao bowed his head in acknowledgement and exited the room. Hifumura Yi, what an intriguing individual you are. Alas, ultimately, you are from Konoha. Why does talent consistently emerge from Konoha? Yagura pondered, his eyes suffused with the crimson light, his pupils unfocused. In that case, let us assign you a few more tasks and ascertain the limits of your abilities. Should you meet the standard, I may consider integrating you into the Akatsuki organization. Such talent is indeed rare and precious. A dangerous smile curled upon Yagura's lips. It was evident that this was not solely Yagura's intent, but rather the influence of Obito, who was secretly orchestrating his actions. The knight was unaware that he had completely exposed himself as he stepped into the residence of Kimi. As he swung open the door, he caught sight of Kimi seated in a cross-legged position, diligently refining her chakra. You're back. Startled by his entrance, Kimi opened her eyes and inquired with a hint of indifference. Yes, for reasons unbeknownst to him, Knight felt that Kimi had grown increasingly aloof towards him. Yet he could not fathom where he might have offended her. If he had indeed been exposed, her demeanor should not have remained so composed. She ought to have pursued him long ago. When abnormal occurrences happen repeatedly, Knight could not help but consider the possibility of his identity being revealed. After all, he had committed no wrongdoing, and the only factor that could account for the sudden shift in Kimi's attitude was this. However, if he had truly been exposed, she should have eliminated him by now. Why then had she refrained from taking action? The knight is filled with perplexity. Knight was, of course, oblivious to the command given by Yagura. His actions were merely a means for Yagura to test the limits of this mouse. Should he prove capable, he could be considered for inclusion in the Akatsuki organization to bolster its strength. Conversely, if he faltered, it mattered little. After all, he was a spy, and his demise would be inconsequential. Let us eat. The dishes are still warm. Koan-mei glanced at Knight with a hint of indifference before closing her eyes once more. However, the paleness of her hand, persistently squeezed, betrayed her calm exterior. All right, Knight replied, shrugging his shoulders, for he dreaded the tension of a Cold War. He feared that he might never unravel how he had been exposed. These days had indeed become burdensome, and he yearned to understand the cause of this predicament. Ever since his visit to the Mizuki's tower, everything had shifted. Could it be that Yagura had discovered his true identity? As he dined, his thoughts spiraled. The atmosphere felt increasingly amiss. Even Koan-mei's demeanor towards him had changed abruptly, which was quite illogical. Previously, she had regarded him as a younger brother, treating him with utmost kindness, and such a shift had never occurred before. But if Yagura had indeed uncovered his identity, why had he not apprehended him immediately? Was there something of value within him that Yagura sought? Knight pondered internally. Yet, apart from a few lightning ninjutsu techniques, he possessed no other secrets. The Kaiwai scripture could not have been compromised. He had never disclosed it to anyone. Knight dismissed this conjecture. Could it be that information had leaked? This thought suddenly surfaced in his mind. The more he delved into it, the more convinced he became that this hypothesis was closest to the truth. Otherwise, why would Koan-mei suddenly alter her stance toward him? If this were indeed the case, it would spell trouble. Upon returning to Konoha, that fellow Midogate and would not let him off easily. The mere thought of this possibility ignited a flicker of anxiety in Knight's eyes. Before leaving Konoha, he had thoroughly offended that old man. Given Mito Gate-un's vindictive nature, he would not spare Knight, regardless of whether he had completed his mission. Even if his grandson's life was in Knight's hands, it would not deter Mito Gate-un from seeking revenge. After all, compared to Mito Gate-un, Knight's strength was woefully inadequate. Yet, it appeared that someone within the Mist Village temporarily wished for his survival. To them, a person like him still held some value. Knight could not help but scoff at himself. With his intellect, he could certainly deduce who was protecting him from death. However, the very knowledge of that individual only deepened his despair. Sometimes, even a glimmer of hope is preferable to the overwhelming desolation he felt now. The more he contemplated, the more troubled he became, prompting him to banish these thoughts from his mind. He sighed deeply, lamenting, lacking strength is truly vexing. I cannot even dictate my own fate. The mere fact that he remained alive after the information leak signified that his value had yet to be fully exploited. And besides Yagura Obito Uchiha, who else could it possibly be? This implied that from the day he was discovered, all the intelligence he had gathered was but a fade. Truly, Yagura Obito Uchiha had orchestrated everything as if it were genuine. And he had failed to detect even the slightest flaw. He could not believe that Yagura would ever entrust him with authentic information. No wonder everything had seemed so effortless in recent days. It was all part of Yagura's elaborate scheme, awaiting him to unwittingly step into the trap. How foolish he had been to think he had conducted his intelligence-gathering efforts successfully. Ultimately, in the realm of espionage, he was still too inexperienced. And although he possessed the soul of an adult, it offered little assistance. It is virtually impossible for Yi to depart from the hidden Mist Village. Regardless of whether he has a task at hand, he cannot step outside the confines of the village. It is likely that there are individuals covertly observing his every move, all under the watchful eye of Shakura. Based on Ye's conjecture, Ching is presumably one of those who is secretly monitoring him. Knight, of course, cannot hope to contend with Ching. Although Ching may not excel in combat, he is undeniably a jonin. If forced to engage in battle, Knight would certainly be at a disadvantage. His keen eyes, capable of discerning the enemy's intentions, are rather formidable. However, Uchiha Obito, I shall not yield. Since you have granted me this opportunity, I shall not hold back. You may underestimate me, but rest assured, there will come a day when I will earn your respect. This is a solemn vow from me, Hahara Knight. As Knight raised his head, two beams of brilliance suddenly radiated from his eyes, his face etched with an indomitable spirit. No one could bring him down. He had faith in himself and believed that the future could indeed be altered. However, what was the meaning behind Koamiyame's actions? Was she deliberately trying to remind him? Knight glanced towards Koamiyame, feeling a warmth within. After arriving in this world, the first time he felt warmth was from the healer Yanoyu, and the second time was from her. Aside from Yanoyu, no one had ever treated him with such kindness. Chapter 85, The Despairing Answer. As if sensing Knight's gaze, Koamiyame opened her eyes and cast a glance in his direction, her expression revealing a complexity of emotions. She could hardly believe that Knight was a spy for Konoha. Yet no matter how much she denied it, the undeniable truth remained that Knight was indeed an infiltrator. However, during their months of companionship, she found her Knight had been waiting at the designated spot for nearly 30 minutes when Chujira finally arrived, moving at a leisurely pace. Yet, the words that fell from Chujira's lips immediately chilled Knight's heart. Brother Knight, Lord Mizukage has commanded me not to teach you any sword techniques. I am truly sorry, Chujira said, his head bowed in shame, as if he could not bear to face Knight. I hope you can forgive me. I cannot disobey Lord Mizukage's orders. Well, goodbye. Brother Knight. Without allowing Knight a chance to respond, Chujira turned and walked away, his silhouette appearing desolate against the backdrop. Sighing, Knight remarked, Indeed. Yagura will never allow the techniques of mist to flow into Konoha. A hint of disappointment crossed his face. Ultimately, he realized he had been overly ambitious, knowingly pursuing the unattainable and inevitably hitting a wall. Ah well. Chujira's response was both expected and unexpected. Each of them held their own convictions, and this outcome was perhaps the best resolution. However, as a mere chunin, no amount of planning could withstand overwhelming strength. The path to escape was long and arduous. Leaning against a tree, Knight mused. In the shadows, Ching and a group of Umbu members silently monitored him. I shall never accept such missions again. One slip, and it could cost me my life, Knight vowed, determined to avoid similar tasks in the future. If only he had access to the resources of that old man from the original story who wished to obliterate Konoha. How splendid it would be to create chaos in the village. Alas, he lacked sufficient explosive tags and time. Not to mention that approaching any building was out of the question, unless he were to foolishly blow up Terumi Mei's residence, which would be tantamount to self-destruction. Unaware of when Yagura might strike, Knight lived each day as if it could be his last. If only the mist would declare war now. I could seize the opportunity to flee. He thought desperately. He had no idea how he had been discovered. Konoha had provided him with a specially selected ninja hawk, equipped with formidable reconnaissance abilities, making detection nearly impossible. Chapter 86. Sister, please calm down. Yet, Knight remained oblivious to the fact that he had simply been ensnared by Mito-Gaiden. From the moment Knight accepted the mission, in Mito-Gaiden's eyes, he had become a dead man. He believed that with Konoha's medical ninjas, there was no way they could not resolve the issues Knight had instigated. However, in the end, Mito-Gaiden was met with a stark reality check, while Knight steadfastly adhered to his orders, sending messages every 2 months. In truth, how could one frequently send messages during infiltration missions into enemy territory? Was he seeking a premature end? Any seasoned ninja knew that all information should be reported only after the mission was completed and they had safely returned to their village. Regrettably, Knight, who had always shown little interest in theory, overlooked this critical point. This oversight ultimately led to his own exposure, a lesson that would serve as a significant turning point, prompting him to value the theoretical knowledge of ninjas. For now, however, Knight's sole focus was on escaping. To do so, it would require either an invasion of the mist or a loss of control over the tailed beasts. Upon returning home, disheartened, Knight was taken aback to find Terumi Mei's expression rather unpleasing, as if she had just been reprimanded, her face still flushed with lingering anger, rendering her even more enchanting. "What is the matter, sister? Why are you so upset? Come have a cup of tea to cool down." Knight feigned ignorance, presenting a cup of tea to Terumi Mei. "Drink what? Can't you see I'm troubled?" To Knight's surprise, Terumi Mei swatted the cup aside, sending it crashing against his face, the contents drenching him entirely. Crack! The cup shattered in response. The Knight felt as though his forehead had been struck by a heavy iron object, an excruciating pain coursing through him as the skin visibly reddened and swelled. It echoed the saying, "Those with remarkable talents stand out." Scalding water, nearly at 50 degrees, splashed over him, transforming him into a drenched chicken, his clothes clinging uncomfortably to his body. "I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. Are you all right?" When Kaoru Mei realized the situation, she found him looking utterly disheveled, a large bump forming on his forehead, which startled her. She hurriedly stood up, using a dry cloth to wipe the droplets from his face. "It's nothing, just a little bump. I'll be fine in a couple of days." Yet, the person in question, despite his jovial demeanor, revealed his discomfort through the swelling on his forehead. "You're insisting you're fine while that bump is so large," Kaoru Mei admonished, pressing lightly on the bump, causing him to grimace and gasp in pain. "How are you feeling now, brother?" Knight asked, rubbing his forehead. "Humph. You're quite the comforter. Look at you. How could I possibly be angry?" Kaoru Mei shot him a cold glance, exasperated yet amused. "That's good. It's better for women to avoid anger, or they get wrinkles." Knight turned towards the bathroom, muttering to himself. Watching Knight enter the bathroom, Kaoru Mei shook her head, her expression a mix of emotions. Her anger stemmed from Yagura's refusal to accommodate several of her reasonable requests. If this continued, the very existence of the hidden mist village would be at risk. There were already murmurs among the villagers regarding Yagura's policies, and the future looked bleak. Given Yagura's age, he could easily continue for another decade or so, but if he persisted in his current manner, the hidden mist village could only last another 5 or 6 years at most. Deeply devoted to her village, Kaoru Mei could not bear to see her homeland be destroyed by Yagura's mismanagement. After presenting her reasonable requests, she faced a united front of resistance from Yagura and the elders, who seemed to recoil as if she were cutting into their flesh. They were merely a group of self-serving parasites, yet they banded together, wielding their influence to form a council that closely aligned with Yagura. Consequently, despite possessing a third of the village's authority, Kaoru Mei found it impossible to counter their collective opinions. Chapter 87. The Last Stroll Inside the Room. Upon realizing that he had been exposed, Knight began to prepare for his escape, which rendered him unfazed by the unfolding events. If Yagura truly forced him into a corner, he would have no choice but to reveal his trump card. With this card, Knight believed even Kaoru Mei would be compelled to retain him. His secret lay in forcibly breaking through to the 3rd level of the Nine Suns True Scripture, thereby gaining formidable shadow-level strength. Of course, this would come at a great cost. His entire network of meridians could shatter, leaving him potentially unable to recover. stripping him of the power equivalent to an elite J-nin and reducing him to a mere mortal. Therefore, he would not resort to this method unless faced with a life-or-death situation. Following his meeting with Jur, numerous Umbu ninjas began to surround Karumei's residence, vigilantly monitoring all of Knight's movements. To claim he felt no despair would be a lie. After all, this meant he had no opportunity to flee unless a significant event distracted Yagura from his trivial pursuits. Yet, he doubted such fortune would fall upon him. As for Karumei, Knight was unconcerned that she would attempt to capture him. She had remained silent regarding this matter, which he considered the best possible outcome. Perhaps fearing Karumei would obstruct the Umbu's efforts to apprehend him, Yagura issued orders to send her to guard the borders of the cloud-hidden village. This development allowed Knight to breathe a sigh of relief, feeling a weight lift from his shoulders. On the eve of their departure, Karumei suggested they take a walk. Knight did not decline, recognizing it might be their final opportunity to be together. Yagura had set his sights on him, and even Karumei could not contest it. To safeguard the greater good, Karumei had to endure the pain of leaving for the cloud-hidden borders, choosing to remain oblivious to the fate that awaited Knight. Creating a beautiful memory for him was the last thing she could do. Let us go. They both consciously avoided addressing the underlying tension. Maintaining the semblance of their initial meeting, hands intertwined as they stepped outside. The Umbu ninjas, hidden in the shadows, closely followed, diligently executing Yagura's orders. The hidden mist village offered little in terms of scenery, and the few places worth visiting were scarce. As they strolled through the bustling streets, an unsettling silence enveloped them, rendering them out of sync with the lively atmosphere surrounding them. Despite the lively crowds, neither Knight nor Karumei possessed the heart to appreciate it, resulting in a peculiar dissonance that caused the throngs of people to part, granting them passage. For Knight, the chaos belonged to the masses, while his silence belonged solely to him. Karumei's hand, once warm and smooth, now felt clammy with sweat, several times. She appeared on the verge of speaking, but ultimately fell silent, words trapped on the tip of her tongue. Perhaps she contemplated whether to let him go privately. Yet her sense of duty held her back. They continued walking, encircling the entire Hidden Mist Village. Yuming Mountain, one of the highest peaks in the Hidden Mist Village. It stood as one of the few places for solace. Upon reaching the summit, both Karumei and Knight had become drenched, their hair clinging to their heads in a disheveled state. Chapter 88. Confessions at the summit. The moisture clung to their garments, adhering closely to their bodies, creating discomfort. Yet it accentuated Karumei's alluring figure. However, only Knight had the privilege of witnessing this, for aside from the two of them, no one else had made it to the top. From the summit, the Hidden Mist Village appeared minuscule, a mere hand's breadth away, easily obscured by a single leaf. Standing atop the mountain, they fell into a contemplative silence. Karumei's expression was complex, her face etched with struggle, overwhelmed by myriad thoughts, yet unsure where to begin. The wind gently caressed them, clouds drifted apart, and sunlight illuminated Karumei, casting her in an ethereal glow. It also graced Knight, yet he felt naught but coldness. Devoid of warmth, only the chill of the atmosphere surrounding him. Knight diligently etched the image of Kirigakure's Mirai in his mind. This woman, he could not forget. After a prolonged silence, Mirai finally spoke. Knight, do you know? I genuinely intended to cultivate you into a formidable ninja, to make you one of the pillars supporting the Hidden Mist Village. I once believed you were a treasure bestowed upon us by the heavens. Yet why are you from Konoha? Mirai's emotions surged intensely, her beautiful eyes brimming with shimmering tears that danced in her gaze, glistening brightly. Oh, why must fate be so cruel? If only you were not from Konoha, everything would be different. You wouldn't have to die, and I wouldn't have to suffer. I truly wish I could dismiss the thought of you being a Konoha spy, yet I am compelled to confront this harsh reality. Everything was perfect before. I loathe myself for uncovering your true identity as a traitor, bringing upon my own troubles. Mirai's delicate fists clenched tightly. The sound of her knuckles cracking echoed her inner turmoil, nearly overwhelming her. Had I known it would come to this, I would have preferred we never met. Sparing myself the agony, why did I impulsively venture out of the village and bring you back? Our encounter on the street was no mere coincidence. It was your meticulous design from the very beginning, wasn't it? Mirai exclaimed, her voice filled with fervor. The crystalline tears cascaded down her cheeks, shattering upon the ground into fragments. Night Path, indeed, our encounter was orchestrated by my design. I had no intention of meeting you. My sole aim was to infiltrate the Hidden Mist Village. Yet, the whims of fate are relentless, compelling you to take notice of me. Interacting with you has been quite delightful. At the very least, I have savored the warmth of being cared for. There is no sorrow to be found in this, for it is the inevitable outcome. You remain unaware of the anxiety I harbored daily, concealing my true identity while fearing your discovery. But now, I can finally breathe easy. Though the price is death, what does it matter? Trading my life for 10 months of tenderness feels worthwhile to me, though the night claims indifference as I speak. My gaze unexpectedly becomes moist, blurring into a haze, and even my voice turns choked with emotion. Damn the humidity. What business does it have intruding upon my eyes? The night cursed loudly at the dense mist enveloping the sky, raising a hand to wipe away the tears in his eyes. Feigning an air of indifference as if nothing had transpired, he then remarked, "Every day demands such carefulness. I loathe this tiptoeing existence. Since I cannot evade fate, I might as well confront it with composure. Life is inherently fraught with unpredictability, is it not? Those who perish prematurely occur daily. My demise would not make a difference. Would it?" Turning to face Komiai, he smiled. Chapter 89. The sudden arrival of good news, you fool. Komiai could no longer contain herself, delivering a punch to Ye's face that sent him flying. Ha ha ha, what a relief. Such a visceral sensation brings a certain thrill. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The laughter of the night lingered for a while before gradually fading away, and the smile on his face slowly vanished as well. If I were to die, Shimmy, please remember to keep me company with your words each year. I fear the solitude. The underground is truly cold. The night helplessly wrapped her arms around herself, trembling with cold. Rest assured, even without your words, I shall do so, for you are my recognized brother by Koyomi-mei. Koyomi-mei sat beside Yi, embracing her legs and gazing upward at the sky. She struggled to prevent tears from cascading down her cheeks, her long neck resembling snow. How she wished every day could be like their first encounter, where you remain you, and I remain I, forever as two parallel lines that never intersect. Alas, everything can never return to the way it once was. Night smiled softly, resting his head, his gaze profound. The wind blew once more, tousling the long hair of Myeming and stirring the strands of Night's hair along with the grass on the mountaintop. This scene was simply exquisite. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. The two of them sat and lay on the mountaintop for nearly 2 hours, exchanging no words, a profound chasm forming between them. As dusk descended, they appeared as if nothing had transpired, hand in hand, returning to Misty Village. The following day, when Night awoke from his slumber, Myeming had vanished without a trace, leaving only a trail of unshed tears on his pillow. In the depths of the night, a profound sense of loss enveloped him, akin to having lost his very soul. Yet, concurrently, there lingered a hint of liberation. So be it, since the decision had been made not to meet. He resolved to be resolute. Neither party would be left with lingering sentiments, for life is best cherished as if it were a first encounter. Given that Yagura sought his demise, he, in turn, was determined to demonstrate to Yagura that he was not so easily subdued. Unbeknownst to him, Yagura harbored no intentions of ending his life. He merely believed that Yagura had dispatched individuals to surveil him to prevent any chance of escape. However, not long after Terumi may have been sent forth, an unexpected occurrence filled him with a sense of astonishment. The three tails within Yagura inexplicably spiraled out of control, breaking through half of its seal, rendering even Yagura incapable of managing the situation. Only then did Yi realize why Shikuro had transferred Terumi-mei. It was due to her sudden coup during this period, not because of his own shortcomings. The emergence of tailed beasts elsewhere would have been manageable, allowing for minimal losses. However, within the village, it was akin to a thunderclap from a clear sky. Tailed beasts are born as instruments of destruction. Even the weakest among them, the three tails, possesses extraordinary destructive power. The distance between the three tails and Yi was no more than 300 meters, allowing him to witness the entirety of the three tails rampage. The roar of the three tails echoed throughout the hidden mist village, causing the air to tremble violently, emanating waves of ferocious power that instilled a sense of foreboding. Under this overwhelming presence, Yi felt as diminutive as an ant, his body weighed down as if filled with lead, rendering him utterly immobile. Such is the nature of the tailed beasts, regarded as the nuclear weapons of this world. Truly terrifying. This was merely the three tails, and yet I find myself so defenseless. Chapter 90. The Death of Yi in Scarlet Village. If I were to confront the mightiest tailed beast, the Nine Tails, I would surely be paralyzed with fear. Not to mention the 10 Tails during the Fourth Great Ninja War. How could I be subdued by mere intimidation? What a jest. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The knight, akin to a mechanical automaton, trembled incessantly, intermittently emitting the sound of creaking bones. Suddenly, a distinct crack echoed, as if the knight had perceived the shattering of some internal restraint. In that instant, the chakra within him surged with remarkable intensity, completing an entire cycle in the span of merely 2 breaths, a feat that could only be described as astonishingly swift. What is this? Knight gazed in astonishment at his own hands, murmuring softly. He could only feel a relentless surge of formidable power coursing through his body, causing an ache in his dantian, as if it were on the verge of rupture. No, it was not merely a sensation, it was indeed about to burst. Not only his dantian, but even his spiritual sea and divine platform began to manifest this throbbing discomfort. What could possibly be happening? Was it truly the case that Knight, was destined to perish in such a pitiful manner? As he felt the swelling intensity in his dantian, a wave of unknown terror engulfed him. This sensation mirrored the demise described in martial arts novels, where one explodes from within. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, 3 muffled explosions erupted from within Knight's body, causing him to clutch his heart and collapse to the ground, his face contorted in agony, drenched in blood. The night was filled with anguished howls, eerily reminiscent of vengeful spirits, instilling a profound sense of dread. Am I to perish like this? It is utterly disheartening. My dreams remain unfulfilled. As the vitality within him waned, he felt as though his eyelids bore the weight of 1,000 tons, compelling him to slowly close his eyes. What on earth is happening? Why is he suddenly sprawled on the ground, as if possessed? You, go investigate the situation. One of the hidden ninjas, covertly monitoring Yi, instructed another. Understood. The designated ninja clasped his fist in acknowledgement and swiftly dashed towards Yi. With no breath, heartbeat, or pulse, and with a shattered dantian, it was evident that Yi had succumbed to death. What transpired? He was just fine a moment ago. How could he suddenly die? The hidden ninja murmured in confusion. To ascertain whether Yi was merely feigning, the ninja maintained his hand at Ye's nostrils for 3 long minutes. Simultaneously, his other hand rested over Ye's heart, which, too, grew weaker until it eventually ceased its rhythmic beating. To think he could be frightened to death by the 3 tails. It is quite astonishing that Lord Terumi would adopt such a worthless being. The hidden ninja ultimately confirmed Ye's demise, a glint of disdain flashing in his eyes. He turned to relay the message of Ye's death to the other hidden ninjas using a series of hand signals. What? He is dead? The small leader of the hidden ninjas inquired, astonished. Indeed. The ninja nodded, reaffirming the grim news. TCH, what a useless creature. He was even outdone by an ordinary civilian. Upon receiving confirmation, the small leader could not suppress a spittle of derision, disdainfully trampling over Ye's body. Chapter 91. Team battle with the 3 tails. In light of this, our mission is concluded. Let us depart. In any realm, the weak shall never gain the recognition of others. Watch out. At that moment, a startled cry erupted from behind him. The small leader, taken aback, turned to see a massive stone, 2 meters square, descending upon him. Water release. Water barrier. Startled yet swift, the small leader formed seals with his hands, conjuring a formidable water barrier to shield himself. Boom. The water barrier resonated with a thunderous explosion, shaking the very earth, yet the boulder failed to breach the barrier's defenses, crashing heavily to the ground. Truly formidable is the 3 tails. Even the aftershocks are terrifying. The small leader wiped the sweat from his brow, his expression betraying lingering trepidation. Now that this fellow is deceased, let us hasten to assist Lord Mizuki's. You. Dispose of his corpse beyond the village. To bury such a person within the confines of Kirigakure is an affront to its name, the small leader coldly remarked, his tone dripping with disdain. Yes. The other hidden ninjas responded in unison, leaping towards the battlefield. The designated ninja could only rue his misfortune as he hefted Ye's lifeless form and sped towards the village gates. Roar. The colossal form of the 3 tails, accompanied by 3 long tails reminiscent of pillars, was a veritable harbinger of destruction. All structures in its vicinity crumbled beneath its might, while the Jinchuriki, Yagura, struggled to restrain the beast and prevent it from ravaging Kirigakure. Water release. Great shark bomb. No one dared to unleash large-scale water techniques like the waterfall technique. Doing so would only grant the Three Tails more room to wreak havoc. After all, the Three Tails is the tyrant of the waters. With even the terrifying Kisame as its subordinate, Kisame formed seals and conjured from massive sharks, propelling them upstream against the shallow waters towards the Three Tails. Water release, water dragon bullet. Suigetsu, Karui, and Zabuza simultaneously unleashed their water dragon bullets, striving to impede the Three Tails from further destruction. At this juncture, only they could inflict harm upon the beast. In the distance, Jur was evacuating the crowd. Having faced similar crises multiple times, Kirigakure had prepared, akin to Konoha, with designated shelters for refuge. How could such a creature appear so suddenly? I sincerely hope that Lord Mizuki's and the others can subdue the Three Tails and bring this calamity to an end. Jur thought amidst the throng. Among the crowd, a pair of elderly figures, protected by shinobi, stood out conspicuously. The surrounding villagers cast them glares of ire, yet refrained from further action, deterred by the presence of the ninjas beside them. Indeed, these individuals were the parasitic elders of Kirigakure. You shall not destroy our village. Kisame maneuvered the great water shark to successfully seize the limbs of the Three Tails, momentarily restraining its movements. Seizing the opportunity, Suigetsu, Karui, and Zabuza pressed their advantage, unleashing another barrage of water dragon bullets. With the Three Tails pushed back a few paces, Yagura seized a fleeting chance to shrink into a portion of the beast's body. Under ordinary circumstances, he, as the Mizuki, would exhibit tremendous power, yet now he could only observe. Alone, he could not subdue the Three Tails. All he could do was utilize sealing techniques to slightly restrict its movements. Chapter 92, The Terror Governed by the Tailed Beast Ball. Now, let us all unleash the water dragon bullets together. Suigetsu commanded the Kirigakure ninjas. Water release, water dragon bullet. At his behest, both Nin and Nin alike formed seals, summoning water dragons of varying sizes to strike at the tortoise-like tailed beast. Even with the Three Tails turtle shell defense, it could not withstand the assault, letting out a pained roar as a fierce glint flickered in its eyes. It opened its maw, and from its vast jaws, a colossal black sphere, composed of swirling, multicolored chakra particles, materialized. The moment the black sphere appeared, it radiated an overwhelming, oppressive aura that caused the surrounding Nin to falter and instinctively retreat a few steps. No. Quickly, we must stop it. That is the tailed beast ball. It must not be released, or Kirigakure will face utter annihilation. Yagura's pupils dilated in alarm, his voice rising in panic. In truth, without Yagura's warning, the other ninjas were acutely aware of the danger and paled in fear as they formed seals to thwart the Three Tails. However, halting a frenzied tailed beast is no simple task. Whoosh, boom. Just as the ninjas were forming their seals, three colossal tails descended upon them, forcing them to abandon their incantations and scatter in disarray. Crack. The earth erupted with a deafening roar, where the tails struck a massive fissure over 3 meters wide, split the ground, sending debris flying and unleashing an unimaginable shockwave that sent the ninjas hurtling through the air. Some ninjas were caught off guard, flung away with a resounding thud, crashing against several trees and embedding themselves deep within nearby structures, subsequently falling silent. Zabuza planted his blade into the ground to block one of the Three Tails' tails. Despite channeling most of his strength into the earth, he was still sent sprawling over 10 meters away, his internal energy violently shaken as he carved a long trench in the ground behind him. Behold the Three Tails, an entity of monstrous strength, truly deserving of its title as a weapon of war. The Watermelon Mountain pufferfish demon shook its numbed arms and grinned. Run for your lives. Yagura suddenly cried out in a shrill panic. Startled, the Watermelon Mountain pufferfish demon turned to see the Three Tails unleashing a solid, black sphere towards them. The moment it appeared, a terrifying pressure erupted, chilling the very marrow of their bones. Tail Beast Bomb. The Three Tails had succeeded in its assault. A thunderous roar resonated throughout the hidden mist village, akin to thunder shattering the mind, leaving the crowd dazed and their eardrums trembling. What? Curse it! Despite his determined efforts, upon witnessing the colossal black sphere, the Watermelon Mountain pufferfish demon's pupils constricted to pinpoints, and he cried out in despair. The Tailed Beast Bomb, one of the attacks he dreaded most. As a pivotal jonin of the hidden mist, he was acutely aware of the catastrophic potential of the Tailed Beast Bomb. No one present could withstand its might. Not everyone possesses the prowess of Shinja Hashirama, Uchiha Madara, or Namikaze Minato. Historically, only these three have managed to counter the Tailed Beast Bomb, and even Minato only did so indirectly, diverting it away. It is only the likes of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, these legendary ninjas, who dare confront the tailed beast bomb head-on. What a jest! The watermelon mountain pufferfish demon hastily retreated, beads of cold sweat dotting his plump face. He was not alone. The other ninjas shared his expression of sheer terror. No one, in the face of the tailed beast bomb, could remain indifferent. Some individuals, paralyzed by fear, abandoned their resistance altogether, their eyes wide as they were engulfed by the tailed beast bomb. Chapter 93. The Earth-Shattering Tailed Beast Bomb. Let us utilize our large-scale ninjutsu to minimize the damage. A weak voice echoed from behind, and the crowd paused before responding in unison. The previously disorganized mist ninjas rapidly coalesced into a cohesive unit, executing Yagura's commands. Yet, even with this newfound unity, their dread of the tailed beast bomb remained unabated. However, one individual stood out, Kisame Hashigaki, who appeared almost eager for the impending onslaught. At last, I can deploy my large-scale ninjutsu. I can hardly contain my excitement. Kisame grinned, a glimmer of exhilaration flickering in his eyes. Water release, exploding water shockwave. With swift hand seals, he emanated a powerful chakra aura. His cheeks puffed, and he unleashed a surging tidal wave that obscured the sky, roaring forth with a thunderous sound that was both awe-inspiring and terrifying. When the searing-tailed beast bomb collided with the water wave, it fizzled with an intensity akin to sodium dropped in water, producing a cacophony of hissing sounds. A vast cloud of scalding mist enveloped the area, obscuring vision. Yet the tailed beast bomb showed no signs of slowing. Witnessing this, the ninjas dared not conceal their abilities any longer, revealing their signature techniques. In this dire moment, hoarding power would only hasten their demise. Water release, great waterfall technique. The ninjas roared in unison, their chakra surging dramatically as torrents of raging water cascaded forth, shaking the very heavens. In an instant, the hidden mist transformed into an expansive ocean. The three tails submerged beneath the roaring waves, its advance halted. Like a meteor plummeting into the sea, the tailed beast bomb cracked under the immense pressure, nearing the brink of detonation. Boom! Before anyone could react, the tailed beast bomb detonated with a resounding explosion. Even the 30-meter deep waves could not diminish the force of the explosion. The water trembled, and the surface roiled violently, sending shockwaves in every direction. A blinding light erupted from the depths, heating the water and stirring up vast clouds of debris, rendering the waters murky. The explosive roar, even after being tempered by the water, left a painful ringing in their ears and a dull throbbing in their minds. Water release, 5 shark bombs. Incredibly, amidst the chaos, Kisame remained unaffected, his hands racing to form seals. Suddenly, 5 massive sharks materialized from the turbulent waters, charging at the Three Tails to thwart its escape from the battlefield. Yet, the water was the Three Tails' domain. It was in its element, unrivaled even by the Nine Tails. The 5 sharks were swiftly shattered by its powerful tails, continuing their assault towards Kisame, launching him away before he could react. Gah! Kisame spat blood, staining the water before him. The Three Tails let out a terrifying roar that sent shivers down spines and pierced minds with agonizing pain. Boom! The Three Tails' tails began to thrash and spin, creating a massive whirlpool that drew in all nearby ninjas. As the only tailed beast with water affinity, it was undoubtedly the king of the waters, unmatched except by the most potent lightning users. Chapter 94. The Mysterious Visitor. As the ninjas were drawn together, the Three Tails suddenly opened its fearsome maw and inhaled deeply, swallowing them whole without a shred of resistance. Damn it! The fourth Mizukage could only watch helplessly from below the surface. As a Jinchuriki, he was powerless to act against the Three Tails, his abilities sealed and chakra-bound to the sealing technique. How I wish I hadn't sent Terumi away. With her bloodline limit, we wouldn't be in such dire straits. Yagura chastised himself inwardly, oblivious to why the Three Tails had suddenly gone berserk. He felt an odd sense of loss, as if something had been taken from him, yet there was no time to ponder such matters. He had to address the threat posed by the Three Tails. It could not be allowed to rampage through the hidden mist. Let me discover who is orchestrating this chaos. If I find out, I shall not show them mercy. Yagura vowed through gritted teeth. Oh, is that so? What can you, as a mere shell of your former self, do against the Three Tails? Just then, a mocking voice echoed from behind Yagura as a shadowy figure emerged from the whirlpool. The figure wore a swirling mask and was cloaked in a dark robe, water parting around him as if repelled by an unseen force. Who are you? What do you want? Yagura demanded, eyes wide with fury, but his voice faltered in his throat, failing to escape. Hee. I never anticipated that an experiment would allow the Three Tails to break free from its seal. Though the Hidden Mist Village holds no interest for me, it will impact my forthcoming plans, so let us quiet it down a bit. And you, return to your original state. The visitor spoke in a low tone, causing Yagura's pupils to narrow in alarm. Clang. As Yagura beheld the approaching figure, he was struck by the sight of their eyes transforming into a vivid crimson hexagon. An irresistible force surged forth, embedding itself deep within his psyche. In that moment, a haze enveloped his mind, and his vision began to blur. Just before succumbing to unconsciousness, he glimpsed the cloaked figure advancing towards the Three Tails, and then all memory faded away. Roar. Upon witnessing the figure's eyes, the Three Tails erupted into a frenzy, its three tails lashing out at the intruder. Yet, this assault proved futile. The tails passed through the figure's form as though they were mere apparitions. Enough, Three Tails, quiet down. The figure stated nonchalantly, their gaze intensifying, unleashing a tremendous force that surged towards the beast. Roar. The Three Tails found itself powerless against this overwhelming strength, succumbing to unconsciousness and gradually sinking to the riverbed. Seal. The figure murmured, and suddenly, Yagura's eyes flew open, a flash of red igniting within. To his astonishment, he began forming hand seals, gradually drawing the Three Tails into his own being. Finally resolved, I must hasten my retreat. If I am discovered, it will entail much more effort. And the ocular power bestowed upon me by Uchiha Madara is limited. The figure surveyed the surroundings, and the water around them began to warp, forming a vortex that enveloped him. Yagura lay unconscious at the bottom of the river. Why has the Three Tails chakra presence vanished? And who was that shadow? Did I imagine it? When Kasame regained his footing, he sensed the absence of the Three Tails aura but recalled a fleeting shadow that had crossed his line of sight. Chapter 95. A successful escape from the hidden mist. With the threat now averted, there was no longer a need to maintain the ninjutsu. Water release. Release. Kisame formed hand seals to dispel his water technique, signaling the end of the crisis. As he did so, the chakra-generated waves crashed towards the surrounding lake, instantly raising its water level. However, it would not be long before these waves dissipated, as they were mere constructs of chakra, incapable of existing within the natural world. Observing Kisame's actions, the other ninja, recognizing that the danger had passed, also dispelled their techniques, revealing the devastated Hidden Mist Village. The buildings lay in ruins, with few structures able to withstand such an onslaught. The ground was a mire, resembling the parched bed of a long-dried river. It must be said that Kisame was indeed an anomaly, as he alone seemed concerned with the nature of the battle rather than the losses incurred, standing in stark contrast to the furrowed brows of his comrades. How terrifying! Is this truly the so-called tailed beast of war? How exhilarating! Kisame Moon Knight Heart mused. The Hidden Mist Village has fallen silent. It seems the Three Tails has been sealed once more. It would be prudent for me to depart from this place swiftly. Should Yagura realize that I have survived his pursuit, I would find myself utterly trapped. Nonetheless, I must acknowledge that I owe a debt of gratitude to the Three Tails for this fortunate turn of events. Otherwise, escaping from the hidden mist would have been a near impossibility. It truly embodies the adage, fortune hides within misfortune, and misfortune lurks within fortune. Every situation possesses duality. A comprehensive understanding is essential. Moreover, the most unexpected delight is that my reconnaissance mission in the hidden mist has yielded results beyond my wildest expectations. I initially believed that acquiring a water barrier would be my greatest achievement, yet, to my astonishment, the Nine Suns Sutra has ascended to the second level under the pressure of the Three Tails. Not only has my chakra strength reached the level of AJ Nin, but the capacities of my Dantian, spiritual sea, and divine platform have also more than doubled, significantly enhancing my prowess. After examining his physical condition, he revealed a sense of joy, followed by a tinge of relief from having survived a harrowing experience. He thought to himself, however, the ordeal was indeed rather terrifying. A misstep could have meant a permanent slumber. The sensation of having one foot in the realm of the dead is far from pleasant. He truly comprehended the notion that crises of life and death often catalyze profound growth. Reflecting on his experiences prior to the coma still left him with lingering trepidation. It could be said that at that moment, he had already ventured half a step into the gates of the underworld. Fortunately, the Nine Suns scripture had miraculously pulled him back from the brink. During the time when his body was swollen with pain, his greatest fear had been the prospect of becoming a lifelong invalid. Thankfully, not only did he survive, but he also emerged with rewards. No pain, no gain. His physical prowess had evidently been enhanced to a remarkable degree, suggesting that his martial skills could also see significant improvement. Upon returning, he resolved to promptly exchange for scrolls related to swordsmanship. Tawanzo certainly had an abundance of such scrolls. While he did not aspire to reach the level of Kakashi Hatake, he recognized the need to avoid aimless exploration. The knight sped towards Konoha. With his current strength, as long as he did not encounter any renowned powerful foes, he was fully capable of safeguarding himself. A mission from the Hidden Mist Village had elevated his rank from CH Nin to Special J Nin, truly a fruitful endeavor. At the tender age of 12, being a Special J Nin was indeed worthy of the title genius. Konoha, damn it, that fellow actually exposed himself. This means that whatever resides within Boya's body can never be extracted. How could this happen? Had I known, I would not have added that particular phrase, ultimately ensnaring myself. In the Hokage's office, Mito Gate lamented, stamping his foot in regret. Chapter 97. The Regret of Mito Gate and ultimately, you were too impulsive. The reconnaissance mission in the Hidden Mist Village was beyond your capacity. Even an experienced J-Nin might struggle to accomplish it effectively. To have endured for 10 months is already impressive. Among the younger generation, perhaps only Kakashi could stand alongside you. The third Hokage remarked, exhaling a puff of smoke. You speak so lightly of it, Sarutobi, but this is my only grandson. How could I remain composed? In response, Mito Gate shouted at the third Hokage, completely disregarding the dignity of his position. Of course, it is fortunate for you. Had it been anyone else, they would undoubtedly incur the third's wrath. Enough. Do not fall into despair. There is still Tsunade. Once she returns, extracting the peculiar chakra from Boya's body will not be an insurmountable task. The third Hokage, brushing ash from his pipe, offered words of consolation. Yet, the chakra within Boya's body has only 2 months left. If we do not eradicate it soon, none of us can foresee what Boya will become. Just look at his current state. It is already dire. What will he be like in 2 months? It is entirely possible he might resort to Susie. The knight understood that no matter how unwilling he was, it mattered little. As long as his grasp remained firm on the lives of Wei and her 2 companions, even the mightiest of powers would reduce him to a mere puppet in their hands. Unless, of course, Fei Village he was indifferent to the fates of Wei and the others. Should that be the case, it would serve as the perfect stage for a tragic tale of fratricide. Human resentment can yield unfathomable strength. Alas, you have already departed from this world. Otherwise, I would have relished witnessing the comical display of your anger, tempered by fear of recklessness. A flicker of malice passed through Mito Minion's eyes as he coldly murmured. Chapter 98. Return to Konoha. Third Hokage, esteemed advisor. Fei Village. He has returned to the village. At that moment, an Umbu ninja appeared suddenly, kneeling on one knee, revealing astonishing news. What? You mean he is still alive? Before the third Hokage could utter a word, Mito Minion had already leaped forward, grasping the Umbu ninja's attire. His voice laced with excitement. Indeed, he has just passed through the gates of Konoha and should be nearing the Hokage's office now. The Umbu ninja replied with a stoic demeanor. Haha, this is of your own making. You actually survived. Haha, it is well, it is well. Mito Minion suddenly erupted into laughter, releasing the Umbu, his voice brimming with a palpable aura of menace and vengeance. You may leave now, the third Hokage stated, taking a drag from his pipe. Yes, the Umbu ninja responded, vanishing in a swift blur from the office. At this moment, you remained unaware that he, along with Ming Yi and the others, had become subjects of experimentation. He was preoccupied with how to report this mission to the third Hokage. After all, he had failed to fulfill the task assigned by Mito Minion, leaving him somewhat lacking in confidence. Given Mito Minion's vengeful nature, he would undoubtedly face difficulties. The crux of the matter was that he had exposed himself, yet returned safely. Such an occurrence was exceedingly rare and could easily be mistaken for that of a spy. However, he would never know that his exposure was orchestrated by Mito Minion himself. Yet, regardless of Ye's resistance, the Hokage Tower was ultimately reached. Knight gritted his teeth, weighing his options, and resolutely steeled himself as he stepped forward, his expression one of unwavering determination, akin to a noble soul prepared to embrace death. However, upon arriving at the Hokage's office, hesitation began to creep in once more. Yet, in the end, he summoned the courage to knock on the grand door, acknowledging that death, whether early or late, is inevitable. What is destined to come will eventually arrive. Knock, knock, knock. Knight knocked twice on the door, then awaited the voice of permission from within. Come in. resonated the authoritative voice of the third. Instantly, the image of the third's aged yet commanding visage flashed in Knight's mind. Creaking open the door, he stepped inside upon receiving entry. As he entered, he was met with the sight of the very individual he least desired to encounter. "Lord Third, esteemed advisor," Knight declared, kneeling on one knee. "Rise." "So, how did the mission fare?" the third inquired with a benevolent smile. "It ended in failure," Knight replied, exhaling heavily. It was inevitable, he thought, and he had long ceased to be concerned about the timing. The moment he laid eyes on Meadow Gate Inn, he sensed that this affair would not conclude simply. Indeed, upon hearing of Knight's unsuccessful endeavor, Meadow Gate Inn became animated, questioning loudly, "You dare return after failing the mission? Tell me, how did you manage to escape from the hidden mist? Why was Yagura not able to detain you?" A barrage of 3 questions erupted from Meadow Gate Inn's lips, leaving Knight momentarily irked. "Damn, I toiled tirelessly for your benefit, only to be met with reproach instead of gratitude." Yet, the latter 2 inquiries were ones he could not evade. The first could remain unanswered, but neglecting the latter 2 would likely provoke Meadow Gate Inn into a tirade. "Well, Knight, do enlighten us. How did you manage to extricate yourself from the hidden mist? Why was Yagura lenient enough to let you go?" The third chimed in, adopting a fade of a smiling predator. Feeling a weight in his heart, Knight comprehended that if he could not convince them, the third would surely dispatch him to the Umbu for interrogation. In the eyes of the third, individuals were categorized solely as beneficial or detrimental to Konoha. If he could scheme against his own disciple, what else was beyond his reach? "I shall refrain from answering the first question, as the truth is self-evident. As for the second and third inquiries, when Yagura was preparing to capture me, a sudden upheaval known as the Three Tails incident erupted in the hidden mist, providing me the opportunity to escape amidst the chaos. It was as simple as that." As Knight gazed into the eyes of the third Hokage, his expression remained utterly unperturbed. "What a jest! Even if the hidden mist village were to erupt in chaos due to the Three Tails, surely you would not be entirely devoid of guards by your side. Pray tell, have you capitulated to the mist and become an infiltrator within Konoha?" Yet, before the third could utter a word, Meadow Gate interrupted once more, directly casting a grave accusation upon Knight. If the esteemed advisor holds such a belief, I shan't object, for my fate hangs merely upon a single utterance." Knight retorted with a sardonic smile, his face alight with mockery. He harbored no fondness for Meadow Gate Inn, perceiving him as no different from the parasitic elders of the mist. "Very well, since you refuse to engage in debate, I command you to immediately extract the chakra from Boya's body to prove your innocence. Otherwise, I shall find it difficult to accept your claims, and you may find yourself acquainted with the harsh realities of Konoha prison." Meadow Gate Inn cunningly shifted the focus onto his grandson, demanding that Knight heal him to substantiate his claims of innocence. However, Knight had no intention of complying with his wishes. Even if imprisoned, what of it? In 2 months' time, even if he desired to remain behind bars, Meadow Gate Inn would surely lower himself to seek his assistance. Unless, of course, he was indifferent to his grandson's life. Then confine me to Konoha prison to awaken my senses. Oh, and if it pleases you, do provide me with all theoretical texts on ninja warfare, lest I grow bored in solitude." Knight shrugged, addressing Meadow Gate Inn. Just as Meadow Gate Inn was about to interject further, the third Hokage abruptly interrupted him. "Enough, Inn, do not overstep. It is true that Knight speaks. For the Hidden Mist Village recently experienced the turmoil of the Three Tails, suffering considerable losses. It is hardly surprising that he seized the opportunity to escape, as the Umbu tasked with monitoring him were utterly incapable of contending with the rampaging beast." With these words, the imposing presence of the third Hokage was unmistakable, rendering the elite Umbu under his command as mere insects in his rhetoric, wholly disregarded. "Now, Knight, since your mission has failed, there must be consequences. You shall be confined for 2 months. However, you must extract whatever is within Boya. His punishment has been sufficient thus far. Let it cease here." Truly, the third Hokage, known as the Old Fox, deftly employed a strategy of both reward and punishment. He managed to handle Knight without inciting any resentment, while simultaneously making Knight acknowledge the necessity of compliance. Furthermore, he alleviated Meadow Gate Inn's long-standing concerns, placing him in a position of indebtedness to the third. A masterstroke indeed. Chapter 100. A dual-month sojourn in the wood prison. Very well, since the esteemed third has spoken thus. To refuse would be to display an utter lack of respect. As night fell, an agreement was reached to release the chakra-bound to Mizuho Hiroshi. However, as the third Hokage exhaled a sigh of relief, Knight issued a cautionary note. Nevertheless, esteemed Third Hokage, let me make myself clear. Should any issues arise from the Konoha orphanage, particularly those linked to the esteemed advisor Mizuho Bonten, do not blame me for turning against you. Rest assured. That will not happen. We are all part of Konoha. I would never allow such occurrences to transpire again, the Third Hokage replied, a hint of embarrassment gracing his features as he spoke. The knight did not escape the notice of the Third Hokage, who revealed a flicker of unusual sentiment in his eyes, a blend of regret and compassion. Since that is the case, I kindly request you to lead the way. Dear Third Hokage, and during my confinement, if it would not be too much trouble, I would greatly appreciate the opportunity to peruse all literature pertaining to ninjas. I trust that the esteemed Third Hokage would not deny me such a modest request, Knight said, raising his head with a cheerful smile as he addressed the Third Hokage. Of course, your dedication to training is commendable. How could I refuse? The future of Konoha will rest in the hands of you young ones, while we, the older generation, must eventually step aside. The Third Hokage responded with a hearty laugh, though a hint of melancholy lingered in his expression. Regardless of circumstances, the Third Hokage held an enduring love for the great family that was Konoha. Konoha Hospital. Under the intense, the knight took great satisfaction in the results he had wrought. Henceforth, but you would no longer have the opportunity to bully the inhabitants of the Konoha orphanage. Simultaneously, his misfortune would serve as a cautionary tale, deterring those who might wish to wreak havoc in that sanctuary. Yet, he gravely underestimated Mito Gaiden. His cunning was far more insidious than Knight had envisioned. As long as it served his interests and those of Konoha, he would not hesitate to act. Just as Knight believed that no further troubles would beset the orphanage. Particularly for Ming Yi and Wei, he overlooked the existence of men like Mito Gaiden and Shimura Danzo lurking in the shadows, akin to venomous serpents poised to strike. Unbeknownst to him, he had just fallen prey to these two serpents. Moments ago, he had lost his only bargaining chip capable of standing against Mito Gaiden. Marking the instant he became a puppet in the hands of others. After the extraction of the chakra from Bo Ye's body, Knight found himself imprisoned in the Konoha jail, the youngest inmate among a diverse array of criminals, predominantly thieves and rogue ninja. These were individuals who danced perilously close to death, and upon entering this oppressive environment, Knight was immediately engulfed by a stifling atmosphere that sent chills through his body. Chapter 101. The Good Man, Mito Gaiden. However, this did little to intimidate Knight. Ignoring the derogatory jeers of the other inmates, he was confined to a cell shared with two brothers. Initially, he paid little mind to them, but soon he sensed a formidable strength emanating from the duo, rivaling that of seasoned special jonin. He was confident in overcoming either of them alone. Yet if they joined forces, his only recourse would be to flee. Eventually, Knight recalled their identities. These were the infamous brothers, the Wind and Thunder Gods, celebrated in the original tale. While he did not possess extensive knowledge about these eccentric siblings, he was aware of their tremendous power and their propensity to behave obediently when fed. Conversely, deprivation of food would incite their fury, potentially leading them to break free from the Konoha prison. In the original narrative, they had been captured by Tsunade, who later witnessed their escape during her tenure, even with Asuma unable to restrain them. Ultimately, it was Tsunade who intervened to recapture them. Knight was somewhat astonished to find himself confined alongside these peculiar brothers. But it soon dawned on him that this was likely the machination of Mito Gaiden. With so many vacant cells within Konoha prison, why had he been placed here? It was clear that the intent was for Knight to endure some hardship at the hands of the Wind and Thunder Gods. Yet, having read the original tale, he conceived an audacious notion. If utilized wisely, his strength could experience exponential growth over the next 2 months, significantly enhancing his combat abilities. The brothers, though lacking in intellect, possessed considerable prowess, making them ideal sparring partners for Knight. Having recently achieved a breakthrough to the second layer of the Nine-Yang Sutra, he was in need of combat to solidify his progress. He initially anticipated waiting another 2 months, yet unexpectedly, Mito Gaiden presented him with such a generous gift. As Knight yearned to express to Mito Gaiden, "You are truly a remarkable person. Just as I sought to solidify my strength, you provided me with 2 exceptional sparring partners." However, if Mito Gaiden were to realize that his attempts to torment Knight not only failed to inconvenience him but instead bolstered his abilities, he might very well be driven to despair. Thus, from the moment Knight entered, the prison was engulfed in an unrelenting clamor. The other inmates, separated by a door, were oblivious to the events within. All they discerned was the ruckus, believing it to be the new arrival, Knight. receiving a lesson in humility. Meanwhile, the ninja dispatched by Mito Gate to monitor Knight dutifully reported his misfortunes to the gleeful Mito Gaiden. The ninja who periodically delivered books to Knight often found him battered and sprawled on the ground, his hair disheveled, his body drenched in blood, an utterly pitiful sight. As time passed, Knight appeared increasingly gaunt, as if a mere gust of wind could sweep him away. Once a dashing and handsome youth, he now resembled a beggar, clad in tattered rags. This transformation was, of course, due to Knight's decision to share the majority of his food with the Wind God and Thunder God. Yet, in tandem with this rigorous training, Knight's prowess progressed at an astonishing rate. Though he could not best either of his opponents without utilizing ninjutsu, he was reluctant to face charges of deliberate destruction, risking additional years of confinement. Nevertheless, this was a conscious choice on Knight's part. He sought to enhance his physical abilities. Having reached a saturation point with ninjutsu, and could afford to set it aside for a couple of months. Regrettably, Knight found himself at a loss in the realm of illusion techniques, yet he remained optimistic that the day of understanding would soon arrive. Once he escaped and returned to the village, he would commence his studies in illusion techniques. Chapter 102. A fulfilling 2 months of prison life. For an entire 2 months, Knight never found peace within his prison cell. But no one seemed to care. Konoha Prison allowed inmates to engage in mutual combat, for all major offenders were kept in isolation. The antics of ordinary prisoners were inconsequential. By day, Knight sparred with the two brothers, honing his physical skills, while by night, he fervently revisited the knowledge he had neglected during his time at the Ninja Academy, striving to rectify his intellectual shortcomings. It was a common sight to see Knight seated upon the cold stone bench, illuminated by the silvery moonlight, engrossed in the textbooks from the Ninja Academy, diligently studying. After perusing several volumes, he realized with a surge of indignation that he had been deceived by Mito Gaiden. Overwhelmed by deep fury, Knight could only swallow his rage. Without evidence, his grievances would be in vain. Mito Gaiden, just you wait. Should I seize the opportunity to retaliate, you will regret your treachery. If not for my fortunate escape from the mist, I might have remained oblivious to your schemes forever. The Knight clenched his fists, producing a series of sharp clicks, his expression dark and brooding. 2 months had passed, neither swift nor slow. It had been a period marked by relentless torment. Even after this duration, he still could not defeat the two brothers using only pure martial skills. However, if he were to incorporate ninjutsu, he felt confident in overcoming them. After all, the brothers had yet to attain the prowess depicted in the original narrative. They were merely slightly stronger than Special J-Nin at this point. In contrast, his own abilities had genuinely reached the level of J-Nin, meeting the standards in both chakra capacity and combat strength. This commendable progress was largely due to his early breakthrough to the second tier of the Juyang. Without the intense pressure from the three-tailed beast, he would not have achieved his current capabilities so swiftly. Yet, there are times when an early breakthrough may not be entirely beneficial. Like in his case, he had originally intended to wait another year before advancing. But reality always has a way of catching one off guard. Although he had indeed progressed, the enhancement to his strength was not substantial. It merely granted him J-Nin level chakra intensity. This left him feeling somewhat disoriented, as the overwhelming chakra, now beyond his control, often resulted in wastage, potentially diminishing his power compared to before. Fortunately, after 2 months of enduring hardship, his body had fully acclimated to this new intensity. He could now manipulate every ounce of his chakra with precision, eliminating any wastage. Nevertheless, it was prudent to keep his J-Nin level strength a secret from Danzo, otherwise, he might delve deeper into the matter, leading to complications. Thankfully, the Juyang included techniques for concealing one's presence, ensuring that even Danzo would remain oblivious to his true capabilities. As the Knight concealed his true strength, maintaining an aura akin to that of a mid-ranking ninja, just shy of a Special J-Nin, he believed this would align with the typical progression of an ordinary individual, thereby sparing him from any suspicion from Danzo. However, he realized he could no longer linger in the shadows. He needed an opportunity to transition into the Umbu. He was unwilling to remain a mere pawn in the power struggles between Danzo and the third Hokage. Knight murmured to himself, his eyes glimmering with contemplation. He recalled that, shortly thereafter in the original narrative, Danzo had orchestrated an assassination attempt on the third Hokage. This could present a chance, yet it appeared futile. The third did not trust him, and with the curse mark of the tongue tied to him, he could not disclose any information about Root. Chapter 103. The chasm between elites and the ordinary. Although the curse mark of the tongue held minimal sway over him, He surmised that the third would certainly disapprove of having an erratic and uncontrollable subordinate. Moreover, betraying one's master was widely regarded as dishonorable. Even if he were to act, it was unlikely he would be rewarded. On the contrary, he risked eternal exile. This was untenable. Yet he recalled that in the original story, Kakashi had seized this very opportunity to sever ties with Danzo, ultimately aligning himself with the third and becoming a significant asset. Why was Kakashi not scorned, but rather elevated? Knight pondered, scratching his head in confusion. Suddenly, a light bulb flickered in his mind. And he began to understand. Kakashi was the disciple of Minato Namikaze, a figure intrinsic to the Hokage lineage, which naturally garnered the third's trust. In contrast, Knight was utterly alone. There was no reason for the third to place his confidence in him. Yet, if possible, he truly did not wish to relinquish such an opportunity. Leaning against the wall, he sighed heavily. This world is inherently unjust. Some individuals ascend the heights of the pyramid without effort, while others toil for a lifetime only to remain as insignificant as a salted fish. Bonds and bloodlines act as insurmountable chasms, hindering countless ordinary ninjas from advancing. However, Danzo, do you truly believe that assassinating the third Hokage would be so simple? If you were to take matters into your own hands, perhaps there would be a chance. But dispatching a few subordinates? Do you truly think the third has weakened to the point where he could be bullied by a handful of special genin? Not to mention, Kakashi is not even aligned with your faction. Do you truly believe you can manipulate a person of Kakashi's caliber with your limited means? Knight could not help but mock internally. He was unaware of Danzo's mindset, how a man so cautious throughout his life could undertake such a thoughtless venture. It is crucial to remember that the Hokage is the leader of a village, and the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, is a formidable figure among ninjas. No matter how diminished his strength, he is not someone mere fodder ninjas can contend with. Perhaps the allure of the Hokage position has clouded your judgment. Sigh. Wouldn't it be better to remain in the shadows as the Minister of Root? Do you genuinely believe that eliminating the third will earn you the recognition of Konoha's esteemed clans? Such notions are mere fantasies. Knight shook his head in disdain. As Uchiha Itachi articulated in the original narrative, it is not by becoming Hokage that one earns the people's acknowledgement. Rather, only those who have gained the people's recognition can ascend to the position of Hokage. And as the shadowy power in Konoha, Danzo Shimura can never attain the acclaim of the villagers. At the very least, the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans, along with the Hyuga and Uchiha clans, would never recognize him as Hokage unless no alternatives remained. Being Hokage is no simple feat. It differs vastly from managing Root. Relying solely on bloody tactics to intimidate subordinates is insufficient. Without the requisite skill and intellect, how could he possibly command the respect of these clans? With his simplistic and juvenile strategies, Konoha is destined for ruin. Thus, from the moment Danzo initiated this plan, Knight lost interest in him, as he could never hope to outmaneuver the cunning old fox known as the Third. His ruthless and underhanded demeanor left a lasting impression on others. While he amassed unfathomable power, he simultaneously forfeited the fundamental qualities required to become Hokage, such as reputation and approachability. Chapter 104. The hidden efforts behind rapid progress. Without these attributes, he would forever remain a titan in the shadows, unable to emerge as the public Hokage. Although he eventually became the acting Hokage due to Tsunade's incapacitation, his tenure was short-lived upon her recovery. His long-standing engagement in political machinations left his strength waning. Even with countless Sharingan and Hashirama cells grafted onto him, what was the outcome? Ultimately, he was defeated by Sasuke, who had just acquired the Manjiki Sharingan, inadvertently bestowing Sasuke with a surge of prestige. The time for the door to open must be approaching. Could it be that you, Mito Gaidon, wish to complicate matters for me as well? After nearly 3 hours of waiting, the individual responsible for his release had yet to appear, prompting Knight's brow to furrow in displeasure. Very well, let me observe just how late you intend to be. Knight took a deep breath, striving to suppress his indignation. Maintaining a calm demeanor, for a gentleman's revenge is best served after a decade. However, the steely glint in his eyes was chilling, sending shivers through those who beheld it. Ultimately, Knight was merely a 12-year-old boy, lacking the refined composure to mask his emotions flawlessly. Creak. After nearly another 3 hours, the guard ninja finally arrived, tardily opening the door to release Knight from his confinement. In the dim light of night, one could clearly observe the mocking expression on his face and the disdain in his eyes. Had this been the previous night, he might have taken offense. However, at present, He perceived this individual merely as a comical jester. He reminded himself to remain humble and composed until his abilities reached a certain threshold, avoiding anger over trivial matters. For such emotions would hinder his personal growth. In this world, a Jainin held little status. He lacked the leverage to feel proud. Yet, achieving the rank of Jainin from Special Jainin in merely 2 months was a remarkable feat, unparalleled by many in the shinobi world. Although the 9 Sun Scriptures played a pivotal role in overcoming his greatest obstacles, acquiring practical combat experience was no small task. Were it not for the opportunity presented by Mito Gate Flame, he might still be struggling between the ranks of Special Jainin and Jainin. Nevertheless, his ascent from Ch-Nin to Special J-Nin in 10 months was grounded in several life and death battles, coupled with 10 months of enlightenment in the Hidden Mist Village and guidance from Terumi Mei. He managed to break through to the second layer of the 9 Sun Scriptures under the pressure of the 3 Tails. It could be said that this was a blessing from the Scriptures. Without the oppressive force of the 3 Tails, he might not have broken through to the second layer of the 9 Sun Scriptures, nor entered the realm of Special Jainin, let alone practiced for 2 months with the Wind God and Thunder God to attain Jainin level strength. Following his breakthrough in the 9 Sun Scriptures, his power was comparable to that of a Special Jainin, though he lacked the combat experience typical of a Jainin. It was only after he compensated for his lack of experience and learned to control his chakra at will that he truly attained Jainin level strength. This highlights the magnitude of his progress in the last 2 months. If given the choice, he would unhesitatingly opt to remain in this prison for several more months, until he could advance no further. For the achievements of these 2 months were by no means inferior to those of the previous 10 months. Compared to the relative tranquility of his time in the Hidden Mist Village, he preferred the urgency of the past 2 months. It is through pain that one progresses. Chapter 105. The Orphanage Incident. Upon leaving the prison, he headed directly to the Konoha Orphanage. Having been away for so long, he yearned to see how the 3 little ones, Mingyi, were faring. Konoha Orphanage. Director, why has the funding for the orphanage suddenly been delayed? Although we have tightened our belts and cut back on expenses, we cannot sustain this much longer. At most, we can only hold on for 3 more days before we run out of rice. We can endure hunger ourselves, but we cannot let the children go hungry. They are in their growing years. How can they not have enough to eat? The stout woman, known for her fierce appearance, lamented to the medic. Yaoshi Yinayu. Indeed, Director, this is untenable. We must think of a solution, otherwise, the orphanage will starve. The thin man, equally fierce in appearance, added with a look of confusion. Yes, I understand. Rest assured, I will resolve this issue as quickly as possible. Within 3 days, you will surely receive the orphanage's nurturing funds again. Upon hearing this, Yaoshi Yinayu let out a barely perceptible sigh, forcing a smile. Then we shall await your good news, Director. After receiving confirmation, the stout woman and the thin man nodded, leaving with satisfied smiles. Once they departed, the smile on Yaoshi Yinayu's face vanished instantly, replaced by a dark expression filled with barely concealed anger. Mito Gate Flame, how could you do this? What do you consider our orphanage, just a pawn? Her delicate hands clenched tightly, cracking with tension as she inwardly seethed. As a former head of the medical unit and an elite member of the Roots, she understood the situation all too well. The orphanage's funds had always been dispensed punctually. Such delays could only suggest interference from someone. Director, this matter concerns me, doesn't it? Just after the stout woman and thin man left, Yi appeared behind Yaoshi Yinayu, his face grim with certainty. Indeed, Yaoshi Yinayu nodded in affirmation, showing no surprise at Ye's sudden arrival. What other reason could there be for the orphanage's plight, if not Mito Gate Flame's meddling? The Konoha orphanage was under his direct jurisdiction. Furthermore, this predicament began the very day Yi removed the chakra from Bo Yi and was imprisoned. If this were mere coincidence, she would not buy it. Such coincidences were far too convenient. Humph, I was careless to underestimate that scoundrel Mito Gate Flame. I never imagined he would sink so low as to delay even the funding for the Konoha orphanage. Very well, I shall see what the third Hokage has to say. With Yaoshi Yinayu's acknowledgement, Ye's face darkened like ink, and he leapt away in a burst of determination. Yaoshi Yinayu barely had time to stop him. Alas, this child. She sighed, watching his retreating figure. Let us hope he does not cause any trouble. Yaoshi Yinayu could only pray silently for him. Although she knew full well that Yi would inevitably stir up a commotion, she still wished for a modicum of restraint on his part. Chapter 106. The King of Hell is not easy to oppose. The little ones are hard to tame. Had Yi not appeared, she would have considered negotiating with Danzo. accepting tasks he offered in exchange for funding to keep the orphanage operational. The reason she did not stop Yi was due to her growing dissatisfaction with the third Hokage's ignorance. They had humbly sought to please the people of Konoha, yet still received no corresponding respect, only disdain and ridicule. Why is that so? They had risked their lives for Konoha, only to be met with humiliation. What was left for them in Konoha? Were it not for the fear of the orphanage being left unattended, she would have defected long ago. With her strength and abilities, she would receive fair treatment in any other shinobi village. Outside the third Hokage's office. I wish to see the third Hokage, please inform him. He spoke to the Yanbiyu ninja at the gate, attempting to maintain a calm tone, as he did not wish to escalate matters unnecessarily. However, at times, his desire to avoid trouble did not prevent others from provoking him. For instance, after Yi expressed his request, the ninja ignored him completely, sneering dismissively before drifting away, leaving Yi standing there. I insist, please inform Lord Hokage that I have urgent matters to discuss. Seeing the ninja's demeanor, Yi's tone grew firmer, his fists cracking with tension as he reiterated his plea. Lord Hokage is busy. You cannot simply demand an audience. Return tomorrow. Finally, the ninja spoke, adopting a nonchalant attitude. Upon closer inspection, one could discern a glimmer of mockery in his gaze. In this Yanbiyu ninja's eyes, having offended the advisor Mido Gate Flame meant that Yi's days in Konoha were numbered. Of all people, why must he provoke someone as vindictive as Mido Gate Flame, who wielded immense power? Upon hearing this, veins throbbed violently on Yi's forehead, his fists clenched until his knuckles cracked, his face contorted, and his eyes became bloodshot. He roared at the person, what jest is this? Even if the third Hokage is inundated with tasks, it's implausible that he wouldn't have a moment to spare for me. I suspect you are deliberately obstructing me from entering. If you refuse to announce my arrival, I shall proceed to see the third Hokage myself. With that, Yi moved to enter the third Hokage's office. Halt. Advance any further, and you shall face the consequences. Trespassing in the Hokage's office is punishable as an act of insurrection. The Umbu ninja instantly drew his sword, pointing it at Yi's neck, and coldly declared, making no attempt to conceal the piercing aura emanating from him. Humph. I'd like to see where you derive the audacity to obstruct someone seeking to report to the Hokage. At worst, we shall have a confrontation before him. If I suffer, you shall suffer equally. But Yi, consumed by extreme rage and fury, paid no heed to the Umbu's threat, and heavily took that step towards the Hokage's office. You court death. The Umbu ninja's eyes flashed with a sharp, deadly intent, and his sword hurtled towards Yi's back, poised to strike him down. From his demeanor, it was evident that if you did not evade, he would likely be slain on the spot. Desist. But at that precise moment, an authoritative voice suddenly echoed, accompanied by an immense, mountain-like pressure that caused both Yi and the Umbu ninja to freeze in place. The knight was relatively calm. He had already attained the strength of A.J. Nin and had even sensed the formidable aura of the Three Tails. Thus, when confronted with the presence of the third Hokage, it was no longer as overwhelming. Chapter 107. The third's response, however, the Umbu ninja was far less composed than he. His eyes widened in terror, rendering him motionless. Please come in. What brings you here? It must be of great significance to you. Otherwise, you wouldn't appear so agitated. The third remarked with a hint of mockery as the oppressive atmosphere dissipated. Humph. The knight let out a cold snort at the dark-clad ninja, then pushed open the door to the Hokage's office. What brings such fury? The third Hokage inquired with a curious smile, observing the lingering anger in the knight. Please forgive my abrupt visit at this hour, Knight said, clasping his hands in a gesture of apology, his expression sincere. No need for formalities. Do share your troubles. The third Hokage gestured for Knight to speak freely, eager to uncover the reason for his unexpected arrival, as it is said that rarely does one visit without purpose. Knight wrote, Honorable Third Hokage, 2 months ago, the nurturing funds that were due to be dispersed to the Konoha orphanage were inexplicably delayed, resulting in a dire financial situation where we can barely make ends meet. However, I have heard that the disbursement of funds to the orphanage has never been delayed in the past. Therefore, I humbly request your intervention to investigate this matter. I recognize that this request may be considered impolite, yet I am resolutely unwilling to involve the people of the Konoha orphanage. If anyone wishes to pursue this matter further, let them direct their ire towards me. Confronting the individuals associated with the orphanage is no challenge for a true warrior. The knight spoke with remarkable precision, his resounding voice echoing throughout the office. Foolishness. As the bearer of the will of fire, Your impulsiveness will hinder your ability to achieve greatness and protect Konoha. Yet, before he could finish, the third Hokage's reprimand struck him, a powerful voice that made Knight tremble involuntarily. Truly, the legendary third Hokage commanded respect, even in his old age. After a brief pause, the third recognized the severity of his tone and softened his approach. You are no longer a child. You must learn to temper your impulsiveness from now on. Do you understand? But isn't it apparent? Knight retorted. When someone cannot confront me directly, they resort to harming those around me. How am I to swallow such indignation? My weakness will only embolden them and lead to greater injustices against my comrades. Knight was evidently not easily swayed and countered vehemently. Enough. Do not linger on this matter any longer. I shall resolve it for you. We are all part of Konoha. And as long as I, Sarutobi Hiruzen, draw breath, I will not allow such issues to fester. The third exhaled a plume of smoke, providing Knight with a definitive assurance. Very well. With the Hokage's word, I shall be at ease. I apologize for my earlier outburst. You are right. I will not act so rashly in the future. With the third's affirmation, the burden on Knight's heart lightened, and he feigned an apology. Given that the third had personally committed to his word, he would undoubtedly follow through. Such was the dignity of a Hokage. Ah, that is good to hear. In a few years, Konoha will belong to your generation. It brings me great comfort to witness talents like you blossom. Knight had initially thought that Kakashi was the only remaining pillar of Konoha. But now it seemed that apart from the Uchiha twins, he too was a strong successor of the Will of Fire. Indeed, at such a young age. You possess remarkable strength. Here, take this scroll. I believe you will find its contents beneficial. Chapter 108. The third's invitation. The third suddenly bore a cunning smile reminiscent of a shrewd fox, causing Knight to feel as though he was completely exposed. He then retrieved a brown scroll from his desk and handed it to Knight. Look here, your chakra affinities are lightning and fire. You lack in fire techniques. But this scroll contains jutsu that will assist you. If you wish to leave the roots behind, consider joining my umbu. The third took a puff of his pipe, unexpectedly extending an olive branch to Knight. Gasp. Upon opening the scroll, Knight could not help but draw a sharp breath, stunned into silence as he marveled at the third's cunning. The first technique inscribed within was the lightning armor technique of Raikage, precisely what Knight had yearned for but had never acquired. The second technique was the fire release, fire dragon bullet. While it may not have seemed particularly impressive, its advanced form, the fire dragon flame bullet, was renowned. The Knight, however, holds memories. There exists a combination jutsu known as the Earth Fire Dragon Bullet, utilized since the era of the third Hokage. This technique merges the Fire Dragon Flame Bullet with the Earth Dragon Bullet, boasting a power comparable to S-rank ninjutsu, truly formidable in its might. The third technique is not of the lightning fire attribute, yet it embodies what Knight desires most, the Illusion Technique Compendium, which encompasses fundamental explanations and various cases of techniques, such as the Falling Petals Technique and the Demon Surge Technique. Lord Third, this splendid gift comes rather unexpectedly. Lord Danzo may well feel a pang of jealousy upon learning of it. Knight chuckled softly as he tucked the scroll away, gazing at the smiling third Hokage. Haha. Rest assured, I shall greet Danzo. There will be no trouble. Upon hearing this, the third could not help but laugh aloud. Knight's acceptance implied the possibility of him joining forces with the third. Naturally, the third felt a surge of joy at the prospect of enlisting a warrior whose prowess rivaled even that of Kakashi. Observing the beaming face of the third, who appeared rejuvenated by several decades, Knight began to grasp why Hiruzen Sarutobi was the Hokage while Danzo Shimura remained merely the leader of Root. Setting aside other considerations, this breadth of spirit was something Danzo could never hope to match. Were he in Danzo's position, he would never so freely impart such an array of jutsu to his subordinates. Given this, it seemed I had no opportunity to decline. Lord Third, I appreciate your kindness. Should I choose to join you, I trust you will not turn me away. With a smile on his lips, he raised his fist towards the third Hokage and said, Haha, I cannot refuse someone of your caliber. I suppose you still harbor some resentment towards me, don't you? After all, had I not nodded back then, you would not be in the Root now, but would have become a regular ninja, undertaking missions under the guidance of a jonin. The third Hokage jested while taking a puff of smoke. Ah, you jest. How could I possibly blame you? Were it not for my entry into Root, I would not have reached my current level. I might still be an ordinary genin, merely surviving in Konoha. You replied with a chuckle. Indeed, everything is preordained. None can escape their fate. Now, you may leave. I shall intervene in the matters concerning the Konoha orphanage and will ensure you receive a satisfactory response. The third Hokage assured ye. Very well, I shall take my leave, Lord Third. With that, he exchanged a fist bump with the third Hokage before departing the Hokage's office. Chapter 109. A chance encounter with Naruto Uzumaki. What an unexpected delight. The third Hokage has suddenly extended an olive branch towards me, resolving an issue that has long plagued me. I truly feel unburdened now. However, it is undeniable that the third Hokage, despite his waning strength due to age, possesses an astute insight honed on the battlefield, capable of discerning my true abilities at a mere glance. As Knight traversed the path leading to the Konoha orphanage, his thoughts wandered. Suddenly, he felt as though he had collided with someone, jolted back to reality by a gasp that echoed in his ears. He turned to see a small child, just over 3 years old, whom he had knocked over. The sight of the boy's orange-yellow attire struck him as oddly familiar. "Are you all right?" Knight inquired, moving closer to examine the child's smiling face. However, upon recognizing the familiar features, his movements abruptly halted, his outstretched hand frozen midair. "Indeed. It appears you harbor disdain for me as well." The child feigned resilience as he stood up, brushing off the dust from his clothes, tears brimming in his eyes. His sky-blue pupils glistened with a hint of crimson, his expression a mixture of profound disappointment and a yearning for acceptance. This boy, who appeared somewhat malnourished, donned a rather unattractive orange-yellow tracksuit, and peculiar tufts of hair sprouted from either side of his face, rendering him an odd sight. "Haha, how could that be? You must be Naruto Uzumaki. I sincerely apologize for knocking you down. Are you unharmed?" Knight reassured, not out of disdain for Naruto, but rather due to his astonishment. "What? You do not dislike me?" The boy's azure eyes sparkled with hope, his departing figure halting as he turned back to face Knight, anticipation evident in his demeanor. "Of course not. In my eyes, Naruto is the best of children. How could I ever dislike you?" Knight replied, a helpless smile gracing his lips as he gently ruffled Naruto's orange hair. This very smile enveloped Naruto in an unprecedented warmth, prompting tears to spill from his eyes. "Really? Big brother, you don't dislike me? Look, I'm a monster with such long whiskers," Naruto exclaimed, gripping Knight's arm in a mix of excitement and disbelief. "Is that so? But isn't that precisely what makes you unique? Others would envy such whiskers," Knight teased, pinching Naruto's cheek affectionately. Harboring sympathy for Naruto, the protagonist of the original tale, Knight had often pondered that if he were ever part of the Hokage's world, he would ensure Naruto experienced a childhood devoid of such sorrow and solitude. Now, that dream had manifested into reality. "Big brother, can I be your friend?" Naruto asked timidly, his eyes gleaming with hope. "Indeed, it would be my fortune to befriend you, Naruto," Knight responded with a smile and a nod. "Yay, I have a friend. I, Naruto Uzumaki, have a friend," the exuberant boy shouted, leaping in delight. However, at that moment, a rumble echoed from Naruto's stomach, painting his face with embarrassment. "Haha, you haven't eaten yet, have you? Come, let us dine together," Knight chuckled, addressing Naruto warmly. Yet, upon hearing Knight's invitation, Naruto's eyes sparkled with joy, only to be clouded by hesitation, for he had no money left. Even with his frugal habits, subsisting on but one meal a day, he had exhausted his allowance the previous day. "Come now, we are friends, are we not? I shall treat you." Knight, fully aware of Naruto's dilemma, took his hand and led into Ichiraka ramen. "Okay." Tears welled in Naruto's eyes, but he fought to keep them at bay. A man should not cry. No one had treated him with such kindness apart from Uncle Ichiraku. "Boss, one bowl of seafood ramen." "And you, Naruto?" Knight inquired after settling onto a stool, waiting for Naruto to join him. "Uncle Ichiraku, one bowl of miso ramen," Naruto replied, clearly at ease in the establishment. It was amusing to think that the son of the illustrious and powerful fourth Hokage lacked even the basic necessities of life. "All right, please wait a moment. Your delicious meal will be ready shortly," boomed Uncle Ichiraku's cheerful voice. The night was filled with curiosity as one gazed at Uncle Ilu, whose eyes sparkled with mirth. This is indeed the Uncle Ilu that has been humorously parroted by netizens in the original work, yet in truth, he is merely an ordinary individual. Certainly. Here's the refined version of the text, rendered in more sophisticated English. He had, of course, encountered such facetious posts before. However, he was confident that few genuinely believed Ichiraku to be a formidable combatant. Moments later, 2 steaming bowls of ramen materialized before them. Naruto promptly seized his chopsticks, his eagerness palpable, only to be forestalled by Knight. "Naruto, patience. We must offer a gesture of gratitude before partaking. Join me." With hearts full of appreciation for all the sustenance the world provides, let us commence. Knight intoned reverently, clasping his hands together. In his previous life, he had been skeptical of such rituals, but since his reincarnation into the world of Naruto, he had cultivated a newfound reverence for this reality. He had come to believe in the existence of spirits and deities. How else could he account for his presence here? Very well, we may now partake. Having completed the ritual, Knight opened his eyes and finally set about consuming his meal. Slurp. Knight, however, did not immediately gorge himself on the noodles. Instead, he lifted the bowl and took a generous draught of the rich broth. The savory, full-bodied liquid cascaded down his throat, erupting within him like a tidal wave, nourishing his very core. Ah, exquisite. Truly, Ichiraka-san's ramen remains unparalleled, Knight murmured, his eyes closed in rapture. Ha! I am gratified that the customer is pleased. Upon receiving such praise, Ichiraka-san beamed. Well, Naruto, what say you? Is it not delectable? Knight inquired, glancing at Naruto beside him. MMPH delish? Naruto mumbled through a mouthful of noodles, his cheeks bulging. His expression, it was plain, answered Knight's question. Pace yourself. There is no need to rush. No one is contesting your share. Do not choke, Knight chided gently, relishing the comforting atmosphere. 10 minutes elapsed. Proprietor, here is the payment for a month's worth of ramen. During my absence, please ensure Naruto is well fed. As he settled the bill, Knight produced a sum of 100,000 ryo from his person and presented it to Ichiraku. Ichiraku initially demurred, for the sum far exceeded the cost of a month's meals. However, upon beholding the resolute expression on Knight's face, he desisted from further protest and acquiesced. Rest assured, as long as Ichiraka stands, Naruto shall never go hungry. Esteemed brother, does this signify that I shall no longer see you? Upon hearing this, Naruto leaped from his seat, clutching at Knight's garments, his eyes wide with trepidation. He had finally encountered someone who did not regard him with disdain. Yet their separation loomed so soon. Naruto, your brother has duties to attend to that preclude frequent visits. However, have no fear, for I shall endeavor to visit you each month. In my absence, conduct yourself with propriety and obedience. Of course, should anyone seek to mistreat you, do not cower. Retaliate. And let them know that you are not to be trifled with. Do you understand? Knight instructed, stroking Naruto's hair. Yes, I shall endeavor to be obedient. Naruto whimpered, tears welling in his eyes. Very well, let us leave it at that. I must take my leave. Knight patted Naruto's head once more before striding out of Ichiraku ramen. Do hasten your return, esteemed brother. Naruto cried out, forlorn. Root. Danzo-sama, I have returned. Donning the familiar fox mask, Knight knelt before Danzo, offering a curt salutation. Indeed, you have returned. It is high time, considering your prolonged absence, Danzo responded, opening his eyes. His aura seemed palpably stronger than it had been a year prior. Is this due to the transplanted Hashirama cells? Knight mused, his gaze sweeping over Danzo's right arm. Yet even with those cells, your power remains laughably limited. Knight thought derisively. Danzo's strength was a frequent topic of debate in Knight's previous life. While many posited that he possessed Kaga-level abilities, others demurred. However, based on Knight's first-hand experience, the aura emanating from Danzo was unequivocally Kaga-level, though he may have met his end at the hands of Sasuke Uchiha. This did not negate the fact that he wielded Kaga-level power. Despite his somewhat precarious standing among Kaga-level combatants, he remained a formidable opponent, one that Knight was not yet capable of confronting. At that moment, Knight was finally able to discern the strength of the two individuals behind him. Aburame Shishimi, a Jonin-level shinobi, though his venomous insects are troublesome. He has a son named Aburame Shiko, the prodigy of the Aburame clan who wields nanoscopic venomous insects in the original work. Yamanaka-yu, a Jonin-level shinobi whose mind transfer technique is somewhat problematic. Not an opponent that Knight cannot defeat. He has a son named Yamanaka-fu, who served as Danzo's escort during the 5 Kage summit in the original work. Now that you have returned, you shall complete all the tasks that have accumulated during your absence. Here are 12 missions. You have 1 month to complete them. Should you fail, you shall undertake another 12. Danzo stated icily, tossing Knight an arm-thick scroll without room for negotiation. With that, he leaned on his cane and turned to depart. Is he attempting to slight me? How petty, Knight thought, shaking his head. He retrieved the massive scroll and rose to his feet. Eliminate the A-rank rogue ninja Kajimura Miki. Eliminate the A-rank rogue ninja Koyo. Eliminate the A-rank rogue ninja Murakami Aiken. Investigate Yuzushi-Ogakure. Locate sealing techniques. As Knight perused the tasks listed on the scroll, his pupils contracted. The difficulty of these missions is not insignificant. Danzo, you truly hold me in high regard. Very well, since you deem me capable, I shall endeavor to meet your expectations. I must not allow you to look down on me. Furthermore, I shall use this opportunity to gauge the extent of my current abilities. Knight resolved, rolling up the scroll. A glint of determination in his eyes. He now possessed Jonin-level strength, and A-rank missions were not beyond his capabilities. While facing A-rank rogue ninja would be challenging, progress could only be achieved through pressure. Knight relished this sense of pressure. It had always been this way, and it remained unchanged. However, he was unaware that Minji and Lubai had already been manipulated. Had he known, he might not have successfully completed his mission. For accomplishing these tasks would signify that he still held some value, making him a formidable pawn for Danzo, who could leverage Knight's ability to eliminate Jonin. In turn, he could use Wei and the others as leverage to coerce Knight into submission, bending him to his will. Yet, should he fail, it would merely indicate that the third Hokage had misjudged him. For Danzo, this would be splendid news, as it would diminish the gap between himself and the third. Since Knight had lost his utility, it would be more prudent to offer a favor to the third. He held sway over Yunu Shin, Yamashiro Aoi, and Tenzu, while the third had only Kakashi at his disposal. Although Kakashi was worth 2 in terms of prowess compared to Yamashiro and Yunu, adding Tenzu would render him nearly equal to the third. What he lacked was merely the prestige possessed by the third. Moreover, Kakashi might not necessarily side with the third. He believed he could offer enough incentive to sway him. However, he appeared to overlook the fact that the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans were steadfastly loyal to the third. If these three were to unite in battle, they could rival even the most skilled shinobi. Alas, such revelations were destined to reach Knight only in the future. And on that day, he would lose the last vestiges of his goodwill towards Konoha. The rogue shinobi, Huetsu and Masaki, defected from Konoha in the 45th year. Serving under Danzo during the Third Great Ninja War, renowned for his formidable strength and keen scouting abilities. As Knight perused the information on the scroll, a wave of melancholy washed over him. A reconnaissance-type ninja was not easily vanquished. The rogue shinobi, Kamizuki Kin, also defected from Konoha in the 47th year. Adept in fire-style ninjutsu, cautious by nature, and skilled in transformation techniques, he was tasked with venturing to the Uzumaki clan's stronghold in the Land of Whirlpools, seeking the missing sealing techniques. Should he find them, they must be surrendered and not studied privately. If he found nothing, he was obliged to document all experiences. Gazing at the task description on the scroll, Knight could not help but smirk in disbelief. Danzo, oh Danzo, true to your reputation as the shadow of the ninja world, you are indeed miserly. However, sending me to assassinate the third, you are quite the strategist. I shall not hinder your assassination attempt. The assassination of the third by Danzo would undoubtedly occur during his absence. If there were no ulterior motives at play, Knight himself would be incredulous. Do you fear that I might discern something and warn the third? How cautious you are. Knight mused, stroking his chin. Since you excel in fire-style ninjutsu, then it shall be you, for you are the closest to my current position. As Knight unfurled the scroll and perused the information inscribed upon it, he ventured forth from the depths of the Konoha forest, directing his steps eastward towards the Land of Fire. Chapter 113. The Struggles of Inoue Sora. According to the intelligence received, Murakami Aiken had taken refuge in the eastern reaches of the Land of Fire, exhibiting audacity as a rogue ninja to linger within the borders of his former homeland. This eastern region is home to a remarkably prosperous city known as Tianming-Renjian, a bustling nexus where rogues, renegade ninjas, wandering swordsmen, and fallen samurai converge. Despite the eclectic mix of society, violent altercations are surprisingly rare, owing to the formidable authority of its ruler, who has adeptly maintained order for decades. The ninja populace, wary of his power, dares not overstep their bounds, thus allowing a semblance of tranquility to prevail. Unlike other cities, Tianming-Renjian occupies a unique position in the Land of Fire, contributing a significant 10% of the nation's tax revenue. Consequently, it receives special favor from the daimyo, along with numerous advantageous policies. However, this has inadvertently fostered a sense of autonomy, hinting at a desire to extricate itself from the daimyo's grasp. While nominally governed by officials appointed by the daimyo and local authorities, the true power dynamics are evident. The local ruler commands greater trust, with ninjas and officials sent from the daimyo relegated to minor roles, devoid of real influence. The daimyo of the Land of Fire, though aware of Tianming-Renjian's aspirations for independence, finds the city's tax contributions too significant to dismiss. Thus, he begrudgingly tolerates their insubordination, even dispatching Konoha ninjas for oversight. Although these ninjas hold no pivotal positions, the mere presence of their esteemed title serves as a deterrent against any reckless behavior from Tianming Rinjian, which remains cautious of provoking the daimyo and inviting destruction upon itself. The master of Tianming Rinjian, Inoue Sora, is said to have been a merchant who, after being ruthlessly betrayed and stripped of his wealth, resolved to create this city from the remnants of his despair, utilizing his scant resources. He bribed a high-ranking official in the Land of Fire with a substantial sum of 500,000 ryo. Over the subsequent 2 years, the city flourished, recouping that initial investment within a year and achieving remarkable successes, rapidly gaining renown throughout the Land of Fire. Amidst the turmoil of the Shinobi World War, Tianming Rinjian capitalized on the influx of talents and war orphans, revitalizing its populace. Within 3 years, it emerged as the 4th largest economic hub in the Land of Fire, becoming a major tax contributor. Leveraging his extensive business acumen, Inoue Sora transformed Tianming Rinjian into a thriving metropolis, a favored destination for the elite and affluent. He adeptly forged alliances with influential figures, weaving a complex web of power that rendered the city impervious to external threats, thus establishing it as the largest gray economy in the Land of Fire. Chapter 114. Life brimming with resignation after achieving considerable success. Inoue Sora committed a heinous act. He ruthlessly eliminated those who had wronged him, seizing their assets and relegating their families to slavery, turning them into mere toys for his amusement. Such a flourishing locale. Knights stood at the city gates, gazing at the towering walls of Tianming Rinjian, marveling at its splendor. Murakami Aiken, you have certainly mastered the art of concealment, masquerading as a destitute swordsman under the protection of this city, evading Konoha for all these years. As he traversed the vibrant streets adorned with dazzling lights, Knight felt no stirrings of emotion. In comparison to his past life, this place seemed utterly lacking. The more ostentatious the locale, the more he perceived it as a den of vice, fostering no fondness within him. Were it not for his allegiance as a Konoha ninja, he might have been tempted to set this place ablaze. The air was thick with decadence and the palpable scent of resentment and humiliation, a most disconcerting atmosphere. Since entering Tianming Rinjian, Knight's brow had remained furrowed, beset by the multitude of harrowing sights before him. The sheer volume of despair was overwhelming, even for him, leaving him increasingly desensitized. He recognized that, as a solitary individual, he could not hope to rescue these souls. Indeed, his interference could prove detrimental. Tianming Rinjian is divided into 3 main thoroughfares, each patrolled by numerous ninja warriors wielding military might, while officials manage the populace and administrative affairs. These 2 factions operate independently, both answerable solely to Inoue Sora, who effectively consolidates both administrative and military power. Judicial authority rests with officials dispatched by the daimyo. Yet their decisions require Inoue Sora's seal to take effect, showcasing his formidable influence that has marginalized the daimyo's authority. Here, the majority of ninjas possess only Ch-Nin level skills, with few attaining the rank of J-Nin. Yet this suffices for the management of Tianming Rinjian. Nevertheless, 2 J-Nin serve as personal bodyguards to Inoue Sora within the central edifice, a testament to his formidable stature. Indeed, it is a remarkable feat to employ 2 J-Nin as protectors. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Knight, in a state of panic, hurriedly rose from the ground and bowed deeply in apology to Murakami Keisuke, presenting a facade of sincerity. Coupled with his youthful visage, it was indeed a masterful deception. However, as an A-rank rogue ninja, Murakami's discernment was far from lacking. He could distinctly sense the formidable aura emanating from Knight. That collision was not a force one would expect from a mere child. Chapter 115. Knight's tactics. It's fine, as long as you're unscathed. Nonetheless, since Knight had no intention of causing him trouble, Murakami chose to avoid confrontation. lest he reveal his own position. Better to err on the side of caution. Still, he mentally catalogued Knight as a suspicious figure. The manner of his arrival was too uncanny, almost as if he had intentionally sought to collide with Murakami. Yet, he would never ascertain Knight's true intentions. Nor would he realize that Knight had surreptitiously infused a trace of the Nine Suns' true Kanon's chakra into his body. When Murakami observed Knight enter a shopping mall, he never saw him emerge again. Confusion clouded his thoughts, but he remained vigilant. Time stretched on, and the lack of any occurrences led him to question his own suspicions. The sun sank below the horizon, and twilight swiftly descended. The area known as the city that never sleeps remained vibrant, with its ceaseless activities undiminished by the onset of night, instead becoming even more alluring, the very air thick with a heady aroma of hormones. Chuckling to himself, Murakami must have sensed a subtle disquiet after a day of relentless observation. Yet, he knew better than to lower his guard, having achieved A-rank rogue status years prior. His current prowess was likely even more formidable. Though he possessed considerable strength, caution was never misplaced. Knight perched atop the roof of a casino, concealed behind a pillar, surveying the entirety of the city that never sleeps with an air of tranquility. Murakami had never left his sight, continuously monitored. It was time to act. Any further delay could risk Murakami discovering something amiss and fleeing preemptively, which would spell trouble. As the moon ascended, Knight gracefully descended from the rooftop, landing as lightly as a swallow, gliding like a specter towards Murakami's residence. Within Murakami's chamber, an unsettling sensation gripped him. Why was there such acute pain? While practicing his swordsmanship, he suddenly felt a sharp, needle-like pain in his heart, compelling him to halt and assess the situation. What was happening? When did someone infiltrate my body? It was that moment. The child. Cursed be my oversight. Lifting his shirt, he discovered an anomaly on his abdomen. As memories flooded back, he recalled Knight's peculiar behavior, causing him to pound his fist on the table in frustration. Clap, clap. Truly, as an A-rank rogue ninja, he was quick to connect the dots. It filled him with a sense of profound honor. The Knight emerged unexpectedly, half of its form illuminated and the other half shrouded in darkness, rendering its expression indecipherable. You rascal! Upon encountering the Knight, Murakami Aiken swiftly lunged forward, his speed so remarkable that the Knight merely caught a fleeting shadow. Crackle! In an instant, the Knight activated its lightning armor, augmenting its speed and strength, slicing through the stillness of the long night like a bolt of lightning, retreating several meters. Lightning released ninjutsu. You hail from the hidden cloud village. Murakami Aiken exclaimed in astonishment at the lightning-like armor enveloping the Knight. Let us see if you can catch up. The Knight chuckled, feeling an overwhelming surge of power coursing through its being in this state. In the 52nd year of Konoha, at the tender age of 12, the Knight had already attained the rank of Jonin, for years ahead of its initial plan, with just 1 year remaining until the appointed time with Kahaku-mei. 8 years remained until the commencement of the narrative. The Knight suddenly began to exude confidence as the plot unfolded, reaching an extraordinary level. Chapter 116. Knight vs. Murakami Inagaki. Do not attempt to flee. Upon hearing this, Murakami Inagaki momentarily froze, then swiftly gave chase. Due to the remoteness of Murakami's residence, he had drawn no attention whatsoever. Whoosh! As he raced at incredible speed, the only sound in Knight's ears was the relentless howl of the wind, piercing and deafening. At this velocity, one could surmise that Knight would have been deemed a reckless speedster in his former life. 5 minutes later, Knight arrived at a vast plain, situated 5 miles from the heavens above. This shall suffice. It appears quite suitable for battle. Coming to a halt on the plain, Knight turned to await Murakami's arrival. How much pressure could a rogue ninja of J-nin rank truly exert upon me? I am eager to find out. Knight rubbed his hands together, his body quivering with exhilaration. Little brat, why have you stopped? Are you unable to run anymore? Seeing Knight remain stationary in the plain, Murakami Inagaki couldn't help but rejoice, a bloodthirsty grin spreading across his face. In that case, prepare to meet your demise. Without further ado, Murakami lunged forward, thrusting a kunai toward Knight's head. Close combat. Is it? I relish this opportunity to gauge the extent of my martial prowess. Noticing this, Knight smiled faintly, gripping his signature short blade tightly, ready to parry. Clang. Brilliant sparks erupted, the clash of metal resonating as it shattered the tranquility of the night sky. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Ye's eyes, and a surge of strength coursed through his arm, causing Murakami Aiken to involuntarily emit a muffled groan, his face betraying a hint of astonishment as he was propelled backward. Little brat, what formidable strength. However, a ninja's prowess is not solely determined by brute force. Although Murakami Aiken was forced back, his expression revealed no trace of surprise. Instead, he swiftly stowed away his kunai in his ninja tool pouch and rapidly formed hand seals. Snake, boar, monkey, dragon, snake, dragon, rat, ox, rooster. Fire style, dragon fire technique. With a resounding shout, Murakami Aiken unleashed a torrent of terrifyingly searing flames from his mouth, distorting the very air around him, while the ground crystallized beneath the onslaught, rendering the knight akin to standing before a mountain of flames. Observing this, he immediately began forming seals. Snake, boar, monkey, boar, horse, tiger. Fire style, great fireball technique. With a deep inhalation, Yi Kuang's chest swelled like a balloon, and as his body leaned forward, he expelled an enormous orange-red fireball measuring 8 meters in diameter. In an instant, the blaze illuminated half of the plain, crashing to the ground and creating a vast, searing pit in the earth, rolling toward the flames and carving out a wide, molten crystal tunnel. With a thunderous boom, the fireball collided with the fountain-like flames, producing a resounding, muffled thud. As night descended, one could perceive the air wrinkling in the moment of collision, as scorching waves swiftly evaporated the moisture from the human body, leaving it parched and dry. However, the C-rank ninjutsu, great fireball technique, proved to be on par with the B-rank ninjutsu, dragonfire technique. A revelation that greatly surprised Murakami Aiken, yet Knight felt no astonishment. After all, with the augmentation of the 9 true scripture, his fire release and lightning release techniques surpassed those of his peers significantly, making such a scenario not particularly unusual. Nevertheless, the potency of the same ninjutsu varies among different ninjas. For instance, if this technique were wielded by Uchiha Sasuke in the future, it would unleash power exceeding that of Murakami Aiken by more than double. It seems your fire release technique is quite formidable. In that case, how about this? Murakami Aiken exclaimed in awe, then began forming hand seals, exuding an overwhelming aura. Chapter 117, The Fierce Battle of Jonin. Fire Release, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. Murakami Aiken inhaled deeply, unleashing a crimson fireball towering 20 meters high, which, upon its emergence, resembled the sun descending to the earth. The surrounding trees crackled violently as they were fervently evaporated. Knight felt the air before him blur, the intense heat rendering it nearly impossible to open his eyes. Now try to block this. Murakami Aiken retreated abruptly, unable to endure the terrifying heat himself. Haha, indeed impressive. This is the might of an A-rank rogue ninja. Well then, bring it on. Lightning release, Angry Thunder Tiger. Faced with this formidable fire ninjutsu capable of instantaneously vaporizing a pond, Knight's heart swelled with exhilaration and anticipation. Let us see whose ninjutsu is truly more powerful. From the shadows, a colossal and menacing thunderous tiger, towering over 3 meters, sprang forth, roaring as it charged towards the blazing fireball. Surrounding it was a tempest of ferocious lightning, exuding an aura of terrifying might. With a resounding crash, akin to a meteor colliding with the earth, an immense wave of scorching heat surged toward Yi, who swiftly activated his lightning armor to shield himself from the searing inferno. Yet, even with this protective barrier, he felt an oppressive heat enveloping him, as if he were on the verge of combustion, despite being a considerable 20 meters away from the fireball. However, for this fireball, such a distance was virtually negligible, as it possessed a diameter of 20 meters. As the thunderous tiger plunged into the fireball, it engaged in a fierce struggle against the flames. Within the inferno, the network of lightning could be seen shattering the fireball in a dazzling display. Yet the tiger itself began to diminish and blur under the relentless onslaught of the flames. With a thunderous explosion, the tiger and the fiery dragon reached a stalemate before erupting in a violent blast, causing both combatants to change countenance and retreat hastily. In an instant, the explosion resembled a nuclear catastrophe, casting a terrifying light that illuminated half the sky, while the earth itself was upheaved, mountains and rivers trembling in response. Even those several miles away felt the tremors of the ground. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Suddenly, Murakami Aiken's voice echoed in the stillness of the night. Simultaneously, a pair of hands emerged from the earth, seizing Yi by the thigh and dragging him below, leaving only his head visible above ground. Haha, lad. one must always be mindful of where they tread, lest they stumble. Murakami Aiken taunted, materializing from beneath the earth behind Yi, a triumphant grin plastered across his face. For the sake of my personal well-being, I implore you to remain silent, permanently. Murakami Aiken's eyes blazed with startling murderous intent as he darted forward, aiming a swift strike at Ye's neck. How truly unexpected. Who would have thought you possessed the ability to manipulate Earth? Though, as a rogue ninja of A-class standing, it is hardly surprising that you would have some trump card hidden up your sleeve. Your mastery of Earth release is hardly unfathomable. Yet, despite the imminent threat of death, Ye's countenance remained devoid of any semblance of panic, as though he possessed unwavering confidence that Murakami Aiken's attack would fail to find its mark. Lightning release, lightning armor. As twilight descends, a mere utterance escapes his lips, and tumultuous lightning erupts from his very being, rending the earth asunder and liberating him from its grasp. Though Murakami possesses Earth-style techniques, he lacks the chakra to perform Earth-style tunneling, and his Earth-style ninjutsu pales in comparison. Moreover, lightning-style counters Earth-style. Thwack! Just as the kunai threatens to pierce Knight's throat, he transforms into a fleeting afterimage, vanishing from sight. However, the crimson droplets suspended in the air betray that Knight has not evaded the attack unscathed. Phew, that was a close call. A hair's breadth away from having my throat slit. Knight exclaims from afar, clutching his neck, a hint of relief etched upon his face. Spare me your idle chatter. Only one of us shall live to see another day. Whether it be you or I, let fate decide. Murakami retorts, wasting no time as he charges forth, granting Knight no respite. Shing. As the Knight drew forth a short blade, it deftly intercepted the strike, sending sparks flying. Did he intend to rely on taijutsu to secure victory when his ninjutsu fell short? 2 months prior, I might have truly feared this. But I am no longer the same. After parrying the blow, a subtle smile graced the Knight, and a glimmer of brilliance sparkled in his eyes. With a swift motion, with a sudden surge of strength, he propelled Murakami Aiken away, then swiftly drew 2 shurikens from his ninja pouch, launching them in a formation towards Murakami. Faced with the incoming shurikens, Murakami found himself momentarily taken aback, hastily swinging his own shuriken just in time to deflect the assault. However, as his attention shifted from the shurikens, he had already vanished from his sight. Don't bother searching. I am right here, echoed Ye's languid voice above Murakami, as he completed a hand sign for the Grand Fireball technique. Fire style, Grand Fireball Jutsu. The quantity of chakra possessed by Yi surpasses even that of certain formidable figures, flowing like a mighty river, rendering any concerns about depletion utterly unfounded. Damn. Upon witnessing this, Murakami Aiken, gritting his teeth, cursed under his breath. The reason he had initiated physical combat with Yi was that he had expended nearly half of his chakra. He needed to conserve it. The recent Fire Dragon technique had consumed a significant 30% of his chakra, coupled with an additional 5% spent during his journey, compelling him to abandon the notion of engaging Yi with ninjutsu. Chapter 119. The abundance of experience is also a factor. Boom. The great fireball illuminated the night sky before erupting in a resounding explosion, leaving Murakami Aiken covered in soot and ash. Could this fellow possibly belong to the Uzumaki clan? How could he possess such an abundance of chakra? Sensing the immense chakra coursing through Ye's body, akin to a raging river, Murakami Aiken felt a surge of frustration. Despite his relentless efforts, his chakra remained stagnant, becoming a significant hindrance to his growth and power. Yet now, a mere 12-year-old Yi wielded an unfathomable reserve of chakra, driving him to the brink of madness. What is this? Out of chakra? Huh. How utterly pathetic. Yi surged through the veil of dust, hurtling towards Murakami Aiken. In that case, allow me to demonstrate what true terror feels like. Fire release, Great Fireball technique. Without uttering superfluous words, Knight swiftly formed hand seals. Before Murakami Aiken could react, Knight inhaled deeply and unleashed another colossal fireball, sending it hurtling toward him. Damn it! Murakami Aiken could only evade clumsily. He was akin to Kakashi from the original narrative, possessing a limited chakra reserve. Don't get too cocky, Brett. Just as Knight intended to cast the Grand Fireball technique once more, Murakami Aiken abruptly vanished from his sight. He then reappeared behind Knight in a flash, delivering a heavy, sweeping kick. The body flicker technique, as expected of an A-rank rogue ninja. Knight mused inwardly upon witnessing this. He likewise withdrew and launched a kick toward Murakami Aiken. Bang! A muffled collision resounded as both combatants staggered backward, each stifling a groan as if their thighs were on the verge of fracturing. Huh. Despite the pain, Murakami Aiken charged at Knight once more, instantly closing the distance and thrusting a kunai forward. Shink! In the midst of the night, a blade was drawn to counter an impending attack, producing a resounding clash of metal that ignited a flurry of sparks. Heh, little brat, despite your abundant chakra, your experience remains woefully inadequate. Prepare to meet your demise. Villager Murakami Jinjin suddenly smirked with treachery, producing a piece of brown paper inscribed with intricate runes in his other hand. At its center was a prominently inscribed character meaning explosion, which he affixed to Knight's chest before he could react. The explosive tech. Upon seeing it, Knight's pupils constricted into pinpoints, momentarily dazed. Yet, this fleeting distraction was all that was needed to turn the tide of battle. Seizing the opportunity, Murakami Jinjin launched a powerful kick to Knight's chest, propelling both him and the explosive tag into the air. Boom! Just as Murakami Jinjin sent Knight hurtling away, an explosive detonation erupted from the airborne figure, a thunderous roar shaking the earth and leaving a crater over a meter wide in its wake. Even if it doesn't kill you, your fighting capability is utterly diminished. However, I cannot afford to lower my guard against this little brat. The explosive tag detonated successfully, yet Murakami Jinjin remained vigilant, keenly observing his surroundings for any signs of a sudden counterattack from Knight. Better safe than sorry. Fire release, great fireball technique. As anticipated, a massive fireball surged forth from the cloud of dust, radiating intense heat as it hurtled toward Murakami Jinjin. Who do you think you're aiming at with such a wild shot, little brat? He taunted, effortlessly dodging the aimless fireball. Chapter 120. The situation changes as swiftly as a tornado. This was the first moment he had gained the upper hand since the battle commenced. Indeed, as an A-rank rogue ninja, Murakami Jingin's combat experience was far beyond that of a mere novice like myself. I've learned much. Knight's figure emerged from the dust, his voice faint yet clear. His hair was singed, and his clothes were tattered, resembling that of a beggar. His face was charred, blood oozed from his chest, and he grimaced in pain. Oh, such a lethal strike caused you only this much damage? Little brat, I find myself somewhat impressed. It seems your combat experience may be lacking, yet your reflexes are quite commendable. Seeing this, Murakami Jinjin regarded Knight with a hint of surprise. It seems we are evenly matched. But mark my words, I shall not fall for that trick a second time. Knight replied with a wry smile, refusing to concede. Lightning release, lightning strike armor. As the Knight whispered a single word, he found himself enveloped by frenzied bolts of lightning. With a powerful stomp, he surged forth from his position at an astonishing speed. Whoosh! API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. With a resounding roar, Knight unleashed a surge of power from his short blade, repelling Murakami Aiken. Seizing the opportunity, Knight pressed forward, aiming the blade directly at Murakami's throat. Damn it! The advantage Murakami had painstakingly created crumbled under Knight's relentless assault, forcing him to rely solely on kunai to parry Knight's furious barrage. Ugh! Murakami felt as though he had been struck by a high-speed train, the force overwhelming. 3 ribs fractured instantly, his internal organs churned violently, and a mouthful of blood surged into his throat, which he promptly spat out. Damn brat, don't get too cocky. Murakami's fragile pride refused to allow defeat at Knight's hands. He retaliated fiercely, stomping his foot down and charging towards Knight with great speed. Clang, 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 unyielding. Knight met the attack head-on, his short blade flashing as it clashed violently against the kunai, producing a shower of sparks. The metallic sounds resonated like a haunting melody, its highs and lows a chilling symphony. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged over 50 blows. Chapter 121. Premature exultation. The duel raged across the landscape, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Murakami's kunai were now riddled with chips and cracks, a testament to the superior craftsmanship of Knight's meticulously forged blade. Huh, huh, huh. Not bad, kid. I didn't expect you to be this strong. No wonder you were confident enough to accept a mission like this. Murakami wheezed, lifting his head to reveal a triumphant grin, his face contorted in a savage sneer. But it's just as well. To personally extinguish a young prodigy like you is a pleasure in itself. Head detonating tag. Explode. What? Upon hearing Murakami's words, Knight was taken aback, his expression shifting instantly. A detonating tag was not something he could ignore with his current abilities. Boom. Before he could react, his vision was engulfed in a blinding flash, the horrific heat transforming into a violent shockwave that hurtled towards him. He felt as though his skin was about to rupture, fine cracks appearing rapidly under the onslaught of the blast, causing excruciating pain. Blood gushed forth like a torrent. The immense power of the shockwave shattered his sternum, leaving him looking like a broken porcelain doll and forcing him to retreat from the protection of his lightning armor. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Suddenly, Yi erupted with a thunderous shout, his eyes flashing with a fierce brilliance that instilled a profound sense of dread in the hearts of the villagers, including Jingyan. Lightning release. Lightning strike armor. The knight whispered softly, and suddenly, violent bolts of lightning erupted from his body, swiftly directing themselves towards Murakami Aiken. In the fleeting moment he was struck by the lightning, Murakami Aiken felt every cell in his body quivering, pain seeping deep into his very soul, compelling him to cry out. Lightning release. False darkness. With a nimble maneuver, Knight propelled Murakami Aiken with a forceful kick to the chest, sending him hurtling backward. Springing to his feet, Knight's hands moved in a blur, forming a sequence of intricate seals within a mere second. He then unleashed a formidable bolt of lightning from his mouth, striking Murakami Aiken squarely in the chest and propelling him further. Curse you! Murakami Aiken exclaimed, his eyes widening in agony as the insidious pseudo-darkness took hold. His gaze was bloodshot, his teeth gnashed violently, and saliva dripped from his mouth. You fiend! As Murakami Aiken lifted his head, poised to unleash a torrent of invective, he was met with the sudden apparition of Knight before him. With lightning speed, Knight's dagger pierced Murakami Aiken's chest. Chapter 122. Murakami Aiken's demise. Fire style. Grand fireball technique. Having struck a decisive blow, Knight relinquished any desire for further engagement, swiftly retreating. As he withdrew, he executed a series of hand seals with astonishing speed, culminating in the expulsion of a colossal fireball, engulfing Murakami Aiken in its fiery embrace. Arc. The fireball painted the tranquil night sky with a crimson hue, accompanied by Murakami Aiken's blood-curdling screams, which resonated with an eerie intensity. His figure writhed within the inferno, its movements growing increasingly erratic until it collided with a massive rock face. Slowly, his struggles subsided. The grand fireball technique dissipated in an instant, leaving behind a scorched indentation of over a meter deep on the rock face. Murakami Aiken's body was charred beyond recognition, yet his facial features remained discernible, allowing for identification. Farewell. As Knight encroached once more, his blade danced across Murakami Aiken's throat, severing his head with a decisive pull, resulting in a spray of crimson. With Murakami Aiken's head now sealed within the scroll, Knight collapsed to the earth, gasping for air, his body slick with perspiration. To think an A-rank rogue ninja could leave me in such disarray, he mused, my strength is wanting. At this rate, I would merely be cannon fodder in the impending Fourth Shinobi World War. After all, even the lowliest grunts during the war were chunin. There is no time for respite. He thought, still prone. Or I would be the one lying here, lifeless. I must make haste, Knight muttered, struggling to his feet. The commotion would have surely attracted attention. He exhaled deeply and vanished into the shadowy forest. 3 days later, within a makeshift cave, Knight sat upon a bed of dried grass, retrieving a russet scroll from within his robes. Ninjutsu, he murmured. At last, the time has come to delve into your secrets. He unfurled the scroll, focusing on the section concerning illusions, and began to study it intently, leaning against the cave wall. His potent mental fortitude obviated the need for intricate genjutsu techniques. However, he was compelled to master the art of dispelling illusions. Otherwise, succumbing to a ninjutsu would spell disaster, for he possessed no nine-tailed beast to sever the spell. Fortunately, he now possessed a primer on the fundamentals of illusionary arts. Knight firmly believed that anything emerging from the hands of the three generations would undoubtedly possess remarkable quality. Illusion, a technique that invades the enemy's mind through mental prowess to create deceptive cerebral images, serves the purpose of bewildering adversaries. The scroll contained a succinct sentence elucidating this art. Remarkably concise. Is this truly the essence of illusion? It is indeed simple, yet profoundly insightful. Although I do not intend to systematically study illusion, acquiring some knowledge about it cannot be amiss. With this thought, Knight turned his attention to the only two illusions present on the scroll. The technique of fallen petals ensnares the enemy, causing them to perceive an incessant shower of petals, ultimately enveloping them until they suffocate. How marvelous! Upon reading this description of the illusion, Knight could not help but chuckle. However, I find myself lacking interest in illusions. I shall instead explore the methods to dispel them. The Knight swiftly bypassed another illusion and turned its gaze towards the fundamental explanation of the illusion. Shun. How remarkably simple it is. Indeed, it is Konoha, embodying simplicity and efficiency. After attempting this technique, he felt a refreshing surge of chakra flow into his mind, bringing him an unparalleled sense of comfort. Chapter 123, Mastery of the Fire Dragon Bullet. However, with a substantial reservoir of chakra stored within the divine platform, ordinary illusions seemed incapable of ensnaring me. Yet, the ninjutsu of the Sharingan remains formidable. I must transform this seal into an instinctual aspect of my being. Knight suddenly recalled the method employed by the original characters to break free from illusions, which involved unleashing a vast amount of chakra to shatter the ninjutsu. In the past, he lacked the necessary conditions, but now he possessed them. Nevertheless, he still intended to transform the hand seals used to dispel illusions into an instinctual ability of his body. After all, mastering this would not hinder his development of strength. Moreover, possessing an abundance of techniques would only serve to enhance his capabilities, and he would surely regret not learning them when the time came. Furthermore, if he were to master the Fire Dragon Bullet and the Lightning Release Armor, he would be but a step away from achieving a transformation in the nature of his ninjutsu. The Knight continued to unfurl its scroll, directing its gaze towards the two jutsu that filled it with anticipation. The lightning armor it had learned in the roots was merely a superficial knowledge, utterly incomparable to that of the third Hokage. Once it had mastered the lightning armor completely, its defensive capabilities would undoubtedly be significantly enhanced. Moreover, upon acquiring the Fire Dragon Flame Bullet, its prowess would ascend even further. Ah, the third Hokage, you truly are a formidable elder, it murmured softly. However, this seemed to pose no detriment to me. Perhaps I might even have the opportunity to spar with Kakashi. Yet, it must be said that Kakashi's progress over the years has been lamentably slow. In the days of Tsukumo Hatake, he ascended from a mere graduate to a jonin in just 7 years. But ever since the death of White Fang, his growth has seemingly stagnated. In the 46th year of Konoha, he became a jonin, yet it was only in the 60th year that he attained the status of an elite jonin. Were it me, I would have likely reached the level of a Kage by now, it declared, clenching its fists. This is not mere criticism. It is indeed a pity that Kakashi has squandered such remarkable talent. The swordsmanship of White Fang and the lightning ninjutsu were not passed down to him, resulting in the unfortunate loss of such skills within the shinobi world. Nevertheless, regrets aside, the study of ninjutsu must continue. As Knight descended upon the clearing, he clasped his hands together in intricate gestures, inhaled deeply, and unleashed a colossal fireball, measuring 15 meters in diameter. The air grew thick and stifling, making it difficult to breathe. The leaves surrounding him crackled ominously before withering rapidly as the atmosphere turned extraordinarily sweltering, akin to the sun plummeting from the sky. With a resounding crash, the fireball collided forcefully with a distant tree, obliterating the majestic giant before it surged into the forest, carving a trench over 50 meters long, only to dissipate with a thunderous boom. This was the formidable power of the Fire Dragon Bomb, a force entirely distinct from the Great Fireball technique, showcasing a magnitude of might that was in a league of its own. His successful execution of the Fire Dragon Bomb on the first attempt did not surprise him, for he had already mastered a grade A ninjutsu and possessed a profound understanding of its intricacies. The next step was to engage in relentless practice until he could effortlessly summon the Fire Dragon Bomb at will. He exhaled softly, contemplating his journey ahead. What followed was the need to comprehend the characteristics of the three elemental attributes: lightning, fire, and water. Once he grasped the essence of these elements, he would be able to master the transformation of their properties, thus elevating his prowess to new heights. He began to form the seals once more, deep in thought. Fire release, fire dragon bomb. The knight once again expelled a colossal ball of searing flame, scorching the crystallized earth beneath. Fire release, fire dragon bullet. Another fireball erupted from knight's mouth, embodying unimaginable terror and might. With each release of the fire dragon bullet, knight would pause for a moment of contemplation, seeking the right sensation, gradually rectifying any erroneous techniques. Thus, a deep pit, approximately the size of a pond, manifested upon the once flat terrain, steadily enlarging with knight's relentless practice. Knight possessed an abundance of chakra, and thus had no concern about its depletion. Chapter 124. Encounter with Orochimaru. Again time passed, and a week slipped by unnoticed. During this period, Knight dedicated himself tirelessly to mastering the fire dragon technique, his comprehension of it deepening with each practice, leading to an ever-increasing proficiency. He also took time to reflect on his experiences, having learned significantly from his battle with Inoue Muriken, which enriched his skills immensely. Remarkably, after nearly mastering the fire dragon flame technique, he grasped the essence of fire release, combustion, scorching heat. Understanding this fundamental aspect of fire release marked a significant stride in his journey of self-improvement. Kagura Masaki, the next step is yours. Knight rose from the ground. Behind him lay a terrifying crater over 200 meters wide, its interior charred and crystalline, a magnificent sight. Yet, the boldness of venturing into the land of rice surprised him. Did he not fear that Orochimaru would regard him as a test subject? Upon realizing Kagura's location, Knight could not suppress a chuckle. The mere thought of Orochimaru caused the cursed seal on his neck to heat up once more. However, compared to the agony he experienced when first implanted, this seal no longer held significant sway over him. It was merely a burden he could not fully remove. Yet, Knight believed that once he transcended the third level of the Nine-Yang scripture, the seal would cease to exist. The Nine-Yang scripture had been operating within him even before he practiced ninjutsu. Almost instinctively, halting its flow was not an option. He felt that the moment of breakthrough was near. Orochimaru, await your reckoning. The pain you bestowed upon me shall be repaid. Knight clenched his fists, his eyes gleaming with icy resolve, his face radiating confidence. He was no longer the naive newcomer to this world. He had gained the strength to stand firm within the ninja realm, the land of rice. After 3 days of arduous travel, Knight once again stepped into the forest where he had first arrived in this world. How drastically things had changed in just 4 years. Walking through the lush forest, Knight couldn't help but feel nostalgic. When he first arrived, anyone could have easily bullied him. During his early days at the academy, he had no friends and spent nearly 3 years in solitude, despite eventually achieving commendable results, which garnered little attention. But now, things were different. He possessed strength and forged bonds. Ming Yi, Lu Wan, Wei, and Yao Shernanoyu. He remembered that it was here he had been reborn. Gazing at the large pit before him, memories of his initial arrival flooded back. He had stumbled into this world, bewildered, encountered Orochimaru, received the cursed seal, and awoke in the Konoha orphanage. If it weren't for Orochimaru, perhaps he would not be in Konoha today. Reflecting on how Orochimaru's actions had led to his unconscious state here before being brought back by Konoha's people, Knight shook his head with a bittersweet smile. Life operates in intricate cycles. Once a change occurs, everything diverges from its original path. Does fate truly exist? Knight pondered, tracing the mark on the ground with a sense of confusion. Chapter 125. The Despairing Power Gap Rustle. Who goes there? At that moment, a sound of rustling leaves emerged from the bushes before Knight. He swiftly hurled 2 kunai and retreated, calling out loudly. Ah, how surprising. You're still alive and have grown stronger. This is a remarkable discovery, truly fascinating. A man clad in a white kimono emerged from the foliage, his tongue flicking like a crimson serpent, his gaze intense and pressing, instilling fear. Orochimaru. Upon seeing this man, Knight's pupils constricted sharply, his body bristling with terror, a chill racing from his feet to the crown of his head. Ah, it appears you were quite familiar with me. When we first met, you recognized me immediately. I am curious how you did that. Orochimaru hissed, his serpent-like eyes filled with intrigue. The infamous Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin, was known to all. Orochimaru. Your characteristics are unmistakable. Knight feigned calmness, albeit secretly heightening his vigilance. Hiss. Then you shall accompany me. I am immensely curious about the secrets you harbor. Realizing no information would be divulged, Orochimaru opted for direct confrontation. Serpent's shadow hand. Orochimaru uttered softly, and from his wide sleeves surged forth a multitude of brown venomous snakes, their fangs glistening with a violet sheen. Hiss. A torrent of serpents lunged toward him, sending a jolt of panic through Night. He was not prepared to face Orochimaru. As a major antagonist in the early part of the original story, Orochimaru's prowess was indisputable. Even after mastering the eight-headed serpent technique, his strength was unparalleled in the ninja world, with few challengers. Aside from his weakness to genjutsu, he was an all-around expert. Fire release, great fireball technique. A colossal fireball, measuring 10 meters in diameter, hurtled toward the venomous serpents as Night swiftly retreated. The terrifying aura emanating from Orochimaru left him breathless. Retreating. Does it serve any purpose? Earth release, earth spike. With a sinister smile, Orochimaru licked his lips, swiftly forming hand seals. From beneath Night's feet erupted a barrage of sharp earth spikes, forcing him to dodge aside. Wind release, great wind technique. However, as Night dodged, Orochimaru's grin widened. He altered his hand signs, inhaled deeply, and unleashed a powerful gale that sent Night flying. Struck by the violent wind, Night cried out in pain, feeling as though countless blades were slicing through him. An excruciating torment. Truly, a top-tier figure among shadow-level powers, with a single strike, Orochimaru rendered Night utterly defenseless. Evil serpent writhing. Orochimaru extended his hand, summoning a massive brown venomous serpent that lunged at Night with its gaping maw. Damn it, you will not lay eyes on me, Orochimaru. The Night abruptly turned in the sky, harnessing the force of its sudden acceleration to plummet to the ground, only to behold a colossal serpent charging towards him. Night could not help but roar in fury. Chapter 126, A Desperate Escape. Fire release, fire dragon bullet. As Night swiftly formed intricate hand seals, a formidable chakra aura erupted from his being. Drawing in a deep breath, he unleashed a colossal fireball, measuring 25 meters, with a powerful exhalation. Sizzling. In the presence of this inferno, the enormous serpent that lunged at him was instantly repelled, shriveling into a contorted mass as it writhed desperately on the ground. Oh, I didn't realize you possessed such strength. This is becoming increasingly intriguing. Observing this, Orochimaru remained unfazed, dismissing the serpent with nonchalance before leisurely performing his own hand seals. Just as the fireball was about to reach him, he struck the ground with force and proclaimed, Earth release, Earth flow rampart. Boom. A towering wall of earthen hue surged from the ground, shielding Orochimaru. The fireball collided with the earthen barrier, causing the earth to tremble violently. The opposite side of the wall turned crimson in an instant, the searing flames igniting the parched trees of the forest, rapidly spreading and transforming the surrounding area into an inferno. The A-rank ninjutsu of the night was unexpectedly thwarted by Orochimaru's C-rank defensive technique. The earthen wall stood like an insurmountable chasm. No matter the might of the fireball or the ferocity of its impact, it could not breach the formidable defense, leaving Orochimaru unscathed. How infuriating. Is this the extent of Orochimaru's power? Indeed, it is terrifyingly formidable. Upon witnessing his fire dragon technique being effortlessly countered by Orochimaru's C-rank earth jutsu, Knight's heart sank. The fire dragon technique was his ultimate trump card. Yet it proved utterly inadequate against Orochimaru, failing to penetrate his defenses. The disparity was overwhelmingly vast. He was not Uchiha Itachi, capable of defeating Orochimaru through illusion. A bitter smile crossed Knight's face as he seized the opportunity to flee towards the forest outskirts. If he did not retreat now, he feared he might not leave at all today. However, Orochimaru was not inclined to let Knight escape so easily. A colossal serpent lunged once more, racing towards him with astonishing speed, swiftly closing the distance and opening its gaping maw to strike. How infuriating. Lightning release, thunder strike armor, activate. Sensing the imminent danger approaching from behind, Knight gritted his teeth and invoked the thunder strike armor without hand seals. In an instant, his speed surged, and he leaped onto the serpent's upper jaw, darting forward just in time to evade its fearsome jaws, even catching a whiff of the foul odor emanating from within. With the aid of the thunder strike armor, Knight's velocity surged exponentially, transforming him into a mere silhouette, poised to vanish before Orochimaru. Just as Knight believed he had evaded Orochimaru's assault, he suddenly felt an icy chill surge towards him from behind. Void stab. Knight dared not glance back, for from that attack he sensed an overwhelming aura of death, tightly ensnaring him and leaving no avenue for escape. In a fleeting moment, he spun rapidly in the air. However, his left arm was swiftly grazed by a chilling glint, blood splattering forth. In an instant, the flesh of 2 fingers vanished, and a searing pain pierced his very soul, eliciting a cry from his lips as beads of sweat erupted on his forehead. With a thunderous sound, the icy beam, having pierced Knight, continued its trajectory into the forest ahead, carving a straight path through the trees. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message: resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status: resource exhausted. Knight dared not linger for even a moment. Despite the myriad flaws present in Orochimaru's blade, he harbored no thoughts of engaging in battle. The disparity in strength between him and Orochimaru was insurmountable, and those flaws were skillfully compensated for. If he failed to seize this opportunity to escape, he might never have another chance. He had exhausted all his trump cards, yet had not managed to inflict even the slightest harm on Orochimaru, who remained in a playful mood. Should Orochimaru decide to take things seriously, the only outcome awaiting him would be defeat and capture. Falling into Orochimaru's hands would be tantamount to a fate worse than death. It would be preferable to take his own life to spare himself the torment. Orochimaru and Danzo were the 2 individuals Knight dreaded encountering the most. "Oh, how swiftly you flee, and how cunning you are," Orochimaru mused. However, this little brat, who once succumbed to the curse mark's invasion, now thrives with vitality. It seems some intriguing events have transpired that I am unaware of. Furthermore, such a terrifying rate of growth is indeed alarming. Merely 4 years have passed, and he has already attained the level of a Jonin. Even Kakashi has not achieved such a feat, Orochimaru remarked, observing the direction in which Knight had departed. Flicking his tongue like a serpent, as his long sword gradually retracted into his body, Orochimaru resumed his normal appearance. Today's encounter had brought him unexpected delight, reuniting with a former acquaintance in the same location, and witnessing a positive transformation in this old friend that he had not anticipated. With the blood samples he had acquired, he should be able to unravel the mystery behind the curse mark's ineffectiveness. Perhaps he could even take the opportunity to enhance the curse mark itself. Although he had concealed it well, the aura of the curse mark still lingered on him, albeit diminished by 3 or 4 times compared to before. A physique capable of countering the curse mark is indeed fascinating. It appears the ninja world will not remain tranquil in the future. Orochimaru said this with narrowed eyes before turning to leave, allowing the forest to return to its tranquil state. What a perilous encounter it had been, nearly costing him his life by crossing paths with that fiend, but he had managed to escape. 10 miles away, Knight finally halted after sensing no immediate danger, leaning against a large tree as he gasped for breath. His visage was pale from fright, beads of sweat cascading down like raindrops, soaking the ground beneath him. This brief skirmish, lasting no more than a minute, was perhaps the most perilous battle he had faced since arriving in this world. For his opponent was none other than Orochimaru, the infamous S-rank rogue ninja, and one of the legendary 3 ninja, although he could not fathom the reasons behind it. Orochimaru had indeed shown him no intent to kill. Perhaps my feeble strength failed to pique his interest, Knight conjectured. I must grow stronger, otherwise I would not need to flee upon encountering Orochimaru. Knight clenched his fists, feeling a sense of unwillingness. He already possessed the heart of a warrior. The pride he had gained from mastering the fire dragon bullet dissipated in the face of Orochimaru's overwhelming power. Very well, if that is the case, I shall strive even harder to enhance my strength. I refuse to believe that when I break through to the 3rd level of the 9 Suns True Scripture, I will still find myself in such a situation upon meeting Orochimaru. One day, I will defeat you, Orochimaru. Just you wait. Knight's eyes brimmed with indomitable fighting spirit. Nothing could deter him. Chapter 128. A-rank rogue ninja, Hinokuni Masaki. Orochimaru is merely a challenge to be overcome through effort. Knight harbored this confidence. With the aid of the 9 Suns True Scripture, if he could not even reach Orochimaru's level, then the might of the 9 Suns True Scripture would indeed be rendered meaningless. An hour later, at last, I have found you, Hinokuni Masaki. It has been quite the search. Outside a cave, Knight beamed at the wary middle-aged man before him. This man was his second target, the A-rank rogue ninja, Hinokuni Masaki. I never anticipated that despite my utmost caution, I would still be discovered. You are from Konoha, aren't you, little brat? Masaki inquired with a hint of reluctance as he gazed at Knight. Ah, since you have already deduced that, why bother asking? Knight replied with a sly smile. Very well. Let me see if you will become the 11th member of the root organization to perish at my hands. Upon hearing Knight's response, Masaki suddenly erupted into a maniacal laugh. His face adorned with a triumphant grin. He quickly formed hand seals and transformed into a blur, charging forward as he shouted, "Explosive tag, explode." What? Knight gasped in shock, but before he could react, a thunderous explosion echoed in his ears, the ground trembling beneath him as a blinding inferno engulfed him. There was no time for escape. Boom. Dust soared into the air, and a searing wave of heat surged outward, causing the air to quiver violently. The area within a 10-meter radius was completely shrouded in chaos. Trees were uprooted, debris flew about, creating a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. The night. A perilous dance between life and death. I initially thought him to be a formidable adversary, only to discover he is but a novice. Not far away. On a tree branch, Hoshikawa Masaki observed this scene with a disdainful smile. Oh, really? Suddenly, a voice from behind Hoshikawa Masaki interrupted, causing him to halt in his tracks, his pupils narrowing to the size of pinpricks. That was indeed a close call. I never anticipated your treachery. Had I not been vigilant and prepared to activate my substitution technique, I might have sustained severe injuries just now. Upon turning around, Hoshikawa Masaki found Yuru, appearing as though he had narrowly escaped disaster. Wing slash. Without hesitation, Hoshikawa Masaki drew his sword and charged at Yuru with fierce intent. Clang. The long sword clashed violently with Yoru's blade, sending forth a dazzling shower of sparks, the sound of metal reverberating far and wide. Truly, the prowess of a former Konoha ninja is remarkable, such a razor-sharp swordsmanship. After effortlessly parrying the strike, Yuru remarked with a smirk, in that case, allow me to showcase my own swordsmanship. With a sudden surge of strength, Yuru propelled Hoshikawa Masaki away, then swiftly pursued him with a determined stride. Night assault. As the night descended, a voice echoed, and one could see the night moon cleaving upwards. With a swift motion, Harakura Masaki drew his sword to parry the strike. Yet he found himself involuntarily recoiling from the impact. A tingling pain coursed through his arm, the force of the night far exceeding his expectations. Quite a quick response. However, I wonder if you can evade this next move? Night, unfazed by the thwarted attack, wore a cryptic smile that sent a shiver down Masaki's spine. Lightning release, Thunderstrike armor. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. With a swift kick, Yifei sent Hui Village's Zhenshu flying. It was imperative that Zhenshu did not acclimate to the lightning strike. Seizing the opportunity to deliver a fatal blow was of utmost importance. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Rising to his feet, he swiftly formed hand seals. Inhaling deeply as chakra surged up his throat, unleashing a colossal 10-meter fireball. This adversary. A barrage of assaults left Zhenshu no time to react as he faced the imminent threat of the fireball. The Fire Dragon bullet was no trivial attack to withstand. Earth release, Earth flow wall. Yet, he was a J-level ninja. Executing a substitution technique, he retreated 5 meters, gaining a moment to breathe. He then rapidly formed hand seals and struck the ground forcefully, channeling chakra violently into the earth to initiate a defensive jutsu against the menacing fireball. Boom. A massive, sturdy earthen wall surged from the ground just as the fireball was about to strike Zhenshu, shielding him from the inferno. Bang! The fireball collided with the wall, sending shockwaves of heat rippling outward, causing the surrounding forest to wither at a visible pace. Soon, it was ignited, sparking a raging forest fire. Crack! The earthen wall emitted a sound of strain from the overwhelming pressure, startling Zhenshu and causing him to involuntarily draw a sharp breath. Nevertheless, although the wall had begun to crumble, it held for a precarious 2 seconds, just enough time for Zhenshu to mount a counterattack. Earth release, heart decapitation technique. He rapidly formed seals and, with a commanding shout, plunged underground. An attack from beneath, such meticulous effort. However, regrettably, this technique holds no efficacy against me. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. As Knight's incantation concluded, a violent sound erupted beneath his feet, and a pair of hands lunged for his thighs, much like Murakami Aiken before. Alas, Knight was the nemesis of this maneuver. Lightning release, Earth corridor. Knight uttered softly as frenzied lightning interwove into a dense web, enveloping him. The hands reaching for him halted abruptly. Therefore, meet your demise, Knight declared, drawing Night Moon and plunging it into the earth below as lightning permeated the ground. Ack! A shriek echoed from beneath, and the hands darted back into the earth, vanishing before Knight could react. Compared to Murakami Aiken, your prowess is undeniably inferior, Knight remarked, a subtle smile playing on his lips as he sensed the waning aura of Kimura Masaki. Spurt. A figure shot out from the earth nearby. His face streaked with fresh blood, his eyes still wide with lingering terror. Damn it! How did you discern my location? Kimura Masaki snarled, glaring at the composed Knight. Heh! Might I attribute it to my innate talent? Amidst such potent chakra, I am no mere log, waiting to be dragged into the earth and annihilated, Knight retorted, waving his hand dismissively. Chapter 130. Succumbing to Kimura Masaki's rhythm, his ability to perceive Kimura Masaki's presence stemmed merely from exploiting certain properties of lightning release. By channeling faint lightning into the earth, he received electromagnetic feedback, rendering any concealed object beneath the surface detectable. Humph, I underestimated you before. But fortune will not favor you so easily henceforth, Kimura Masaki scoffed. Earth release, Earth spear. Kimura Masaki chanted rapidly, his body seemingly reinforced with sturdy armor, radiating a solid sheen. Rupture fist. Kimura Masaki charged at Knight, unleashing a devastating punch, its terrifying aura and gale force winds causing a stinging sensation on the skin. Clang. Bang. Under the cover of night, as he instinctively activated his lightning armor, he charged towards the oncoming Hikari Murakami. However, the sheer force of Hikari's attack exceeded his expectations, sending him crashing into a thicket, where he coughed up blood incessantly. Earth release, ant hell. Just as he rose from the shattered wood, a sense of foreboding surged within him. He forcefully stamped his foot and darted to the side. To his dismay, the spot where he had just stood transformed into a quicksand pit, devouring everything in its vicinity. Oof, you seek death. Observing Ye's evasive maneuver, Hikari's lips curled into a sinister smile as he rapidly formed hand seals, then slammed his palms onto the ground. Earth release, Earth flow spear. As he spoke, sharp stone spears erupted from the earth, all aimed at Yi, who was suspended in midair. What? Caught off guard by such a sudden assault, even Yi could not help but gasp in astonishment. Yet, suspended in the air, he was unable to alter his trajectory and could only brace himself for the impending impact. Bang. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. As Knight descended, he couldn't help but spew a mouthful of blood. However, Taramura Masaki didn't let him off, forming hand seals once more. Earth release, Earth burial. With a heavy slam on the ground, two massive stones emerged from either side of Knight, compressing towards him. Haha, you'll be turned into mincemeat by this attack. Taramura Masaki roared with a ferocious laugh, confident that Knight wouldn't have time to evade this move. Damn it, my chest hurts. Knight struggled to rise from the ground, wincing in pain. The two stones moved rapidly, and when Knight stood up, they were less than 2 meters away. The exit was over 10 meters away, not enough time for Knight to escape. Lightning release, lightning armor. Faced with such a crisis, Knight's potential was unleashed. Stimulated by the lightning, his speed broke his previous record, tearing through the air with a resounding boom. As the stones were about to close, he transformed into a phantom, barely escaping from within. That was close. I almost lost my life. Feeling the constant stinging sensation from his meridians, Knight barely noticed it. His body, already numb with pain. Such speed beyond his limits naturally came at a cost, evidenced by the cracks all over his body, turning him into a bloodied figure. If he hadn't focused on physical training, he might not even be able to stand. The intense tearing force of the air was enough to shatter the meridians of an average Chunin, rendering them crippled. What's wrong, kid? Stand up. Didn't you want me to surrender earlier? Taramura Masaki rushed towards Knight, his face filled with sharp, killing intent. His steel-like fist came down directly, causing Knight's expression to change, his hair standing on end. Bang! At the critical moment, Knight barely managed to dodge, but the tree behind him cracked and shattered, turning into wooden fragments scattered on the ground. Arc Moon. Seeing Knight evade the attack, Taramura Masaki unleashed a kick, sending the unprepared Knight flying. Earth release, Earth Dragon Bullet. Taramura Masaki formed hand seals again, the earth beneath his feet changing with each seal. A ferocious and lifelike earth dragon rose from the ground, exuding a heavy aura, coiling its body as it charged towards Knight. At that moment, Knight felt the air become viscous, yet the stone dragon's speed was so swift. If he were struck by the stone dragon, Knight would truly have no power to resist, left to Teramura Masaki's mercy. The power of an A-rank ninjutsu, Earth Dragon Bullet, was not to be underestimated. Boom. Knight gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain in his chest. He executed a precarious maneuver in the air, narrowly evading the Earth Dragon, but could no longer hold back and spat a mouthful of blood, which fell heavily to the ground. With a thunderous roar, the stone dragon lifted its head to the sky and turned to charge at Knight once more, instilling a profound sense of despair within him. Yet, Knight repeatedly urged himself internally, "It is not yet time to fall. I cannot succumb." Fueled by this unwavering determination, Knight, on the brink of his limits, managed to escape the clutches of the stone dragon time and again, a feat that could only be described as miraculous. After all this time, your chakra must be nearly depleted. Now, it is my turn to counterattack. As he dodged the Earth Dragon's assault once more, Knight finally seized a fleeting opportunity to breathe. Fire release, Fire Dragon Bullet. Under the cover of night, he hesitated not, instinctively weaving intricate hand seals, before inhaling deeply. Leaning forward, he unleashed a colossal fireball, 25 meters in diameter, which illuminated the forest in a fiery glow, startling all creatures within. A tremendous crash echoed as the Earth Dragon collided with the fireball, sending forth a violent shockwave of scorching heat that rippled outward. The forest writhed under the intense heat, the ground cracked and parched, trees withered and ignited, creating a terrifying tableau reminiscent of an apocalyptic scene. Suddenly, the Earth Dragon began to splinter, stones dislodging from its form, leaving Higurashi Masaki astonished, struggling to comprehend the spectacle before him. The Fire Dragon projectile, true to its nature, maintained the upper hand even against the same great Earth Dragon projectile, relentlessly shattering it into fragments. As the Fire Dragon blast obliterated the Earth Dragon projectile, it surged toward Higurashi Masaki with alarming speed, compelling him to form seals in defense. Earth release, Earth flow wall. Higurashi Masaki shouted, slamming his hands onto the ground to erect a towering barrier before him. The Fire Dragon blast collided with the Earth flow wall, causing the earth to tremble violently, a resounding roar echoing far and wide. Chapter 132. Higurashi Yoru, Victory. The earth flow wall suddenly emitted a cracking sound, and though it stood between him and the Fire Dragon blast, the searing heat radiated through, making Higurashi Masaki feel as if his very flesh might ignite. Yet, the Fire Dragon blast ultimately lost its momentum, gradually dissipating, though the air remained scorching, akin to that near a volcano. Just as Higurashi Masaki prepared to catch his breath, Yoru's voice rang out once more, accompanied by a terrifying bolt of lightning. "Damn it!" Higurashi Masaki exclaimed, swiftly leaping to evade the strike, his expression darkening with disbelief. He had not anticipated such a rapid response from Yoru despite his grievous injuries. Fire release, Fire flow rain. However, as Higurashi Masaki soared into the air, he found himself surrounded by the fiery assault, leaving him no avenue for escape. To prevent Yoru from seizing the offensive, Higurashi Masaki had no choice but to withstand the onslaught. Earth release, Earth spear. He hardened his entire body, swinging his fist towards the approaching fireballs, astonishingly shattering them with sheer force. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. With a swift motion of his right hand, Knight conjured forth a blaze, which then coalesced into a fiery long blade, aimed directly at Teramura Masaki. "Insolent whelp, you underestimate me grievously," Teramura Masaki retorted, his countenance darkening, feeling slighted by Knight's assault. "Such a feeble attack poses no threat to me." He perceived the incoming fiery blade as lacking any true sharpness, thus dismissing it entirely as he swung his fist towards Knight. Alas, excessive confidence can often lead to dire consequences. Thwack. Arc. The grimace on Teramura Masaki's face contorted into one of agony as his vaunted defense was instantaneously breached by the fiery blade. The searing heat pierced through his body, violently cauterizing his meridians and scorching his internal organs. Arc. Teramura Masaki bellowed, as if molten lava coursed through his veins. His eyes became bloodshot, and he lashed out at Knight with frenzied fists. "Humph, far too self-assured in your tortoise shell, Knight scoffed. Did you truly believe it was impenetrable? This god-slaying blade is a direct compression of my fire dragon flame bullet, its potency rivaling the spiraling shuriken and lightning blade. Unless you possess a defense akin to the third rakeage, death is your only recourse. Knight withdrew, brandishing his longsword. Dispelling the fire blade, he wove another sign, unleashing a colossal fireball, easily 30 feet in diameter. Boom! The searing orb plowed through the earth, radiating unimaginable and terrifying power, engulfing Kiramura Matsuki. Aya! Illuminated by the incandescent sphere, a figure writhed within the fiery inferno before gradually succumbing, collapsing in a heap. Cough, cough. It is done. Kiramura Matsuki, eliminated. Knight unfurled a scroll, marking a line through Kiramura Matsuki's name. Subsequently, he approached Kiramura Matsuki, severed his head, and sealed it within the scroll. Clutching his chest, where 3 ribs had been fractured, he limped towards the edge of the forest. Chapter 133, Yasushi Ogakure. Land of the Uzumaki. Within the 50-meter radius of his battle with Kiramura Matsuki, everything had been reduced to a scorched wasteland. 10 days later, within a cavern. Knight exhaled deeply, unwrapping the bandages from his body. All wounds had completely healed. Approximately 10 days remain. Finally, only one task remains to be completed. Knight retrieved the scroll, gazing at the series of names that had been crossed out, and let out a sigh of relief. Aside from 2 A-rank targets, the scroll contained 8 missions to eliminate B-rank rogue ninjas. Given his current strength, dispatching B-rank rogue ninjas posed little challenge. Even with the presence of those possessing special Jonin capabilities, Knight felt no apprehension. Over the past 10 days, he had successfully eliminated 8 B-rank rogue ninjas, averaging 1 per day. Even for him, this was no trivial endeavor, especially as he bore significant injuries. However, the effects of such intense missions were evidently rewarding, allowing Knight to wield the dual attributes of lightning and fire release with increasing finesse. After mastering the transformation of fire release, he made substantial progress in the transformation of lightning release as well. While this understanding did not drastically enhance the potency of his ninjutsu, it enabled ninjas to unleash more powerful techniques with considerably less chakra. Fury and destruction encapsulated Knight's comprehension of lightning release. It seemed that the fusion of attributes was not far off. He tightened his fists and mused to himself. This was a day he had long anticipated, and now he had taken a resolute step forward. All that remained was to fully grasp the transformation of lightning release before he could commence the fusion endeavor. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. As the Knight arose, he could not help but stretch, his entire body cracking and popping like a symphony, resonating with a remarkable rhythm. The village of the Whirlpool clan, shrouded in mystery within the original narrative, beckoned him to explore its unique facets. After stepping out of the cave and orienting himself, he swiftly set off. Following 2 days of arduous travel, he finally reached his destination, the village of the Whirlpool clan. Filled with curiosity about this nation renowned for its sealing techniques, he pondered the prowess of the Whirlpool clan's seals. Even the formidable Orochimaru revered these techniques, diligently studying and refining his research through the seals he had gathered. It is worth noting that Orochimaru, a super scientist in the world of ninjas, is unrivaled in his scientific pursuits. Yet, a nation famed for its formidable sealing arts ultimately met its demise, nearly facing extinction. If any seals remained here, they had likely been plundered long ago, leaving little for him to discover. Even if fortune favored him with remnants of these seals, they would likely be rudimentary and of little use. Danzo, you must realize this endeavor is futile. Why then cling to a sliver of hope? Very well. Let me see if, as you envision, there are indeed seals awaiting my discovery. With a sardonic remark, he leisurely stepped into the village of the Whirlpool. Chapter 134. The flourishing past now elusive upon entering, he was met with a desolate wasteland, an eerie silence enveloping the surroundings. Time seemed to have spared this forsaken place. Despite the years that had elapsed, the scars of past battles remained vividly etched in the landscape. Even the mightiest forces are not immune to decline. The ancients do not deceive. Observing the ruins before him, he sighed in lamentation. In his previous life, he had often perused remnants of history. While others gleaned the tales behind the ruins, he discerned the sorrowful narratives that lingered beneath. The location itself was idyllic, guarded by a radiant platform, nestled against the mountains and waters, harmonizing with the symbolism of the bagua. A refuge for defense and a strategy for offense, truly exceptional. Alas, you lack the corresponding strength to safeguard all of this. As he caressed the remnants before him, visions of the village's former prosperity and the apocalyptic scenes of its downfall surged in his mind. Ultimately, it was a matter of insufficient strength. Had there been the requisite power, the landscape would not be limited to merely 5 great ninja villages, but rather a coexistence of 6. Knight shook his head, dispelling the unrealistic thoughts swirling in his mind, and strode directly towards the ancestral hall. According to the instructions inscribed on the scroll by Danzo, the location of the sealing technique could only be within the ancestral hall. It was absolutely impossible for it to exist elsewhere. Is this the very mask of the Shinigami that Orochimaru used to summon the god of death in the original work? Indeed, its power is formidable, still emanating a chilling force even after years of neglect. As he gazed at the array of vividly colored masks hanging in the hall, Knight's attention was drawn to one depicting the face of the Shinigami, and he murmured to himself, "Truly, this ancestral hall is far more solemn than the outside." Imbued with an oppressive aura that instinctively causes one to slow their breath and lower their voice. Standing within the hall, Knight carefully examined the surrounding walls, contemplating in silence. The walls were adorned with lifelike murals, so vivid that it felt as though the figures could leap from the paintings, drawing him into their world with prolonged gazes. The ability to cast illusions through these murals is astonishing. It seamlessly ensnares the unwary in a trance, a testament to the prowess of the Uzumaki clan. It was only when Knight found himself amidst a desolate desert that he realized he had become ensnared in an illusion. Break. The Knight instinctively formed the hand seals to dispel the illusion, and with formidable mental strength, he shattered the enchantment in an instant. Remarkably, even after so many years, it still proved effective, truly impressive. Knight's gaze shifted from the wall to other areas of the ancestral hall. As anticipated, the sealing techniques that once resided here had been completely plundered. There was no possibility of anything remaining. After meticulously examining the hall, Knight found no traces of sealing techniques and turned to leave. Aside from a mural of illusion that still held power, there appeared to be nothing else of significance. It seemed that Wachao village had yielded no treasures. Stepping out of the ancestral hall, Knight murmured to himself, what is this sensation? Suddenly, a faint aura entered his perception, causing him to retract the foot that had almost crossed the threshold. Let me see what this is. Perhaps what unfolds before me will astonish me. Knight followed the source of the aura, a smile gracing his lips. Chapter 135. The sealing in the ancestral hall. Initially believing there was nothing to be gained, he unexpectedly encountered a delightful surprise. Within this aura, he sensed no hint of danger. Rather, a voice resonated within him. Come quickly. I have been waiting for you here for a long time, and you have finally arrived." The Knight was bewildered by the mysterious sound that seemed to vanish whenever he paused to listen intently. However, with the slightest distraction, the sound would re-emerge, clear and comprehensible. Intrigued, he discovered that something lay concealed behind this phenomenon. As he followed the trail of that peculiar essence to the Grim Reaper's mask, a hint of a playful smile crept across his face. Remarkably, this essence lingered behind the mask of the Grim Reaper. Having perused the original text, he realized that the Grim Reaper's mask possessed formidable sealing powers, capable of temporarily binding even beings as formidable as the Grim Reaper himself, let alone other entities. Knight was filled with curiosity, pondering what lay behind that which could transmit such a call through the power of the Death God's mask. "Let me unveil what you truly are," he exclaimed, directing his attention towards the mask. This Death God mask, when dormant, was merely an ordinary mask, devoid of any effect on the human body. Yet it possessed a terrifying sealing capability for souls. To his astonishment, he discovered a sealing technique hidden within. Upon unveiling the mask, he beheld a small sealing array inscribed upon the wall. He had never encountered the original depiction of the 8 trigram seal, which could completely bind the 9 tails, nor had he seen the 4-symbol seal that could subdue it. However, he sensed that this sealing technique was undoubtedly comparable to the 8 trigram seal, as he could feel an aura emanating from it that was nearly akin to that of a tailed beast. This implied that the entity sealed within was even more formidable than the likes of Gamabunta or Manda from the original tale. Although astonished by the immense power of the soul behind this sealing technique, he felt an inexplicable lack of malice emanating from it. Yet, he lamented, "How can I unseal it when I lack the knowledge of sealing techniques?" He scratched his head in confusion. Suddenly, At the very moment this thought crossed his mind, a brilliant light surged into his consciousness, overwhelming him with unbearable pain, as if his mind were being filled with an abundance of information. He then felt an overwhelming heaviness in his eyelids before collapsing to the ground, losing consciousness. Meanwhile, far away in the land of fire, in Konoha, Danzo's assassination attempt on the third Hokage had failed. Kakashi, to Danzo's surprise, stood resolutely by the third side, and the wood-release ninja he dispatched were swiftly uncovered by Kakashi. Ultimately, he suffered losses, losing several elite forces without even scratching the surface of the third's defenses. Under the immense pressure exerted by the third, he was compelled to surrender the wood-release ninja, Tenzo, known in the original story as the reserved Yamato. His strength diminished drastically. Following this assassination attempt, Danzo gained a clear understanding of the power disparity between himself and the third Hokage, vowing not to harbor any ambitions against him for the next decade. Thus, he retreated into the shadows, patiently awaiting the day of his resurgence. In the shrine of the Uzumaki clan, night remained in a deep slumber for 2 full days. Though only 2 days had passed, it felt to him as if a month had elapsed. His body had withered to a mere shell of bones, his breath weak and listless. Chapter 136. Surprises within the seal. The 4 directions Azure Sky Array possessed the ability to seal space, effective against foes adept in spatial ninjutsu. Yet it could not withstand the onslaught of tailed beasts. Throughout these 2 days of unconsciousness, Knight accomplished but one task. He spent what felt like 2 months in a peculiar space, mastering the method to unravel sealing techniques and comprehending this particular seal. Of course, this was his perception. In reality, only 2 days had passed. Yet, akin to the Tsukuyomi Genjutsu of the Kaleidoscope Sharingan, while merely a second ticked by outside, countless years unfurled within. Amidst this temporal disparity, Knight learned the first sealing technique he encountered since arriving in this world. Now, I shall finally discern what lies within this seal, he eagerly anticipated, reaching towards the sealing technique inscribed on the wall. 2 days prior, he had been uncertain of how to lift the seal, but now he possessed the knowledge. Zien Shinshinsho. After forming 5 seals, Yi pressed his right hand against the intricate sealing array on the wall. Release. This hand sign was sufficient to counter any sealing technique, a knowledge lost to the ninja world for a long time, known only to the once mighty Uzumaki clan. Boom. As the words left his lips, Yi felt the chakra within him surge uncontrollably towards the sealing technique on the wall. Had it not been for his naturally abundant chakra, he might have been drained to a mere husk. Boom. A powerful aura, far exceeding Ye's current strength, erupted, causing the entire shrine to tremble. Dust cascaded down, enveloping the room in a hazy shroud, obscuring his vision. You have finally arrived. I have waited for you here for an entire decade. A voice, slightly magnetic, suddenly resonated beside Yi. A fearsome golden lion's head emerged from the wall, followed by its body and then its tail. Only when it fully detached from the wall did Yi discern its true form. A colossal golden lion, standing a full 9 meters tall. Its mane billowed as if caught in a wind of its own, exuding formidable power, its eyes ablaze with a terrifying intensity, and its limbs perfectly proportioned, radiating strength. Yi. My friend, I have awaited your arrival. The golden lion spoke, gazing down at Yi, who appeared diminutive in comparison. Who are you? How do you know me? Yi inquired, astonished by the lion's familiarity. Hee, you may not recognize me, but I have been calling your name for decades, so familiar that there can be no mistake. The golden lion chuckled, as if it had known Yi for many years. Seeing Ye's continued confusion, the lion settled down and began, Very well, let me explain. Over 50 years ago, I offended a certain clan and was forced to wander the ninja realm. Just as that clan was about to invade my homeland, a man in black saved me and sealed me here to recuperate and evade my enemies. Before he left, he told me that 50 years later, a young man named Yi Fumura would come to release me. At the time, I was utterly bewildered. How could he know someone would come to free me? Chapter 137. The Summoning Beast, or Lion Cheating, but that man was incredibly powerful, beyond my ability to resist, so I had no choice but to comply with his wishes. Thus, I remained sealed for over 50 years, not only healing my wounds, but also enhancing my strength. Now it seems that man was indeed unfathomable, capable of predicting the future. As the lion recounted this, admiration shone in its eyes, devoid of any bitterness, despite its long imprisonment. Such a mysterious tale. What do you plan to do now? Yi asked, somewhat taken aback. The golden lion was formidable, and to say he was not intrigued would be a falsehood. However, if the lion was unwilling to form a summoning contract, Yi lacked the strength to compel it, no matter how well it suited his needs. I have no plans. My clan perished long ago, and I doubt even the ruins remain. I shall continue to wander the ninja realm, the golden lion replied nonchalantly, having grown accustomed to its nomadic existence. Then, how about forming a summoning contract with me and becoming my companion? You proposed, his eyes gleaming with hope and trepidation. Very well, consider it a gesture of gratitude for freeing me. Fate has brought us together. My impression of you is favorable. You seem a reliable partner, so I shall accompany you. In response to Ye's eager gaze, the golden lion, cheating, nodded in agreement. Ye's heart soared with joy as he swiftly retrieved a scroll, inscribing his name upon it, and using his blood to draw a summoning formation. I didn't expect your acceptance to be so straightforward. It truly surprises me, he exclaimed, offering the scroll to cheating. With a decisive motion, the golden lion placed its paw upon the scroll, and blood surged forth, forming a paw print over the summoning formation. Instantly, golden light erupted from the scroll, and a unique summoning sigil, resembling a lion's head and inscribed with the character, began to rise, occupying the central position. As the summoning technique completed, both Yi and Cheating felt an inexplicable bond form between them. So your name is Cheating. I look forward to our future encounters, Yi stated, relieved as the weight of uncertainty lifted from his heart. From that moment forth, he was no longer alone in his journey. You too, Cheating replied, then suddenly stood and remarked, that man told me he left behind something beneficial for me. Let me show you what it is. Wait here. With that, he transformed into a streak of golden light, vanishing from Ye's sight, moving with the speed of lightning. A summoning beast capable of ninjutsu. How fascinating. Such a powerful and enigmatic creature would surely become a marvel within the ninja realm, Yi mused, watching the direction in which Cheating had departed. He settled down in front of the Uzumaki clan's shrine, awaiting Cheating's return. Meanwhile, he would not squander this time. He began to circulate the 9-yang true scripture, honing his mental fortitude while practicing illusionary hand seals. Chapter 138. The journey of an all-round ninja. He had nearly mastered his 2 elemental techniques. Only the passage of time remained for further refinement. The training in illusion and physical techniques would be his focus moving forward, particularly the latter, for he sensed ample room for improvement. He had never studied the physical techniques of Konoha, relying instead on his own creations derived from past experiences. Time passed in this manner for half a day. As night fell, Yi sat by the fire, meditating quietly. After a day of practice, he felt a slight enhancement in his mental acuity, and his progress in illusion techniques had been the most significant. Beside him lay a heap of bones, evidence of his meal consumed within the last couple of hours. When hunger strikes, sustenance must follow. It's as simple as that. Chakra is the energy extracted from cells. One cannot cultivate chakra on an empty stomach. Now it is time to practice physical techniques, Yi declared, reflecting on the battles of recent days that had propelled his growth. If his physical prowess had previously rated a score of 60, it now stood at 70. Only through combat can one continuously evolve. His power experienced a significant surge during the 2 months spent in the Konoha prison, and his combat experience progressed most rapidly in battles against Murakami Jigen and Hikari Village Masaki. Particularly, his confrontation with Hikari Village Masaki enabled him to once again transcend his own limits, with his speed now surpassing the majority of ninjas in the current ninja world. However, when compared to the legendary Yellow Flash, Minato Namikaze, he still has a considerable distance to traverse. Nevertheless, Yi harbored no desire to learn the Flying Thunder God technique, as achieving speeds akin to space-time ninjutsu could be accomplished through other means beyond just that technique. With lightning release developed to a certain extent, similar effects could be attained. He had never intended to mold himself into a speed-type ninja. Moreover, with the establishment of the 4 Directions Azure Sky formation, he would no longer fear speed-type ninjas. In fact, he would become their nemesis. He possessed a clear vision for his future path, although he may not currently be progressing directly along this route. The general direction remains correct. He has dabbled in all 3 combat styles, ninjutsu as the primary focus, with taijutsu as a supplement, while genjutsu only needs to be avoided. He understands that encounters in genjutsu are infrequent, and the genjutsu capable of ensnaring powerful individuals are rather limited, leaving him little time for independent research. Consequently, compared to the more effective and powerful ninjutsu, he does not invest much energy in genjutsu. His interest in genjutsu was merely to learn how to prevent and dispel it. In terms of other combat styles, he is already acquired a summoning beast. He also possesses formidable sealing techniques, particularly powerful space sealing techniques. While he may learn more sealing techniques in the future, it is unlikely to be many, as his primary focus remains on ninjutsu and taijutsu. The reason for his engagement with genjutsu, summoning techniques, and sealing techniques is his desire to become a well-rounded individual. He recognizes that in this world, there exists a plethora of attack methods, yet even the most peculiar forms of attack ultimately fall into a few categories. Therefore, by familiarizing himself with various attack patterns, he can adapt his responses according to different situations. Chapter 139. A familiar name. The reason Kakashi from the original work could hold his own against anyone he encountered is due to his mastery of all attributes of ninjutsu. However, due to a lack of specialization, he often met unfortunate ends when faced with stronger opponents. Yet, you can assure himself that he will never become like Kakashi. For strength is always fundamental. No matter how much one masters, without specialization it is ultimately futile. This is why he places his emphasis on ninjutsu and taijutsu, as these two are the foundation of his power. Return wing slash. In the depths of night, a slender blade is drawn forth, commencing a graceful dance beneath the starry sky. Its cold glimmer illuminates the handsome visage of the knight, creating a splendid tableau. The tail of the swallow strikes. The knight transformed once more, resuming its dance with a chilling radiance that was utterly compelling. A sudden thrust, for reasons unknown. The image of Orochimaru's sword flashed in the depths of the knight's mind, and her arm instinctively lunged forward, unleashing a ferocious surge of power. The sound pierced through the air. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. As the knight was enveloped in a tempest of lightning, it extracted the moon from the wooden pillar, squinting as it spoke. A remarkable move. Seven Thunder exclaimed from behind. Have you discovered the items left by that individual? Noticing the situation, the knight paused its practice and turned around. Indeed, I have found them. Fortunately, they were not taken by anyone. Although I cannot fathom why they appeared in a place called Heavenly Interval, it is fortunate to have located them. Seven Thunder grinned widely. Having observed your recent swordsmanship practice, I surmise that you may lack a manual on sword techniques. Otherwise, given your current abilities, your physical techniques should not be so feeble. Seven Thunder regarded the knight with concern. Indeed, there are many who train in the art of the sword in this world, yet few truly master it. And most remain in the ranks of the enemy. How long to learn but find myself powerless? Upon hearing this, the knight's expression momentarily darkened, feeling the weight of helplessness. Ah, how unfortunate. I happen to possess a manual on sword techniques, one that I brought from my clan's territory during my childhood. For over 50 years, it has been my guide. Since you are in such dire need, consider it a gift, a token of our acquaintance. With that, Seven Thunder suddenly produced a book from his person and tossed it before the knight. Sword techniques. As night fell and I picked it up, I beheld two bold, imposing characters inscribed upon it. Though the book was tattered, the essence of its age resonated deeply within me. Thank you. Knight raised his head and expressed his gratitude to Cheating, then turned to the first page to take a look. Suddenly, as the name caught his eye, he felt as if struck by lightning, standing frozen in place. What's wrong? Do you also find this name peculiar? Cheating inquired. Qin Sheng, I've scoured all the texts within our clan and found no match for this name. It seems like it must be an alias. Noticing Knight's stunned silence at the first page, Cheating couldn't help but speak up. Yet, Knight remained silent in response. Suddenly, Knight lifted his head and burst into a frenzied laughter, as if he had lost his mind. I never expected to encounter such a name here. It truly brings back memories. Chapter 140. The Swordsmanship Manual. From your demeanor, it appears you are quite familiar with this name. Cheating observed, instantly intrigued. Familiar? Indeed, I am well acquainted with such a name. Qin Sheng is a distinctive combination that only existed in my previous life as Celestial Empire, something utterly absent in this world. Oh, so you recognize this unusual name combination. It seems your experiences are richer than I had anticipated. Cheating remarked, his brows slightly raised, a hint of astonishment gracing his features. Knight humbly replied, it's nothing extraordinary. For Knight, it was merely an ordinary occurrence. Qing Tian smiled and inquired, could you share the origin of this peculiar name combination? I find it quite intriguing. Knight Path. This name combination hails from an ancient and illustrious civilization known as Huaxia, a realm of immense power and prosperity. Individuals of my caliber in their midst would scarcely be regarded as mere cannon fodder. Fortunately, they harbor no intense desire for conquest. Otherwise, the shinobi world would undoubtedly appear quite different today. You ought to abandon any notions of seeking them out, for it is an endeavor destined for futility. Even the sage of 6 paths would find such a pursuit impossible. Observing the eager expression on Cheating's face, Knight cast a fleeting glance at him and remarked. He was unaware of Cheating's intentions. Why? Cheating inquired with curiosity. Well, let us see what lies within, Knight replied, shaking his head without providing further explanation, and proceeded to open the tome dedicated to the art of swordsmanship. The first technique, Setting Sun. As he turned to the second page, the characters for Setting Sun caught his eye. Setting Sun, indeed, exudes a profound essence of huaxia. Upon seeing these characters, Knight mused to himself, "Oh, it can be executed this way as well. I truly did not anticipate this. Remarkable." The disparity between the adept and the novice is indeed vast. After perusing the introduction to Setting Sun, Knight was left in a state of astonishment. The second technique, Soaring Swan. Knight turned to the third page, and the striking characters for Soaring Swan greeted him. Soaring Swan, a swift maneuver that leaves the adversary with nothing but a fleeting illusion? This seems to resonate well with my path, and it could seamlessly integrate with the previous technique of Empty Blade. In the stillness of the night, he pondered deeply, then turned his gaze meticulously towards the specific techniques. The third technique, Thunder Moon. He flipped to the fourth page, where 2 characters caught his eye once more. The fourth technique, World Slayer. He continued his exploration, reaching the 5th page, which also bore 2 prominent characters. However, upon seeking the 5th technique, he discovered that beyond it lay only silhouettes of various figures. Only 4 techniques? How intriguing. After confirming the absence of a 5th technique, he began to practice diligently according to the sequence of the figures depicted. It was evident that the swordsmanship illustrated was exponentially more formidable than anything he had previously devised on his own. Even the techniques from the Hidden Leaf Village seemed trivial in comparison, perhaps even inferior to this particular swordsmanship. Whoosh, swish, swish, swish. Under the moonlit sky, the knight commenced a series of practiced movements, each stroke emanating a chilling brilliance, the shadows of the blade casting an imposing aura that sent shivers through one's very being. Even Shi Ting, standing beside the knight, felt an unsettling tension in his body, an ephemeral sense of crisis washing over him, leaving him somewhat astonished. Chapter 141. The Sparring Partner, Battle Lion Shi Ting. It is essential to acknowledge that, given his prowess, few in this world of ninjas could evoke such a sensation within him. Truly, it is a fearsome swordsmanship. Observing this, Shi Ting could not help but chuckle. During his own training, he had never encountered such a feeling. What does this signify? It indicates that he had not truly grasped the essence of the art. The silhouette of the night beneath the starry sky takes on an enigmatic and unpredictable quality, akin to a sharp blade, its piercing aura growing ever more intense, causing even the surrounding air to hesitate in its proximity. Slash, cut, sweep, stab. Knight practiced each move diligently. As a novice, his technique was still quite unrefined and lacked precision. However, Knight held steadfast in his belief that one day he would attain mastery in the art of swordsmanship. As the night deepened, the practitioner's spirit soared, his breath grew increasingly formidable, and his speed quickened, transforming the entire night sky into a tapestry of blade shadows, enveloped in a chilling radiance. Thus, a night passed, with Shi Ting observing as he diligently practiced his swordsmanship throughout. Despite the relentless hours of training, not a trace of fatigue marred Ye's visage. Instead, he appeared remarkably invigorated. "So, have you gained any insights from your night of practice?" Shi Ting inquired, gazing at Yi. "It feels as though I have undergone a transformation. In just one night, I sense a significant enhancement in my swordplay." Yi replied, a smile illuminating his face. "Indeed, that is to be expected. Though these 4 sword techniques are simple, they merit profound contemplation. Given your prior lack of foundation in swordsmanship, it is entirely natural for you to experience such progress upon encountering these teachings," Shi Ting elucidated. "Oh, I see." Yi nodded, enlightenment dawning upon him. "With 7 days remaining until the completion of our mission, and accounting for the 3 days needed to return, I have 4 days left for my training. I must seize this opportunity." The knight rose from the ground and made its way towards the small stream at the edge of the shrine. This stream teemed with fish. Yet, should one desire other sustenance, it would necessitate venturing beyond the domain of the Whirlpool clan and into the forest to hunt. "What are your plans thereafter?" My current strength is insufficient to conceal your presence. Should any cunning individuals become aware, it is likely we both would face dire consequences. Therefore, my suggestion is for you to wander the ninja world for a while, or to remain hidden within the Whirlpool clan's territory until I acquire the strength to allow your appearance in the ninja realm. Upon returning from fishing, the knight inquired of Cheating. Very well, let us proceed as you suggest. Without a moment's hesitation, Cheating agreed to the knight's proposal. Excellent. Then for the next 4 days, I shall rely on your guidance. With a formidable training partner like you, my abilities should see significant enhancement. The knight looked at Cheating with a sly grin. You truly know how to make the most of your resources, Cheating replied, shaking his head in resignation, feeling as though he had unwittingly boarded a pirate ship. Then let us commence. The knight stood up, swiftly retreating over 10 meters, while simultaneously forming hand seals. Fire release, great fireball technique. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, knight, covered in wounds, unleashed a thunder tiger and then swiftly charged towards Cheating. Yet, Cheating remained unchanged, his fur gleaming, showing not a single trace of injury. Knight had not harmed him in the slightest. In Knight's perception, Cheating's strength rivaled that of Orochimaru, and even the might of a myriad of serpents paled in comparison. Here it comes. Confronted with the enormous thunder tiger barreling towards him, Cheating neither flinched nor evaded. Nor did he employ any ninjutsu, instead directly colliding with the thunder tiger. Boom. The outcome was utterly unexpected for Knight, as the thunder tiger was sent flying by Cheating's forceful charge. In the depths of the night, one could distinctly perceive the moment when Cheating collided with the thunder tiger. A terrifying surge of lightning erupted from his body, far more potent than his furious beast. Knight, you are still vastly outmatched. Cheating charged forward, closing the distance to Knight, and raised his legs to deliver a mighty stomp. Substitution technique. The knight felt an immense pressure bearing down upon him, leaving no time to employ any defensive ninjutsu. He barely managed to use the substitution technique to evade the impending danger. A thunderous bang resonated as the earth trembled violently beneath him. Despite successfully avoiding the attack with the substitution technique, he still sensed a tremendous force surging into his body, causing his blood to boil and a sweet taste to rise in his throat. The Lion King's kick. Yet, Knight remained oblivious to the speed of Cheating, a member of the Battle Lion clan. Just as Knight believed he had successfully evaded the danger, Cheating suddenly appeared behind him and sent him flying with a powerful kick. This was a genuine strike, devoid of mercy, making Knight feel as if he had been struck by a colossal mountain, inflicting excruciating pain and causing blood to gush forth. Divine Obliteration Blade. Nevertheless, Knight refused to give up. A flicker of fire ignited in his hand, transforming into a formidable flame blade that hurtled toward Cheating, causing his pupils to constrict in terror as he sensed an overwhelming threat emanating from the fiery weapon. With a swift motion, Cheating, embodying the prowess of the Battle Lion clan, enveloped himself in crackling lightning, accelerating to narrowly evade the flaming blade. However, a tuft of fur was still severed from his jaw, emitting a foul, charred odor. This left him somewhat exasperated, and he bellowed at Knight. Are you trying to kill me, using such a perilous attack? The flame blade sailed past Cheating, embedding itself into the ground behind him, leaving behind a scar over 10 meters long, cleaving through everything in its path and radiating intense heat. Apologies, I couldn't restrain myself in the heat of the moment. I promise it won't happen again. Knight, battered and torn, rose from the ground, repeatedly bowing in apology to Cheating. I'll let it slide this time, but next time, you'll truly understand my strength. Cheating retorted, adopting an air of arrogance. Absolutely. Knight forced a smile in response. Well, for days have passed, and it's time for me to return. Let us proceed according to plan. Cheating, wait for me. It won't be long before you can reveal your identity. Knight's expression shifted to one of seriousness as he addressed Cheating. Go on, I'm waiting for you. But if you fail to show up, don't blame me for seeking you out. I won't take responsibility for any ensuing chaos. Cheating replied, casting Knight a sidelong glance. Then I shall take my leave. After adjusting his attire, Knight donned a black coat and turned to exit the headquarters of the Whirlpool clan. Cheating, 3 years, just 3 years. And I will come to find you. You must wait for me. Knight thought to himself, prioritizing the safety of both Cheating and himself. Root Organization. Lord Danzo, I have fulfilled my mission. Knight knelt before Danzo, his voice devoid of emotion as he presented the blood-soaked scroll. Prior to this, he had sealed his divine platform, ensuring that the Four Directions Azure Sky Formation, cheating, the Blade Technique Codex, and the Nine Sun Scripture were kept hidden from Danzo's knowledge. Moreover, he had concealed his own strength, which originally rivaled that of Yamato from the original narrative. However, he now appeared to possess only the abilities of an ordinary J-Nin. He still had a considerable distance to cover before reaching the elite J-Nin level akin to Kakashi from the original story. After having been seen through by the third Hokage once, Knight had added 2 layers of seals to himself, perfecting his already impeccable aura concealment. Now, even the third Hokage would be unable to perceive Knight's true strength. Very well, it seems you are quite determined. Excellent. This is the resolve expected of a member of the Root, Danzo remarked, opening the scroll to reveal 10 severed heads, exuding a noxious odor. Yet, he appeared oblivious to the stench, offering a faint praise to Knight. All thanks to Lord Danzo's guidance. Knight responded with a soft compliment. Though he sensed something was amiss with Danzo's demeanor today, unable to pinpoint precisely what was wrong. Enough of that. I have heard that the third Hokage attempted to win you over, and you accepted his olive branch, correct? Danzo's gaze turned piercing as he scrutinized Knight, his eyes glinting like those of a venomous snake, instilling discomfort within Knight. Upon hearing this, Knight felt a sudden jolt of alarm, but maintained an outwardly nonchalant demeanor, replying, Lord Danzo, you worry too much. Before you even spoke, how could I dare to betray the Root? He finally recognized the source of his unease. Spare me your feigned innocence. I will ask you again, is this matter true? Danzo, exhibiting a lack of patience, abruptly stood, unleashing his shadow-level aura upon Knight, pressing him with urgency. His gaze resembled that of a solitary wolf in the desert, and Knight had no doubt that if he failed to respond, Danzo would tear him to shreds in an instant. Indeed, it is true. However, as I mentioned, I have not agreed to anything. After a moment of contemplation, Knight finally responded, Very well. Then tell me, will you choose me or the third Hokage? Danzo's eyes sparkled with intensity as he glared at Knight, his tone icy and demanding. He resembled a ferocious beast poised to pounce, the oppressive aura emanating from him sending shivers down Knight's spine. That would, of course, be Lord Danzo. To avoid inciting Danzo's wrath, Knight suppressed his true thoughts and answered, forcing a smile. Excellent. I, Shimura Danzo, seek individuals like you. Danzo declared. Now, hand over the scroll you received from the third Hokage. This is the sole condition for demonstrating your loyalty to me. I have no need for a subordinate with ulterior motives. Danzo's words instantly darkened Knight's expression, who had leaked the information regarding the scroll bestowed upon him by the third Hokage. Lord Danzo, this approach seems rather inappropriate. The items given to me by the third Hokage should rightly be returned to him. It doesn't seem proper for you to take them directly. Knight raised his head, forcing a smile as he spoke. I knew it would be this way. Ifumura Knight, you have indeed never aligned yourself with me from the very beginning. The only reason you remain here is to enhance your own strength, is it not? However, it matters not. I am confident that I can compel you to surrender the scroll today. Rest assured, I will not lay a hand on you. Aside from myself, no one here can restrain you, though I do not know how you concealed your strength, even now, based on the aura you emit. I can count on one hand the number of people in the Root who could best you. Danzo loomed before Knight, looking down upon him. And what exactly does Lord Danzo intend to do to make me relinquish the scroll? As the conversation reached this juncture, Ye's tone abandoned any semblance of respect, rising to his feet with a gaze that bore no kindness towards Danzo. In this village of Konoha, he held few ties, save for Ryumaru and Wei. Yet, the orphanage was under the protection of the third Hokage, leaving Danzo unable to act against them. Beyond these considerations, he could not conceive of anything that might pose a threat to him. I hope you remain as confident as you are now. Bring them forth. I am eager to see whether you comply. At this, Danzo displayed a cunning smile, instructing the air beside him. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted, and a figure clad in black swiftly departed. Moments later, anguished cries echoed from the entrance of Root, growing ever nearer. Upon hearing these sounds, Ye's previously calm demeanor faltered. He turned towards the entrance, only to witness Rimu, Wei, and Minji being escorted by 3 Root ninjas. Brother Yi, Brother Yi, Brother Yi. As they entered, their eyes sparkled with hope upon seeing him, as if they believed he was their only salvation. Wei, with a fierce shout, Yi charged forward with a speed so astonishing that it left onlookers scarcely able to react, determined to rescue the 3 individuals. However, Tuanzo struck from behind. Wind release, vacuum sphere. Tuanzo swiftly formed hand seals and unleashed a torrent of fist-sized compressed air from his mouth, radiating a sharp and violent aura directly toward Yi. What? The air spheres reached Yi in an instant, leaving him no time to respond, and he was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Big brother Yi! Brother Yi! Lu Wan and the others cried out in alarm, but the blades at their throats forced them to watch helplessly. Humph. Do not presume that a modicum of strength allows you to stir up trouble. In this realm, there are those who can subdue you. After sending you sprawling, Tuanzo advanced toward Wei and the other three. Chapter 145, The Death of Lu Wan. Tuanzo. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The night was filled with the ominous sound of clenched fists. And within his eyes flickered a tangible flame of wrath that sent shivers down one's spine. Boldly. Suddenly, sharp shouts pierced the air, and several phantoms descended, launching a coordinated assault upon every part of Yi's body. 2 fists could hardly contend against 4 hands, let alone the multitude of simultaneous attacks. Thus, Yi was swiftly brought to the ground, pinned mercilessly by the blades, rendered immobile. Sealing technique. One of the root ninjas had astonishingly employed a sealing jutsu that ensnared Yi's meridians, leaving him incapacitated before he could even react, transforming him into a useless being. Haha, I have never considered myself a hero or a noble man. For the sake of my ultimate goal, I will resort to any means necessary. You may have known my resolve before. Tell me, do you still harbor a glimmer of hope, despite this? Observing Yi, who lay on the ground like a beaten dog. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, howbeit the knight detests, howbeit unwilling. The exigency prevails over man. Brother knight, do not accede to his demands, he is malevolent. You must not consent. However, upon hearing this, Wei immediately vociferated. Indeed, indeed. Elder brother knight, you must not yield to him. He is not benevolent. Lu Wan and Mingyu echoed in unison. Humph, it seems the 3 of you have not suffered enough torment. In that case, you shall meet your demise. Upon hearing this, Danzo abruptly revealed a spine-chilling smile, signaling a root ninja behind him with a furtive glance. Thwack! Without the slightest hesitation, the root ninja brandished the blade in his grasp, severing Lu Wan's carotid artery. Instantly, fresh blood gushed forth, staining Knight's vision crimson. No. Seeing this, Knight's eyes were filled with fury, and he roared, yet he could only helplessly witness this scene unfold, powerless to intervene. The fresh blood splattered upon Wei's face, and she beheld a ghastly gash upon Lu Wan's neck. She was immediately frightened and screamed, tears intermingling with blood. Silence! Danzo bellowed, his eyes filled with intense ferocity, while the root ninja holding Wei hostage cooperatively carved a bloody streak upon Wei's fair neck. Ooh! Wei immediately ceased her weeping, her eyes wide with terror, tears irrepressible. Lu Wan's complexion rapidly paled, his eyes filled with disbelief. The blood beneath him stained his body crimson, appearing exceedingly desolate. He had not anticipated that death would be so imminent. Then, a hint of relief appeared on his face, and he feebly uttered, word by word, Brother Knight, thank you for your care all along. I am profoundly grateful. I shall take my leave first. Having spoken, his head lolled to one side, and he breathed no more. No, Lu Wan, do not die. Knight roared, his heart rent asunder, tears streaming down his face, yet he could no longer awaken Lu Wan. Danzo. Knight gritted his teeth and uttered in a low, chilling voice, reminiscent of the terrors of the underworld. Blood tears streamed from his eyes, which glowed a deep crimson. Yet he found himself ensnared, unable to move, gripping the earth in bitter resignation. So, what is your decision? Will you continue to serve me? Or shall I consign them all to their graves here? Danzo then turned his gaze to Minji, a frigid smile adorning his lips. Very well, I accept your terms. However, you must ensure the safety of their lives. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to bring about our mutual demise. I am confident that with my chakra, I can ensure that all of you meet your end here. Knight clenched his fist, speaking each word deliberately, his voice slow, yet resonant with a chilling intensity. Indeed, this is the correct course of action. It would have been better to act thus from the beginning. Upon hearing this, Danzo clapped his hands in amusement, signaling to the 2 root ninjas behind him, and released the bindings on Wei and Minji, who too found their restraints lifted. Brother Yi, Woo, Ryumaru is dead. As soon as she was freed, Wei rushed into Knight's embrace, bursting into tears. I know, it is my fault for being too weak to protect you, he said, tightening his fists in self-reproach. It's not your fault, Brother Yi. It's not your fault, Woo. Wei, with tear-filled eyes, clung to Knight's neck like a koala, hanging onto him for dear life. In stark contrast, Minji remained expressionless, standing silently beside them, showing no reaction to Ryumaru's demise. Ah. Since you have agreed to continue working for me, allow me to share another piece of information, Danzo declared. They both have been poisoned. And the antidote is possessed solely by me and Mito Gaiden. Do not harbor illusions of seeking a remedy from Yakushi Nanoyu. She is likely languishing in Konoha prison at this very moment. I trust your keen intellect will discern the appropriate course of action. With this revelation, Knight clenched his fist again, the sound echoing in the stillness as he inwardly cursed his own weakness. If only he had been stronger. Such a predicament would not have arisen, and Danzo would not have dared to act against Minji and the others. From that moment forth, Shimizu Danzo's name was irrevocably inscribed on Knight's list of targets for vengeance. He also began to harbor resentment towards the third Hokage, blaming him for Ryumaru's death due to his negligence. Had he dispatched someone to guard the Konoha orphanage, how could Minji and the others have fallen into Danzo's clutches? How could Yakushi Nanoyu have been imprisoned? How could Ryumaru have perished? All of this was the third's fault. Chapter 147. The third's mourning from this moment. Knight had transformed into a seeker of vengeance. The former version of himself had vanished, consumed by the blood and tears shed just moments ago. I know you harbor deep hatred for me, but I believe that as long as you understand the gravity of the situation, you will refrain from reckless actions, correct? Danzo remarked condescendingly as he passed by Knight, exuding confidence. Oh, by the way, I neglected to mention, they require medication from me each month to suppress their condition. Otherwise, they will suffer excruciating pain leading to a gruesome demise, a matter jointly handled by Mito-in and myself. It is not too late for you to learn this now, Danzo said, his expression a cold mask, hinting at a sinister amusement. Given Knight's evident concern for Minji's and Wei's lives, Danzo felt secure that as long as he held their fates in his hands, Knight would not dare to take any actions detrimental to him. The Root organization possessed various sealing techniques to restrain ninjas, and Danzo was unconcerned about Knight escaping his grasp. Mito Gaiden, he mused. This will be most interesting. Knight lowered his head and chuckled softly, his voice resonating like echoes from the depths of the underworld, causing the several Root ninjas restraining him to shiver involuntarily. Filled with a sense of trepidation, you shall rest for 2 days, and after that, gather here. I have an important task to assign to you. Danzo instructed as he settled into his seat, addressing Knight. I understand. In the stillness of the night, he responded softly, cradling Wei in his arms as he approached Lu Wan. He produced a scroll, sealing Lu Wan's lifeless form within. After soothing Wei to sleep, he set off with Ming Yi towards the outskirts of Konoha, arriving at a secluded forest on the fringes of the village. In the stillness of the night, he excavated a substantial pit, carefully placing within it the scroll that sealed the remains of Ryumaru before covering it with earth. Rest assured, Ryumaru, you shall not perish in obscurity. Grant me a little time, and I shall return bearing the head of Shimura Danzo and the entirety of the Root to honor your spirit in the heavens. He knelt before Ryumaru, solemnly vowing with an air of detachment. This grave oversight rests upon my shoulders, and for that, I offer my sincerest apologies. The departed have moved on. May you find solace in your grief, and I hope you will carry forth his beliefs into the future. Unbeknownst to him, the third Hokage had silently approached from behind, his voice imbued with regret. As Knight cast a sidelong glance, he beheld the third Hokage approaching the grave of Ryumaru with measured steps. After offering 3 respectful bows, the Hokage turned to provide words of solace. Take it easy. Do not let hatred cloud your vision. In response, Knight replied with a faint tone. Thank you for your concern, Lord Third. I believe Ryumaru's spirit must find great comfort in this, for he never had the chance to meet you in life. Yet in death, he receives your personal condolences, a true honor. Although he expressed gratitude, there was no trace of genuine appreciation in Knight's voice. Well, I shall take my leave now. Upon hearing this, the third Hokage sighed deeply, gave Knight's shoulder a few firm pats, and departed. Manya, when did you fall under Danzo's control? Knight inquired, turning to the composed Manya beside him. It was right after you went on a mission to the Mist Village. The 3 of us were forcibly taken to the roots and injected with an unknown toxin. However, thus far, no unusual reactions have manifested. Perhaps the time has not yet come. Chapter 148. The Disdain Naruto. Mingyu smiled, betraying none of the horror of witnessing a dear friend's murder moments before. Is that so? I understand. Let us go. Knight nodded, rising to his feet and heading towards the edge of the forest. Rest assured, I will surely find a remedy for you. In this world, there are more than just Tsunade and Yakushi Nan who comprehend medical ninjutsu. Knight clenched his fist, speaking with unwavering determination. Brother Knight, how much longer do you think we can survive? The substance injected into us is immensely potent. Aside from Danzo, no one else possesses the antidote. Yet, he will not easily part with it. Rather, he will undoubtedly use it as leverage against you. If the pain becomes unbearable, Brother Knight, please do me the honor of ending my life. Give all the antidote to Wei, so that she may live, will you? A true man knows how to yield to a woman, does he not? As they walked, Mingyu suddenly smiled, though his expression was one of mirth. His words sent a chill through Knight, as if death were a trivial matter before him. What nonsense! You shall not perish. I will find a way, I promise. Trust in me. The knight resembled a wounded beast, grasping the shoulders of the Dark Knight and roaring. Haha, understood. I was merely jesting. I have unwavering faith in your capabilities, Knight brother. From the very beginning, I never doubted your prowess. At the sound of Knight's thunderous exclamation, Dark Knight paused momentarily, then squinted and smiled. Yes, that's more like it. I will certainly find a way, I assure you. You mustn't act recklessly, do you understand? Knight, with a pale complexion, grasped Minji's shoulder and spoke, his eyes still filled with a lingering panic. He held no doubt that Minji would not act recklessly. Minji was a person of his word, one who fulfilled his promises. Even under the pressure from the third Hokage, Danzo would never relinquish the true antidote. Ultimately, the third Hokage could never risk a fallout with Danzo for the sake of Minji and himself, Knight murmured with a chilling gaze. If the third Hokage could resolve this matter, Knight would not hesitate to implore him, but alas, that was beyond the third Hokage's capabilities. On the bustling streets of Konoha, the owner of a masked shop brandished a broom, shouting, "Begone, you ominous fox creature. You are not welcome here," as he drove away a small boy clad in orange, nearly 4 years of age. Why? Why can everyone else buy, but not me? Why does everyone despise me? I have money. Why won't you sell to me? The boy, adorned with 3 pairs of whisker-like marks on his face, questioned the shopkeeper, his voice laden with injustice, tears streaming from his sky-blue eyes. Humph, fox monster. Not welcomed means not welcomed. There's no reason needed. Get lost, or don't blame me for taking action. The shopkeeper, filled with disdain, raised his broom threateningly at the boy. Fine, I'll leave. The boy bit his lip, tears continuing to fall as he exited the shop. As he walked down the street, he gazed at the myriad of shops lining the sides, filled with a profound sense of desolation. Chapter 149. The foolish ones. Amongst so many establishments, there was only one ramen shop that would accept him. Everywhere else, he found no refuge, only scornful glares and derogatory remarks, with some even resorting to physical violence, leaving him battered and bruised. The boy was unaware of what he had done wrong, why everyone loathed him, insulted him, struck him, and refused to play with him. This boy was none other than Naruto Uzumaki. He's a fox monster. Stay away. Don't play with him. He'll eat you. The other children warned, believing him to be a pitiful creature seeking their sympathy, and they were determined not to be deceived. Fox monster, get out of Konoha. Konoha does not welcome you. As Naruto walked down the street, the pedestrians recoiled upon seeing him, treating him as if he were a plague. The disdain etched on their faces pierced Naruto's heart deeply. Some even began throwing objects at him, disregarding his youth, striking him with such force that it left a bump on his head. Get lost. Leave Konoha. An increasing number of people joined in, hurling their belongings at Naruto. Why? Why does everyone hate me? He cried, shielding his head, fleeing the street as tears cascaded from his eyes, sparkling in the air. At Konoha's amusement park, Naruto sat alone on a swing, enviously observing the other children play, his expression filled with loneliness, his solitary figure evoking a deep desire to embrace and comfort him. For they were all foolish, only able to see what others wished to show them. Yet they would never know who was responsible for their comfortable lives today. Just then, a cold voice broke through the silence. Big brother. Naruto turned to find Knight standing behind him, his expression impassive. Instantly, joy illuminated Naruto's face as he dashed toward Knight. Hee, so how does it feel to be misunderstood, Naruto? Knight said, lifting Naruto, who was now 2/3 of his height, into his arms, a rare smile gracing his face. Big brother, I haven't seen you in ages. You promised to visit once a month, but never came. That's so inconsiderate, Naruto complained, returning to his boisterous self in Knight's embrace. All right, that's my fault. As punishment, how about I treat you to some noodles? Knight suggested, pinching Naruto's nose playfully. Great. You're the best, big brother. Naruto's eyes sparkled with delight at the mention of food, saliva almost escaping him. But remember, don't keep calling me big brother. My name is Hoshigaki Knight. You can call me Knight and I, understood? Knight set Naruto down, ruffling his hair affectionately. Oh, got it. By the way, Knight and I, who is he? Naruto suddenly noticed Minji standing behind Knight and instinctively clung to Knight's leg, eyeing Minji with suspicion. This is Minji. He will be your friend from now on. You two should get along well. Knight introduced, smiling at Naruto. Really? Doesn't he hate me? Hearing this, Naruto leapt with joy, his face alight with excitement, though uncertainty flickered in his eyes. Chapter 150, The Accomplice of the Third Hokage. Don't worry, Minji would never dislike you. If you don't believe me, just spend some time talking with him. Knight reassured, patting both their heads with a grin. Hello, I am Naruto Uzumaki. My dream is to gain everyone's acknowledgement and become the strongest Hokage in history. Naruto extended his chubby hand toward Minji, his friendliness evident. I'm Minji. We're friends now. Your dream is truly admirable. Keep up the good work. Minji replied with a kind smile, shaking Naruto's hand. Seeing that Minji was indeed as Knight had described, not harboring any ill feelings, Naruto felt a wave of relief wash over him. His face brightened with an infectious smile, easing the hearts of those around him. Haha, I will definitely work hard. I will gain everyone's acknowledgement, Naruto declared, giving Minji a thumbs up, brimming with confidence. I'll be waiting for that day. Minji nodded, anticipation gleaming in his eyes. With Naruto by his side, perhaps Minji could begin to overcome some of his inner turmoil. Watching the two bond, Knight mused to himself. However, Minji's previous words startled him, akin to someone delivering a final farewell. But he would never allow Minji to make foolish decisions. Danzo would surely not grant him the time to guide and support Minji, so this task fell to Naruto. Coincidentally, Naruto had no friends, and once he and Minji formed a bond, he would treasure it dearly. With his silver tongue, he would undoubtedly be able to console Minji. Moreover, there was still Wei's connection. During Knight's absence, Minji had taken on the responsibility of caring for Wei. He believed that with Wei's presence, Minji's extreme thoughts could gradually be alleviated. This arrangement seemed rather beneficial. Knight smiled as he observed the two figures walking together. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, Danzo was confronted. You must provide an explanation for Rimaru's death and the antidote to the poison coursing through Minji and the others' bodies. This is not a negotiation. I am ordering you in the name of the Hokage, and you have no room for bargaining. Surrender the antidote, and I shall overlook your assassination attempts and this matter. Otherwise, do not blame me for being merciless in dealing with the rude organization. Tobirama, reveal your answer. The third Hokage declared with an expression of stern resolve, his formidable power radiating without restraint, causing even Tobirama's countenance to shift. However, he harbored confidence that the third would not pursue this matter, or rather, that the third's focus lay elsewhere. Let us not forget, Rimaru is fated to perish, and he too had played a part in this unfortunate fate, rendering it highly detrimental to him. Thus, it was more accurate to say that the third sought not to avenge the fates of Minji and Wei, but rather to strike a bargain with himself. Relinquish hope, Sarutobi. It is futile. The potency of that toxin exceeds my expectations, and the antidote I presently possess is incapable of eradicating it, only alleviating their suffering. Unless Tsunade returns, there remains a glimmer of hope. Otherwise, whether an antidote exists or not, Minji and the others face inevitable demise. Tobirama's response plunged the third into despair, causing him to gasp in shock, his eyes widening in disbelief. Sarutobi, you consented to this matter initially. If we are to attribute blame, you cannot absolve yourself of responsibility. Thus, the most prudent course is for us both to remain silent. Otherwise, I assure you, I am not to be trifled with. Chapter 151. Seizing individuals from Kakashi. If you insist on pressing the issue, then so be it. If I must suffer, you shall not fare any better. Tobirama's words were startling, leveraging the fact that the third had also been complicit in this affair to coerce him into reconciliation, compelling the third to forego his inquiries into Tobirama's accountability. Very well, let it be as you say. However, I trust this will be the sole and final occurrence. Should a similar incident transpire in the future, even if I relinquish my position as Hokage, I shall personally bring you to justice. Do you understand? The third. His visage darkened with anger, acquiesced, sacrificing Minji and Wei for the sake of his coveted title of Hokage, for what he deemed the will of fire. Rest assured, no need for your assurances. I shall act accordingly. Tobirama replied with a smirk, departing from the Hokage's office. He had triumphed. The third was too reluctant to abandon the position of Hokage, compelling the typically benevolent and merciful third to assume the guise of a devil, thus sealing this grim pact. 2 days later, within the route. Blue, this is your mission. It must be completed within 5 days. If possible, eliminate the target. Tobirama handed a scroll to Yi, issuing him a peculiar command. Had this been the Yi of yore, he might have hesitated momentarily, but the current Yi had long since extinguished his spirit. He had become indifferent to the value of human life. Aside from a few whom he cherished, all others were expendable. Hence, he accepted the task scroll without a moment's hesitation. This is the antidote for those 2 little brats. Take it. I shall provide you with one every 5 months. As long as you remain under my service, they shall not perish. Just as Yi was about to depart, Tobirama produced a small vial from his cloak and tossed it to Yi. The reason they had remained unharmed until now was due to his continuous addition of the antidote to their food, and now, their fate rested upon Ye's performance. Shinju Tobirama, leaning upon his cane, strode into the shadows of route, soon vanishing from Ye's sight. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Under the veil of night, Yi witnessed Minji and Wei consume the antidote. And only then did he feel at ease to depart from Konoha, heading towards his destination. As he journeyed, Yi unfurled the mission scroll. Upon discerning its contents, he finally comprehended the rationale behind Danzo's peculiar decree. This assignment entailed the assassination of a rogue ninja, albeit one of particular significance, as he possessed something of great importance to Konoha. Consequently, the Hokage had dispatched the copy ninja Kakashi to undertake this mission first. Yet, Danzo also coveted the item in the possession of that ninja. Thus, he instructed Yi to intercept this rogue from Kakashi and eliminate him, bringing the spoils back. Truly, Danzo's avarice knows no bounds. It appears the third Hokage has yet to impart a sufficient lesson upon you. How audacious of you to seize what belongs to others. After absorbing the details, Yi could not suppress a derisive smile. However, encountering Kakashi presents an unexpected boon. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. As night emerged with the fox from behind Kakashi, though his face was obscured, Kakashi felt certain that it bore a semblance of a smile. What brings you here, root member? Kakashi inquired, his brow furrowed with growing wariness upon seeing Knight's attire. Since you are aware of my affiliation with Root, you must also comprehend the implications of my presence, Knight replied with a tilted head and a grin. It seems an inevitable confrontation is upon us, Kakashi remarked, narrowing his eyes. He swiftly reached into his ninja tool pouch, retrieving a kunai. Subsequently, he kicked Mirai and Sharon up the hillside, ensuring his safety from the imminent clash. Internally, he was astonished by Knight's youth and prowess, judging by his appearance. He could not be older than 12. Yet the aura he emanated was undeniably on par with Kakashi's own. Ah, how fortuitous. I too wish to witness the strength of the prodigy who ascended to Jonin at the tender age of 12, renowned as the copy ninja, Kakashi. As the knight retreated a few steps, he drew the night moon from his waist, positioning it before him with a fierce determination. Whoosh. Kakashi, however, had already lunged forward the moment Knight unsheathed the night moon, thrusting a kunai towards his head. Lightning release. Thunderstrike armor. As the knight descended, his body became enveloped by the ferocious lightning, amplifying both his speed and strength. Yi struck with fervor. Some API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Knight had no doubt that if he were to be struck, he would undoubtedly sustain grave injuries. After all, the throat is one of the most vulnerable areas of the human body. Truly, Kakashi is remarkable. Even without the prowess depicted in the original work, he remains extraordinarily formidable. One can only wonder how powerful he would become after inheriting the techniques of the White Fang. As lightning crackled around Yi, he swiftly retreated. Earth release, earthen spear. Taking advantage of this moment, Kakashi immediately formed hand seals and struck the ground with force. Suddenly, the surface where Yi was about to land erupted, projecting a row of sharp earthen spikes towards him. Water release, water barrier. In response, Yi summoned the only defensive ninjutsu he had mastered, placing it before the oncoming spikes. However, the water barrier, seldom used, was swiftly torn apart upon encountering the earthen spear. Yet, Ye's intention in employing the water barrier was merely to create a foothold for himself. Fire release, great fireball technique. As Night descended upon the battlefield, the figure surged forward, utilizing the barrier of water to propel himself directly toward Kakashi. In midair, he rapidly formed hand seals, subsequently unleashing a colossal fireball measuring 10 meters in diameter, which instantly illuminated Kakashi's visage. This individual surpassed even the Uchiha clan in his mastery of fire techniques. It was indeed my first encounter with such a formidable great fireball. Faced with the impending threat of the monstrous fireball, Kakashi promptly abandoned the notion of countering it with a similar attack and instead retreated a step, opting to employ a defensive ninjutsu for protection. Chapter 153, The Battle of Elite Ninjas. Earth Release, Earth Flow Rampart. Kakashi forcefully pressed his hand against the ground, causing a massive stone to rise up, shielding him from behind and obstructing the fiery onslaught. Boom. The searing fireball collided with the earthen wall, sending tremors through it, resulting in minor fractures. Kakashi, however, felt a heat that rivaled that of A-rank ninjutsu, even with the barrier in place. It was as if his very blood threatened to evaporate, and his body was racked with excruciating pain. Humph, earth release, is it? Very well. Allow me to impart upon you the meaning of suffering. Noticing Kakashi's reliance on the earth technique to defend against the great fireball, Knight's lips curled into a slight smirk. With swift hand seals, he struck the ground with conviction and bellowed, "Lightning release. Land movement." Lightning surged forth with such rapidity that it left no room for reaction. As anticipated, Knight immediately heard Kakashi's agonized cries emanating from behind the earth barrier, which swiftly weakened, succumbing to the relentless assault of the fireball. Boom. The fireball barreled through the earthen shield, prompting Kakashi to leap to the side in a desperate attempt to evade the inferno. Whoosh. In a flash, Knight, enveloped in crackling lightning, materialized before Kakashi, delivering a powerful kick towards him. Bam! However, as Knight's leg struck Kakashi, he suddenly transformed into a cloud of smoke that erupted explosively. What? A shadow clone? When did that happen? Knight couldn't help but gasp in surprise. Lightning release, lightning cutter. Suddenly, Kakashi's voice emerged from the shadows of the night, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of impending doom that caused Ye's body to tense up, every hair on end. Kakashi's hand crackled with violent lightning, exuding a terrifying and razor-sharp force that sent shivers down one's spine. This was none other than Kakashi's renowned technique, Raikiri, an S-rank ninjutsu said to possess the power to slice through lightning itself. It's over, Kakashi declared, resembling an ethereal specter as he plunged his hand into Ye's back, his gaze laced with a hint of languor. Although the adversary was comparable, the disparity in experience was insurmountable. Those struck by Raikiri had never survived. Truly, it was a technique worthy of its reputation, its potency undeniably extraordinary. However, just when Kakashi believed it was finished, he heard Ye's voice once more from behind him. What? Kakashi gasped in shock, but there was no time to react as he was sent sprawling by a powerful kick. The Yi he had just struck had astonishingly transformed into a bolt of lightning. Lightning release, ground walking. As he formed hand seals, the lightning in the air was drawn downward, radiating outward to create an immense network of electricity, completely ensnaring Kakashi, leaving him with no avenue for escape. Wind release, great breakthrough. Yet, Kakashi, true to his name, deftly utilized the principle of elemental superiority. Before he even touched the ground, he rapidly performed hand seals, unleashing a ferocious gale. The powerful wind not only propelled him upward, but also dispersed the onslaught of lightning below. Indeed, Kakashi was remarkable, a true jack of all trades. However, how would he respond to this next strike? Observing the scene, he smiled. Fire release, God Destruction Blade. With a swift motion, he clenched his hand, and terrifying flames erupted from his arm, forming a searing blade. Annihilate him. As the knight drew its divine blade towards Kakashi, a low murmur escaped its lips. In an instant, a terrifying roar erupted through the air, and a crimson phantom surged forward, piercing through the atmosphere towards Kakashi, emanating a searing, razor-sharp energy. Chapter 154. Kakashi's Astonishment. What? Kakashi, still suspended in midair, felt as if he were under the gaze of death itself. His hair stood on end. His pupils constricted to pinpricks, and his body tensed. Zzz. Yet, Kakashi reacted swiftly, biting his tongue to awaken himself, the pain and blood jolting him back to reality. His arm wrapped once more in Raikiri, he charged towards the divine blade that had now closed in on him. With a slicing sound that sent chills down one's spine, the divine blade was unexpectedly cleaved apart by Kakashi. Truly impressive, Kakashi. However, it was futile. The divine blade elongated. As Kakashi approached, Knight remained unfazed, his expression serene. To Kakashi's shock, the divine blade extended again, evading the obstruction of Raikiri and striking directly at his chest, sending him flying. Boom. Kakashi crashed into the forest like a cannonball, causing the ground to tremble violently, dust swirling in all directions. After sending Kakashi sprawling, the divine blade continued its path through the forest, toppling trees in its wake, leaving a sweltering heat in its trail. Coughing, Kakashi rose from the ground, feeling as if his body might fall apart. That strike had felt like an impending doom, rendering him utterly defenseless. Had he not been from Konoha, that blow would have claimed his life. It seems I underestimated him when I remarked on his lack of experience. This individual possesses a level of expertise that rivals my own. Moreover, such terrifying martial and ninjutsu skills are almost monstrous. Has he been training since birth? Kakashi marveled internally. Sunset. Just as he pondered this, a piercing blade of light hurtled towards him, prompting him to leap aside instinctively. Whoosh. However, as Kakashi leaped, he was struck by a blue apparition, the sound of bones cracking reverberating through the air. Kakashi involuntarily coughed up blood, yet gritted his teeth, steadying himself and leaving a long gash in the ground, denying Knight the chance to capitalize on his weakness. Copy Ninja Kakashi, is this all you can muster? If so, I am thoroughly disappointed, Knight said, shaking his head in dismay. He had anticipated a thrilling battle against Kakashi's prowess, yet found himself overpowering Kakashi instead. Coughing, Kakashi remarked, I never sensed the presence of such formidable individuals in our ranks. Truly, Lord Danzo maintains an impressive level of secrecy. Kakashi, reveal your true strength. I know you have yet to unleash your full potential, Knight urged, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. Very well, as you wish, let us begin, Kakashi acknowledged, aware that a fierce battle with Knight was now inevitable. Kakashi held his pride. Being bested by someone of Knight's obscure reputation was unsettling, and he sought to reclaim some dignity, for he was indeed the famed copy ninja. Chapter 155. The Versatile Ninja. Knight of the Crimson Village Summoning Technique. Summoning Dogs. He swiftly formed hand seals, chakra swirling into his palms before pressing them to the ground. The summoning array unfolded rapidly, and 8 ninja dogs materialized before Knight. Not only that, but Kakashi also retrieved 3 kunai from his ninja tool pouch, hurling them towards Knight before forming another set of seals. Ninjutsu, Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Instantly, a multitude of shurikens filled the air above Knight, glimmering with a chilling light that sent shivers down the spine. Yet this was not the end. Kakashi formed seals once more. Ninjutsu, Shuriken Sharpness Technique. The shurikens grew even sharper, blanketing the sky above Knight, descending like a torrential downpour. Haha, now this feels right. This is the thrill I seek. Knight laughed maniacally, exhilaration coursing through him. His hands formed seals rapidly as he inhaled deeply, inflating his belly like a balloon before unleashing. Fire release, Fire Dragon Bullet. A colossal fireball, 25 meters in diameter, erupted from Knight's mouth, painting the sky crimson. Boom. Upon contact with the fireball, many shurikens dissipated into smoke, obscuring Knight from view. Oh. The Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique is indeed an intriguing ninjutsu. Even though Kakashi's speed in forming seals was remarkable, he could not escape Knight's keen eyes. An A-rank ninjutsu's hand seal was now his. With this, everything is in place, Knight thought to himself. In his previous life, he had envied only a few abilities. Hashirama's would release, Madara's Susanoo, the second Hokage's infinite explosive tags, the third Hokage's Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique, the fourth Hokage's Flying Thunder God, and Naruto's Multi-Shadow Clone Technique. While he did not require wood release, he was confident that with the 9 Yang True Scripture, he could attain a level akin to Hashirama and Madara. Moreover, his immense chakra provided a solid foundation for future development. As for the speed of the Flying Thunder God technique, He already possessed lightning armor as a substitute. He was confident that once perfected, it would rival the flying thunder god in speed. He had no need for the multi-shadow clone technique. It suited only Naruto. He only required the shadow clone technique. And now, he had also mastered the shuriken shadow clone technique, akin to an external aid, completing his repertoire of necessary skills, with ninjutsu encompassing both lightning and fire, mastery of sword techniques, and the ability to withstand genjutsu under the kaleidoscopic Sharingan. He had also learned the 4 directions blue sky seal and signed a summoning contract with the 7 heavenly thunder. He had acquired every combat method the world offered. Though most were learned at a level akin to Kakashi's, they were indispensable for Night. While not mastering them was acceptable, the necessity of knowing them was paramount to ensure he was never caught off guard, especially as he possessed specialized skills as well. Moreover, he had the luxury of time. Boom. The entire forest seemed to be struck by a meteor, engulfing the area in flames, the air warping and crackling ominously, a scene of utter terror. Kakashi retreated relentlessly. Daunted by the magnitude of the fireball, within his arsenal of ninjutsu, none could withstand such a technique. Chapter 156. The 8 Gates, the 3rd gate currently. Kakashi found himself unable to replicate A-rank ninjutsu. Raikiri was ill-suited to counter such expansive ninjutsu, and Earth Release offered no defense. Avoidance was his only option. Rumbling, the fireball rampaged through the forest, transforming the once lush landscape into a desolate desert, devoid of life, with the surroundings gradually blackening and the ground crystallizing into sand. What manner of being is this, capable of such formidable powers? Kakashi descended underground, accompanied by his 8 Nikin. Even beneath the surface, he could still feel a terrifying heat enveloping him, causing beads of sweat to form on his brow. Lightning release, Earth walk. Just as he prepared to spring from behind Yi for a surprise attack, he suddenly heard Ye's voice. In that moment, bolts of lightning, as thick as hair, surged towards him with alarming speed, intent on ensnaring him like a dumpling, leaving him with no avenue of escape. Kakashi had no time for hesitation as he burst forth from the ground. Kakashi, surely your full strength is not merely this. Come, unleash your mightiest technique. Otherwise, this will hardly suffice for my enjoyment. The instant he poked his head above ground, a dagger was pressed against his throat, rendering him motionless. However, he unexpectedly withdrew, clutching the dagger and awaiting Kakashi's next move. In ninjutsu, I am no match for him. It seems I must resort to taijutsu. Thus, the 3rd gate, open. Kakashi's aura surged dramatically, his body enveloped in a furious chakra that radiated an overwhelming presence. Shadow Leaf Dance. Kakashi murmured, already appearing before Yi, delivering a powerful kick. Humph. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The knight retreated in disarray to one side, yet a colossal footprint suddenly emerged on the ground, causing the earth to tremble violently. The immense power of that step was indeed formidable, just as it should be. Instantly, lightning enveloped the knight, augmenting its speed, allowing it to dart away for more than 10 meters. The setting sun. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 129. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 129. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The night deepened, and under circumstances unforeseen by Kakashi, the moon's ethereal glow pierced his chakra, driving him back and abruptly terminating his gate of life state. An acute sensation of soreness, numbness, and distension surged through him, rendering his body leaden. Do not underestimate me, Kakashi exclaimed. Seizing the opportunity while still capable, he mustered his strength to form hand seals, initiating his ultimate assault against the knight. With a swift maneuver, the knight retreated, its lightning armor dissipating as it began its own sequence of hand seals. Simultaneously, Kakashi completed his seals, bellowing, earth release, tracking Fang technique. Abruptly, 8 ninja hounds erupted from the ground beneath the knight, clamping onto its limbs, thus impeding its ability to weave signs. "It is over," Kakashi declared, emerging from the earth and aiming a palm strike at the knight's nape. However, a terrifying surge of electricity erupted from the knight's form, engulfing the hounds in excruciating pain and paralysis, causing them to release their grip. Unsurprisingly, the Kakashi before the knight was merely a shadow clone, which vanished into a cloud of smoke upon contact with the knight's swallowtail strike. A flash of lightning ensued. The shadow of the knight surged before Kakashi, with Yue poised at his throat, declaring, "It's over. I have lost." Kakashi lamented, feeling utterly defeated. His chakra was nearly depleted. The exertion of opening the third gate had consumed almost all his energy. After only a few minutes of activating the third gate, his body could no longer endure, rendering him completely immobile. Thus, even as Yue pressed the blade against his neck, he found himself devoid of any power to resist. "Then, I shall take you away." Knight shook his head in disappointment, then bound Kakashi with chains before heading towards the hillside where Muyin Qianren was located. In this encounter, both Kakashi and Knight had yet to unleash their ultimate techniques. Kakashi's Kimui and Knight's 4 directions Azure Sky formation. It could be said that neither had fought to their fullest, yet there was no doubt that Kakashi was defeated by Knight. Moreover, Kakashi lacked the chakra needed to activate Kimui again. It could be posited that Kakashi's stagnation in strength since the age of 12 was due to his dedication to developing the Sharingan. Unfortunately, lacking the Uchiha clan's bloodline, he could not fully harness the power of the Sharingan, which ultimately hindered his remarkable talent. This was a man who should have shone like Minato Namikaze. Yet he was left to fade into obscurity. A prodigy who advanced to J-Nin at 12 and developed S-rank ninjutsu slowly diminished into mediocrity with the passage of time. Chapter 158. Kakashi's doubt. This individual is truly a monster, Kakashi mused, his eyes reflecting a mix of confusion and awe as he observed Knight's departing silhouette. How could someone so young possess such formidable strength and intellect? Yet never have I heard of him before. Muyin Qianren? Was he truly such a portly figure? One could hardly imagine that he was the one who pilfered vital intelligence from Konoha. Gazing at the unconscious Muyin Qianren, Knight's target, Kakashi felt a profound disappointment. He had anticipated that Muyin Qianren would be a formidable hero capable of stealing Konoha's secrets, yet he appeared in such a pitiful state. Alas, the disparity between reality and expectation is often vast. Root, you completed the task so swiftly. Blue, it seems I underestimated you. Very well, rest for 10 days. And I shall summon you when new missions arise. Upon witnessing Knight personally escorting Muyin Qianren, Danzo's face betrayed a flicker of surprise, astonished that Kakashi had been vanquished by Knight so quickly. Heh, Lord Danzo, you flatter me. With that said, I shall take my leave. Noticing that Danzo had no further commands, Knight rose to depart, lacking even the most basic pleasantries. For Knight, the relationship with Danzo had irreparably soured. Danzo, realizing he could no longer control him, regarded Knight merely as a tool to accomplish tasks that his subordinates were either unable or unwilling to undertake. Of course, this assessment was predicated on Danzo's ignorance that the curse marks he had planted within Knight, the tongue of malice and the self-binding karma, would not yield the expected effects. Had he known that these 2 marks were utterly ineffective against Knight, he would likely have dispatched someone to eliminate him at once, fearing the consequences of nurturing a potential threat. However, Danzo remained oblivious to Knight's possession of the 9 Suns' true scripture. Though he had severed ties with Danzo, Knight still concealed his true strength in his presence and ensured that his training remained undisclosed. The advantage of having a summoning beast allowed Qiling to use reverse summoning technique to transport him directly to the residence of the Uzumaki clan for training. Uzumaki clan residence. Qiling, do you have any means to counteract this toxin? Knight inquired eagerly. His desperation led him to seek assistance from Qiling, believing that a summoning beast with a rich history might possess knowledge of such matters. You may be disappointed. I have never encountered this toxin before and have no solutions. Qiling responded. Regardless of how you acquired this toxin, it is evident that even the Slug clan would struggle to resolve it. Only the one who created this toxin might hold the cure. Qiling's words dimmed the spark of hope in Knight's eyes. Although uncertain of the cause, Chilling sensed a chilling aura emanating from Knight, a stark contrast to his previously warm demeanor. What's wrong? Has someone close to you been poisoned? Chilling inquired, leaning closer to Knight. Yes, and that person is of great importance to me, Knight replied, nodding. A fleeting softness crossed his face, only to be swiftly replaced by cold indifference. Chapter 159. Battle with Chilling. In that case, you might consider seeking the help of medical ninjas. They may have a solution, Chilling suggested. It never hurts to try, right? Perhaps you are correct. Knight nodded in agreement, though his mind was already calculating. Tsunade had become his primary target, for she was the only medical ninja he truly knew. Nevertheless, he would not disregard other medical ninjas. For Wei and Minji, he must take action. Enough talk. Let us resume our daily training, Chilling. Allow me to demonstrate my progress over the past few days, Knight declared, turning to challenge Chilling with a fierce determination. Intrigued, Chilling responded with a mischievous grin. Ah, you truly have a short memory. It seems you have not yet learned your lesson from our last encounter. However, let me make it clear, such mistakes cannot occur again, or else you shall face my wrath. Chilling's mane, previously scorched by the God Destruction Blade, had grown back, yet remnants of the burn remained visible. Rest assured, that will not happen this time. Bring it on. Knight grinned in response. Then here I come. As Chilling prepared himself, Knight swiftly retreated, forming hand seals with remarkable speed. Fire release, Fire Dragon Bullet. A colossal fireball, measuring 25 meters in diameter, erupted from the Knight, transforming the air into a vivid crimson hue as it twisted and contorted before it, with searing waves of heat radiating outward in a powerful surge. Fire release, Lion King Bomb. The chakra attributes of cheating mirrored those of Yi, encompassing both lightning and fire. Truly, they are a pair destined to be companions. A massive fireball, resembling the head of a lion, was unleashed from Cheating's mouth, causing the very fabric of space to recoil in an instant. Even through the fire dragon projectile, Yi could sense a terrifying wave of heat surging towards him, as if his very body were on the verge of combustion. Bang! As expected, the colossal fireball, measuring 25 in size, was abruptly shattered by the 10-meter lion's head, producing a resounding thud as it continued its relentless advance towards Yi. Truly, this was the might of the Seven Thunder, the lightning release. Furious Thunder Tiger. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The Knight dared not allow itself to be struck. Swiftly employing a substitution technique to evade the blow, while the wooden substitute was shattered into splinters. Lightning release. 8 directions binding technique. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. As the Knight extended his hand, a blazing sword materialized in his grasp. With a slight adjustment aimed at Cheating, he relinquished all restraint on this formidable strike. This was no ordinary blow. It was a conflagration formed by compressing 25 colossal fireballs, taking the true shape of a sword extending 100 meters in length. With a crack, the electric cage shattered instantaneously, and the fiery blade surged forth towards Cheating. You clever lad, resorting to this technique again. Very well. I shall not allow you to underestimate me. Prepare to witness my ultimate fire technique. Yet, in the face of Knight's most potent attack, the divine annihilation blade, Cheating displayed little sign of panic or concern. Fire release, Super Lion's Roar. Cheating unleashed a torrent of flames in the form of a lion,